On a quiet night under a sky full of stars, a faint cry echoed from a small cabin deep in the mountains. The narrator wonders aloud, could that really be a baby crying all the way out here? Inside, a rugged man grabs his axe, assuming it's just a rat sneaking in. As he stands by the door, he mutters to himself that whoever's come must be unlucky to stumble into a hunter's den. He surveys the area and notes that whoever managed to slip past every trap and mask their presence. Clearly not some ordinary thief. But no matter how quiet they were, he says, they can't fool his ears. He steps into the stable, axe in hand, ready to strike, but stops, sighing. There's no one. He mutters to himself again. Ever since he and his wife learned they couldn't have kids, he's been hearing things that aren't there. But just then, something catches his eye. Wrapped in a white blanket, a baby lies there. Startled, he bends down, lifting the child gently and bringing him close. The moment is silent. Then his wife's voice cuts in. She asks what's going on and why the noise. She calls him by name, Vincent. He calls back to her, Alina. Alina peers at the bundle in his arms and questions him, confused. Vincent hesitates, but then replies with shaky certainty, it's their child. And in that moment, something extraordinary unfolded. The baby opened his eyes and waved a tiny hand. Instantly, the clouds above began to shift, wind sweeping through the skies. Rain poured down over the parched earth. The dry, cracked land turned green again, and joy returned to the villagers. They sang, laughed, and celebrated. With his powers, the boy shielded the village from every threat. The people no longer went hungry or thirsty. Yet even then, he didn't stop. He kept studying, kept seeking more, for the sake of everyone around him. To the villagers, what he could do was nothing short of magic. So they gave him a name. They called him a mage. Years passed. One day, a young blonde boy gently shut a book he was reading. Vincent approached and asked what he was reading. The boy, now 12, looked up and answered. His name was Shyron, and he called Vincent Dad. Vincent, now 40, lifts Shyron into the air with a grin, gently cradling him and saying how cute he is. He tells him he's finished chopping wood and suggests they head home for a good meal. As he plants a kiss on Shyron's cheek, the boy looks up and says he has a question. How does someone use magic? Vincent thinks for a moment. Was that the kind of book he gave him to read? Then, with a chuckle, he replies, magic isn't all that complicated. If you could take down a bear with just one arrow, or chop down a tree in a single swing, that's magic too. Nearby, two boys are whispering as they watch the pair. One with glasses points out, hey, that's Mr. Vincent. The other nods. And there's Shyron. He's always buried in a book, even when we ask him to play. They had a large book he's carrying. Does he even know how to read that thing? One of them scoffs. It doesn't even look like Mr. Vincent. The other chimes in, my mom said they found him somewhere. Probably dumped. He's super weird. Vincent hears it. His fist tightens, rage simmering inside. But he keeps it in. Shyron just laughs and turns to Vincent, asking, so cutting down a tree in one swing, that's magic? Vincent smiles and changes the subject. Since Shyron helped out with the chores today, he says they'll head to the city together, and he'll treat him to his favorite fruits. In his heart, he silently apologizes, thinking he's lacking as a father. Shyron's eyes light up. Really? I can't wait. Vincent pats him on the head, quietly vowing that no matter what anyone says, Shyron is his son. As they arrive at a small city tucked in the countryside of the Toma kingdom, Shyron's eyes widen with excitement. So if this is a city, the car comes to a stop. Vincent kneels beside Shyron and tells him to wait at Grandpa Martin's store while he takes care of some business. He warns him not to wander into any dark alleys or mess with nobles. Got it, he asks. Don't worry, Shyron replies confidently. Vincent hops back onto the cart, glancing back at his son. Nearby, someone picks up a paper with Shyron's writing on it and remarks, he really does know how to write. Grandpa Martin smiles and thanks. Shyron softly says he didn't really do much, but Grandpa smiles and replies that he's happy to help out. As he looks at the boy fondly, he thinks Shyron's a bright kid for his age, a far cry from his own grandson, little Martin, who's known around town for getting into trouble. Curious, Shyron asks Grandpa if he knows anything about magic. Grandpa changes the subject, casually mentioning the traffic, but Shyron isn't letting it go. He holds up a book and asks again, how does someone actually use magic? Grandpa chuckles. Oh, so you meant that kind of magic. Glancing at the book's title, Grandpa admits he doesn't know much himself. Then he points toward a bookstore across the street. John Sandos. He says that place is filled with books about magic and suggests Shyron take a look. He adds, but come right back when you're done, all right? Got it, Shyron says, already dashing off. Grandpa laughs as he flips open the book Shyron left behind. Fairy tales, huh? I used to read stuff like this too when I was a kid. But his smile slowly faded as he read the pages. Something felt strange. It wasn't just a normal story. He frowned, unsure what the book really was. Meanwhile, at the bookstore, a stern voice stops Shyron. Hey boy, do you think you could just grab things with your dirty hands? Shyron looks up, startled. He asks if it's wrong to just peek at the books. A short-haired woman with an orange tint to her hair scoffs. These aren't cheap storybooks from the general store, kid. These are real books, valuable ones. Not something for peasants to smudge up. She scolds him, saying she won't let a used book sit on the shelf just because he couldn't keep his hands clean. Shyron thinks to himself, where does Dad buy his books from then? Suddenly, the woman notices a man in a hat stepping into the shop. She immediately straightens up and addresses him respectfully as the head butler. He asks if the books he ordered have arrived. As the shopkeeper confirms his order, the butler glances at Shyron, flipping through a book. They've arrived, he says, and then asks the shopkeeper to ring them up. Shyron flips a few more pages, but finds nothing particularly special. So even this one's the same, he mutters to himself. Then, walking out of the store, he sniffs his hand and sighs. Who knew reading books could be so hard? Just then, he catches sight of the man in the hat passing by, carrying a box of books. Without hesitation, Shyron starts running after him. Is he a noble? He wonders. Shyron follows the man in the hat, curious where he's taking the books. But then, to his shock, he watches the man casually toss the entire box right into a pile of garbage. Eyes wide, Shyron rushes over. He pulls out a book with a green cover and whispers, so this is where Dad's been getting his books. Nearby, he spots two well-dressed women laughing and chatting. Their refined appearance makes him instantly think. They must be nobles. He looks at himself, comparing the gap between their worlds and his. But then his father's voice echoes in his mind. Stay away from nobles. Shyron turns around, his thoughts churning. Why is it okay for them, but not for me? As he walks, a guard steps in front of him. Hey kid, this isn't a place you should be wandering around. Past that door's restricted. Nobles only. The guard eyes him suspiciously. Where are your parents? Shyron nervously replies. They're nearby. Another guard joins in, frowning. He doesn't look like he belongs around here. Probably an orphan. Could be working for bandits. The first guard grabs Shyron's arm. You're coming with us. But just as he's about to pull him away, the guard looks down. Shyron's coat is lying empty on the ground. Where did he go? He shouts. Don't tell me you let a kid slip past you, the second one mutters. Meanwhile, Shyron crouches silently in the bushes. Holding his breath, he waits. After a moment, he exhales and peeks out. Are they gone? He climbs out carefully, brushing off his clothes. Dad's definitely going to scold me for this. He spots one of his shoes by a nearby wall, slips it on, and as he stands, he hears something. A voice, clear and commanding. So, what is magic? That will be today's topic. Shyron freezes, eyes snapping toward the wall. Voices continue. Master, show us fire magic, someone calls out excitedly. Shyron's eyes widen. Is this a magic academy? The voices keep drifting over. If you use magic indoors, you'll get in trouble, someone says. But if you answer his question correctly, he'll show you a spell. The instructor asks his students, what's the most important trait for learning magic? One answers knowledge. Another says, hard work. You have to study it all your life. A third laughs. It's money, of course. You need tons of it to buy magical gear. Their teacher chuckles. None of you are right. Shyron listens closely, eyes shining with wonder. What could the answer be? It's not about brains, effort, or even wealth, and it definitely doesn't require noble blood. According to the master, the key to mastering magic is something else entirely. Insight. A curious child raises a hand, asking what exactly insight is. Instead of a direct answer, the old master poses a question. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what 1 + 1 is? The child scoffs. It's clearly 2. The master nods, then challenges them again. Can someone explain why it's 2? He goes on to say that the odd feelings stirring inside them now. That's what insight is. Long ago, people didn't know 1 + 1 = 2. Scholars spent years trying to prove it. Even without solid proof, they just knew. That's because this truth has always existed, part of the world's natural laws. And just like numbers, magic is one of those laws, something you don't need to memorize to understand. If you have insight, you just feel it. That's why insight beats raw knowledge and even surpasses hard work. The child asks, so, does that make someone a genius? The master chuckles. Exactly. And if you nurture that spark, you could become a true mage. Meanwhile, Shyron wonderly is lost in thought, wondering if he'll ever get a shot at becoming a mage himself. The master suddenly glances over and says, you, behind the wall, care to share what you're thinking? Caught off guard, Shyron freezes. Should he run? Answer? He's a mess and terrified of what might happen. But just then, a powerful thought hits him. Shyron steps up onto the wall, thinking, if I don't do this now, I'll regret it forever. He climbs over and finds himself face to face with the master and a small group of students. The old man is none other than Meyer Alpheus, headmaster of Alpheus Magic Academy and a certified grade 4 mage. Meyer smiles and asks, did you come to keep us company? Shyron silently leaps down, his eyes locked on the group. One student sneers, pointing out that Shyron isn't a noble, he's just a commoner. Others chime in, telling him he doesn't belong there. Shyron watched anxiously as the headmaster, still smiling, called out to Shyron. Come here. Were you curious about what I said earlier? Shyron stepped forward and replied, I want to see magic. The headmaster chuckled. You've never seen magic before? I've read about it, Shyron admitted, but I've never actually seen it happen. The students scoffed, one of them snapping. What kind of commoner even reads books? Shyron bowed respectfully, his voice trembling as he responded, it doesn't matter who does. Please just show me. The headmaster burst out laughing. That's easy enough. I'll show you a simple wind spell. But before the spell was cast, Shyron unexpectedly clenched his fists, focusing on the thought of wind itself. He suddenly felt a powerful gust sweep past him. There it is, he thought in awe, the wind. As the spell lifted everyone into the air, the students laughed joyfully, floating around the courtyard. Shyron, now airborne, looked down in panic. The ground seemed impossibly far away. When the magic wore off, they began to descend slowly. Shyron, still tense, let out a terrified scream, drawing more laughter from the group. As he landed and sat on the ground, he stared up, dazed. That was magic, he said. He turned to the headmaster and asked, what is magic? With a kind smile, the headmaster answered, that was just an example. But Shyron snapped, his voice rising. I don't care if I don't get it. Just tell me the truth. The students gasped. How can he speak to the headmaster like that? Even teachers wouldn't dare. The headmaster's expression turned serious before he broke into a soft chuckle. Then let me explain it another way. He leaned forward. Magic operates beyond common sense. It's like a mental process that breaks through the boundaries of reality. Shyron suddenly interrupted. So, an irrational reality? Maybe that's why it feels closer to the truth. The headmaster's eyes widened. Then he laughed again. Did you read that in a book? No, Shyron replied. But I noticed a pattern in the books I read. So many brilliant thinkers were called irrational in their time. People dismissed their ideas until they became new truths. So maybe the truth hides within what we think is nonsense. Maybe. The headmaster nodded thoughtfully. Shyron then asked, what do I need to do to learn magic? The headmaster's eyes gleamed. This boy, he's truly gifted. Even if the path is hard, he's already seeking the right questions, ready to find the answers himself. Shyron silently braced himself, deep in thought. If Shyron truly believed in himself, then maybe, just maybe, he could do it. The headmaster, watching him closely, thought, he's just a commoner. Still, he said, rather than explaining, let me show you. He called out, Shumin, enter the spirit zone. The purple-haired girl, named Shumin, nodded. Understood. As Shyron silently repeated the words spirit zone in his mind, Shumin's eyes began to glow faintly. I'm in, she said calmly. The headmaster held up his hand. Can you tell me how many coins I'm holding? 6, she answered instantly. The students chuckled until the headmaster said, correct. Everyone fell silent, stunned. The headmaster explained, when a mage focuses their mind, they become hypersensitive to their surroundings. The best of them can count the number of leaves on a tree from across a field. That level of awareness is what we call the spirit zone. Shumin spoke again. Now, there are 3. The headmaster continued. Entering the zone means reaching a state where you're attuned to the world in a supernatural way. It's not about counting coins. It's about feeling everything that's happening at once. Shyron couldn't help but wonder, could I do that? As if reading his thoughts, the headmaster said, anyone can. He turned to Shyron. Find a quiet place to train. Your first step is to sense yourself, and then let go of yourself. But in his mind, the headmaster thought, while anyone can try, not everyone succeeds. He told Shyron, when you do, you'll discover a world far beyond the one you know. Do you understand what I'm saying? He asked. Shyron replied, if I can't sense myself, then I won't be able to let go of myself either. The headmaster stared at him, silently impressed again. Then he asked, want to try it now? He thought to himself, if he can't enter the spirit zone, he won't be able to learn magic at all. Shyron closed his eyes. Sense me, he whispered inwardly. He began questioning himself. What am I? A voice in his mind answered back. Just a brain, a simple organ. But Shyron kept pushing. What I feel, what I perceive, does that all stop at the brain? It's not about defining, it's about sensing. One by one, everything he identified as himself faded away. It wasn't his existence that became sharper. It was just his awareness, stripped down to nothing but pure sensitivity. Shyron opened his eyes. The headmaster asked what it was like and what he had felt. Shyron replied, I heard everything. The kids nearby laughed, teasing, of course you did. You're just standing there. The headmaster stood, quietly disappointed. He's not ready, he thought. What happens inside the spirit zone belongs to another realm entirely. He remembered Synthesai, sensing sense, hearing light, tasting the air, and feeling the world with his skin. As he gently patted Shyron's head, the headmaster said, with more practice, you'll hear so much more. He turned to leave, telling the students the special lesson was over and it was time to head back. Still, as he walked, the headmaster couldn't help but feel regret. Shyron had real talent. If he'd been born and noble and trained from childhood, his potential would have far surpassed this. There are so many gifted children in the world. Some simply didn't get the chance. Shyron climbed over the wall and dropped into the street below, drenched in sweat. It worked, he whispered, stunned. He'd heard a thunderous sound. Was that really the spirit zone? It felt like he'd been torn apart, scattered across the world. No, like he was the world itself. As he ran down the street, he couldn't shake the feeling. The vastness had overwhelmed him. For just a moment, his body had disappeared, and he became infinite. Suddenly, he collided with a man and hit the ground hard. Sorry, Shyron said quickly. The man, with fiery hair, glared at him. What's your problem? You bump into me and think that's it. He grabbed Shyron by the collar, demanding, you think sorry's enough? What? Are you part of the wolf gang or something? Did you come here to kill me? Before the tension escalated, someone else stepped in. A voice called out, asking if something was going on. The fiery-haired man turned and said, Miss Amy? You again? What are you doing here, bored already? Shyron looked at her, thinking he should ask for help, but stopped himself. Then he saw. Shyron looked up and saw her, Amy Wonderly. Young, elegant, and clearly a noble. He wondered if someone like her would even care. The red-haired man scoffed, saying to Amy, I was just teaching him a lesson. Nearly had to kill him. That's not what happened. Shyron quickly cut in. It was just an accident. I bumped into him, that's all. Without warning, the man slammed his knee into Shyron's stomach, silencing him. Shut it. You think anyone's going to believe you? Shyron collapsed, shaking. The man sneered. You better compensate us. What about your mother, huh? Shyron froze, shocked as the man mocked. Go fetch your mom. Where's she hiding after dumping out trash like you? He turned to the others, spitting. Look at this kid. His eyes are crazy. What's wrong with him? He kicked Shyron hard in the head. Say that again. I dare you. More kicks followed, one after another, targeting his body. Amy finally spoke up. Don't bruise his face, she said coldly, before ordering them to stop. At this rate, you're going to kill him. She knelt beside Shyron, asking softly, Are you okay? Through a trembling voice, Shyron replied, I didn't do anything. Tears ran down his cheeks as he looked up at her. Amy turned to the men, asking, Aren't you tired of this already? Don't you have something better to do? Shyron's eyes widened as he realized what they were planning. They're going to beat me, then sell me to the southern village, he thought. Because I'm just a commoner, so it doesn't matter. He silently called out to his mother and father in his thoughts. Amy studied him. A slave shouldn't have any defects, she said flatly. So why not confirm it? The men laughed. What? You want to inspect him now? One jeered. She's saying you should strip, kid. One of them stepped in front of Shyron, grinning. You want another beating? Amy watched, confused. What is it they're trying to strip off? She wondered. I just want to see his face. Why is he acting like this? I'll let him go after we mess with him a bit. He better not lose it. The laughter grew louder. Then, A single fly buzzed into view, right in front of the red-haired man. He blinked, startled. Time froze as the fly hovered midair. Shyron turned his gaze, bewildered. Suddenly, a crack of intense electric light slammed into a tree nearby. His eyes widened. This wasn't real. He was inside a memory. From above his head, light poured out in streaks. The red-haired man barked at him, cursing. Hey, are you deaf? But Shyron's mind was somewhere else, far away. Wait, Amy shouted, tried to snap him out of it. Then, in a flash, a violent gust of wind exploded outward, flinging the attackers into the air. Shyron stood there, stunned, watching them soar. The red-haired man crashed down hard, grabbing his shoulder in pain. Another one hit the ground and screamed. His leg was clearly broken. The rest fell unconscious on impact. Shyron stared in horror. Amy called out to him, asking, What are you? Her eyes narrowed. Where'd you learn that kind of magic? How's a commoner? She stopped mid-sentence, her attention shifting. 3 figures appeared, shouting, Over there! We heard something. Amy jumped, vaulting high into the air and vanishing in an instant. Shyron blinked. How did she move like that? One of the men said, Someone's been knocked out over there. Shyron looked down at the bodies, knowing full well no one would believe a word he said. He turned and bolted. As he ran, one of the men shouted for help, but Shyron just kept going, thinking only of his father. The narrator cut in. This world is harsh, far away. Inside the noble house of Karmas, someone scoffed. You're telling me that kid beat them? The man speaking was Karmas Shakura, head of the household. Beside him, Amy arrived. You're back early, he noted. Skipped class again? I already learned everything they had to teach, Amy said casually. It's boring. Shakur sighed. You're a genius, sure, but reckless. Keep going like that, and you're going to get blindsided someday. Amy suddenly went quiet. Shakur gave her a look. What's with you today? She didn't answer at first, then said softly, Magic. Her eyes flicked to him with suspicion. He raised an eyebrow. What about it? But before he could finish, Amy cut in. Do you know anyone working at a magic academy? Can you introduce me? Just then, someone called out, Vincent, calling for Shyron. While knitting a sweater, Vincent casually mentions that Shyron went to the logging area for wood. He pauses, concerned, realizing it's still snowing. You want to chop wood in this weather? He mutters, worried, and quickly decides to go after him. As Vincent trudges through the snow, he remembers the spring when he first brought Shyron to the city. Back then, Shyron disappeared into the forest. He had said he got lost, but Vincent always felt something else happened that day. Deep in the snow-covered woods, Shyron stands by a tree, coughing, an axe in hand. He recalls the magic he accidentally triggered back then, the one he hasn't been able to replicate since. He'd unconsciously cast a spell, one he didn't understand. Due to his insight, he grasped the result, but not the process. The entire middle step was a mystery to him, since he had no formal magic knowledge. But now, he's entering the spirit zone. As he steps in, he focuses on the tree. In the spirit zone, every part of it becomes tangible. He can feel its texture, shape, even the scent. It's as if the tree's essence surrounds him. Suddenly, a light pulses from its trunk. He doesn't know what it means, but he can feel it. He lifts his axe and strikes the glowing spot. The tree shatters instantly, blown apart in one swing. Stunned, Shyron looks at what he's done. Magic, he says, his eyes lighting up. From a hidden spot, Vincent watches in disbelief. What did I just witness? He whispers, recalling the thunderous impact of that strike. He slowly approaches. Shyron, now using a saw, calmly continues cutting wood. In his mind, he reflects. It's the first time he's ever managed to do that. Out of countless attempts, this was the one. Just like back then. Vincent, overwhelmed, grips a red-covered book as tears well in his eyes. Shyron, however, is focused. He doesn't want luck. He wants real, grounded knowledge. Starting tomorrow, and every day after, he'll keep repeating this, waiting for the opportunity he knows will come. 3 years later, Shyron, now older, sits on a tree stump. A petal drifts beside him. He rises and cuts into the wood. As his hands touch it, he no longer needs to see. He simply feels it. He pauses, then raises his axe again. Another strike. Another tree. He doesn't just sense the magic, he sees it. Lights flicker across the bark, guiding him. And once again, they fall. Sitting on the ground and staring at a tree, Shyron murmurs that he almost went home after spending the whole time meditating and exploring the spirit zone. It's already been 5 hours. He thinks to himself, Out here, it's like becoming one with nature. The rustle of the bushes, the worms moving beneath the soil, even the faint sound of trees drinking through their roots. 5 hours isn't enough to take it all in. If this really is possible, it's like stepping into another world. With a stack of chopped wood slung over his shoulder, Shyron walks off, thinking to himself, another world. Yeah, that's the perfect way to describe it. He says aloud that it's time to head home. Arriving back, he sees white horses and a carriage outside. Noticing the unfamiliar scene, he puts the wood down and wonders if guests have arrived. Walking inside, he announces his return and asks if Vincent is already back. Vincent, already aware, tells him to come meet an old man seated across from him, the assistant butler of the House of Ogent. The old man greets Shyron with a smile and asks him to call him Temurin. Vincent warns Shyron sternly, no wandering into shady alleys, no crossing paths with nobles. Shyron nods, telling him not to worry. As Temurin studies him, Shyron quietly wonders why someone working under a noble family is so interested in him. He recalls that the House of Ogent are second-tier nobles in the kingdom. Temurin then steps closer, covering his mouth thoughtfully, and asks, "Can you read?" Shyron answers that he's read a bit here and there since he was young. Temurin turns him around, observing him carefully. Curious, Shyron asks what he's doing. Temurin explains that Shyron seems to have a solid reputation. A woodsman's son who knows how to read and is well-mannered. Shyron steps aside for a moment, but before he can go far, Temurin asks if he's willing to work for the House of Ogent. Shyron pauses, surprised. Temurin continues. They'll be relocating books from the family's great library. Nearly 10,000 in total. Among them, some are rare and important. The job will last 2 years, but the heavy lifting? That's for someone else. But the real task, sorting all those books, will be left to just the two of them. Shyron thinks to himself, if this is the House of Ogent's library, then it must be filled with magical knowledge, priceless to any mage. Temurin lowers his voice and tells him, only my family knows about this. If even one book leaks, or word of this spreads, it'll cost me and my family our lives. Looking at his parents, Shyron realizes why they both seemed so uneasy earlier. Temurin adds, our lives are on the line here, but we'll pay you well, far more than anything you'd earn from hunting. He smiles slightly, implying that raising Shyron right is finally paying off. But Vincent snaps. He angrily says it was never about the money. I didn't raise him just to make a profit. I wanted him to follow his dreams. Temurin bursts into laughter, mocking him. Dreams? What? You think this job will magically lead to a career? He presses further, asking Vincent why he came to him in the first place. If it wasn't for the money, then why ask me to use your son? Vincent fires back. It was because Temurin said Shyron could read books. Temurin nods, but counters that even if he can read, it's not like they can keep an eye on him all the time. You say you want him to chase dreams. Have you been lying to your son this whole time? That stings. Vincent goes quiet, caught off guard by the question. Memories flood in. He remembers asking Shyron if he was reading again. Olina had only taught him a few words for fun, but once Shyron turned 6, he started reading seriously, all on his own. Sure, he was cute and looked sharp, but more than that, he was smart. Maybe even too smart. Vincent wonders if Shyron could have noble blood in him. He taps his own head, frustrated by the thought. If nobles had raised him, he could have gone to school. But shaking off that idea, he reminds himself, Shyron is his son. And if he's the son of a woodsman, then it's only right that he learns through hard work, just like his father did. Vincent reflects. He taught Shyron how to survive in the mountains. But when Shyron first started working out there, he was scared. Deep down, Vincent thinks bitterly. He truly raised his son to become a woodsman's child. Swallowing his pride, Vincent falls to his knees before Temurin. He pleads, if all he needs is a commoner who can read, then let it be his son. He's been reading since he was young, Vincent says, voice trembling. He's smart, really smart. Just let him read some of the books. His body shakes with regret. He confesses, if he had known things would turn out this way, he never would have begged like he did. Yelling, he tells Temurin to get out of his house. Are you mocking my family just because we're poor? Temurin quietly puts his hat on, thinking to himself, some people just don't know their place. But then, Shyron speaks up. I'll do it. Temurin freezes in surprise, while Vincent yells his name, furious. Temurin turns to Shyron, asking if he's serious. This isn't to scare you, he says gravely. Even the tiniest rumor in your life is over. Shyron answers calmly, it's fine. He promises he won't say a word. And even if something goes wrong, he won't blame them. Let me do this. Temirin nods. If you're really interested, I'll come pick you up in a week. But if you change your mind, that's fine. Just remember, once you step into the manor, there's no turning back until it's finished. Later, Vincent confronts Shyron again. Why would you agree to that? They're just looking for someone to die in their place. It's my fault, Vincent growls. So, I'll take responsibility. Say no to this. But Shyron calls out to him, tears rolling down his cheeks. Thank you for giving me something so big. Tears well up in Vincent's eyes as he pulls Shyron into a hug. Don't worry, he says through choked words. You think your father won't protect you? I'll make sure no one lays a hand on this family. Just come back. Come back safe. Olina wipes her tears, silently wondering, did I really raise this boy well? Shyron, crying, holds his father tightly. A week later, Temirin's assistant arrives. Holding out a contract, he tells Vincent, sign here. It's done. Just as Vincent notices, he snatches the paper from the assistant's hands. But Temirin simply says, time's ticking. Let's go. Shyron is led to the carriage. This way, the assistant says, taking a small bag and placing it inside. The door closes behind him. As the carriage begins to move, Shyron sits quietly, his expression solemn. He closes his eyes and enters the spirit zone. There, he sees his parents crying. He reaches out his hand toward them, whispering to himself not to waver. This is the chance of a lifetime, but also a double-edged sword. If he can survive in the middle of all these powerful people for just 2 years, the narration begins. The Ogent family's estate lies within the city of Thormia, a kingdom known for its warriors. This family often raises official swordsmen. Temirin's colleague tells Shyron that the former head of the family was a certified third-class swordsman, while the current head, Bishop Ogent, is a fourth-class knight. They hold a lot of power in this city, he adds, pointing outside. That's the Ogent family's famous walkway. As the carriage pulls up, Shyron steps out wide-eyed. Wow, already scared, one of the men teases. This family's full of monsters. But another sharply warns the orange-haired one. You want your neck hang? Turning to Shyron, the orange-haired man gestures. Come on, we're heading down this way. Walking along the grand path, Shyron's thoughts settle. It's all becoming real now. Looking around, he notes, so this is what a second-class noble family's estate looks like. They stop before a large building. This is where you'll stay, they tell him. It's the office and living quarters for the butlers. Inside, a bespectacled man stands and asks, has he arrived? Temirin nods and turns to Shyron. I'll explain your duties. Follow me. I'll do my best, Shyron replies. They enter a massive room. Shyron's eyes widened in shock. It's the great library of the Ogent family. Temirin explains, all the books here are being moved to the new library. Your job is to organize them. You'll get a list each week. Locate those books and prepare them. He adds, work hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. After that, you're free, but you're not allowed outside, and the manor is off limits without special permission. Showing him the documents, he says, the common butler will teach you the rules. Any questions? Shyron thinks to himself, this is worth risking everything. When do I start? He asks. Tomorrow, Temirin answers. Shyron changes into the butler uniform and prepares himself for what's ahead. The sheet of paper resting on the table seemed to understand why this massive task of organizing books had fallen on just one person. Shyron glanced at it thoughtfully, realizing that consistency was key. If each person had their own way of sorting, chaos would follow. Take a book like the History of Swordsmanship. Some might place it under sword techniques, while others might see it as part of a broader historical record. As he dove deeper into the system behind the organization, Shyron activated his spirit zone skill, scanning through the documents. Everything's connected through history, he murmured. Knowledge builds upon itself, layer by layer, with history as its foundation. Once you fully grasp history, other fields start to fall into place more easily. Among the 10,000 books, about 850 were on history, and he was determined to read every last one during the 2 years he had here. This was all part of his goal to become a true mage. As he reflected, the sudden voice of a butler snapped him out of it. He quickly shut the book he wasn't supposed to be reading. It wasn't officially approved. Temirin appeared and asked if Shyron was still sorting books, working overtime again. Shyron admitted he was. With a sigh, Temirin turned to leave, warning him not to push himself too hard and to take responsibility for his health. Shyron nodded, promising he'd take care of himself. But Temirin lingered, stepped closer, and placed a hand on Shyron's shoulder. Shyron wondered, had he been caught reading off hours? Temirin brushed some dust from his uniform and reminded him that this wasn't just any library. Even a family head and young master came here. He needed to keep his appearance sharp and considered doing something about his long hair. Don't bring down the reputation of the Ogent family, Temirin said. Shyron, voice unsteady, quietly wished him good night, thinking that was all it had been. Still, he knew he had to stay sharp for the next 2 years and avoid any kind of trouble. Later, seated alone in the quiet night, Shyron read under the dim light. The real challenge wasn't the workload, it was the content. The 3 emperors, the 7 kingdoms. Even understanding just the Thoria kingdom was overwhelming. He questioned if he truly understood enough, or if he'd need to memorize it all. To access this knowledge anytime, he had to know every event, every detail, inside and out. But then, Shyron's vision began to blur, and before he knew it, he had dozed off at the table. Temirin quietly approached, slipped the book from under Shyron's arm, and held up the lamp. He muttered, "You plan to hold on to this for an entire moon cycle? Do you really think studying alone is enough to succeed?" He scoffed, adding that if Shyron had been reading hands-on, practical texts, he would have banned him from staying past work hours. But thankfully, you're just a fool with big dreams. 3 months had gone by since Shyron started working at the Ogent family's great library. Someone asked if the stack of books nearby was the set he had organized that day. Shyron nodded and said he could take the whole pile. Narration followed, explaining how Shyron had slowly adjusted to the classified work and had also picked up bits and pieces of information from male servants. One day, a butler informed him he was taking a book, and Shyron asked if the second young master was borrowing it again. Looking through some notes, Shyron was surprised. They hadn't returned the book they borrowed last time. If he lost it, that could get awkward, he said. The butler agreed, saying he kept asking about it, but the noble always brushed it off. They don't really care if a book goes missing. It's just us butlers who have to clean up after them. The narrator explained. What shocked Shyron the most was realizing the nobles didn't even mind if books leaked outside. Shyron thought to himself, maybe it was because nothing in this library was truly vital. The butler quickly warned him not to repeat what he had just said, but Shyron knew it didn't matter. That kind of thinking didn't mean he was any less at risk. He quietly bowed his head as the butler reassured him, "I'll handle it," the narrator added. An aristocrat could afford to be relaxed only when backed by loyal commoners. Meanwhile, commoners had to put their lives on the line for things the nobles wouldn't even remember. Servants had to be flawless, because one small mistake could cost everything. Shyron quietly resolved. It didn't matter whether nobles cared or not. The safest path was to live quietly and unnoticed. Just then, a blue-haired boy burst into the library, yelling rudely at an old man. Shyron turned, startled by the scene. Shyron blinked, confused by the sudden commotion. The blue-haired boy, trembling slightly, mumbled, "Come on, what's the big deal about taking a little break today?" Shyron recognized him instantly. He was the youngest son of the Lord, Rian Ogent. An older man's voice thundered through the library, calling out Rian's name and shouting that once he caught him, he'd be running another 100 laps. Rian leaned on Shyron's shoulder and whispered, "Don't tell him I'm here." Then he quickly ducked under a bookshelf. Moments later, a bald, bearded man stormed in, clearly out of breath from running. "Rian, I know you're in here," he growled. He glared at Shyron. "You saw a blue-haired kid, small as a peanut, come through here?" Shyron thought, if that boy's a peanut to him, what must I look like in his eyes? Out loud, he said, "From what I saw, he looked like the youngest young master." "And who are you, sir?" The man snapped. "I'm the swordsmanship instructor, and I've got every right to discipline that little brat." He clenched his fists. "So, speak up. No jokes, unless you want a taste of what he's getting." Pointing toward the bookshelf, Shyron replied, "The youngest master is hiding under there." Rian's voice came from under the shelf. "Are you trying to get me killed?" The instructor yanked Rian out by the collar. Rian stammered, "This is all a big misunderstanding." But it was no use. The instructor dragged him off, muttering about needing to rebuild his mental fortitude from scratch. As Rian was pulled away, he shot a furious glare at Shyron. "You'll regret this." Shyron watched, thinking the instructor's influence might even outweigh the family heads. "I didn't have a choice." According to what he'd heard, Rian ended up being taken to the mountains for an entire month as punishment. Narration resumed. It had taken Shyron 2 full days to finish reading his first book, but after fully grasping its content, he managed to complete 80 more in just 4 days. As he flipped through another volume, he realized, just like he suspected, the beginning was the hardest part. None of the books contained totally unfamiliar material. If he could build a solid foundation with the first 200, the remaining 650 would be much easier to absorb. But as he continued reading through the histories, doubts slowly started creeping in. Was studying history really the right path at this moment? Am I really making the right call? Shyron wondered, reflecting on the history of mages. The more he studied their past, the more confident he became in his choice. If scholars create theories, then mages are the ones who bring those theories to life. That realization cemented his belief. Scholars and mages are essentially the same. But not every scholar qualifies as a mage. Only those who can reach the elusive state known as the spirit zone. Closing the book, Shyron thought, if I can combine this spirit zone with vast knowledge, maybe I can truly become a real mage. Just then, Rian stormed into the library, shouting at Shyron with rage. He barked that he had suffered endlessly, waiting for this moment. Shyron, noting Rian's relentless nature, asked if this was really what he came for. Rian snapped back, demanding if Shyron understood the hell he went through, climbing that cliff over and over, his grip failing, feeling like death was near. But every time, revenge kept him going. Shyron was taken aback. This was far worse than he had imagined. Rian's fury had clearly hit its limit. Rian pressed him, asking if he had nothing to say. Did Shyron think all this anger was just because of a few hardships? Rian reminded him of the favor he had asked, the trust he placed in him, and how Shyron betrayed that trust by snitching. He admitted he pitted someone so weak. Shyron replied simply. He only spoke the truth. Rian fired back, saying he should have just refused a favor instead of pretending to help. Shyron thought, it's always easy for the strong to twist logic in their favor. So what am I supposed to do now? Rian, looking at him, recognized a man who had clawed his way through life like a butler who'd known nothing but work. But this calm, unshaken demeanor, was he mocking him too? Rian scoffed, accusing him of arrogance, and dragged Shyron out of the library. I'll show you who I really am, Rian growled. Shyron looked around. The training ground, he realized. So this is where Rian planned to take things next. To make himself feel better, Rian clearly planned to beat Shyron down, and Shyron knew it. But taking the hits was still better than losing the chance his parents fought to give him. He couldn't afford to throw it all away. Rian tossed him a wooden sword. Pick it up, he said, pointing his own steel blade at him. This is a duel. I'm not some loser who lets things slide when someone disrespects me. I'm going to be the greatest swordsman. You'll take my strikes. Shyron shot back, furious. Is this how you handle things? So weakly, but Rian wasn't done. I serve the house of Ogent. I protect the Ogents. You betrayed me to the master because you were scared of a beating. Someone else was in trouble, and you threw them under the bus. Shyron's heart pounded. Rian's eyes looked different now. There was no hesitation. No matter how much my family ignores me, Rian growled, I won't let someone like you look down on me. Come at me. I'll give you 3 shots. After that, it's my turn. Shyron froze. Those eyes, unmistakably Ogent blood. He glanced at the wooden sword. It was solid, but one wrong move, and he'd break something. He'd be sent home. What can I do? He asked himself. That's it. I'll just go for it. He had 3 tries. No more hesitation. He charged. Rian blocked the strike effortlessly. 1. Shyron was stunned by his strength, but he gathered himself and went again, aiming at the shoulder. 2. Rian said, deflecting it again. He laughed. Have you even held a sword before? Shyron was drenched in sweat. One last chance. He closed his eyes and entered the spirit zone. Everything around him sharpened. He locked eyes on Rian's sword. Rian saw the stance and raised an eyebrow. That one's going to be tricky. Shyron lunged. Their blades collided. A crack formed on Rian's sword. Rian stepped back, unfazed. My turn. But then he noticed it. His sword had snapped in half, clean from the center. Shyron looked at the broken weapon and thought, it worked. First hit, I felled him out. Second hit, I read his rhythm. And the third sealed it. The technique he just used, Thunder Strike, was something he trained for 3 long years. As Rian stared at his broken sword, he finally turned to Shyron and asked, where did you learn to fight like that? Shyron replied calmly, that's not swordsmanship. It's called Thunder Strike. He explained how his father worked deep in the mountains, and he used to follow him there to chop wood. But he lacked the strength for it, so he had to find a way to make up for it. Among the lumberjacks, they taught him a technique called Thunder Strike to help boost power despite a weak build. Rian stared blankly, trying to process what he'd just heard. Thunder Strike, from chopping wood? He was visibly irritated. I trained with the sword for 15 years, and he learned that by splitting logs? The words echoed in his mind, but then he recalled something. Someone once praised a boy named Rai for mastering sword smash. An orange-haired man beside, Rai said proudly. He's only 12, but he's already learned the Ojent family's secret technique. His skills are far beyond others his age. There's nothing more I can teach him. Their father, a black-haired man, added, he's inherited our brilliance. Let's hold a banquet in his honor. Young Rian had watched that moment, holding back tears, unable to accept how far behind he was. Shyron, piecing it together, looked at Rian with shock. You're the young master? Rian interrupted. Don't call me that. His voice shook with emotion. I won't accept this. Shyron asked softly. Did I offend you somehow? Be quiet, Rian snapped, sheathing his sword. He tossed it toward Shyron. Take it. Both our weapons broke, so the match isn't finished. He continued. If you really learn sword smash from chopping wood, then I'll acknowledge you. Let's settle this in a real duel, with real swords. 1 month from now. Shyron stared at the weapon in disbelief. If it's a real sword, I might not survive. But Rian cut him off. That's why I'm giving you time. If you're gifted enough to learn a sword technique just from chopping trees, then you'll figure this out too. But don't even think about running. I will surpass you. Later, in the library, Shyron sat slumped over the table, head in hands. I get it now, he muttered to himself. What's unique about the House of Ojent is its mix of black and blue hair, a trait passed through the family line. The head of the family, Bishop Ojent, has black hair and 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. The narrator explains, the eldest son, with black hair, is already a certified grade 6 swordsman. The eldest daughter, with blue hair, also showed incredible promise but chose the path of music instead. She now performs as a palace pianist. The second son, Rogent, also black-haired, is considered a true genius. But when it comes to the third child, Rian, the narrator suddenly stops short. A butler fills in the rest. They even brought in a private tutor for Rian, but he was eventually labeled talentless. Everyone working in the mansion knows that story. Shyron, voice trembling, murmurs to himself, what have I done? I should have just let him hit me. He now realized. He had wounded the pride of someone who'd lived his whole life in the shadow of gifted siblings. Staring down at the table, his eyes filled with tears, Shyron thought, nobles are all exceptional. If it wasn't for these books, I wouldn't even have a reason to keep going. He pictured his parents. If I die here, there's no time for this, he told himself, grabbing books off the shelves. I have to think this through. He decided he would become a mage. Growing up in the mountains gave him confidence in his physical endurance. If he could just find a way to survive, maybe learn a defensive technique, there was still a chance. Meanwhile, Rian was sprinting with everything he had. The instructor, surprised, cheered him on. You just passed 100 laps. You broke your record. But Rian didn't slow down. How? Was this even training? He shouted. I'm still on my feet. Don't you have something tougher? The instructor paused, concerned. Something must have happened, he thought. Is this about Rai again? Or is he trying to learn another new technique? But he reminded himself. Rian had already awakened his schema. If he dies out here, the instructor muttered, it won't be my fault. The narrator explained. A schema is both a mental blueprint and a structural image of one's body. Just as a mage relies on the spirit zone, a swordsman relies on the schema. All humans carry a mental image of their own body. A schema is the human body's image, taken to its absolute limit. Masters of schema are said to understand their bodies so well that they can even control the movement of their cells. As Shyron shut the book, he thought, isn't this the complete opposite of the spirit zone? Then he closed his eyes. Let's give it a try. The first step was to feel his own existence. That part came easily, just like entering the spirit zone. But unlike the spirit zone, which required erasing one's presence, schema demanded the opposite, diving deep into every aspect of oneself. If he could peel back that layer, even a little, he'd complete the first page of his schema. Suddenly, he recalled Amy's incredible long jump. Trying schema now might be inefficient, he thought. It's the exact opposite of what I've trained for. Could that girl from 3 years ago have already awakened her schema at that age? Back in the library, Shyron decided it was smarter to build sword skills using the spirit zone as a foundation. He began practicing blade movements, cutting in 8 directions, and then raised his sword. First strike, downward, he said to himself, swinging. Elsewhere, Rian was relentlessly striking a tree. His instructor, exasperated, yelled at him to stop. You'll tear your muscles. Rian hit again. They haven't torn yet. He slammed the tree over and over, shouting, Why are my muscles tearing? Why are my arms falling off? The instructor stood in silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Rian, tears running down his face, screamed, Why can't I use Schema? Then, the instructor stepped in and caught Rian's sword barehanded. That's enough, he said, choking up. We're done for today. Rian tossed the sword aside. Fine. Later, the instructor placed an ice pack on Rian's shoulder. So, how do you feel? My arms are killing me, Rian muttered. I've never once written that you have talent, the instructor admitted. And that's exactly why I push myself like this, Rian snapped. The instructor paused, then asked, Have you ever stopped to think about what you're actually good at? Rian glared away. No, but I sure as hell know what I suck at. That's why you're not a genius, the instructor said gently. I already know that, Rian replied, frustrated. And the instructor quietly continued. Geniuses always know they're geniuses. They understand their strengths, and that's why, when they work hard, success in those areas is almost a given. But what really rattles them is putting an effort towards something outside their grasp, pursuing what doesn't come naturally. That's the true challenge, the one thing that can shake a genius to the core. Rian lets out a deep sigh, muttering that this was the most honest comfort he's ever received. As he stares at his trembling hands, he acknowledges it's a skill he wasn't born with. But if he pushes himself beyond his limits, he can earn it. With full confidence in himself, he's sure he's going to win. Meanwhile, Shyron reflects on the essence of swordsmanship. It's more than just a deadly art. It's psychological warfare at its peak. Imagine an opponent who seems to have endless options to strike. But in truth, there are only 8 main attack directions. For a full month, he trained to slash and block in exactly those 8 paths. Nothing more. Fighting a phantom foe, he'd block one strike and counter from a new angle, sharpening his instincts. Looking at the trees around him, Shyron bursts into laughter. So, this is the way of the sword, he muses. It's boundless, just like magic. Unsheathing his blade, he quietly apologizes to his parents, unsure if he'll ever return. Still, he has no regrets. This journey teeters between life and death, but it's opened his eyes to something incredible. Out in the clearing, Rian approaches with his sword drawn. Let's begin, he says. Watching him, Shyron is stunned. Just a month ago, Rian was clumsy, lacking both form and balance. He hadn't even touched real swordsmanship. And yet, here he is, steady, focused, fearless with a real blade in hand. If he's got Rise talent, Rian tells himself, then I have to beat him. Charging forward, Rian calls out to Shyron. As they clash, Shyron realizes Rian's technique is on a whole different level, but he senses something deeper. Rian watches Shyron in disbelief. He's watching the sword, he thinks. He's not afraid of it. He can't overcome his fear of death, but death itself. The root of that fear lies in the future. And the future? It's nothing more than a fleeting illusion, something that doesn't actually exist. No one imagines the next second before leaping off a cliff. It's not just about being ready to die. It's like being completely consumed by raw emotion. He isn't even afraid of death anymore. Rian charges again. Shyron lifts his sword and blocks a strike from the right. But even that move reveals a wall he can't get past with simple tricks. Rian keeps switching up his angles, attacking relentlessly. Shyron holds his ground, but the blows are fast and powerful, too fast. The pace is now pushing past the speed at which his ability to sense and track the sword's path can keep up. Then Rian lands a clean hit across Shyron's chest. A flicker of blue energy flashes in Shyron's eyes as the thought hits. He might lose this. Rian pushes forward, every strike forcing Shyron backward. Shyron, overwhelmed, questions what's going wrong. How is this happening? Sitting on the ground, Shyron blocks another swing, and Rian stands over him, convinced it's over. He's done, Rian thinks smugly. Looking at the wounds, Rian mutters to himself. This is what elite swordsmanship is. It's built to forge top-tier warriors. There's no way Shyron can stand up to these blows. Every slash carries the weight of Rian's relentless, bone-deep effort. I'll crush him, Rian growls, launching another powerful attack. But Shyron is confused. If Rian had followed through with an upward slash after cutting his abdomen, it would have ended right there. His side would have been wide open. So why isn't Rian finishing it? Why is he sticking to these big, exaggerated swings? Then it clicks. Rian's grasp of swordsmanship isn't as deep as Shyron had assumed. He's skilled, no doubt, but his understanding of how to truly use those skills is still shallow. If that's the case, then all Shyron has to do is downgrade Rian's projected combat level. He halts his defense and pivots. Time for a new strategy. Shyron goes on the offensive. Rian's eyes widen. He didn't expect this sudden change. He's attacking again? How is he not exhausted? Even though the strikes are basic, they're coming in fast and sharp. Why are they suddenly so hard to block? Shyron spots it. Rian's stamina is clearly dipping. His breathing is ragged, chest rising and falling too fast. Shyron knows now. The key is to hold the rhythm. If he can control the pace, he can conserve his own strength, while Rian wears himself out. This isn't right. This can't be real, Rian thinks, confused and shaken. A memory flashes, his childhood. His father praised Rai, and Rian standing off to the side, confidence slowly crumbling. Rai glances over, smirking arrogantly, fully aware. Back in the present, Rian sprints forward, yelling that he'll become the world's greatest swordsman. Shyron halts his assault, puzzled. Did Rian just give up? Or is this another stubborn tactic? Is he thinking clearly right now? Shyron taps into the spirit zone, trying to read the sword's path, but there's too much chaos. Too many unpredictable elements. A sword slips from someone's hand and crashes to the ground. Both fighters are breathing heavily, bodies worn down. Rian questions whether this moment is even real. As Rian nears with another strike, Shyron makes a small but crucial shift. He changes his grip and sends his blade upward. Even Shyron is taken aback. He didn't expect to win. But whatever is about to unfold next, it's unpredictable. If this had been an official duel, Rian is a noble, and this fight has crushed his pride. Shyron can't even guess what he'll do now. He raises his sword toward Rian. Rian quietly says, "I lost." Then, with a half-hearted laugh, "Lost again." He admits defeat. And if Shyron chose to kill him now, he says he wouldn't protest. It would be fair. Shyron stares at him and coldly asks, "You think I'm joking?" Then adds, "If I killed you, do you really think you'd still be standing here?" Rian's voice trembles. He reminds him that they fought with their lives on the line, and he accepted the outcome. Shyron cuts him off. "You were the only one who treated this like life or death. I was just trying to survive." He scoffs this duel. It was meaningless from the start. And why would you blame me when you were the one hiding, avoiding training? Rian snaps. Who's blaming who? If that was our first meeting, maybe you should have acted with some dignity. Shyron lunges in, shutting him down mid-sentence. But Rian's words linger, buried under the silence. "Did you ever stop to think how that situation made me feel? Caught between the patriarch's son and his sword master. He had no space to move, no freedom to choose." The words never make it past his lips. But if he doesn't believe that someone honorable would stand and face their swordsmanship instructor directly, then maybe he never really saw it that way. Rian reflects. Each of them saw things from completely different perspectives. To him, this duel meant risking it all. But for Shyron, it was a fight where, once it was over, no one would even come looking for him. Shyron collapses onto the ground, gasping, "I thought I was dead for sure." Rian watches silently, wondering, don't people usually exchange warm words after a fight like this? He looks at Shyron, now crying, and thinks about the man before him. The same cold warrior who met him head-on with everything he had. He's definitely a genius, but unlike Rai, he never laughed or looked down on him. He faced him directly, without holding back. Shyron steps forward, asking for Rian's name. He gives his full name, then turns to introduce himself to Shyron, also using his full name. Shyron stares in disbelief. Did he just properly introduce himself? Rian reaches out his hand, saying, "Let's be friends." Then he asks what Shyron thought of the library earlier. Meanwhile, butlers begin loading crates of books into a carriage outside the library. Temiran reports they've categorized 728 books out of the 10,453 in total. Tan gives Shyron a nod of approval, impressed by his work. The narrator chimes in, "It's been a full year since Shyron began working at the Great Ojent Library. As the number of books needing classification dropped, his efficiency grew. From the 850 history books he set as his personal goal, only 200 remain. Reading 3 a day, he's close to finishing. Soon, he'll reach the core knowledge he's always aimed for. That year wasn't just about books. He experienced real swordsmanship, stared down fear, and emerged stronger. His spirit zone feels more durable now. He remembers thinking he'd die back then, but now he knows even if you start slow, as long as you don't quit, you'll eventually get there. But more than anything, what mattered most was gaining a true friend. As Rian flips through a book, he blurts, "There's so many books here. Has your family read all these?" Shyron casually replies, "The head and the second eldest young master visit the library a lot." Over time, Shyron noticed the real Rian, affectionate, endearing in his own way, even with his tall frame. Actually, it suited him. He really was the youngest. Tossing a book aside, Rian groans, "So much to read." The narrator adds, "He acted every bit like the youngest sibling." He says it's because he'll be the one to die, then questions how a book could ever matter more than a person's life. Giving a thumbs up, he adds that if he burned the library down, he'd still protect him. No need to stress about it. Shyron, clutching his head, mutters that he wouldn't be so annoyed if he just stopped talking. He adds that Rian would be a lot safer doing nothing at all, then demands to know why he even showed up today and what kind of training he did. Rian casually shrugs it off, saying it was just the basics. He came to the library to do a bit of reading. Shyron snaps, telling him to hurry up and actually study. Rian yawns, saying he's already bored. Shyron thinks to himself that it's not like Rian suddenly became a scholar or anything. The narrator chimes in. Rian is like fire. Once he ignites, there's no stopping him. Give him the smallest spark, and he'll burn with it again and again. 10 minutes later, both are at a table, flipping through books. Shyron asks if Rian really came here to study. Rian replies that it's not like he wants to be a magician anyway. Why read so much? Shyron tells him he's way behind. He never had the chance to study before arriving here. But now, he's gone through 600 history books. He's got the basics down. Rian watches in disbelief as Shyron speeds through the pages, amazed every time. They're the same age, but Shyron just seems so much more grown up. Clearing his throat, Rian says the book he picked is kind of interesting. Reading the preface aloud, he mentions a question he's sure everyone's wondered at least once. If a swordsman fought a magician, who would win? Shyron pauses. He remembers scouring the world to answer that question. Even now, when he closes his eyes, he can picture the towering peaks of Mount Artusna, 6,000 meters high. In those mountains, there's even a man-eating tree that feeds on birds. Rian groans, calling the book boring. Shyron bursts out, insisting it's actually good. Marching over to him, he points out there aren't any illustrations and definitely nothing about sword techniques. Shyron challenges him. How can he judge the book when he hasn't even read a single page? Then asks, so, who wins according to the author? Rian, annoyed, mutters about a fight between a swordsman and a magician, when suddenly Rai appears and declares confidently, obviously, the swordsman wins. Shyron stands up and greets him. Rian, irritated, snaps back. How would he know? Then grumbles, calling him big brother. Ri picks up the book from the table, and Shyron stiffens, worried. Did he overhear their earlier conversation? But Rai stays silent, just watching them, thinking to himself that a steward daring to speak openly to a noble's child wouldn't just get scolded. It'd be a serious offense. Meanwhile, Rian questions Rai. How can he be so sure? Isn't he just taking the swordsman's side because he's one himself? Rai says he didn't think Rian would actually go there. He points out that the answer should be obvious. Just look at the rankings of swordsmen and magicians across the continent. But Rian scoffs. Rankings? Are they seriously basing a battlefield match on some kind of military status? He says that's not how fights work. Turning to Shyron, Rai asks for his opinion. Shyron feels a sudden tension. Rai's hard to read, even on normal days, but right now, there's something deeper going on. Still, he knows he needs to answer carefully. Shyron responds that if both fighters are on the same level, it'd be tough for a swordsman to win once the magician activates their spirit zone. But if the swordsman strikes fast before the magic is cast, then maybe they'd stand a chance. Ri immediately cuts in, saying he's wrong. The magician loses. Shyron suddenly remembers something, while Rian fumes silently. It had always been like this. Whenever I didn't like someone, he'd make it a point to crush whatever mattered to them. Ri then shifts gears, saying Shyron seems to enjoy history. He brings up the legendary 5 Dogs armor set and an artifact known to disrupt a mage's spirit zone. He's talking about anti-magic. The narrator explains, a mage's spirit zone is their innate advantage. Entering that space is like stepping into a shark's domain in the ocean. But anti-magic? It stirs those waters, blinding the shark. It strips away the mage's edge entirely. If even a spirit zone can't make contact with it, then technically anyone equipped with an artifact carrying that kind of ability should be able to stand against it. But that's just a theory. Anti-magic, after all, originates from the mana in a dragon's heart, an incredibly rare and special power. It also works more like a wave, and no matter how much you pour into it, the results barely budge. Even Yakra, the one who mastered the wave equation, could only draw out about 65% of the power that the Five Gods armor set was capable of. Rai cuts in, pointing out that each piece of that armor costs more than what an entire kingdom earns in a year. Rian, clearly confused, asks how a swordsman could be more powerful in all this. Ri, sounding full of himself, explains that the problem lies in the fact that mages were the ones who invented anti-magic in the first place. Rian shoots back. Why would a mage create something that undermines their own power? Ri laughs it off. He says there's a huge market for anti-magic. It's a gold mine. Mages are lining up, begging to be the test subject for this stuff. So why spend a fortune on some rare artifact when the source itself is willing? He leans in and tells them flat out, mages are a pitiful bunch, selling out their own kind just to make money. Rian snaps, saying he's going too far. But Shyron chimes in coldly, saying that's exactly what a mage is, then turns to Rai to continue. Just like Rai said, anti-magic was invented by mages themselves. Originally, it was developed to restrict magic use in forbidden zones, and it's still used effectively in magic academies as a training tool. Sure, it can be turned against mages, but it was created as a gift of intellect, willingly given up for the greater good. Chapter 10. That's why Shyron argues it's unfair to claim swordsmen are superior based on that alone. Rian can't help but chuckle quietly. Rai catches it and, just before leaving, throws one last line, ideals are nice, but reality doesn't care. A mage still loses to a swordsman in a real fight. Once Rai gone, Shyron casually drops to the ground, muttering he thought he was a goner. Rian wraps an arm around him and laughs, saying he's incredible. It's the first time he's ever seen his brother with that kind of expression, and if words were blades, he'd be the strongest swordsman alive. Rian breathes out, saying he feels completely refreshed. Shyron quietly reflects. Rai might be right that ideals and reality don't always align, but having a mind brave enough to test even one's own flaws, that's something else. 6 months later, someone is finishing a report in the library, sipping tea. Timur notes that it wrapped up sooner than expected. A gray-haired butler agrees. It's a relief the relocation was moved up by 6 months, and even more so that the dusty archives of the last 2 decades have finally been sorted. He then hesitates, wondering aloud if it's a waste to let go of someone so capable. Maybe they could find a reason to extend the contract, but Timurin cuts him off, telling him to stop rambling and just focus on the report. The butler bows and addresses him formally as deputy butler. Timurin quietly sips his tea. Meanwhile, Shyron flips the final page of a thick book. He muses, turning a book over is easy, but flipping it after reading every page. Now that feels like something out of a dream. Just then, Rian bursts into the library, shouting for Shyron. He hears the job's done and asks if he hasn't gone home yet. Rian, surprised, asks if he really finished. Shyron answers simply, there's nothing left to read here. At least, not on this side. As Rian pulls him into a hug, he thanks him deeply. Rian praises Shyron, calling him amazing. Before leaving, Shyron asks if he can come over to Rian's house sometime. Rian stares at him, surprised, and asks if he's being serious. Shyron wonders aloud if it's really that shocking. Rian tears up, admitting he always kept the friendship under wraps, and it made him feel a bit down. So hearing Shyron say that caught him off guard. Shyron, pressing a finger to his cheek, thinks maybe he regrets that too. He figures the place they spend the most time together is the school library. Rian, suddenly thrilled, calls out to Shyron, and the butlers come to greet them. Rian compliments them on their work and reflects on how little personal time he and Shyron actually get together. They've been living like this all year, and lately, he's gotten curious about Shyron's everyday life too. Rian tells Shyron it's a good day to visit because no one from his family is home right now. As they walk up, Shyron is struck by the sheer size of the own family estate and mutters that it's kind of intimidating. He asks Rian if it's really okay to just walk through the front door like this. Rian reassures him. His family won't be back until later this afternoon. Looking around, Shyron notes how quiet and massive the place is. Rian casually tells him that only the staff is here right now. As they pass a huge door, Shyron wonders if that's just a room entrance, or if one room here might be bigger than his entire house. It's clear to him that Rian really is from a rich family, even though he never acts like it. Rian then leads him to his room. Shyron is stunned. It's the smallest room in a long hallway, but still incredibly spacious. Rian opens the door, welcoming Shyron in. Shyron takes one look and jokingly asks if this is some kind of training center. As he surveys the cluttered room, he thinks it reminds him of the kind of lodge he'd crash at after an intense training session. Yet this is where Rian actually lives. Music plays in the background, annoying Rian. Frustrated, he tosses a deck of cards in the air, declaring that he's done playing. He lost again. Shyron asks for another round. Rian eyes him, suspicious, and accuses him of using some kind of spirit zone trick. Shyron shoots back, asking what Rian thinks he is. Then he casually mentions that he tends to move his card outward whenever he draws an ace, and Rian always takes a little longer to place his bets when that happens. It's pretty easy to tell if it's a pair or not, Shyron says casually, making Rian stare at him in disbelief. How do you even notice stuff like that? Rian asks. Shyron shrugs and replies that sometimes just observing without overthinking leads to better results. Instead of zoning in on one tiny habit, he watches everything a person does. That's how he figures out their next move. Rian, clutching his head in frustration, says he's trying to do exactly that. Look at the big picture, not the little stuff. He wonders aloud if that kind of awareness could help him awaken his schema. Shyron answers that it's what helped him enter the spirit zone. Even now, he says he kind of gets it, but at the same time, he kind of doesn't. Looking out the window, Shyron smiles and says, "This is fun." He grabs a book from a nearby shelf and asks Rian if he can borrow it. Lately, he's been tired of nothing but history books, and it's been a while since he's touched any fiction. But before he can finish his thought, he sees Rian, already asleep at the table. Shyron glances toward him, then pauses. Didn't he say his family wouldn't be back until the late afternoon? Just then, the sound of a piano drifts through the mansion. He stiffens. There's only one person who could be playing that piano, Rian's older sister, Raina Ogent, the court pianist. Suddenly, she appears, catching sight of Shyron hiding behind the door. "How was the sonata?" she asks. Shyron freezes, realizing he's been spotted. He nervously answers, "It was really good." His mind races, trying to figure out what to do next. Raina steps closer, eyeing him with curiosity. "First time seeing you here. Are you one of the new hires?" Shyron quickly replies that he's been in charge of organizing the library. Says he's been at it for a year now. She raises an eyebrow. "Oh, so you're that guy? I heard not just anyone can organize the books there. You must be pretty sharp." Then she asks, "Have you ever played piano?" Shyron immediately thinks he needs to stay alert. She's a pro, and she uses Schema when she plays. "No, not at all," he replies, keeping his tone even. He also recalls something Rian said. The person with the worst personality in the entire mansion is his sister. Raina gestures to the spot beside her. "Come on, sit here. I'll teach you." Shyron hesitates, wondering if he should go along with it. But she smiles and says, "It's fine. No one's going to scold you. I gave you permission." He watches her carefully, thinking, Raina won't take no for an answer, and Shyron knows he's in no position to refuse. He sits beside her, thinking this might be the only time he ever gets to sit in front of a piano like this. She starts explaining the basics, introducing him to the keys, the music sheet, and how to read the symbols. Then, guiding his fingers over the keys, she tells him to try pressing these three together. As he follows along, Shyron thinks the reverb feels nice. He tentatively asks if he can try actually playing something, quickly adding an apology like he's overstepping. "It probably won't sound very good," he says. "That's how everyone starts," she replies calmly. Curious, she watches as he begins to play. Shyron tries a few chords beyond what she just showed him, and her eyes widen. He's getting every single note wrong, yet there's not a shred of hesitation in how he presses the keys. It's strange. He's completely off, but in a way that still mirrors the feeling of the piece she played earlier. It's almost like he's imitating the essence of her performance. Then something shifts. Shyron's eyes gleam with a different hue as he slips into the spirit zone. Symbols, musical terms, and notes begin to fall into place in his vision, matching the chords he's playing. He adjusts instinctively, and now the music starts to sound accurate. Raina stares at him, astonished. "What was that?" she whispers to herself. This isn't a performance, but he's tapping into something deeper. Insight that hits the core. Why is he a butler? Shyron finishes playing and quietly apologizes. Before anything else can be said, a loud voice breaks the moment. Do you two have to be this loud? It's Rian, storming in. He tells his sister to take a break if she's home, and then turns to Shyron. Why are you being noisy? Reyna looks between them. Wait, do you two know each other? Shyron quickly shakes his head. No, he says, worried their friendship might get exposed. But Rian doesn't hold back. He's my friend, he declares. Shyron stumbles backward, panicked. What are you doing? Rian just shrugs. Gremlin or not, she's got a rotten personality, but she doesn't care about this kind of thing. That logic doesn't make any sense to Shyron, and he's not convinced at all that she wouldn't care. Reyna turns to Shyron. So your name is Shyron, huh? She gently places a hand on his shoulder. If Rian says you're his friend, then that's good enough for me. He can be a bit of a mess, but he owns what he says. Reyna turns to Shyron and asks softly, what were you thinking about while playing? She genuinely wants to know. Rian chimes in, half joking. Were you doing it just because you thought she was losing her mind? Shyron, overwhelmed, thinks all his logic built over 16 years is falling apart. She doesn't even care that she's become friends with someone like him. A peasant. Pointing both hands toward Reyna, Shyron turns to Rian and says, why did you lie? Your sister is actually really nice and kind. Rian is stunned. Don't be fooled, he warns. She could snap any second and swallow you whole. Reyna leans close to Shyron and whispers, my little brother's so childish. I'm just glad he has a friend like you. Shyron quickly replies, I'm the one who owes him. Reyna giggles, calling Shyron cute. Rian groans. If you think he's so cute, why not just keep him? Make him part of the family while you're at it. Reyna raises an eyebrow. Oh, so you're that close to him that you wouldn't mind handing him your sister? Rian crosses his arms. She's not exactly a prize. But before he can react, both Shyron and Reyna grab him by the collar. She wrestles him to the ground while berating him, and Shyron just watches, thinking, every time I think I understand nobles, they become even more confusing. Lying on the floor, Rian looks up and groans. Why did you even come home anyway? Didn't you just take a break? While drying her hands, Reyna answers, Ree's taking his certification test, so I came to pick him up. We leave tomorrow. Grandpa went to visit an old friend and won't be back until later. Rian's eyes widen. Wait, the gap between us is that big. Narrator. The certification license is a continental standard for both mages and swordsmen. It's not just recognized in the kingdom. It holds value across the entire continent. Every year, over 1,000 people apply, but fewer than 30 ever pass. Those who graduate from special institutions like the Althea's Magic Academy can still become grade 10 non-certified mages. By earning achievement points through associations or guilds, they can work their way up the ranks. But where money and prestige exist, people always follow. Despite the non-certified route, the certification test remains in high demand. And now, Rian is set to take that elite test at just 18 years old. Back in the room, Rian sighs. Geniuses really are different. They've got the whole family behind them. Reyna gently pats his head and says, top of form. She's getting ready to cook dinner. It's a seafood dish straight from the royal castle, and she insists on preparing it herself. As she glances at Shyron, she softly says it was nice meeting him and hopes they can see each other again. Shyron wishes her a pleasant day, wondering to himself if he'll ever get the chance to see her again. After all, she's leaving the mansion tomorrow. Curious, Shyron turns to Rian and asks if his older sister has a boyfriend. Rian stares at him, stunned. Grinning mischievously, Shyron laughs and says he was just asking for fun, then quickly tells Rian to forget he said anything. But Rian takes off, yelling for his sister. Shyron realizes too late that he let his emotions slip out, feeling a pang of regret. Rian, now shouting, announces to Reyna that Shyron wants to know if she has a boyfriend. The nearby maids freeze, surprised by the outburst. Shyron rushes over and clamps his hand over Rian's mouth, trying to shut him up. Embarrassed, Reyna tells the maids to ignore them. They're just fooling around. Meanwhile, a brown-haired man wearing glasses peeks out from behind a corner, watching. He tells the maids the poison has been fully removed, so it's time to start steaming. He then speaks to the black-haired man standing behind him, Hannes, asking if the young master has a visitor. Hannes, the head butler, replies there wasn't anything scheduled, but now that he sees him, the guest seems familiar. Suddenly, recognition strikes him. The head butler then orders Hannes to find Temurin and bring him to his office immediately. Deep in the jungle, Rian is training hard. His instructor tells him to take a 10-minute break, noting how fired up Rian has gotten lately. It's been a year since he last showed this kind of energy. The instructor figures things will change once Rian enters the royal palace. But there's a problem: Schema. Just then, Rian hears someone calling out to him. A butler approaches, telling him that Lady Reyna has summoned him back to the mansion. Rian casually lifts his water bottle, saying if it's about his brother, he's not interested. She can do what she wants. But when the temporary butler says Shyron's in danger and could actually die, Rian chokes on his water, eyes wide. Alarmed, he jumps to his feet, demanding to know why. He thought Shyron was supposed to be leaving today. The butler explains that head Butler Lewis filed a report to the family head, and whatever's happening, it's because of Shyron's connection to Rian. Rian quickly throws on his jacket, urgency written all over him. He says he's heading to see his father. When asked why, he answers plainly. The butler named Shyron is his friend, and it looks like his father somehow found out. Rian believes if he speaks up for him, their father might let it go. He promises to resume training later, but the instructor, with a serious tone, says he might not get the chance. Rian looks back, confused, until the instructor hands him a sword. Back at the mansion, Shyron stands before the powerful head of the Ogent family. The verdict? Execution. Whispers spread among the maids. How could this have happened? A commoner daring to get close to a noble? Even without knowing much, he should have known better. The family head reviews a document while Reyna calls out to him, asking to speak. But he cuts her off, asking if there's really more to say. He reads aloud from the paper, testimonies from multiple staff members, all stating how irresponsibly Shyron treated Rian. Turning to Shyron, he reminds him of the contract he signed and asks if he has anything to add. Shyron, visibly nervous, says he has one question. What will happen to the young master if they truly are friends? Another butler scoffs, saying Shyron doesn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. He should be begging for mercy. Reyna watches silently, surprised that even now, Shyron's worried about Rian. The family head demands to know how Shyron dares to ask such a thing. Foolishness, he says. That's what you get from a commoner. Did he really think his connection with a noble would mean anything? With a deep breath, Shyron replies, it's true. He and Rian are friends. They've been close for a year, and nothing will change that. The other butlers are outraged. One of them shouts, asking why Shyron isn't afraid. The family head eyes him suspiciously. Maybe this kid doesn't take the Ogent name seriously after all. He orders the head butler to handle the matter immediately, but to keep everything quiet. Reyna steps forward again, pleading for her father to listen. But he shuts her down, shouting that Shyron has already confessed. He's made his choice, and so has the head of the family. As the family head declares his final decision, he warns, once it's made, there's no turning back. One orange-haired butler, uneasy, hesitantly asks if this isn't going too far. The gray-haired butler beside him answers coldly, no need for everyone to fall because of one person. This household is their entire world, and to protect it, even the smallest signs of trouble must be eliminated. Someday, he says, Rian will understand and thank them for this decision. Just then, Rian bursts through the doors, shouting that he won't allow it. Reyna calls out his name in relief. Rian storms in, voice sharp, demanding to know who dared to try executing one of his friends, with his supposed permission. His father calmly replies, it was him. Rian pushes back hard, saying Shyron didn't do anything worth dying for. All he did was become his friend. But his father answers sternly, he doesn't need to commit a crime to be sentenced. The lives of nobles are tangled in responsibilities Rian can't even begin to understand. Their family is managing delicate affairs, and Rian, as a noble son, enjoys privileges born from that complexity. Rian fires back. What good are those privileges if he has to sacrifice a friend? His father asks if he really wants to know why someone like Shyron must die. Being friends with a noble implies equality. And does Rian truly believe that a commoner sees him as an equal? He continues, this world is full of people looking to exploit nobles. That's why he can't trust just anyone. So, if Rian insists they're truly friends, prove it. Shyron stands frozen, struggling to find words. If he fails to prove it, everything ends here. With a trembling voice, he says his feelings. But how does one prove that? Words feel empty. Rian thinks, if he were in Shyron's place, he would have crushed the opposition without hesitation. But when he meets Shyron's eyes, something shifts. That gaze, it's sharp, absorbing everything, just like when they sparred. He remembers what Shyron once said, Sometimes focusing too much on the details makes you miss the bigger picture. Shyron never just targets the little things. He sees the opponent as a whole. And when he shows his hand, he reveals the truth of their intentions. Rian refocuses. He needs to see the full picture. This person in front of him, standing before him, is not just his father. It's the second-class noble and head of the House of Ogent. A black-haired man of noble blood, a certified grade 4 knight. This isn't some simple argument between a father and his son. It's a formal clash, one where titles, power, and principles are on the line. Shyron grips his sword tightly. This isn't just tension, it's a duel. 30 minutes earlier, back at the training grounds, Rian had told his instructor that his friend's life was in danger. The instructor, confused at first, realized he meant the boy from the library. A commoner. Rian, surprised, admitted he never knew what kind of person Shyron really was. But that didn't matter. He said if he could connect with someone through a clash of swords, then that person could be his friend, noble or not. The instructor asked if he even understood what mattered most to a noble. That anything threatening the family's place in society had to be eliminated. No questions asked. Did Rian ever consider the burden Shyron carried, being treated like a bug, after he casually befriended him? He warned Rian not to move forward, but Rian wouldn't back down. He wasn't going to sit there and do nothing. After all, he was the one who asked Shyron to be friends first. He wasn't going to run. He didn't want to be the kind of person who gives up and hides. The instructor, watching him closely, thought Rian had heart. He was full of fire, honest and brave. But those qualities alone wouldn't make him a master swordsman. Still, he believed in him. Quietly, he rooted for him. He held out a sword to Rian, saying if he was ready to carry it home, then he would let him go. But if he couldn't handle it, if he wasn't prepared to fight, then he wasn't going anywhere. Rian accepted it without hesitation. He promised never to forget this favor. And he asked the instructor to remember something too, that giving up on a friend is like giving up a part of yourself. Back in the present, Rian stands firm. This is more than a clash. It's a sword fight with everything at stake. He laughs to himself, impressed. It had to be his father. He almost got him there. Now he declares he'll prove it. But they are friends, because he truly believes in Shyron, in who he is, in his existence. Rian declares that he is Shyron's friend, and that alone proves Shyron is truly his. But his father's patience wears thin. This isn't just a spat between father and son, he says. The honor of countless nobles is on the line. And if cutting off his own son is the only way to prevent the downfall of their house, then so be it. Reyna tries to intervene, calling out to her father, urging him to stop. But Rian steps forward, calm and resolute. If that's what it takes to protect his friend, he says, then he'll leave this place proudly. His father tells him to draw his sword. If he really believes in Shyron, then he should be ready to stake his life on it. Without hesitation, Rian unsheathes his blade. His father stares at him, stunned. He would even raise his sword against his own blood. But Rian calmly lifts it, not in attack, but in front of his eyes. This sword, he says, isn't raised at his father. It's a symbol of his conviction. How can he claim to form bonds with other nobles if he can't even treat a true friend with respect? Or maybe, he wonders aloud, he only keeps people beneath him around to feel superior? His father accuses him of being blinded, manipulated. He turns to Shyron, asking, was it you? Did you poison his mind into thinking a noble and a commoner could be equals? Shyron steps forward. No, he answers. He didn't twist anything. Rian tells Shyron to stay back. He'll protect him. But Shyron cuts in sharply. He's not hiding behind anyone. He's not responsible for everything. But he'll take responsibility for what he must. He says he knew, from a moment he chose to be Rian's friend, that there would come a day where he'd have to make a choice. Between his life and that friendship. And if this is where he dies, then so be it. He has no regrets. Rian, now in tears, yells back. That's exactly what he means. Even if the world turns its back on them, even if he's cast out, they'll still be friends. Reyna watches them, eyes brimming. Maybe others see them as immature, but they're still human. They have hearts. They feel. And a friend like that, a friend who stands firm, no matter what, everyone deserves at least one like that. Or deep down, they wish they had a friend like that. Head Butler Lewis stares at the scene, seething. Meanwhile, Reyna and Rian are both caught off guard when their grandfather suddenly lets out a chuckle. He calls the whole situation fantastic. Never expected such a spectacle at his age. But, he adds, being young truly is a blessing. Reyna glances at her grandfather, relief washing over her. If it's Grandpa, then maybe everything will be okay. Their father turns to him, surprised. Reyna had said he wouldn't be arriving for a few more days. But the old man, Clump Ogent, the previous family head, laughs again and says he came early. His friend ran off with a maiden, after all. Hearing that, Shyron's eyes go wide. That friend, he realizes, is Thormia's general, a grade 3 swordsman. Clump, now seated, looks around and says this house hasn't changed. It's still full of noise and passion. Youth, he repeats, is a wonderful thing. Their father grumbles that it's not so wonderful right now. The family's reputation is in shambles. But Clump waves it off. No need to jump to conclusions, he says. He's been observing quietly for a while, and it's clear that everyone here has something they need to express. So before judging if the family has lost face or not, they should hear each other out. First witness, Reyna Ogent. She steps forward and states that she only met Shyron yesterday. But from that brief encounter, it was clear he's bright and capable. He completed all the terms of his contract and was due to leave today. Given how things unfolded, she doesn't believe he approached Rian with any sort of ill intent. And in her view, nothing he did has brought shame to the family. Next, Clump turns to the second witness, his second grandson, Rai Ogent. Rai groans and glares at his grandfather. I don't like you, he mutters. Their father watches proudly. He knows Rai won't let him down. But then Rai casually shrugs and says the issue doesn't concern him. His father stares, dumbfounded, as Rai continues. Yeah, doesn't like the kid, but who Rian chooses to befriend. That's his own business. He just wants all this wrapped up so they can head to the royal palace. Clump chuckles, saying this is exactly why there's no place like home. Then he suggests they hear from someone who's observed Shyron the longest, the third witness. Deputy Butler Tamira. Timiran glances at the head butler, reading his thoughts. He knows the head butler is well aware. They aren't people who usually voice opinions, but rather people who act, who simply carry out their master's will. Timiran calmly states that Shyron completed every task given to him with perfection, and even finished his assignment 6 months ahead of schedule. Head butler Louis leans in, whispering, asking what Timiran thinks he's doing. But Clump interrupts, asking Timiran directly, did he know Shyron and Rian were friends? Timiran replies that he only knew Shyron spent a lot of time around the young master, but didn't realize they were friends. Still, he adds, if Shyron had been an ordinary boy, there's no way he could have handled sorting through 10,000 books the way he did. Shyron looks at Tamira, surprised. Reyna watches with hope in her eyes. The mood in the room is shifting. Now, the only one still trying to punish Shyron is their father. Clump firmly says he cannot approve this relationship. Their father reacts immediately, calling out to him in frustration. Reyna, just as upset, shouts for her grandfather to stop. Clump continues. He acknowledges that Rian and Shyron see each other as friends, but that has to end here. If their bond continues, rumors will spread. In time, Shyron could become a target, used as a weak point by their political rivals. Their family holds high positions in the kingdom. Rian's own certification test is just around the corner. With so many households depending on him, Clump says his hands are tied. Still, he turns to Shyron with respect. He calls him a clever young man and says he believes Shyron will understand what needs to be done. Reyna watches him with concern. Rian grips his sword tightly, staring furiously at his grandfather. Clump observes Rian's fierce spirit, but wonders why he can't grasp the gravity of his words. He knows, behind all this is the burden of countless lives tied to their name. Finally, he asks Shyron directly, what does he think? Shyron quietly closes his eyes, then responds. He thanks Clump for showing his naive grandson what real friendship is. But he says he can't end it here. His words catch everyone off guard. Clump, Rai, Reyna, even their father, are stunned. Shyron looks up. He says that if he's ever a burden to Rian, he's fine with never seeing him again. But even then, Rian will still be his friend. That fact won't change. And if Clump can respect that much, he'll follow any command given to him. Rian, burning with emotion, clenches his sword. He feels ashamed. Deep down, part of him had felt relieved that Shyron might not be executed. But Shyron understood something much deeper. Turning your back on a friend is the same as turning your back on yourself. Rian lifts his sword again. This was never up for debate. With conviction, he shouts, I hereby declare. But before he can finish, Reyna rushes in, calling out to him. She doesn't understand what Rian is up to, but chooses not to intervene. Rian slams his sword into the ground, sits down with it, and declares that from this moment on, the third son of the Ogent family will become Shyron's sword. His father trembles with fury and yells at him, calling him a fool. The narrator chimes in, explaining the roots of the Knight's Oath. Back when the Kingdom of Thoria was born in a time of endless war and fractured lands, it was Adolf I, the mightiest of all, who unified them and founded Thormia. Yet, with mighty neighboring nations still a threat, he made a strategic move. Instead of wiping out the defeated rulers, he let them keep their territories. In this compromise, the Knight's Oath was born. Knights pledged themselves as a single sword to their chosen master, and in return, they were given noble titles. That was the beginning of the knightly code and the rise of nobility. Breaking that vow meant losing all honor, falling lower than even a wild dog. Rian turns to his parents and asks what they think. He knows there's no one doing this choice now. Nearby, Lu tells his instructor that it seems he's made quite a dramatic entrance this time. Shyron sits beside Rian, holding his hands, asking softly what he's doing. Clump bursts in, thrilled, saying if Rian's claiming to be someone's sword, then surely that someone must be incredibly worthy. Isn't that right? Could it be that the boy truly shines with brilliance? Rian and Shyron give him a long, silent look. Clump asks if they see that glow too, because he's not sure he sees it in himself. Rian chuckles and gets to his feet. A sword doesn't judge, he says. It only protects. The butlers glance at Clump, stunned into silence as he laughs. He shrugs and says he has to act at least this boldly if he's aiming for the top. Amused, Clump stands, teasing Rian that for someone with such lousy sword skills, he sure talks a big game. Then he turns to Shyron, rests a hand on his shoulder, and says everything's settled now. He adds that although he's still a rough-edged blade, he'll never turn against him. He entrusts Rian to Shyron's care. Shyron nods, thanking him for his trust. Turning to the head butler, Clump says that since these two have become sworn sword brothers, he can't let him walk away like this, and tells him to prepare the carriage. That same carriage, meant to take Shyron home, is now sent to fetch his parents instead. The two butlers bring them over, sharing a pleased glance. Shyron, watching all, thinks to himself how impossible it is to ever guess what nobles are truly thinking. Rian bursts out laughing, feeling relieved. He asks Shyron if he caught a glimpse of his family's reactions. Shyron responds by bringing up the Knight's Oath, saying there was no need to go that far for him. Getting to his feet, Rian tells him it wasn't because they were friends. He says Shyron isn't like his older brother. He has a presence, a way of drawing people in. And that's the kind of person worth staking his life on. Shyron, bewildered, asks why he's saying all this again. It's only making him feel more pressured. But if Rian really wants to protect him, then he'll need to work a whole lot harder. At that, Rian suddenly throws up and groans, saying Shyron hit him right where it hurts. Just then, Reyna enters the room and asks if it's true that Rian swore a knight's oath to become Shyron's sword. She looks over at Rian, who's now sprawled on the floor, and asks why he's like this. Rian tells her to leave. Shyron speaks up, saying she actually helped a lot earlier and asks her to stay. She agrees and says she's brought intel from the opposition. He asks what their father and grandfather are doing now. Sitting down on the bed, she tells them that they're furious, that pulling the Knight's Oath card has them scrambling to revise their plans. She says their father is now seriously considering enrolling both Rian and Shyron in the Rysen Swordsmanship Academy. She turns to Shyron and asks if he told them he had ridiculous talent with the sword. Shyron stammers, surprised, and says, not to that extent. Reyna tells him straight. Now that he's part of the family, she let them know about his talent. If there's any chance they'll invest in someone, it's going to be him. They're likely counting on his success to secure Rian's future. Rian, boiling, yells at whoever decided to send him off to school without even asking. When is he supposed to get to play with Shyron again? Reyna drives her heel into his back, scolding him for causing such a mess in the first place. Rian mutters that it's pointless anyway. Shyron wouldn't attend a sword academy. He's a mage, and he's already opened his spirit zone. Reyna raises an eyebrow and asks if Shyron really did it, if he actually swore a knight's oath to a future partner. She says there's got to be a limit to how pathetic he can be. Rian snaps, yelling at her to get out. Unbothered, Reyna continues. She points out that Shyron used sthesia, a technique where he synced with his spirit zone to read Rian's movements and gain the upper hand. Shyron nods, confirming it. Surprised, Reyna admits that's some clever thinking. She adds that he must have a pretty dense spirit zone to pull that off. Shyron, caught off guard, quietly asks if that's really true. Reyna explains that, at least from what she's learned in school, the more focused you are, the denser your spirit zone becomes. What's really impressive, though, is keeping that level of concentration while wielding a sword. Shyron looks down Shyronly while Rian watches him, thinking that with how timid he is, he'll never manage to get a girlfriend like this. Reyna tells Rian she's going to talk to Grandpa about Shyron's future and about him possibly attending the Sword Academy. She leaves the room after him. Rian, still frustrated, asks what's going to happen to his teacher. Reyna casually tells him that Kite already knows about everything. He ended the contract yesterday and plans to say his goodbyes in the morning. Rian looks at his teacher's sword, deep in thought, already feeling the loss. Just then, a butler enters and respectfully addresses Shyron as young master, saying his parents have arrived and are waiting in the reception room. The family head has given permission for Shyron to meet them first if he'd like. Reyna gently asks what he wants to do. Shyron replies that he'll go right away. As he rushes down the stairs, the gray-haired butler warns him to be careful. The steps are steep. Shyron says there's no need for all this formal treatment. They can talk to his parents just like before. He hasn't suddenly become noble. The older butler insists he shouldn't say things like that. The orange-haired one jokes that if they did, their heads would be on the line. Shyron laughs softly and promises he won't tell a soul. He pushes open the door to the reception room and sees his mother and father. Immediately, he runs to them. Looking at them, he realizes how thin they've gotten. They must have spent countless sleepless nights, terrified they'd never see him again. Olina breaks into tears and tells him not to worry. They've been eating and doing fine. Vincent begins to cry as well and chokes out. Vincent, overwhelmed, asks why Shyron called him in the first place. He should have just come home after finishing his job. He nervously wonders if the nobles are keeping him here against his will. Shyron quickly assures him it's nothing like that. He's been given a really good opportunity. When they ask what he means, Shyron explains everything. Their jaws drop in disbelief. They burst out laughing, not out of mockery, but from sheer disbelief. So you're telling us, they say, that while working in a noble's library, you somehow became friends with the young master, and he made a knight's oath with you, and now you've even gotten permission to stay close to him. Vincent, eyes welling with tears, tells him to be honest. He says a smart kid like Shyron would never be delusional on his own. Someone must be taking advantage of him. Shyron calmly says it's all true. He reminds them how people always say that once someone enters a noble house, they never come back. He wanted to prove otherwise. Just then, an announcement rings out. The family head has arrived. Bishop Ogent steps into the room and introduces himself formally. Rian announces proudly, "This is Shyron, my sword." Reyna steps forward and adds, "And I'm the eldest daughter of the Ogent family. I've heard a great deal about you." Shyron's parents are stunned, quickly bowing their heads and introducing themselves as his mother and father, clearly overwhelmed by the presence of such high-ranking nobles. Reyna, noticing their surprise, gently asks if Shyron didn't explain things to them already. Vincent, still shaken, quietly asks if everything Shyron said is actually true. Later, seated at the dining table, Vincent stares into space while Olina whispers in awe about all the different forks in front of her. Everyone seated around the sofa, sipping tea. Vincent's hand trembles as he holds his cup, his mind racing. He wonders if he truly understands what a knight's oath means. There's no way nobles would show this much kindness to the family of a woodsman, unless something very serious was going on. Finally, voice trembling, Vincent speaks up. He says he's grateful the young master thinks so highly of his son, but he's also scared. He can't believe someone from a noble family like the Ogents would really take such a vow for Shyron. Bishop calmly responds, "I'll admit, it is unusual, but for the Ogent family, one that holds military values above all, a knight's oath is absolute. To reject it over status would stain Rian's pride, not Shyron's." He assures them that from now on, their family will speak with honorifics and ask them not to feel uneasy. The Ogents will do everything they can to support Shyron. Kump remarks that it's rare to hear Bishop say anything kind. Bishop shrugs it off, calling him loud. Shyron, watching the exchange, reflects on how someone could make such a calm decision for the sake of their family, being seen as proud and full of conviction, even if it meant taking in a commoner. Yet, fear clearly wasn't something Bishop struggled with. Then, cutting straight to the point, Bishop reveals something surprising. Shyron's son can use a spirit zone. That's not something one can achieve through effort alone. It's a gift granted only to those born with true talent. From what he's gathered, the boy wants to become a mage. If that's the goal, the fastest path to an unofficial mage license would be through Alpheus's Magic Academy, one of the top 5 elite institutions in the kingdom. He clarifies he's not insisting that attending a magic school is the only way to become a mage, but skipping it is generally an option for those without resources, and he wouldn't recommend that route. To meet the standards of the House of Ogent, Shyron would need to attend a place like Alphea's Academy. Clump narrows his eyes and accuses Bishop of having no sympathy for commoners. Bishop, however, turns to Vincent and explains that if Shyron completes his education at the academy, he will officially become a mage. Vincent, stunned, asks if that means their son could really become one. Then, looking over at Shyron, he admits it feels like a dream. But Bishop quickly shifts to the biggest obstacle, Shyron's identity. Magic schools only accept noble-born children. No exceptions. That's when Clump steps in. He tells them there's only one solution. They want to adopt Shyron into their family. Vincent reacts with visible tension, but Clump explains this was the only idea that came out of their family meeting. His cousin, who is still unmarried and has no children, can add Shyron to his family register. Just a name on paper. Nothing more. They have no intention of taking Shyron away. This would officially make Shyron a noble. Vincent is shaken, replaying those words in his head. His son, becoming nobility. If they go through with this, Shyron would be granted a new identity. Vincent watches Shyron, torn, as if the decision has already been made for him. When Shyron gently places his hands over his parents, he speaks firmly. There's no way he could accept becoming someone else's adoptive son. He's his father's child. That won't change. Raina steps in, trying to reassure him. It would only be a name on paper, she says. His real parents would always remain the same, and this path would help him chase his dream without changing anything else. Clump explains again, this isn't an everyday chance. Becoming a noble is something most could never hope for. But Shyron doesn't hesitate. If it means switching fathers, he'd rather stay a commoner. Clump warns him that without noble status, he won't be accepted into any magic school. Shyron simply replies, then he won't go. Clump fires back, then he can't become a mage. Shyron answers, then so be it. Frustrated, Clump stands up, asking why Shyron's being so stubborn. The world isn't that simple. To move forward, sacrifices are necessary. If he can't give something up, then maybe his dream wasn't that meaningful to begin with. Maybe so, Shyron replies. Vincent's eyes well up. Shyron turns to him, calm and steady. No matter how grand his dream may be, it's a dream rooted in the life his parents gave him. If they're the roots, then his dream is the fruit that grows from them. Everything, his education, his position, the chance to work at the house, came from them. Compared to those countless gifts, this one opportunity is small. To deny his roots now, Shyron says, will be like letting himself wither away. He thanks them for the offer, but to him, he only has 2 parents, those standing before him now. Clump is left speechless, a mix of guilt and a strange admiration running through him. Vincent, overwhelmed, bows his head and pleads for them to take Shyron as their adoptive son. Clump begins to reply, saying he understands, but emphasizes that what Shyron wants also matters in this decision. But Vincent cuts him off. He quietly confesses, Shyron isn't their biological child. Alina gasps, stunned, and asks what he means. Vincent continues. Vincent, with a heavy voice, continues. Though Shyron isn't their biological son, he's certain the boy comes from noble blood. He's simply too remarkable to be anything else. Raina and Clump stare in disbelief as Vincent explains that if Shyron becomes part of a noble house, he's not abandoning his roots. He's returning to where he truly belongs. Bishop watches quietly, questioning if that's really the case. Deep down, it seems everyone had suspected it. Shyron doesn't resemble his parents at all. But if this isn't a moment of emotional collapse, it certainly feels like a father surrendering his son. Shyron turns to Vincent, shocked. What are you doing? How can you say that? The adults begin to speak, but Vincent cuts through the noise, looking away as he says that Shyron is old enough to learn the truth. Suddenly, Vincent turns back to Shyron and asks if he truly believed he didn't already know. The only reason he never said anything is because a person only gets one real mother and father in this world. He wanted that to stay true for both of them. Were you trying to give me 6 parents? Shyron fires back, frustration rising. Vincent says he just doesn't want his son to throw away his future because of him. Shyron explodes. Who said I'm giving up on anything? He insists that if he keeps pushing forward, his moment will come. He's not letting go of his dream. But has his father ever stopped to think about how he feels? How could he ask him to be abandoned by his parents not once, but twice? Through tears, Vincent begs for forgiveness, telling him he's his whole world. Bishop sighs, saying that sometimes the sacrifices made for a child end up hurting the parent the most. Clump agrees. Raising a child isn't easy, especially doing it alone. He asks Bishop if he hadn't endured the same struggle. Bishop runs a hand over his face, staring at the crying boy before him. Then, almost hesitantly, he brings up something he's heard. Althea's Academy offers special consideration cases. Maybe there's another way in. Vincent, defeated, questions what someone like him could possibly do. Althea's is famously rigid, but Bishop presses him. Isn't there still someone he knows there? Someone who owes him favor? Vincent scoffs, saying the man in charge is the kind who clings to rules like a lifeline. Could he really be convinced? Bishop just grins and says, well, stubbornness isn't always a weakness. I used it too. Clump remarks how Bishop once used that same stubborn streak to force the position of family head onto him. Bishop just shrugs, saying it was all for his own good. 3 days later, Shyron reflects on how, thanks to the family head support, his family has been allowed to stay at the Ojin estate. Rian is set to leave for the Swordsmanship Academy, and while his father still seems burdened with guilt, Shyron worries how long he can keep pushing through. For the first time, he and Rian have a quiet moment to themselves. That morning, Shyron sees Rian crying uncontrollably. He tells him to stop, but Rian sobs even harder, saying he can't help it. Once he gets on that carriage, he'll be gone to the Swordsmanship Academy. He pleads to wait another year, just like Shyron. But Shyron reminds him, there's no guarantee he'll even get accepted through the special admission. They should meet up during breaks and promise to write to each other every day. Rian wipes his tears and makes Shyron promise he has to become a mage, and Rian will become the strongest knight. He swears to protect Shyron and be the sword that defends his path. Before the moment gets too sentimental, Reyna whacks Rian on the back of his head, scolding him to focus on graduating first. She admits she's actually most worried about him and tells Shyron not to stress too much. Just enjoy the time he has left with his family. Her grandfather will make sure he gets into the academy. Shyron thanks her quietly, grateful. Reyna watches him and thinks to herself, he's an unusual kid. At first, she just saw him as a sweet younger brother, but now she realizes how deeply thoughtful he is. That unshakable belief he held onto in front of all those adults, it was admirable. She starts to say something about when he graduates, but stops herself, smiling. There's no point saying it now. He's still a child stepping into a brand new world, the world of magic. Reyna gives him a bright smile and tells him they'll both do their best. He will become a mage. Shyron nods, then asks her to take care of Rian. As Rian climbs into the carriage, still crying, he turns to wave. Shyron waves back. A short while later, Shyron rides away in a different carriage, sitting beside his parents. As the wheels begin to turn, he looks out the window and catches one last glimpse of Rian. As the carriage pulls away, Rian shouts out through his tears, when you get into the Magic Academy, destroy them all. Shyron laughs and calls back, you too. The narrator cuts in, stating that this moment, this fateful meeting between two fiery-hearted boys, would later be remembered as the spark that shattered the structure of the world. Their carriages speed off in different directions, while nearby, a sparrow glances at her nest one last time before flying into the sky. Meanwhile, at Althea's Magic Academy, Clump places his teacup and saucer gently on the table. After 30 minutes of silence, he finally speaks, saying the long pause must mean there's a good chance of a yes. The headmaster, seated across from him, sighs. Despite being close friends for over 50 years, he admits he just can't grant the request. Clump leans forward, irritated, reminding him of all the trouble he went through because of him back in their youth. The headmaster chuckles, noting that if Clump's throwing around empty praise like this, it must be something serious. As he pours tea into his own cup, he explains that special admissions weren't designed to be backdoors for nobles. They get flooded with requests every year, and even these slots come with strict requirements. Clump scowls silently, thinking about the half hour he wasted waiting. But he breaks into a grin, telling him this case is different. This boy is something else. The headmaster studies him, surprised. It's been a long time since he's seen Clumph with that kind of expression. Clumph leans in, saying he's not asking for a favor on behalf of some underachiever. This boy is a friend of his youngest grandson, and he's incredible. Then he asks, "Do you know what I thought when I first saw him?" The headmaster sips his tea and waits. Clumph answers, "I thought I was looking at a younger version of myself." The headmaster pauses, amused. If the kid is really that gifted, then it's strange he's not applying through the regular channels. That alone suggests there's some kind of issue. Clumph nods. There is. A big one. He's not a noble. The headmaster's eyes narrow. Is it the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy? Clumph recalls Shyron's words, that even if it cost him his life, he'd never regret becoming friends with Rian. That was his first impression. And the way he spoke, so precise, so composed, Clumph had assumed the boy was just manipulating the adults around him. But when he made his offer, when Clumph had offered him adoption, the boy had responded, "Rejecting my origins now is like asking me to die." He chuckles to himself, then turns to the headmaster and asks, "Tell me, does that even make sense to you, turning down the chance to become a noble?" The headmaster calmly replies that he understands the law of cause and effect. Clumph nods. Right, no cause, no effect. But not everyone gets that. They lose their way. Opportunities might show up out of nowhere, but the moment someone denies their foundation, they lose everything. This kid, he never wavers from what he believes is right. He looks the headmaster in the eye and asks, "Doesn't that remind you of someone?" The headmaster responds quietly. When someone refuses to compromise, it means people will see them clearly, judge them clearly. And that's the danger. Clumph sighs, watching his friend. You still haven't forgiven yourself, have you? You did your part. You trained so many gifted students. Isn't it time to let it go? The headmaster lets out a dry laugh. Forgive myself? That would be arrogant. I teach children to make sure no one turns out like me. He gazes out the window. But if that boy really is like I was, there's no telling if he'll follow the same dark path. Clumph speaks softly now. Alpheus, you were a genius. One born maybe once in a century. They called you the light of the Milch family. Sure, you stumbled, maybe nearly lost everything. But you came back. And now here you are, headmaster of an academy tucked away in the countryside. Alpheus smiles faintly. Heaven must have lent a hand. And somehow, the fool with no talent ended up as an official class 3 swordsman. Clumph chuckles. Now you're just worried about the future of the Thoria kingdom. Alpheus stands, walking to the window. If there's no cause, there's no effect, he says again. Clumph raises a brow. Wait, are you telling me this is fate? You, knowing that boy, the same one who was driven out 4 years ago, meeting him again now. Alpheus laughs. I don't believe in fate, but maybe the talent that was once pushed away by the wall of status simply found another path. And 4 years later, here he is. He turns to Clumph. If this is fate, then I'll admit him. Shyron, Rian. He'll start in spring. 3 months from now. 3 months later, Shyron steps out of the house, calling for his mom and dad. Shyron, now 17 years old. Shyron hugged his mom tightly, promising he'd be back soon. She called him her sweet boy and said she'd miss him dearly. He smiled and assured her he'd write often. Then, fussing over his appearance, he asked if his hair looked all right. It felt weird since it had never been cut like this before. She chuckled, telling him that Miss Reyna said short hair was now all the rage among the nobles. Just then, Vincent approached, clearing his throat. Aren't you forgetting something? He asked. Shyron groaned, brushing him off. I'm 17 now. A kiss is too much. Vincent raised an eyebrow and said if Shyron wouldn't do it, then he would. He leaned in, kissed Shyron's forehead, and pulled him into a hug. I'm proud of you, son. As they walked together, Shyron asked his father if it was really okay for him to have a house in the city like the family said. Vincent replied, I'm a hunter. Hunters belong in the mountains and forests. Vincent and Olina continued walking with him. Vincent casually mentioned how, no matter how many times they turned down the Ogent family's money, it still kept coming. Shyron thought to himself, everyone's celebrating because I'm going to the Magic Academy, but Dad didn't tell a soul. He figured it was his father's way of protecting him, making sure no one could use him against their family. Temirin. Soon, Temirin told him it was time to board the carriage. They'd escort him to the academy. Standing at the door, Shyron waved goodbye. That's how it all began, my first day at the Magic Academy. Inside the carriage, he and Temirin sat awkwardly. When they arrived, Temirin opened the door. Shyron stepped out, eyes wide in amazement. Yurin stood nearby and told him, Welcome to Alfeo Wizard School. He added that all material costs would be covered. Shyron just needed to focus on studying. Shyron bowed slightly, thanking him and calling him Associate Butler. He admitted he hadn't said it enough, but he truly appreciated all Yurin had done for him. I wouldn't be here without your support, he said earnestly. Yurin looked at him, voice steady. A commoner, no matter how gifted, is still just that, a commoner. You'll never outshine a noble. But remember, not everyone gets a chance like this. As Shyron stepped through the school gates, he already sensed it. Many nobles weren't going to welcome him. But he reminded himself of Yurin's words. He has to endure. If he can push through to the end will come. He looked at Yurin and said with determination, I'll become a mage, no matter what. Temurin then stepped in, asking if he was ready. Follow me. We need to get a registration done. Shyron glanced around, thinking about the reputation of Alpheus's wizard school, known as the Cradle of Geniuses. What will I learn here? Who will I meet? At the academy gate, soldiers stood proudly, announcing in unison to the incoming students that they would serve them with honor. Temurin led Shyron to one of the academy's halls and said, I'll be heading off now. If anything comes up, don't hesitate to reach out. Left alone, Shyron glanced around. Someone's supposed to come for me. Should I look around in the meantime? He wandered over to the notice board. Alpheus's wizard school has 10 class levels, he read. There are 420 students in total, and only 30 are in the final graduating class. Only 10 make it each year. The numbers hit him. Just how tough was this place? Just then, a voice called his name. He turned in surprise. Headmaster, he greeted with excitement. The headmaster laughed. We've met before, haven't we? Do you remember? Shyron gave a respectful bow. Thank you for your help back then. No rush. We'll have plenty of time to talk, the headmaster said warmly. Let's walk first. As they walked, the headmaster mentioned the entrance test. Shyron admitted he didn't know anything about it. Don't worry, the headmaster reassured him. It's just a basic evaluation to place you in the right class. Can you enter the spirit zone? Yes, I can, Shyron replied. Incredible, the headmaster said, a bit surprised. He could open the spirit zone on his own. If only we had started his training earlier. Though it was late, he decided he'd teach Shyron the fundamentals himself. But be warned, he added, you'll be taking the test with kids half your age. If we're too early, it might be embarrassing. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed nearby. This place is just as noisy as I remember. It was Clumphogent, the former head of Shyron's family. He offered to give Shyron a quick tour, and together they stepped into a wide hallway. As they walked, Shyron noticed a young student reading a book. The boy glanced up for a moment, raising an eyebrow at Shyron, as if something unusual had just passed by. Meanwhile, the headmaster said. The headmaster gestured toward a classroom. This is where the beginner-level students, from class 10 to 8, have their lessons. Shyron watched in amazement as students zipped through the air, using magic with ease. Some are practicing, others just goofing around. They're all using magic, Shyron muttered, stunned. The headmaster nodded, but said, We're headed somewhere a little different. As they continued down the corridor, they passed by classrooms for higher-ranked students, class 7 to 4. Shyron glanced at two boys around his age deep in discussion. The vibe here is totally different, he thought. They're all about the same age as me, but what are they even talking about? The black-haired student said to the orange-haired one. If you compress enough energy, the ambient temperature can drop below freezing. But wouldn't creating a refrigerant be more efficient? Maybe, the orange-haired boy replied, but that would trigger a faster reverse reaction. How about adjusting the item's scale instead of the energy input? The first boy suggested. Shyron nervously stared at them. Why can't I understand a word of this? We're literally speaking the same language. Suddenly, a small explosion went off nearby. A girl coughed from the smoke and greeted the headmaster. Something happened? He asked. I was experimenting with amplifying sound, she replied, but the output went haywire. The headmaster calmly said, It sounds like your input-output ratio is off. Check the current. Is the electricity balanced? The girl's face lit up. Got it. I'll try again. Thanks. She gave him a thumbs up and hurried back to her experiment. Shyron blinked. He's just letting her try again. Even after that, as more students walked by, he took it all in. This place doesn't even feel real. It's like I've stepped into another world. Passing through another hallway, a large notice board caught his eye. It listed the current rankings for the intermediate class. At the top of the board, A. Karmas. She's not even a first-class noble, Shyron noted, but she's ranked number 1. Everyone listed here has the same magic talent level as me, but she's ahead of all of them. His fist tightened. I want to go for it too. I want to climb to the top. From the very beginning, right here, I'll start over. I'll fight for that top spot. Just then, someone called out a name, Amy. He turned sharply. Did they mean Amy Karmas? He looked toward the voice and saw her, the top-ranked student of the intermediate class. Memories flooded back. The past, the trouble with those thugs, and her voice echoing in his mind. Asking, Shyron recalled where he had first learned magic, and how someone like him, a commoner, could even dream of being here. Just then, Amy turned as a tall girl with long orange hair ran up beside her, grabbing her arm in a Shyron way. Let's go together, she said cheerfully. Shyron swallowed hard and quickly looked away, hoping Amy hadn't noticed him. The orange-haired girl, still clinging to Amy, asked, Did you see that guy we just passed? He was gorgeous. You think he's new? Though, he looked kind of old. Maybe he's a transfer. Amy furrowed her brows slightly. Where have I seen him before? She wondered. The girl nudged her. Oh, don't tell me you're interested in him. Amy replied calmly. I'm not into guys, remember? It's not that. He just seemed familiar, that's all. Around them, a few students glanced over curiously. It wasn't every day Amy showed interest in anything or anyone. The narrator added, as the most admired girl in the intermediate class, Amy had turned down more confessions than anyone, from upperclassmen, underclassmen, and even classmates. She was the gold standard. But the only person who knew her buried past was now entering the academy's third testing chamber. Inside the room, the headmaster turned to Shyron. The test isn't over yet, he said. Then, pointing toward a student in the middle of the room, he told Shyron, watch closely. Pay attention to how that student interacts with the spirit zone. He explained, when you enter the spirit zone, the symbols you see on the floor will feel different. That sensation, how you perceive them, helps us understand the size, power, flexibility, and alignment of your spirit zone. Just answer the examiners truthfully. Shyron leaned in, intrigued. This is actually kind of exciting. In the testing area, a blonde man, one of the judges, called out, Kemi, can you use magic? The student stepped forward. I can levitate objects. The judge nodded. Enter the spirit zone. Kemi closed his eyes, took a breath, and then said, I'm in. What's the number farthest from you? The judge asked. 6, Kemi replied. The headmaster turned to Shyron. That means the diameter of his spirit zone is 6 meters. Beside the blonde judge, an older man with brown hair scribbled notes and asked, What color stands out the most to you? Red, Kemi answered. It's like the entire place is glowing red. The older judge nodded. Divergent type, that explains the larger zone for his age. Another examiner, a gray-haired woman, leaned forward. Do you see a tower? Kemi focused. Yes, it's to my left. Then, a fourth judge, a lady with purple hair, began to speak. The purple-haired judge leaned forward and asked Kemi, What temperature do you feel? It's a little hot, Kemi replied. I'm sweating a bit. Kemi stepped down from the platform, beaming with pride. The judge nodded approvingly. Good work. This year's first years are really something. The blonde-haired judge added. His spirit zone measured 12 meters. Impressive. The quality of students keeps rising. The purple-haired judge scribbled a note. Excellent control of spirit zone, though endurance is lacking. She looked up. Next, Shyron Aaron. The headmaster leaned in and told Shyron, Don't feel pressured. Just show them what you've got. I'll do my best, Shyron replied firmly. The blonde-haired judge observed him with interest. So this is the student in the special screening the principal mentioned. Meanwhile, the purple-haired judge scanned his profile. Strange pick. He's older than most first years. Looks like he borrowed a house under the Ogent family name. His background isn't notable either. Probably discovered late. He may seem impressive outside, but here, he'll vanish fast. Can you use magic? The blonde-haired judge asked. Shyron shook his head. I haven't learned any yet. Well, even without formal training, you might be able to do something, the judge replied. The headmaster silently reflected. That's exactly what they'll expect. But magic is just drawing out what already exists in your mind. Noble children are raised surrounded by it. They learn instinctively. But this boy, he started from nothing. Step into the circle, the judge instructed. Try entering your spirit zone. Can you do that? Shyron nodded slowly. I'll try. The judges watched him carefully. At least it doesn't look like nepotism, one of them thought. Shyron closed his eyes and stepped into the zone. After a moment, he whispered, So this is what it's like. Tell us the number farthest from you, the blonde judge asked. Shyron didn't respond. Shyron, the old brown-haired judge, called again. Are you embarrassed? The headmaster spoke gently. It's all right. You're not being graded. We just want to know the best way to guide your growth. Shyron hesitated, then said, I see a number, but it's really long. I can't even read it properly. The blonde judge corrected him. You're not supposed to see it. It's something you feel. No, Shyron replied. That's not what I meant. He could feel it, long, stretching endlessly, and it kept growing. Then the judge told him to begin with the first digit he could make out. Inside his spirit zone, Shyron spotted the massive value as it moved closer. He focused and spoke. It's 3.14. The others turned to him, startled. The purple-haired judge stared at him and said, There's no 3.14 in the sequence we set. Are you sure? Shyron nodded. That's what I see. The purple-haired judge's eyes narrowed. She thought to herself, it's rare for the pi ratio to appear. If it has, that could only mean his zone size has gone beyond the system's limits. Meanwhile, the old lady with brown hair wondered aloud. Did he really exceed 30 meters? She asked Shyron, What's the dominant color you sense? Blue, Shyron answered. It's completely covered in blue. The judges murmured among themselves. Blue? Then it's not a convergent type, but the zone's still this big. The headmaster glanced at a distant spot, muttering Clump's name. So that's why you were so insistent. But this isn't just decent talent. One judge scribbled convergent on a paper, while another noted both hemispheres. Then the gray-haired judge turned to Shyron. How many spheres are around you right now? Shyron glanced around, his thoughts swirling. Are they asking about these? He realized he didn't need to count them one by one. He could feel them. There are 867, he stated. The gray-haired judge reeled in shock. The principal, now clearly uneasy, muttered, This might be dangerous. Adjusting her glasses, the purple-haired judge fixed her gaze on him. You say you're cold right now. How cold exactly? I see, Shyron replied plainly. Really icy. As expected, she muttered. The brown-haired judge stood up. We need to discuss his class placement. New students, wait outside. Shyron and the others exited the room. Inside, the brown-haired judge still looked stunned. What an unusual student. The purple-haired judge asked, How could a student his age have a spirit zone that's over 30 meters wide? She added, Normally, the bigger the zone, the weaker the density. But his is still at 86.7%. The white-haired judge raised an eyebrow. Is he some monk who's been training in seclusion for years? The blonde-haired judge spoke up. Could he be lying? But another answered, 30-meter zone with 90% density from a 17-year-old? That's no lie. But he doesn't even know magic. It just doesn't add up, Mr. Thad argued. Isn't it possible he faked the numbers before reporting them? The purple-haired judge, Sina Alifer, turned to him. Mr. Thad, have you forgotten? There's no reason for a student to lie. Getting into a top class sounds great, but if they can't keep up with the lessons or pass the exams, it'll only set them back. Why bluff when they've come here to learn? She glanced at the others. It seems even the teachers forgot. When pi shows up, it's an error code. No ordinary student could just throw that out to get attention. The headmaster looked thoughtful. So, where should we place him? Sina, a certified rank 6, responded, Class 6 focuses on spirit zone theory and development. Class 5 begins actual magic training. And from what I can tell, that student spirit zone is nearly complete. I recommend Class 5. Mr. Thad quickly objected. I disagree. He's a 17-year-old who doesn't even know basic magic. He could disrupt the class, or worse, let it get to his head. He needs to start with the fundamentals. Sina countered, That might be true, but not every student is like you, Thad. Thad's voice rose. You just want him in Class 5, because that's your class. You're trying to claim him for yourself. And what's wrong with wanting to teach someone with actual talent? Sina snapped back. As the two argued, the brown-haired male judge turned to the headmaster. Thad does have a point. He's clearly gifted, but still young. Maybe starting from Class 10 and building up step by step isn't the worst idea. The brown-haired lady chimed in. But what if that kills his motivation? The age gap in Class 10 might throw him off completely. What if we just hold off on assigning him a class for now? Observe and evaluate. Then the white-haired judge added, Class 7 might be the right fit. It's still high-ranking, just not as intense as Class 5. That includes the foundational lessons on spirit zones as well, the white-haired judge added. If he's truly gifted, we can always consider letting him skip ahead later. The principal nodded thoughtfully. As expected, that makes sense. Then he stood and declared, Shyron will be placed in Class 7. Narration followed. Students at Althea's Academy are sorted into 10 different class levels based on their evaluations. These classes are grouped into 3 main categories. Classes 10 to 8 are elementary, focusing on developing spirit zones from the ground up. Classes 7 to 4 are considered high-ranking, where students begin learning how to apply magic and properly use their spirit zones. The top classes, 3 through 1, are the graduation classes where students undergo intense training to become professional mages. Back at the academy, whispers filled the classroom. Eyes turned toward the new face. Hey, looks like we got someone new in Class 7. Seriously? Straight into an intermediate class? He must be good. He looks kind of old, though, but still not bad looking. Shyron stood at the front of the class. I'm Shyron Rian. Let's get along. The class burst into laughter. Even the teacher looked a bit thrown off, and Shyron felt the sting of embarrassment. So, this is it. I finally made it to a magic school, he thought. Narration resumed. The Althea's magic school runs on a full schedule, 7 days a week, except for weekends. But that's hardly an issue, since most of the campus facilities are conveniently within reach. Classes end at 5 o'clock, and students are free to spend the rest of the day as they wish. Some head to the 24-hour library. Others form research associations based on shared interests. This thirst for knowledge is what fuels the spirit of the academy and gives it its elite reputation. Shyron, flipping through books, felt the pressure. These classes are tough. There's so many subjects and everything's so advanced. But he knew this was expected. After all, many of the nobles here had been studying since childhood. Why they're applauding, and his confidence takes a hit. Narrator continues. The nobles here had been training since they were young, and even they struggled to keep up. So for someone like Shyron, using every tool at his disposal to follow along was essential. As knowledge began to sink in, Shyron felt it unfold in him like a timeline, centuries of learning gradually building inside him. Morning classes wrapped up as the gray-haired teacher announced the end of the session. Shyron's eyes widened when he checked his schedule. Spirit Zone practical this afternoon, but there's no location listed. Scanning the classroom, he wondered who he could ask. His gaze landed on a purple-haired girl. Finally, someone around his age. He approached her. Hey, do you know where the Spirit Zone practical is happening? She blinked at him, caught off guard. You're talking to me? Isn't she a classmate? Shyron thought. She handed him a paper. It's at the 2nd Combined Training Center. He asked for more details, and she added, all intermediate classes train together there twice a week. At the training center, students were filing in and exchanging greetings. A group of younger students eagerly called out to Amy, waving her over to sit with them. Others gathered quickly around her. Shyron observed the scene, a bit stunned. That level of popularity, she's someone I should probably avoid if I can. But with only 2 group training sessions each week, and all levels mixing together, he wondered if staying unnoticed was even possible. The instructor arrived, Romy Atella, a Spirit Zone specialist and certified rank 6. Welcome, she said warmly. I'll be leading your Spirit Zone practicals again this year. Looks like we've got mostly familiar faces and one new student joining us today. Everyone turned to Shyron. This could go badly, he thought. Atella spoke up. Why don't you stand and introduce yourself? Nervously, Shyron stood. His throat tightened. Amy's orange-haired friend scanned the room as he began. I'm Shyron Rian. I just joined Class 7. I hope we can get along. Suddenly, the room broke into polite applause. Shyron froze. Why are they clapping? He wondered, his confidence starting to crumble. Unpleasant. Amy's orange-haired friend leaned in with interest. Hey, is that the boy from yesterday? Looks like his name's Shyron. Amy blinked. Shyron. That's the first time I've heard his name. But he did seem familiar. Strange. I remember almost every face I've ever seen with my red eye. The brown-haired girl beside her, a senior, asked, Do you know him? Amy shook her head. Well, the teachers seem to be watching him closely, the senior continued. They say his stats during the entrance test were unreal. The senior grinned. That just makes me like him more. I wonder which noble family he comes from. Amy froze. Her mind lit up, memories crashing into place. Shyron magic, that boy. She suddenly turned to Shyron. Hey, about your magic. Before she could finish, Shyron flinched. He looked at her, eyes wide, and broke down. Tears welled up as he trembled, then blurted out a curse. Narrator. The House of Karmas has long been revered for producing genius after genius. Their trademark ability, red eyes, is exclusive to their bloodline. With it, they can perfectly recall any moment they've experienced. Studying or reviewing becomes unnecessary. Amy, as the youngest daughter of the House of Karmas, had been praised endlessly. Amy has the strongest talent of them all, her maid once said fondly. Her father, with pride, responded, "Of course. She is my daughter, born with the brilliance of our blood." At the manor, the maid called to Amy, who was rising from her chair. Amy looked bored. "This is no fun," she muttered. "This house, everything about it," she thought. "The support, the pressure, none of it matters. I've worked hard on my own. I'll achieve what I want when I want." Narrator. The moment that changed her path, the one that pulled her back from rebellion, was her unexpected encounter with a commoner boy in a back alley. Now, in the classroom, Shyron stood frozen, overwhelmed. Amy's orange-haired and brown-haired friends looked at her, visibly unsettled, after hearing her snap with harsh words. Amy mumbled, "His hair looks like a duck's," then crossed her arms, annoyed. "There's no way I'm wrong. My red, I doesn't make mistakes." She had assumed he was a noble. But that means he's that same peasant boy? And he made it into the academy? Narrator. For Amy, those buried memories were anything but pleasant, even from a distance. Narrator. Amy sat at her desk, burying her face in a book, absolutely mortified. "I want to die," she thought. "I erased every trace of my past. There shouldn't be a single mark left." She clenched her teeth. There's no way he remembers that day. But then what if he did? That boy, 5 years ago, he told me I wasn't who everyone thought I was, that I used to hang out with back alley thugs. And now, here I am, the so-called cold-hearted elite of the Magic Academy. She pictured what he might be thinking. She's not so serious. She's got a thing for guys. She even tried to take my clothes off. Amy snapped. She tore the page from her book violently. "No, I won't let this spiral out of control. I have to fix this." Meanwhile, Shyron sat stiffly in his seat. Why do I feel like someone's trying to kill me with their eyes? On the training field, Romy stood with the class. Itella raised her hand to ask a question. "What exactly is a spirit zone?" she asked. One student replied, "It's based on the mage's mental state, right?" Itella stepped toward the magic circle. "It's a manifestation of the mage's mental condition, their awareness. The most basic form is a sphere because it's the easiest to stabilize and control." She continued, "But in real battles, the sphere isn't always ideal. I'll show you an image zone." Shyron watched in awe. "I can actually see it. I can see her spirit zone with my eyes." One of the students expanded her image zone into a 10-meter wide sphere. "This is the standard form," she said. "But like I mentioned, it's rarely used in actual combat. To demonstrate, I'll use a simple spell, Fireball. My spirit zone is 10 meters in diameter. The target is 20 meters away." Shyron leaned forward, eyes shining. "Finally, real magic." Itella formed the fireball. "I'll keep it small. Let's see if I can land the hit." She hurled the spell, but it fizzled out before reaching the target. "It disappeared," someone gasped. Itella explained, "Most magic can't travel outside your spirit zone." But she stepped forward, extending her spirit zone toward the target. "If you expand your zone in the right direction, like this, you can still reach it." The junior students stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to hide their amazement. Nearby, one of the seniors chuckled and nudged her friend. "Look at those Class 7 kids. Those stunned little faces. They're adorable." Shyron, still trying to process what he saw, thought to himself, "I had no idea you could do that." She changed the shape of her spirit zone. Just then, Itella stepped forward and pointed something out. There's a major drawback to this method. Itella reformed her spirit zone into a small square and nodded. "Exactly. Reshaping your spirit zone like this eats up a ton of concentration. In a real fight, where even seconds matter, constantly adjusting your zone shape just isn't practical." She explained further. "That's why mages typically rely on 4 core formations. These are the spirit zone's 4 main combat patterns." She held out her hand. First, defense form. A shimmering geometric field took shape. This is the octant. It's stable and resists collapse, even under spirit zone interference. The more faces it has, the better its defense. Next, attack form. Her zone shifted again, this time into a sharp star-like shape. This form is excellent when facing multiple targets. The edges make it easy to locate enemies. It's aggressive and quick. The third is target form. She gestured toward a glowing, long-range cross shape. Best for distance attacks, though not great for hitting fast-moving opponents. The real trick here is how fast you can spin it for precision. Students around the field whispered to one another. She didn't even blink while doing that, One said in awe. Does she really expect us to pull that off? Another asked. Shyron silently reflected. If I can master something like that, I could actually use a 1-meter spirit zone in real combat. Itella's voice cut in again. The last form, deviated form. This one's notorious. Even students in class 5 struggle to control it. She began forming it slowly, preparing to demonstrate. The girl sitting behind Shyron leaned over. Hey, if we manage to use that form, do we automatically qualify for the advanced classes? She smirked. I got a perfect spirit zone score back in class 8. This should be easy. But she stopped mid-sentence. Everyone stared in silence as the spirit zone floated next to Itella, no longer surrounding her body. Gasps broke out across the training field. It left her body. Shyron froze in place, mind racing. How is that possible? The spirit zone is supposed to be a reflection of a mage's mental state, and yet, he couldn't understand it at all. He starts wondering, can the mind exist apart from the body? What lies at the core of the spirit zone? Itella speaks up, explaining that the deviate form is extremely advanced. It's so complex that only specialized mages can handle it. The real edge of this form? The mage doesn't have to stand in the center of the spirit zone. That means the zone isn't anchored. It can shift freely. With that, instantaneous casting isn't just possible, it becomes a powerful tool. The range? Practically limitless. Shyron catches sight of a brown-haired student staring at their teacher in disbelief, marveling at how she controls the deviate form so effortlessly, like it's second nature. Just stepping into a spirit zone is hard enough. The red-haired student beside him says flatly, that's the gap between us and a certified grade 6 mage. Shyron turns to look at his teacher, realizing that her gentle appearance conceals extraordinary talent. Itella continues, warning that anyone skipping training on the first day would regret it. She then announces that the student who tops the target form speed gun test will earn a reward. The mood lifts as excitement ripples through the class. Itella calls out Class 4's very own, Amy Carries, to begin the demo. One of the junior boys with brown hair lights up, saying Amy is seriously cool. She's ranked number 1 in their club. Her orange-haired friend chimes in, adding that Amy is the pride of the class, and the moment she steps up, every male student becomes an instant fan. But Amy, standing under the spotlight, thinks to herself that she really doesn't want all this attention right now. Among the 4 forms of the spirit zone, the target form excels at long-distance attacks. Its flaw? It struggles with quick or multiple targets. But pair it with a mage who has top-tier focus and control at high speeds. Suddenly, that weakness vanishes. Amy makes her move. A loud, powerful strike echoes across the field. The narrator continues. When executed at this level, the target form becomes an unbreakable barrier, perfect against threats from afar. A Class 7 student beside Shyron watches in awe. Senior Amy's on another level, he says. Most mages switch forms during the speed gun test. Not her. She always sticks with the target form. And yet, she always comes out on top. He wonders quietly, could he ever reach that level? Shyron watches intently, admitting to himself that he's still just an amateur. But even so, he can tell this is an advanced technique. Not only is Amy keeping the spirit zone spinning while standing completely still, she's also hitting everything the zone sweeps across. It's a full-range strike in one effortless move. And judging by her calm expression, she's not even close to her limit. There's a certain grace to the way she moves, almost like a dance. It's refined, beautiful. Nearby, a boy with a buzz cut size, saying if he had a chance to date someone like Amy, his whole school life would be a dream. The girl next to him laughs, brushing it off, saying Amy doesn't even give guys the time of day, doesn't matter where they come from. Shyron overhears and thinks to himself, yeah, now he gets why all the boys are smitten with her. And why it's not Amy. Amy's a top-tier noble, yet there's nothing she lacks. Skill, presence, everything about her stands out. Still, why was someone like her hanging around delinquents? The crowd cheers as Amy's demonstration wraps up. Shyron glances her way and blinks in surprise. Her juniors gasp. Did you see that? She just looked at the new guy. Amy quickly turns away, flustered. She didn't mean to look. It just happened. Something about him irritates her, and she can't ignore it. But now it's settled. Her suspicions were right. Someone nearby asks if they know each other. After all, she just enrolled yesterday. Meanwhile, Shyron starts to panic inside. It's clear now. Amy remembers him. Amy thinks fast. If he brings up anything about her past, it could be a problem. A big one. but she tells herself to stay calm. She's this academy's top student, the pride of the school. Even if he speaks out, who would believe him? She can't afford to act suspicious. If she reacts poorly, she might make things worse. But then her orange-haired friend catches her off guard, asking if something happened in the image zone, because her face is turning bright red. Amy stammers, trying to sound normal. It's nothing. The narrator cuts in. After the demo, training is divided by class. The students scatter into formation. Surrounded by her class, Itella speaks again. Class 7 will be starting with a defense form. At the very least, they need to learn to hold it, because staying focused is the only way to survive on a chaotic battlefield. Shyron stands still, feeling like this whole thing is meant to test more than just magic. He focuses, narrowing his awareness. Bit by bit, he compresses his consciousness, condensing the spirit zone into a solid structure. He raises the framework to keep it from falling apart, then opens his eyes, relieved. It worked. Shyron stares at the image zone, frustrated. He can't see his spirit zone through it. If only he could visualize it, things would be a lot simpler. So, he walks up to Itella and asks if he can give it a try. Itella glances away, saying the upperclassmen are supposed to go first. But Shyron thinks to himself, why should that matter? When it comes to magic, waiting your turn means missing chances to grow. You don't always get second shots. After a moment, Itella relents. The zone is free, so she allows him to experience it ahead of time. Off to the side, some students are whispering, gushing about how cute the new student is. Amy's friend nudges her, telling her to look. Shyron just stepped into the image zone. Amy, startled, spills the water she was holding. What is he doing? She blurts out. Her friend raises an eyebrow. What's with you? You've been acting strange ever since earlier. Everyone starts gathering, curious. Shyron stands right at the center of the image zone. Inside, he connects with his spirit zone. So this is my spirit zone, he says aloud. Gasps ripple through the crowd. His spirit zone size is clearly 16 meters. Shyron eyes the readout and thinks back. If they told him the size during the entrance exam, he'd know what to expect. But now, it's expanded to 20 meters in diameter. The onlookers are buzzing with questions. Is he really in Class 7? That's way beyond the average. A Class 5 student watching him closely mutters, if he didn't artificially inflate the size, then this is the real deal. But if he did, the density would drop so low, it'd look like a soap bubble. Meanwhile, Shyron pushes himself to stabilize the form. He barely manages it. Lucky, really. Now, time to shape the defense form. He stares at the sphere, confused. Something's wrong. It's not holding together. It's crumbling instead of taking shape. But everything was going fine earlier. Amy, watching from Class 4, shakes her head in disbelief. There's no way things would work perfectly during the first try. Shyron watches the collapse unfold and wonders, did the visual throw him off? Did he panic because he could actually see it this time? And he quietly tells himself, Shyron doesn't lose focus that easily. He starts analyzing the difference between being inside and outside the mage zone. There has to be a reason behind it. He realizes he misjudged things, probably because instructor Itella made it all look so effortless. He recalls her words, any alteration to the spirit zone drains focus. That means if he's been deliberately shrinking his zone, that would explain the drop in his focus. If the problem lies in compressing it too much, he needs to let it return to its normal size. Shyron expands his spirit zone. Its reach climbs all the way up to the ceiling. The high-class students are taken aback. It got even bigger, someone says. The zone now spans 28 meters. Class 4 and 5 watch as it spreads out further. Soon, its diameter hits 40 meters. To stabilize it and avoid any imbalance, Shyron reshapes the zone midair. It transforms into a jewel-like structure. A student stares in disbelief. He really pulled off one of the 4 forms on his first day. As Shyron lightly brushes the inner surface of his zone, he thinks to himself, it really does feel like he's inside a giant gem. Itella watches with amazement. Maybe the convergent type naturally leans toward defensive forms, but pulling this off on day 1, that's still impressive. She remembers hearing how he stunned the instructors during the entrance exam. Nearby, Amy's friend glances over. So it's true. He's got the teacher's full attention. What do you think? Amy doesn't answer right away. Deep down, she's still reeling from the embarrassment he caused her before. Seeing him now, it's obvious he didn't get here by luck. Someone's backing him. It's only a matter of time before he closes the gap between classes. His influence will keep rising. She's already switching gears and planning to approach him from the shadows. Inside Shyron's zone, Itella steps in and instantly picks up on something. His omnipotence trait stands out. It's like he spent his whole life honing this in the wilderness. Shyron notices her presence and casually mentions that the zone size has dropped. She nods and explains. As the size goes down, the density shoots up. At this level, most physical attacks won't be able to break through. She adds that the high density will even give him some protection against mental-type spells. Then, after a short pause, she gives him a word of genuine praise. Now able to dissolve his spirit zone, Shyron nods and thanks Itella. His classmates gather around to congratulate him, clearly impressed. As they praise him, Shyron glances around in surprise. Why is everyone looking at him like that? Embarrassed, he awkwardly turns away, mumbling his thanks. Itella silently acknowledges his accomplishment. Completing the defense form, especially as a convergent type with such an expansive spirit zone, was almost inevitable. Still, it's worth keeping an eye on him. The narrator cuts in. Countless eyes were locked on Shyron, but not everyone was looking at him the same way. Some admired him, some were drawn to him, and others felt threatened. There was curiosity, admiration, envy, and even a strangely unsettling stare. The next day, another pair of unusual eyes fixated on Shyron. A teacher with purple hair entered the room. Students immediately recognized her. "It's Professor Sa Alifer," they whispered excitedly. Some teased, asking if she'd tell them about her first love. Shyron's eyes narrowed. He remembered her. This was the intimidating professor present at the entrance exam. What he didn't know, the narrator explains, is that she's actually the one in charge of Class 5. And the reason she showed up to teach Class 7 was because of him. As the students buzzed with gossip about getting to attend her lecture despite being in Class 7, the narrator reveals her true intention. She wanted to personally teach Shyron. She had every plan to get him promoted. In her mind, he belonged in her class all along. Privately, Sienna Alifer was fuming. Professor Thad is such a pain. If he keeps a student like this stuck in Class 7, he's just going to make a name for himself anyway. Shyron notices her gaze and wonders if she's staring at him, but brushes it off. Meanwhile, the students beg her to tell a story and ask if it's true she's dating Professor Thad. She reacts instantly. Blowing out a cold breath, she forms a solid stone in her hand. She cuts through the chatter with a question. Can anyone explain the theory behind this spell? And what exactly is cold air? As Shyron gazes out the window, she continues. What is refrigeration? The temperature in the room drops fast. Students start to shiver. She turns to them sharply. If you're cold, it means your body's losing energy. There's no such thing as cold energy in this world. She explains further. While temperature can rise without limit, there is a bottom line. It can't fall forever. Then in that chilling atmosphere, when energy drops to zero, that's what we call absolute zero, Alifer continues. If you take even a tiny bit of energy from a space like this room, you can easily form ice. But imagine breaking that down into countless particles and creating a convection current. What do you think would happen? She tosses out a handful of small stones as she speaks. The answer, temperature's cold enough to kill. And from the looks on the students' faces, most of them felt like they just narrowly escaped that fate. Turning to the board, she keeps going. Now tell me, how does a mage absorb all that energy? How do they manage it without gear, devices, or casting some elaborate spell? As she circles a symbol on the board, she explains, a mage controls the reality within their spirit zone. And inside that space, however small, they're like a god. She elaborates, a mage can shape everything within their zone. Sight, smell, touch. It's a complete sensory world under their command. This unique sensitivity gives them power over perception, the power to define reality. But even with all that godlike control, she pauses. If you don't understand what you're doing, what good is it? She answers herself. To cast magic, a mage needs two things, omniscience and omnipotence. You need both. Without knowledge, power alone is useless. That's why mages, despite their incredible sensitivity, study the world as deeply as scholars. Shyron hears her words and reflects. That's why he struggled with magic before. He never understood omniscience. All he ever did was build up his power. No wonder nothing worked. Back in the classroom, Alifer concludes, at this school, you'll study all kinds of things. The spirit zone is just one half of magic. If you don't study hard, you'll never become real mages. With that, She announces the start of their basic chemistry lectures. The students groan in protest, shouting for mercy. Amid the chaos, Shyron quietly sets his resolve. He's going to become a mage, no matter what. Elsewhere, a girl with a small bun sits reading. Someone asks if she's heading to the library. She nods. There's an exam coming up. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, a boy leans across the table to ask his friend about their research topic. The friend replies simply, "I've got something I need to invent first." After class ends, the narrator explains that most students either hit the library or dive into research projects. Meanwhile, Shyron thinks to himself, he lives in a library. Every single day. Even with all that effort, it's still hard for him to keep up with the nobles during lectures. He's exhausted, barely getting any sleep these days. But despite the fatigue, learning magic gives him a strange sense of peace. It feels like he's finally chasing the dream he's always had. He starts to wonder, has anyone ever created a spell that completely replaces sleep? Just then his feet lift off the ground. Confused, he questions why his body is getting lighter and lighter. When he looks down, his eyes widen. He's floating. Before he can process it, he glances behind him, startled. Something's happening, something strange, and the next moment he's thrown through the air and crashes hard into the middle of a jungle. Dazed, Shyron's shock only deepens when he sees Amy standing there. He had a feeling they'd run into each other again someday, just not like this. He stares at her, wondering if she's really the same girl from 5 years ago. Amy looks him over and smirks, saying she knew he'd remember her face. Without warning, she forms a massive fireball in her hand. Shyron stares in disbelief as she casually announces that she'll handle everything right here. The narrator cuts in to explain. Omniscience is the deep understanding of magical knowledge, knowing the source, the theory, and the inner workings of spell. It's something that can be sharpened through intense study. Omnipotence, on the other hand, is the ability to actually activate that magic using omniscience. It enhances the strength of spells and can be trained mentally. Some even equate it to entering the spirit zone. Back in the present, Amy remembers the time Shyron got beaten up. At first, she considered just sending him home. But when she saw his tearful face, something about it made her want to watch him just a little longer. Now, standing in front of him, she wonders, is he really the same boy from all those years ago? Shyron confirms that he remembers everything. He even brings up how, back then, she told the delinquents to strip off his clothes. Flustered, Amy quickly tells him to cut it out. Of course he remembers, but he's got the story all wrong. There's a major misunderstanding somewhere in those memories. I'm not some pervert, she snaps. Those thugs were acting on their own. I never told them to do that. But Shyron isn't convinced. He mutters that he definitely remembers hearing her say she wanted to see it. Amy, still a bit thrown off, mutters something vague, something like, wasn't that either okay? Then she blurts out that, honestly, she has zero interest in men. Shyron blinks. Wait, did you seriously drag me out here just to tell me that? Amy pauses, realizing she's standing here, making excuses. Why is she even doing this? Meanwhile, Shyron figures she's just worried he'll go around spreading stories. Honestly, the whole situation is already uncomfortable for both of them. He brushes himself off and stands. Look, if you're that bothered, just apologize. That memory? I get it. It's probably something you'd rather erase. You're top of the intermediate class. Everyone knows your name. But you can't undo what happened. So instead of dodging it, just say sorry and move on. That's what decent people do. Amy stares at him, caught off guard by the suggestion. Apologize? Seriously? She tells herself to snap out of it. This guy's got a silver tongue, playing the noble act, try to guilt trip her. She thinks he's using some reverse strategy to make her feel ashamed so he can come out on top. Does he really think she's that easy to manipulate? She glares at him. What exactly do I gain by apologizing to you? Shyron raises a brow. What did you just say? I'm saying, she replies, let's just say I apologized. What's stopping you from turning around and throwing that in my face later? Why should I believe you wouldn't twist it to your advantage? If I admit fault now, I'm giving you ammo to use against me. She looks at him closely, suspicious. You want me to say I'm sorry? That's the same as admitting I did something wrong. Who says you won't turn that around and use it to corner me later? Shyron responds calmly. Do you really think apologies are some kind of transaction? That they're only worth making if there's something in it for you? Saying sorry isn't about profit. It's the bare minimum when you've hurt someone. That's just basic decency. Amy bursts out laughing. Wow, you really have no clue how the world works, do you? She thinks to herself, There he goes again, trying to win with logic and moral high ground. But she's not falling for it. Not this time. If there's nothing to gain from it, she says sharply, then why should I bother? I'm not going to waste effort just to look like a good person. She scoffs, realizing something. Even if she walked away and left him alone, life probably wouldn't be kind to someone like him anyway. At the Magic Academy, Shyron starts to piece things together. This model student act of Amy's? Yeah, it's just a front. Her twisted personality hasn't gone anywhere. Amy, on the other hand, feels like she's already won. She leans in and asks, "Want to know what the scariest thing in this academy is?" Shyron answers hesitantly, "The upperclassmen?" Amy smiles knowingly. Shyron's eyes widen as she explains, "If an upperclassman targets you, it's not just them. All the senior students will turn against you. And worse, even your own classmates will back off. If word gets out that you're a commoner on top of that, yeah, you're basically paving your own road to expulsion." Shyron stares at her in disbelief. "You're that scared of me spreading rumors? You'd go as far as getting me kicked out." Amy mocks him with a grin. "Oh, I didn't say that. I'm just saying I'll be watching closely. I'll see how trustworthy you really are." Then she lays it out. "From now on, bring me coffee. Every single day. Think of it as a test." Shyron, clearly anxious, asks, "Why would I do that?" Amy shrugs. "I heard you got in through special admissions. For someone from your background, making it here must have been quite the uphill climb. Wouldn't it be tragic to get expelled so soon?" Cornered, Shyron mutters that if doing errands builds trust, then fine. He'll do it. Amy pulls her cloak hood over her head and smirks. "Then be good, won't you? Your future's hanging by a thread. But hey, if you so much as breathe a word of this to a teacher, we're both going down." With that, she walks off with a dramatic leap. Left behind, Shyron quietly picks up his bag, thinking this might be better than getting expelled. Maybe, he has to admit, her ability to manipulate people is still top-notch. Still, it feels unfair to be stuck doing whatever she wants right from the start. The next day at the main library, students are taken aback to see Shyron delivering a coffee cup straight to Amy. One of Amy's friends gapes at the sight and whispers, "Wait, what is going on here?" Amy casually reaches out and grabs the drink. "He spilled a lot of it," she says without care. Her friend raises an eyebrow, but turns to leave. Amy, noticing, calls out, "Where are you going?" "We really need to hit the books," her friend replies. "No time to waste." Meanwhile, Shyron just stands there awkwardly while whispers float around him. Some students are saying he must have confessed to Amy, and she left him hanging without a single word. Amy's friend turns back and asks, "Don't you think that new kid has a thing for you?" Amy calmly responds, "It's not like that. I'm just educating my junior." She turns away, giggling quietly to herself. The mighty Amy has crushed him completely, reduced him in nothing more than a low-ranking student with an obvious, one-sided crush. No matter what he says, no one will believe his side of the story. And if revenge had a flavor, this would be it. It's like all the bitterness of the last 5 years has melted away. This moment feels perfect. Shyron, staring down in silence, sees it differently. To him, it's nothing short of humiliation. Clenching his right fist in frustration, he tries to block out the negativity. If he gets trapped in these thoughts, he knows he'll only end up losing. He tells himself he has no choice. He must push through. His outcome depends entirely on how he faces it. 10 days later, whispers fly through the school. The girls buzz with excitement. He's here again. They're talking about the academy's so-called hopeless romantic. For 10 straight days, Shyron has shown up, never missing a single one, to confess his feelings. All eyes turn to him as he walks forward. Amy notices the growing crowd. It's getting ridiculous. Surely everyone knows what's going on by now. She wonders if it's time to put an end to this circus. Her friend, Sariel, side-eyes her suspiciously and asks when she plans to finally accept Shyron's feelings. Amy looks at her in disbelief. Accept him? Has Sariel forgotten who she's talking to? Sariel shoots back that the rumors are everywhere. Amy never even acknowledges the other guys. But with Shyron, she always takes the coffee. The whole school's watching, ready for the legendary couple to finally become real. The mention of that makes Amy visibly uneasy. Meanwhile, Shyron approaches and offers her the usual coffee. Everyone watches closely. He proudly says he didn't spill a drop this time, silently hoping she'll just take it already. He needs to get back to the library. But Amy glares at him. Is this a joke? She isn't amused. Shyron, confused, wonders why she's hesitating. Then suddenly, Amy knocks the cup out of his hand. Gasps ripple through the crowd. She coldly asks if he really believes that constantly bringing her coffee will somehow win her over. She tells him he should focus on studying instead of chasing girls, and makes it crystal clear. Stop bringing her anything, especially coffee. Later, at Amy's place, Sariel apologizes to Shyron and turns to Amy, demanding to know why she did that. She's always like this, Sariel says, frustrated. But what will you do if strange rumors start spreading now? Amy fires back with a question of her own. What can she possibly do if Shyron was never really involved in the first place? Besides, once she advances to the higher class, this whole thing will be behind her. Meanwhile, the crowd watches Shyron silently picking up the fallen cup. Whispers float around. That was brutal. Wasn't that too much? They call him pitiful. But to everyone's surprise, Shyron doesn't look defeated. In fact, he suddenly feels like he doesn't have to keep this up anymore. Onlookers say he must have been emotionally crushed. How tragic. Yet there he is, leaping away with unexpected energy, thinking to himself, I'm free. Later that evening, in the first library, Amy is buried in her work. She tells herself she only did all of this to stop some clueless freshman from stirring up unnecessary drama. But in trying to prevent rumors, she may have sparked them herself. Sure, she ended it before things spiraled further, but that wasn't the real issue now. The narrator explains that the red eye of Caries is the academic term for a mental ability called perfect self-memory. When triggered, it allows the user to recall everything exactly as they experienced it at a specific moment in time. For 10 days straight, Amy had been recording every single moment of Shyron's coffee offerings. On the first day, she thought his expressions were amusing. She even had fun with it. But starting from day 2, something changed. From the 2nd to the 10th day, his eyes didn't waver once. Not a blink. His gaze stayed fixed, almost unnaturally so. She wonders what that could mean. No matter how well he hid his emotions on the outside, that glint in his eyes couldn't lie. It was something no one can control, an involuntary response from the nervous system. Unless he had trained himself to control that too. If that were true, then he could suppress his emotions completely like a machine. Back in the library, Sariel softly asks, heading out already? Amy, packing her things, nods. Yeah, I'm feeling a little worn out today. Sariel offers to come with her, but Amy stops her. No need. I'm fine going alone. Sariel looks at her knowingly. You sure this isn't about not accepting Shyron's coffee today? It's not like that, Amy insists. If there's anything you want to talk about, I'm here, Sariel replies gently. As Amy walks through the library hallway, she thinks to herself, today really didn't go how I wanted. Amy's thoughts spiral. Her mind is a tangled mess. I need to rest, she tells herself. But as she opens the door, she's met with an unexpected voice. Oh, you're done early, the boy says casually. She blinks, recognizing him. Jake? Yeah, that's his name. Jake smirks. I thought I'd be stuck waiting till midnight. Amy narrows her eyes. And why would you be waiting for me? Don't tell me you're that free. He waves her attitude off. Come on, don't be like that. I heard some kid named Shyron's been glued to your side lately. Her patience thins. Did you seriously come all the way here just to mock me over that? Jake opens the lid of a steaming drink, unbothered. Don't be ridiculous. This is CET's finest coffee. You won't find better anywhere in the academy. A girl of your stature should be drinking nothing less. Amy glares. What do you think you're doing? He smiles. What does it look like? I'm courting you. Then, smugly, he adds, after all, I'll be inheriting the Royal Finance Office. I'm far more suited for you, don't you think? Her expression darkens. I'm not in the mood for your disgusting games. Who said we were close enough to be having this conversation? Your little research group has done nothing but try to drag me down. Don't act like I wouldn't notice. Jake chuckles, unfazed. You got it all wrong. But regardless of what you think, your tone is the issue here. Disrespecting me is disrespecting my entire household. His voice turns cold. An attitude like that, looking down on my family's name, I won't tolerate it. Amy's reply is sharp. Good, because I feel the same way. I'm from the House of Karmas, remember? She doesn't hold back. You've let a bit of popularity go to your head. You're just a powerless little leech who can't do a thing without his family status. She sneers, a guy like you, who forms some ridiculous group just to bully others, dares talk about honor? Jake sneers back. You walk around acting like a big deal just because you're in the top class. But answer me this. Does anyone in Karmis actually have real authority? He eyes her coldly. Sure, your name might be high on the list. But what good is it if you have no real power? With my family's resources, we could crush a household like yours overnight. He leans in slightly, voice laced with threat. You get that now, don't you? Amy studies him. Her thoughts are steady. Yeah, I get it. She realizes only arrogant fools have eyes like his. Not like Shyron. His eyes were alive. Jake scoffs. So now you're saying I'm worse than that guy? He sneers. Wow, got my priorities all wrong, didn't I? Should have gotten rid of the nuisance first, then gone after you. He steps forward, his voice full of menace. It wouldn't take much. I could make sure he loses the ability to use magic within a day. Amy just stares at him silent. Jake lifts his chin. You'll see. I'll crash. Amy flings the coffee straight to the ground, the cup shattering at his feet. Jake's face twists in rage. He opens his mouth to lash out, but suddenly freezes. His eyes go wide. A spirit zone begins to form around Amy. She coldly asks, and who exactly were you planning to do what to? Jake starts to tremble. A four-way formation? That fast? Is she insane? He stammers. Why you do realize using magic here breaks academy policy, right? Amy bursts out laughing. And what's a weakling like you going to do about it? She glares at him. At least Shyron's not some spineless brat hiding behind his family name. He owns up to his actions. Someone like you won't even be able to catch up to his shadow in 6 months. Jake gulps, realizing what she's doing. She's enriching the air with oxygen. If I try to form a spirit zone, she'll ignite it instantly. There's no way he can stand up to the top-ranked student in the intermediate class. Panicked, he scrambles back toward the staircase, using the rail for support. I'll get her for this humiliation. I swear it, he thinks, fleeing in shame. Amy leans calmly against the wall, letting out a deep breath. It's been a long time since I got that worked up, she reflects. Why did I even react like that? Was it because he threatened him? Or was I scared of something being exposed? She remembers Shyron's quiet determination, his words echoing. If building trust means running errands, then I'll do it. Her gaze drifts down to the shattered cup. He probably won't show up anymore. But oddly, her head feels clearer than it has in days. A few days later, Sariel tearfully hands a letter to Shyron, her hand shaking. You're saying, Senior Amy went there for me? He asks quietly. The narrator speaks. A single ripple from Amy's actions was now returning to her as a crashing wave. The school bell rings. Students head toward the new building. Shyron walks among them, reading as he goes, but the murmurs don't stop. Some girls whisper behind cupped hands. That's him, the one who was flirting with a senior. Shyron sighs, weary. After what happened, how am I supposed to walk around like nothing happened? He covers his face with his book, thinking something like this. So this is how it ends, Shyron thinks. It wrapped up faster than he expected, and he figured the teasing would stop by now. Judging by how people act around him, the rumors seem to have finally died down. He spots a girl nearby, Sariel. He thinks, though she looks like senior Sariel. He remembers her apology and how she was always at Amy's side. If something really happened, just as he's about to speak, Sariel turns, stunned to see him. Her eyes widen, and in a flash, she grabs him by the collar. What are you doing here? She demands. Where's Amy? Shyron stammers, caught off guard. WH, what are you talking about? Sariel holds up a sheet of paper. You mean you don't know about this? Shyron reads the note. His name is written clearly. The message says he's been kidnapped, and something about a black magician. 30 minutes earlier, a boy approached Amy. You still doing okay? He asked with a smirk. Amy turned on him instantly, eyes blazing. You've got some nerve showing in your face. Didn't I already tell you to disappear? The blonde-haired boy just chuckled, smug as ever. He held up a folded note. You should drop the attitude. The boss wants to see you. Amy and Sariel walked past him, uninterested, but Sariel whispered, ignore guys like that. Amy scoffed. Exactly why he's still stuck in class 5. But the boy wasn't done. He told me if I deliver the message like this, you come running. If you don't want your little guy to get ruined, you'd better say yes. Sariel stopped in her tracks. What are you even talking about? Let's just go to the library. Before they could move, Amy yanked the paper out of his hand. Her eyes scanned the note, and her whole body tensed. Shyron kidnapped, and the name at the bottom, Jake Arias. She crushed the note in her fist, fury radiating off her. This has nothing to do with me. The boy shrugged. I'm just a messenger. As he walked off, Sariel bent down and picked up the crumpled note. Reading it again, she muttered, aren't these guys part of the bad circle? They're the ones who target good students. She looked at Amy. Why would they take Shyron? What does this have to do with you? Amy clenched her jaw. I can't hold back this time. Later that night, Sariel confronted her again. We should tell the professors. This is bigger than just Shyron. If they're going after him, they could come for you too. Amy stayed quiet, deep in thought. She's right, that's the proper thing to do. But it wasn't that simple. If the council gets involved, they'll start digging. And if they dig too deep, I'll have to explain everything. My connection to Shyron and the past I've tried to leave behind. Revealing everything. If it came to that, they'd discover the truth. Shyron is just a commoner. Amy's mind flashes back to the jungle, to the day she met him. She remembers his childhood, the way he stood even then. Handing her bag to Sariel, she says firmly, I'm going. If I don't return by 7, tell the professors. Sariel grabs her arm. What do you expect to do alone? You don't even know how many of them there are. Amy gives a small, apologetic smile. About my reasons. And don't worry, even if there are 10 more losers like Jake, they won't touch me. Back in the present, Shyron is stunned. You're telling me she went alone? Sariel nods. She said she couldn't ignore it. It was the first time she ever asked me for anything. Told me to wait until 7. Shyron glances at his watch. She gave herself a 1-hour buffer, just in case. So that's why she didn't want the professors involved. She's trying to protect the truth, protect me. He throws his bag onto a nearby bench. Then I'm going too. Sariel steps forward. Wait for the time she asked. I can't, Shyron says. She's doing this for me. I can't just sit here. He starts running toward the mountain path. The 4th training hall is that way. I just hope I'm not too late. Then, without warning, he's airborne. Whoa! Sariel lifts him with her magic, floating beside him. If I let you run, you'd never make it. I'm coming with you. She holds out her hand. We'll use photon IC. Hold on tight. Shyron grabs her hand, then blinks in shock. My hands, they're glowing. From the school building, students glance outside, murmuring, who's using magic out there? Looking down at the jungle, Sariel warns, if we teleport directly, we might hit the trees. Let's descend from here. They leap down. Shyron grabs a tree for support, his thoughts spinning. No time to prepare, just go. Sariel charges ahead. Amy, where are you? They reach the 14th training hall. It's empty. Sariel bites her lip. No one's here, but we came 10 minutes early. Shyron, catching his breath, scans the area. They must have changed the location. If that note got out, they'd expect the teachers to find out. They're being careful. This isn't just some trap. They've planned this down to the last detail. They were growing more anxious. If Shyron's identity was exposed, the danger could escalate far beyond what they'd anticipated. Shyron urged her to head back and report to the professor. She could move faster on her own, but Amy didn't budge. She told him she had her reasons and asked him to wait until 7. Shyron cut in, guessing her reason was him. He insisted that if he got involved, everything would be fine, and urged her to go quickly. But she stopped him with a stunned expression, asking if he was the reason that mattered. She demanded to know what their relationship was. Were the rumors true? Were they secretly together? Why didn't she know about it? Frustrated, Shyron snapped. There wasn't time for this. The longer they stood around, the more dangerous things would get. But Amy shot back that if it was dangerous for him, then he should be the one staying behind. Shyron sighed, his tone calm now. He'd faced mountains before. This was nothing new. Activating his spirit zone, he scanned the area. Maybe he could catch a trace, some faint footsteps. It looked like 2 boys had passed through not long ago, but their trail cut off. Either they stopped or took flight. Just then, he looked up, a strange noise catching his attention. A sudden blast echoed across the mountain ridge. Has something gone wrong? The narrator cuts in. Teleportation magic uses the light element, specifically photon type. It's passive magic based on photoionization. It lets users teleport within a 10-meter radius. Mages consider it basic magic due to its simplicity, though it carries fatal risk if a user collides with something mid-jump. Meanwhile, flight magic uses air as its element. A mix of passive and blow-type spells, equally balanced. Air magic is generally easier to master, making it more popular among mages. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired boy launched a gleaming, explosive spell right at Amy, one he'd clearly been saving for a grand entrance. She dodged without a word, while students from other classes gathered. Mistress Amy's here, one of them exclaimed. Only she could reel in a catch like this. Just like the boss. Jake Arias stepped forward. She's a special guest. Show some respect. Amy glanced around, unimpressed. Seems like there's a whole lot of bored kids with way too much free time. Jake smirked. So what brings you here? Jake Arias taunted Amy, wondering aloud if she was acting on her own, or if Shyron meant that much to her that she'd blindly follow orders. Amy coolly replied. No need to burn down the whole house just to catch a few rats. Jake laughed, smug. With all these eyes watching, don't think you'll have your way this time. I didn't come unprepared. Amy, unfazed, dismissed his so-called plan. I didn't come to entertain your schemes. Where's Shyron? Jake and his crew laughed among themselves. Probably off in a library somewhere licking his precious books, one of them joked. Not like he knows what his girl's dealing with. Another added mockingly. He loves his books, right? Just licking. They waved off her question. None of them cared where Shyron was. They were all focused on her. Each of them wanted a piece of revenge for what she'd done. Jake stepped forward, clearly irritated. You ticked me off last night. I'll be sure to return the favor. Be ready. Amy smiled faintly. Well, without Shyron here, that just makes this simpler. Then, with a playful laugh, she added, though things might get messy with all of you watching. Without another word, she activated her mage zone. I suppose I just need to clear the field. Jake looked at her, taken aback. You're kidding. She wasn't. In an instant, Amy hurled a fireball straight at the blonde-haired boy. It exploded on contact. He yelped, hot, clutching his burned arm. The group froze in shock. Jake barked out a warning. Target form's weak against numbers. Keep moving, but don't break formation. Amy's voice cut through, sharp and confident. Who said you could move? She let loose a barrage of fireballs. Chaos broke out. A brown-haired student cried out nervously. Jake, didn't you say she was using target form? How is she spinning so fast? Jake's eyes narrowed. This was nothing like what he'd seen during training. Was she hiding real combat experience? Still, every technique had a flaw. Target form used horizontal rotation. The key was to strike from above. Jake gathered air magic into a massive wind sphere and launched it using the wind cutter technique. He was sure it hit. But Amy, she had already taken control. Amy deflected the incoming blast with ease. Jake stared, stunned. Ow! She let out a smug giggle. Ever heard of Schema? Without waiting for his reply, she launched her fire strike. A searing blast erupted in the air, hitting Jake Arias head-on. He was thrown back, tumbling hard across the ground. Groaning, he shouted at her with rage. But Amy calmly walked over to him. This is exactly why your grades suck. You waste your time on trash like this. Jake barked back. Don't look down on me. Amy just stared. Then what are you doing crawling there? Stop pretending. I'm not letting you off easy. She paused. Her voice cut off mid-sentence. Her eyes widened in alarm. Something was wrong. A strange distortion blurred her vision. Her own magic was emitting back at her. She gasped. Jake shouted to his crew. Put some effort in. She's not easy to catch. Then he laughed cruelly. You wild little freak. You'll lose your mind if you don't drop your spirit zone. What you're feeling right now. That's anti-magic. Amy's eyes turned crimson. You really used forbidden spells? Even our eye can't fix what this'll do. She looked down. Her hands and feet were shackled by magical binds. Jake grinned wickedly. Finally caught you. He stepped closer. Remember what I offered you yesterday? How about reconsider it? Drawing a knife, he held it up. Might be smart to answer properly. I'm feeling criminal today. Amy warned through gritted teeth. If you touch me, I'll kill you. She struggled, but Schema wasn't enough to break free. This is too much. I stopped training when I was 12. I need to think. Jake leaned in. You don't get it, do you? You're tired of guys? I'll help you with that. He turned the knife, exposing the blade. If I mess up that pretty face, maybe they'll stop chasing after you. Amy's eyes followed the knife, helplessly. Jake laughed again, hot breath laced with satisfaction. This is what I've been waiting for. You should have been terrified from the start. He loomed closer. Now beg me for a second chance. Amy's eyes closed, her strength draining. In the darkness, a memory appeared. Young Chiron's face, the look he had when he felt powerless. Then, stop! Chiron's voice rang out, furious. Amy and the boys whipped their heads toward him, startled. The narrator returns. Fire Strike belongs to the Heat Magic Flare series. It's a fusion spell combining fire and air elements, active-type magic. Despite its explosive power, it has low mass and inherits fire's drawback, slow casting speed. That's why air magic is added, increasing physical force. Any such spell combining air will include the word strike. Meanwhile, Wind Cutter uses air magic and blow-type traits. A sharp blade of wind magic cut through the air as the group turned, stunned. Shyron stood there, breathing heavily, gripping a wooden staff. Jake Arias sneered. Well, look who decided to show up. The little prince himself. Amy snapped. Why would you come here alone? Chiron's mind raced. If they had the numbers, they could overpower even a top-ranked student in the intermediate class. But Senior Seriel should have alerted the teachers by now. All he had to do was stall. I beat Rian before with just swordsmanship. I can handle this. Activating his spirit zone, he stepped forward. Let Senior Amy go. Now, Jake raised a brow. And if we do, what? The two of you won't attack us. Shyron charged. Jake's lackey blinked. Is he really running at us? Jake shouted, open up. But something was off. Shyron noticed it too. Their eyes glowed green. No, he felt it. The anti-magic was closing in fast. Grabbing his head, Shyron stumbled. The staff slipped from his hands, clattering to the ground. The group chuckled darkly. As expected of the prince, at least he put on a good show. Now what, mage boy? Amy yelled, Shyron, dispel your spirit zone. It's anti-magic. You could lose your magic forever. Shyron staggered. Her voice seemed far away. His thoughts blurred, his senses spinning out of control. Everything feels like it's slipping away. Then, he remembered. Itella's lectured during class. In chaos, focus is your lifeline. Defense form protects your spirit zone from collapse, even against mental attacks. It doesn't shatter under pressure. Anti-magic and spirit zones are just waves. If your frequency's denser, theirs can't pierce through. I just need to push the density, make it impenetrable. Digging his heels into the ground, Shyron summoned his spirit zone again, this time anchoring it with full force. The blonde-haired boy watched in disbelief. What's he trying to do? Jake narrowed his eyes. What's this? Trying to act like the top student, huh? He scowled and shouted, everyone, ramp it up. Amy looked at Shyron, her voice trembling. There's too many of them. You have to stop. You can't hold out forever. But then her words caught in her throat. She froze. Right in front of her, Shyron was forming a defense zone, and not just any zone. He was holding it steady as the enemy's anti-magic began pouring into it. Shyron rose to his feet, his thoughts sharp. I need more structural layers, more frames. The attackers, watching in disbelief, hesitated. A brown-haired student whispered, it's bouncing off of him. Jake growled, don't fall apart now. You're letting your emotions disrupt the waves. You want anti-magic eating through your zone next. Then, they all noticed it. Shyron was moving. He slammed his foot into the ground. The impact echoed, and his defense zone flared even stronger. The anti-magic that was aimed at him began to reverse, redirecting right back at them. Their noses bled instantly, and panic spread through the group. Amy, still restrained, stared at her hands. Her spirit zone wouldn't activate. She had no idea what was happening. But suddenly, her bindings vanished. She gasped. It's gone. The anti-magic is gone. Looking up, she saw Shyron's defense zone standing firm and cold, immovable. I didn't even know something like this was possible. Meanwhile, Shyron looked down, confused. He could feel something faint, like a worm squirming underfoot. Jake Arias was pale, shaking. This doesn't make sense. We had 6 people. How could we lose to him? Shyron answered calmly. He's probably a specialist. Anti-magic type. That must be how he got into the academy on special recommendation. Jake snapped. You think you can beat me in a magic duel? Shyron watched him, noting the huge air spheres forming around his arms. This is bad. I don't even know how to use magic. But before Jake could strike, Amy suddenly lunged forward. Her fist landed hard. Jake hit the ground, stunned. Before he could react, she slammed another punch right in his face. It's over, she said coldly. Punch after punch followed. What were you planning to do to me, huh? Shyron rushed in, grabbing her shoulders. Stop. You'll kill him if you keep using Schema like that. He pulled her back, wrapping his arms around her. Are you okay? But Amy collapsed against him, unconscious. Amy? Amy, wake up. The narrator returns. Anti-magic belongs to the rare, non-magic type. The narrator continues. Anti-magic is derived from a rare energy wave discovered within the heart of a dragon. This peculiar wave disrupts a mage's spirit zone, effectively disabling their ability to cast magic. If it pierces through the zone completely, the mage's mind can suffer serious damage. To wield anti-magic properly, the caster must regulate their emotions tightly, creating a calm, unshakable wave. In short, to master anti-magic, a person must become emotionally numb, like stone. Because of this, anti-magic specialists are incredibly rare. Back in the clearing, everyone was sprawled out unconscious. Shyron glanced down at Amy, wondering if she'd passed out or just collapsed from the effort. He murmured quietly, "Thanks for coming to save me." To his surprise, Amy's eyes snapped open. She sat up quickly and stretched. "Ah, actually, I feel refreshed." Then she turned to him. "But seriously, what were you thinking? You came here alone when you're this weak?" Shyron grumbled to himself as he pushed himself off the ground. As expected, not a single compliment. Amy cleared her throat and extended her hand. "Let's go. If we get caught by the teachers now, we're in trouble." Grabbing her hand, Shyron replied, "Sariel probably already called them." Amy's eyes widened. "Wait, what?" "I told Sariel not to tell anyone." Shyron blinked. "Well, what else were we supposed to do?" "It was an emergency." Amy groaned, clutching her head. "You don't know how things work around here. If the school gets involved, it just makes everything worse. Mages need logic to accept anything. They don't just let things go." Then she stared at him, dead serious. "You trying to spill all our secrets? We almost died, and you want to start confessing?" A short distance away, Jake Arias, half-conscious, mumbled something about a secret. Amy's eyes darted toward him. "Let's just run. We'll figure everything out later." Just as they turned to flee, a searing light dropped down beside them. Amy paused. Hopefully it's some easygoing old teacher who'll overlook things. She turned and froze. It was Thad of Flames and Alifer of the Ice, two of the most ruthless instructors in the academy. Sariel sprinted toward Amy, panic on her face. "Amy, are you okay?" She cupped Amy's face, searching for injuries. "I'm fine," Amy answered quickly. "How'd you even get here so fast?" In the background, Thad raised a hand and launched a fireball high into the sky. Shyron looked up in awe. "That's Fire Sun, one of the hardest fire spells to cast." Thad scanned the scene and caught sight of Jake and his gang sprawled out on the ground. His gaze then locked onto Amy and Shyron, burning with fury. They looked away awkwardly, dread settling in. "How could someone as smart as you end up like this? Are you hurt anywhere?" Alifer steps in, walking up to Shyron. "We came as soon as we heard something might have happened. Mind explaining what's going on?" Jake stands and says, "I can explain it all." He admits he wants to be honest, but also says there's a personal grudge involved, which is why he asked for a duel. "It's not unusual at our age," he adds. Alifer gives him a skeptical look. "A duel? That's not what I heard. Weren't there threats in a letter? And I saw you use anti-magic. You do realize that's against the school rules, right?" Jake shrugs it off. "Amy was too powerful. That was the only way we could level the playing field. But we're the ones who got hurt in the end." He claims Amy was the first to break the rules, attacking him in the library, which is what led him to challenge her. "I was furious. And isn't it weird she never reported it to the teachers?" Amy shouts back, "You're the one who threatened me first, in the library, and then you wrote that you'd kidnapped Shyron." Jake interrupts coldly. "Did we actually kidnap him, though? Even today, she made the first move, and Shyron didn't report anything to the teachers. Instead, he ran here. That tells me they're hiding something." Thad eyes Jake, then glances toward Shyron. Amy snaps, calling Jake out harshly, while Jake just smirks and says, "If you won't come clean now, do you even understand what the Black Magician is capable of?" He threatens to blow everything up, says he'll uncover her biggest secret no matter the cost. He vows to expose it to the newspapers, the authorities, even the church. He'll make sure the whole world hears. Sienna, furious, tells Jake to shut it. "You and your friends used anti-magic as a weapon. You went way beyond just defense. You knew full well that Amy or Shyron could have lost their minds from that." Sienna looks at Jake and declares this is more than enough reason to have him expelled. Jake just laughs smugly. "And what? A mere instructor like you thinks she can expel me?" Thad quietly leans towards Sienna. The Arya household basically keeps this academy afloat. Without their support, But Sienna cuts him off. "Isn't it our job as instructors to guide students down the right path? If we can't even do that, then maybe this academy needs to take that role seriously. Frankly, the school might be better off without him." Jake lets out another arrogant laugh. "Then go ahead. Kick me out. The world runs on money anyway. Everyone bows their heads to it, including you. Might as well start learning how things really work." Sienna's mana flares up intensely, her anger barely contained. "Seems to me you're the one who still has a lot to learn." Amy watches, reflecting on how it all spiraled to this point. But to her surprise, Shyron thinks the scene is kind of cool. Thad quickly tells Sienna, "You can't kill a student." Alifer steps in, forming a razor-sharp wall of ice around Jake. Shyron, watching closely, is impressed. Not a single shred of his clothing is touched. Her spell control is flawless. No wonder she's called a genius of ice magic. Alifer turns to Jake. Do you really think money can get you everything? Jake snaps, ordering her to take the spell down. She calmly pinches her fingers and shatters the ice wall. Jake coughs, dropping to the ground. Alifer speaks firmly. We've known for a while that you've hurt other students. The only reason you haven't been punished yet is because of your family's influence. Jake says as much himself, that it's all thanks to money. But Alifer doesn't let it slide. Don't get it twisted. This school doesn't trade knowledge for money. We teach something far more valuable, something you can't buy. She asks him, isn't this about what you once dreamed of? Didn't you want to become a mage? Jake stays quiet, flashes of memories flooding his mind. Old dreams, friends he trained with, the path he once walked. Then, almost pleading, he says, if you promote me to class 5, I'll become a great mage. I swear I'll repay you. Alifer reminds him of the dream he once shared with his friends, the goal they all had when they studied together. Isn't that the reason you've come this far? Jake, lost in thought, recalls the faces of those childhood friends. Alifer looks him in the eye and asks. Alifer asks Jake one final question. Do you really want to trample over something precious with your own 2 feet? Jake suddenly snaps out of it. Lowering his head, he sincerely apologizes to Alifer. The narrator explains that Jake and the other members of the Black Magician eventually came to regret their actions and once again pursued the path of becoming mages. But that part of the story would unfold later. For now, after receiving treatment for their injuries, they had to face the consequences in the Academy's punishment room. And soon, the moment everyone was waiting for arrived. An instructor turns to Shyron. Why didn't you report this right away? Something like this should have been told to a teacher first. Fat adds. You went off on your own to rescue an upperclassman, someone way beyond your level. That's not something we can accept as a reasonable excuse. Shyron and Amy exchange a silent glance. Then Amy steps forward. I'll just tell you the truth. Shyron knows they couldn't keep this hidden forever. He still doesn't know who the headmaster might have informed. Amy twirls her hair nervously, then says it clearly. Shyron is my boyfriend. Alifer, Thad, and Sariel are all stunned. The narrator shifts to explain. The Ice Tornado spell combines heat magic, ice-type air magic, and the Furon class. It's an active class spell, executed by casting a wind spell like Tornado, lowering the air temperature and freezing the vapor, making it one of the hardest spells to pull off. Fire Sun is made up of heat magic from the Flare series, light magic from the Photon series, and Fear magic. It also belongs to the active class. The spell forms a miniature sun that glows brighter and lasts longer than standard light spells, another extremely difficult spell to control. Elsewhere, Amy's hands are tied with vines as she screams for help. Her captors mock her, saying no one's coming to the middle of the mountain to rescue her. They sneer that this wouldn't have happened if she'd just accepted their feelings. Just then, a horse appears. They demand to know who it is. But in a flash, Shyron shows up and knocks them all out. Amy sees him and immediately runs into his arms. Watching this, a group of love-struck girls gush about how romantic it is. Sariel points at them, saying it's not just a fantasy. She saw it with her own eyes. Amy walks in, placing a hand firmly on Sariel's shoulder, shouting, "What kind of rumors are you spreading on the notice board?" There, plastered across the board, are flyers about Shyron and Amy being a couple. Girls are whispering excitedly. It's so amazing. Boys, meanwhile, grumble enviously. Amy clenches her fist and asks. Amy clenches her fist and growls. Do you want to die? You didn't even see anything. Sariel, fluster, mumbles, do I have to see it? Then adds with pauses, they were dating, and even if they did kiss, so what? She shrugs it off. Worked out well either way. Now, those annoying guys will stop bothering her. Amy just replies nonchalantly. Guess it did turn out okay. A few days before the incident, Thad slams a paper down on the table, glaring. This is a lie. The Amy I know doesn't care about dating. And Shyron? He's a freshman who just got here. Amy simply says, we met when we were kids. Meeting again here? You could call it fate. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she turns to Shyron. Isn't that right? Shyron, caught off guard, slowly nods. All right. He nervously sips a cold drink. Amy thinks to herself, pretending to date is way better than having the truth come out. Sariel, watching from the side, beams. I knew something felt off. Amy's acting weird. It has to be love. Amy brushes it off. Today's a combined class. We'll see Shyron again there. Sariel teases. Are you meeting him after class too? Dinner date? Library date? Amy rolls her eyes. We're just going to study like usual. Sariel sighs, disappointed. That's so boring. Amy laughs, thinking there's way too much going on to waste time pretending to date. Meanwhile, Shyron is settling into school life just fine. At the second advanced class, combined training hall, Sariel calls out to Shyron. Hey, how are you feeling today? Missed Amy much? Shyron gives a nervous chuckle. Amy watches him, thinking, what is he even thinking? I'm playing along like we're dating, but he keeps acting so distant. Shyron looks over just as Amy clears her throat. She tells him, you don't have to be so formal when it's just us. It's weird. Sariel is stunned. It's the first time she's ever heard Amy talk like that. Is this the power of love? Amy states plainly, we're in a relationship. Shyron responds, it's fine. You're my senior, after all. Then adds, I'll be heading. As the students file into class, Amy glances back at Sariel. Meanwhile, Shyron walks in from the opposite direction, taking a seat without saying a word. Whispers ripple through the classroom. Everyone's talking. He only got in because of his looks, one student mutters. Yeah, he's just here to date instead of study. No wonder he can't use magic, another chimes in. Shyron sits quietly, clenching his left fist under the table as the judgment rains down. The narrator cuts in. 2 days earlier, the rumors had only just begun to spread. In front of Class 7's door, a crowd gathers around the notice board. Gossip is in full swing. Did you hear? Senior Amy's dating a freshman, someone says in shock. They even confessed in front of the professors, another adds. One of the boys breaks into tears. Amy was supposed to be mine. Does anyone even like me? The other sobs. Let's cry together. Nearby, a girl with black hair scoffs. I'm jealous they're the talk of the academy now. I called dibs on the freshman first. She shakes her head. Guess birds of a feather really do flock together. Another girl shrugs. Well, I guess we should congratulate them. Just then, the purple-haired girl freezes in surprise as a classmate stands up and places a sheet of paper on the table. Hey, doesn't this seem a little off? He asks, eyeing the others. The gray-haired boy glances at the paper and narrows his eyes. Wait, is this the midterm evaluation? Everyone leans in, stunned. Shyron's name sits at the very bottom. 30 points. Across every subject. Wasn't he supposed to be an honor student? Someone says. Come to think of it, he doesn't even know how to use magic, another points out. The brown-haired boy scoffs. It's obvious. He got in through special connections. His family's got money. Probably started the genius rumor himself, just to snag a girl from a good family. He sighs. A rich kid who's done nothing but play his whole life, walks into the academy, and walks out with a girlfriend. The white-haired boy slams his hand down. So he really did get in through connections? The purple-haired girl yells. Doesn't it seem shady to anyone else? We're all working our asses off here. The brown-haired boy adds. Why does the academy keep turning a blind eye to something so obviously unfair? Just then, the door creaks open. Shyron freezes in place, eyes locked on the room ahead. Something's off. He's sure of it. It was so noisy just moments ago. He walks to his seat, leans over, and casually asks the boy beside him what the next class is. But the boy stands up and walks off without a word. Shyron stares after him, stunned. He doesn't even need an explanation anymore. The answer's obvious. They were talking that loud on purpose, wanting him to hear every word. And now, Amy might get dragged into this. Fast forward to the present. Inside the combined classroom hall, where all 7 classes are practicing their spirit zones. Shyron activates his zone, and a girl nearby glares at him, annoyed that his spirit zone is brushing up against hers. She grumbles to herself. Why is he even here? And why is his zone so ridiculously huge if it's that useless? Itella walks over and checks in. How's it going? Shyron sighs. This deviating form is tough. Every time I try to separate my spirit zone, it feels like my consciousness is being pulled out of me. Itella nods. It should. Your zone is the convergent type. It mirrors natural logic, anchored around a circular consciousness. It's not made for deviation, so it needs to be forced into it. She then asks, what about the other forms? No problem with those, he replies. Then let's have you show them in the image zone, she says. Shyron glances at the zone. Right now, if you're not feeling up to it, we can wait, Itella assures him. But you're the only one in class who can use all 4 forms. I think it's time the others saw that. She recalls how eager he was to try the image zone on day 1, but also how careful he's been ever since. Understandable. Emotions run high at this age. Still, those who truly believe in themselves won't be shaken by that. I'll give it a shot, Shyron says, stepping forward. Please let me know what you think. Around him, classmates shoot irritated glances. One of them mutters, bet he's just trying to impress his girlfriend. It's the only thing he's even good at. Shyron takes his place in the center of the image zone. Itella addresses the class. Let's take a look at each form, one at a time. Shyron, whenever you're ready. Shyron steadies his breathing and thinks. Mastering all 4 forms smoothly is a key requirement for advancement. If Shyron can pull it off early, he might just get bumped up, far away from Class 7 and all the chaos that comes with it. He shuts his eyes and focuses. First, the defense form. Instantly, his spirit zone materializes, solid and unyielding. Amy watches in disbelief. It's even stronger than when they fought the Dark Magician. From the sidelines, a black-haired student observes, there are 44 layers. That's top tier. With defense like that, it's like he's fully armored. Next, Shyron switches to the star form, then the 4-corner zone. Itella nods to herself. He's got a solid foundation. His transitions are smoother than even Class 6 students. Advancing him wouldn't be an issue at all. But now comes the tricky part. Shyron's chest rises and falls quickly. The deviated form. He's never managed to pull it off, and showing it in front of everyone is a risk. Still, if he wants real feedback, he has to go through with it. Even if it fails, he summons a blurry, unstable spirit zone. Class 5 students whisper among themselves, stunned. Wait, is he trying the deviated form? You have to be at least Class 5 for that. The key is to shrink the zone and shift its core before it collapses. Shyron tries. Just like in practice, it starts well enough. When it's close to him, he can move the center point. But the moment it drifts further away, it's like his mind is being yanked along with it. He pushes for one more attempt, only to hear stifled laughter around him. The students are mocking him, sneering at his failure. There goes the so-called genius, acting all high and mighty. What a joke. The deviated form flickers and begins to unravel. Amy watches, confused and worried. Why is he losing control? He was doing fine. Is it because of all the attention? Is something else going on? It's enough to throw anyone off. Shyron's thoughts spiral. Why do people enjoy watching others fail? Why is everyone so quick to tear someone down? He doesn't belong here. That much is clear. Then, suddenly, someone's voice cuts through his thoughts. You're thinking about way too much nonsense, says a brown-haired boy, calmly but firmly. Stop hesitating, the brown-haired boy says. If you're going to do something, then do it. You came here to become a mage, right? That jolts Shyron back to focus. He shakes off the noise in his head, closes his eyes, and reminds himself, I'm here to become a mage. His spirit zone bursts outward, massive and detached from his body. Class 4 and 5 students gasp. The zone had left his body completely. Inside, Shyron wonders, will it break free first, or will it collapse first? Meanwhile, Alifa reviews some reports. She's thinking back to the time Shyron resisted anti-magic with just his defense form. Anti-magic alone is so dangerous that even trained specialists need artifacts to handle it. There's no way those students used it properly. Still, he held his own against 6 of them. That means one of 2 things. Either Shyron's mental strength outweighs all 6 of theirs, or his talent is just that rare. Just then, Itella calls out to her. Did he manage the deviated form? Alifa asks. It's only been a month since he began training in the 4 forms, Itella replies. But his detached spirit zone held stable for a moment before disappearing. It lasted several seconds. Alifa quietly sips from her cup, thoughts lining up. So, my instincts were right after all. Itella continues to motivate the others. I'd like to ask for your help with something. Alifa adjusts her glasses. I was just thinking the same. A few days later, during Class 7's chemistry class, Sina lowers her hand from the board. That's it for today's lesson. The class buzzes with excitement. Something's clearly up. Alifa steps forward. I ended class early for a reason. I have a special announcement. She turns toward Shyron. Stand up. Shyron rises from his seat, and the room quiets. It has been decided, Alifa says. Student Shyron is officially promoted to Class 5. Starting tomorrow, he'll join their schedule. A girl with light purple hair blinks in shock. Did she just say he skipped 2 classes? That's not even possible, someone else whispers. It takes 2 whole years to move up 1 class. She narrows her eyes. Maybe his family pulled strings to get him promoted. Alifa addresses the room again. I hope this inspires everyone to put even more effort into their studies. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl shoots up from her seat. Excuse me, professor. I have an objection. Her voice trembles with frustration. It's extremely rare for anyone to skip 2 classes. How can a student who doesn't even know? He doesn't even know any magic commands, and yet he gets to advance? Alifer blinks, puzzled. Professor Atella never mentioned that. She turns to Shyron. Is that true? Caught off guard, Shyron stammers. Wait, I can't use any magic yet, but I thought I could just learn the basics if I got curious. Alifer calmly replies. Class 6 doesn't include magic evaluations, so I didn't see that as an issue for advancement. But the brown-haired student slams the desk in anger. I won't accept this. This is clear favoritism. He glares at her. Didn't you say a spirit zone isn't everything in magic? If that's the case, what else is he good at? If he can use even one magic spell, I'll acknowledge this. Another student joins in. He can't even keep up with theory class. Our grades are better. We could beat him easily. If you go ahead with this, we'll take it to the student association. Alifer feels a sudden wave of concern. Was there something I missed? She looks at them and says carefully, I understand where everyone is coming from. It seems I may have overlooked something important. I'll call for an official staff meeting and announce the decision again after that. Later, alone in her room, Alifer reflects on what happened. The students weren't just upset. It felt deeply personal. This wasn't about fairness alone. There was something more going on. Just then a knock. It's a student, Maria. I wanted to talk to you about earlier, she says. She begins to explain. This didn't start today. A week ago, they were ignoring Shyron completely. Then a few days back, they started gossiping out loud. She watched as they disrupted his study sessions and spread false rumors, turning the whole class against him. Tears well up in Maria's eyes. It's gotten so bad. It's bullying, and it's not fair. Alifer listens quietly, heart heavy. So that's what's really been going on. She thanks Maria gently. Leave the rest to me. I'm your teacher. I'll handle it. It's already this late. The brown-haired girl glances at Shyron and gives a small smile as he heads out. Walking alone through the dim streets, Shyron's thoughts drift. The Teenan swords. He remembers what he once told himself. Once inside the Magic Academy, the nobles would never look at him kindly. That meant he had to endure. Keep pushing forward, no matter what. If I can hold out until the end, my goal will be within reach. He comes to a halt in front of the advanced class hall, Professor Steelgate's domain. No matter who tries to stop me, he thinks I will become a mage. Back at the dorm, steam drifts out from the bathroom as Shyron finishes his shower. He steps out and hears a sudden knock at the door. At this hour? He checks the time, tense. Could be those students again. But when he opens the door, he's surprised to see Alifer standing there. Do you have a moment? She asks softly. Can I come in? He nods and lets her in. Would you like some tea? He offers. I actually wanted to speak with you earlier, she says, looking around. But you weren't in. She glances at his desk. Back when she first reviewed his academic record, something had caught her attention. His grades were low, yes, but oddly consistent across every subject. It didn't look like failure. It looked like someone spreading their focus evenly, building up knowledge across the board, not rushing for quick results. He wasn't failing to learn magic. He was choosing not to, for now. Why would he do that? She wonders. Was it a lack of early education? Shyron quietly sits across from her, looking a little unsure. Alifer thinks back to how he behaves in class. During lessons, he always stares straight at her, focused, but maybe that was just his way of hiding how Shyron he really is. She gently asks, Is school life hard for you? He shakes his head and replies, Not at all. I enjoy studying. It's fun. She hesitates for a moment. I've heard your classmates have been giving you a hard time. He lowers his eyes. You don't need to worry about me. But she leans in slightly and says, Can you be honest with me, Shyron? This isn't something you need to hide or be embarrassed about. He said it was a shame he couldn't form friendships, but there was something he could do about the hatred others had for him. When she asked if he felt bitter toward his classmates, he admitted he did. Still, he reminded her that he was human. While he got along with them to some extent, he wasn't going to lose himself just to fit in. Even if all 7 of his classmates thought he was in the wrong. If you consider it, that's only about 40 people. Somewhere out there, someone would understand him. She smiled, saying she understood what he meant and would remember that during the teacher's meeting. She also sensed that Shyron was eager for early promotion. Holding a book in her hands, Alifer concluded the announcement with her opinion. Shyron should move up ahead of schedule. As the other instructors flipped through the pages in front of them, they questioned whether it made any sense. An entire class bullying one student just because he couldn't use magic? In the Magic Academy's meeting room, The teachers discussed how this kind of thing could easily happen in the lower classes. Many of the kids lacked talent, and older were often mixed in, creating a massive skill gap. An older, brown-haired teacher spoke up, saying promoting Shyron early was the right move. If it were up to him, Shyron could graduate within 4 years, and for the academy, the sooner he graduates, the better. Alifer was about to take her seat when Thad cut in, saying he had some objections. When the principal asked him to explain, Thad said he didn't doubt Shyron's talent, but the fact remained the boy couldn't use magic. Student backlash couldn't just be brushed off. Alifer reminded everyone that Shyron's goal was to master knowledge across all fields at once. His delay in learning magic was part of that. A teacher shouldn't interfere with a student's personal learning method, but Thad interrupted her, saying that wasn't the issue. He wasn't questioning Shyron's methods. What concerned him was how much favoritism she was showing. Even if Shyron surpassed the others in overall ability, he still lagged behind in magical expertise. Promoting him now could make the rest of the class feel alienated and, worse, kill their motivation to study. A teacher shouldn't give everything to just one student. They accused the academy of turning everything into a race to crown a single genius. Alifer shot back, saying not only was Thad trying to block a gifted student's path, but he also couldn't see the childish jealousy behind the student's actions. Thad and Alifer immediately clashed, practically leaping from their benches to argue. The rest of the teachers sat in silence, wondering how two people with such opposite personalities ever managed to become mages in the first place. At last, Alpheus raised his hand and told them to stop. He instructed them to sit down. Both Alifer and Thad remained standing, but fell quiet. Alpheus acknowledged that both sides had valid points. Alifer's argument held weight, but Thad's concerns about the school's balance were equally important. His objections weren't rooted in bias, but in genuine care for the academy. The sense of favoritism among students needed to be considered too. Thad agreed. Those were the exact words he'd been trying to say. Alifer turned to glance at him silently, then looked to the headmaster, who posed a new idea. The following morning, students gathered in front of the advanced class notice board. A new announcement had been posted. There would be a test to determine who would receive early promotion. Only one student would advance, straight to Class 5. The subject of the test would be magic, with teleportation chosen as the evaluation spell. The issue raised earlier, using the spirit zone as the sole evaluation, had been addressed. To resolve it, the academy selected Class 5's assigned spell, teleportation. Excitement and tension buzzed through the crowd. The students were stunned to learn that everyone from Class 7 could now take the promotion exam. A gray-haired boy commented that if someone passed, they'd skip 2 whole classes and land directly in Class 5. He turned to his green-haired friend and asked if he could use teleportation. The green-haired student shook his head. That's Class 5 material. I know the theory, but casting it is another story. Nearby, a black-haired girl turned to her brown-haired friend. You think it's simple? One of the upperclassmen I know got hurt so badly while practicing it, they were hospitalized for a year. The purple-haired boy looked uneasy. So what? You think no one's going to get promoted now because we complained? Then Shyron arrived. As he read the notice about teleportation, his classmates glared at him. He stared at the board deep in thought. The so-called Class 7 outcast situation had spread so far that even students from higher classes were talking about it. After class, students gathered around the intermediate class bulletin board, murmuring that stuff like this still happened. One of them pointed toward the commotion below and asked if it was Class 7 again. Someone replied, "Yeah, I heard it's 'cause he can't use magic. But they don't even teach magic in Class 7, so what's the big deal?" Another added, "They're just picking on him because he's dating Amy. Pure jealousy." Hearing all the whispers, Amy realized people thought Shyron was being bullied, and that he was avoiding her just to keep her out of it. Sariel chimed in thoughtfully, saying Class 7 was known for being immature, and incidents like this weren't unheard of. She'd been through something similar herself. Even so, she advanced quickly, and nothing serious came of it. Then she noticed Amy heading off and asked where she was going. To see Shyron, Amy replied. "What are you going to do?" Sariel asked. Amy snapped. "He better not try to act clueless. I'm going to make sure he remembers this, and I'll put every one of those Class 7 brats in their place." As Sariel picked up her coat, she asked if Amy was somehow part of the bullying too. "If I were being picked on, I wouldn't want the person I like to find out," she said. Amy paused at that. If she stepped in now, would it just crush his pride more? She couldn't understand. If she was someone he truly cared about, why hadn't he told her? Sariel shifted the topic. Teleportation isn't something you can pick up easily. It's a big leap, even for students in the higher classes. Amy thought to herself, if it were only about difficulty, that'd be one thing. But for someone who's never used magic before, it's dangerously reckless. Sariel asked, what if you taught him? It could be your way of making peace. Amy scoffed, as if he'd accept my help. Besides, I've got my own exams to prepare for. Then she added sharply, if he can't even handle this alone, maybe he shouldn't be my boyfriend. At the academy, something leapt swiftly through the trees, landing on a branch outside Shyron's dorm. It was Amy, perched like a storm waiting to hit, shouting that she definitely wasn't doing this because she had feelings for him. She was helping, period. Feeling partly responsible, Amy launched herself over the building and landed near Shyron's room. Her mind was set. He needed to apologize, and she wouldn't leave until he did. Inside, Shyron was quietly reading when he looked up, startled, just in time to see Amy burst through the window. Before he could speak, she pounced on him and clamped a hand over his mouth. I'm the one who's going to make sure you never forget this, she growled. And don't you dare keep this from me again. But then her eyes widened. Miss Alifer was sitting right there in the room. Alifer narrowed her gaze. You must be Amy. Have you been sneaking into the boys' dorm like this every night? Caught between panic and embarrassment, Amy stammered. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Alifer motioned her inside. You should come in before the neighbors start talking. She added, I always thought it was odd that you two didn't spend much time together and kept so quiet about it. Amy insisted. This is seriously the first time I've ever come here like this. Shyron said it'd be weird if we met during the day, so I came in secret. As she removed her cloak, Alifer raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, why are you here so late at night? I'm here to help him prepare for the promotion exam, Amy said firmly. Class 7 is already tense enough. Shyron handed her a cup. Here, have some tea. Amy took a sniff. Smells good. Where'd you learn to make tea like this? But her mood shifted fast. Slamming the cup down, she snapped, Whose fault do you think it is that you're being humiliated like this? Shyron hesitantly muttered an apology. Why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? She pressed. Alifer stepped in. Let's all sit down. We can talk about the exam first. Shyron, clearly uneasy, took a slow sip and wondered what exactly was going on anymore. Breaking the silence, Amy turned to Alifer. Don't you think teleportation's a bit too dangerous for someone who can't even use magic? Alifer admitted the headmaster had made the decision himself. While she was concerned, she trusted there was a reason behind it. Amy frowned. Of course, the eccentric headmaster had something to do with this. Shyron glanced at her. Is it really that dangerous? Amy nodded. Teleportation relies on the element of light. His eyes widened. I've read something about photonization before. She explained, light has a fixed speed. Nothing in this world can surpass it. Teleportation uses that very speed to bend the limits of space and time. Shyron listened, taking it all in. Shyron wondered aloud. Was Amy saying teleportation worked by converting the body into light? Alifer jumped in, explaining that while it sounded complicated, surprisingly, even beginner students could use teleportation. In photonization theory, the speed of light was divided into 4 levels: ultralight speed, sublight speed, and semi-light speed. The level required for teleportation was semi-light speed. If a student could understand even just 1% of that speed, they could use the spell. However, the downside was that if the process wasn't complete, some of the body's mass might not fully convert, leaving behind physical remnants. Shyron responded thoughtfully. So, it's easy to learn, but if you're not careful, there's the risk of crashing. No wonder it's banned on campus. Alifer smiled in approval. As expected, you catch on fast. Amy, on the other hand, looked off to the side, quietly wondering if this kind of warmth was normal between Shyron and Alifer, or if they were just unusually close. Shyron then asked, how can they base an exam on such a risky spell? Alifer was about to explain when Amy cut in, clearing her throat. They'll have to use a space with absolutely no obstacles. When Shyron asked where that would be, Amy pointed upward. The roof. Shyron looked up, stunned. In the sky, the narrator explained, the designated teleportation training area was 10,000 meters above sea level, a bridge stretching 700 meters across between 2 peaks, a place where no one could run, only teleport. Alifer confirmed it. Honestly, that's probably the only location that makes sense. The rules were simple. Race from one mountain peak to the other. Shyron was impressed. That's incredible. And yeah, if it's up there, no obstacles would get in the way. Then he asked the obvious question. If someone fell, would they survive? Amy answered directly. The first person to make it across wins. But at Class 7's level, it might be hard for anyone to even finish. Alifer added, if no one makes it, whoever gets the furthest will be declared the winner. And yes, there'll be safety devices in place, but the real danger lies in the students themselves. She explained that when competition got too intense, accidents could happen, especially when teleporting bodies collided midair. Amy pointed out that with those rules in place, it was obvious Shyron would become the prime target for everyone else. Shyron, already anxious, questioned whether he could really pull this off. It wasn't even the difficulty that got to him. It was the fact that he had to take on the entire class by himself. What bothered him more was the idea that someone might get hurt because of it. Was taking this exam truly the right thing to do? Noticing his silence, Alifer softly apologized. She admitted that from the very first entrance exam, she'd wanted him placed in Class 5. But in hindsight, that selfishness might have made things harder for him. Shyron quickly said it wasn't her fault, but she cut him off. That's why, starting today, I'll personally take charge of your training. Amy frowned. Why go that far? Alifer replied, it was because she felt responsible for how complicated the promotion exam had become. Helping him now was the least she could do. Amy didn't agree. She warned that Alifer's involvement could backfire. If word spread that a judge was personally training one of the examinees, Shyron's credibility, and the result of the exam could be questioned. I'll teach him instead, Amy said firmly. It's a level 1 spell, there aren't any obstacles, and I can handle it. Shyron looked at her, surprised. Weren't you just mad at me? Alifer acknowledged Amy had a point, but she also mentioned something interesting. Amy had recently requested a promotion to the advanced class. Turning to her, she asked, so, do you really have the time to focus on Shyron right now? Shyron was stunned. The advanced class? The narrator explained. The advanced class was every aspiring mage's ultimate goal. The students in that group were recognized as semi-pros. Being accepted into a famous academy's advanced class meant making headlines in the kingdom's magic magazines. Once inside, there was no more leisurely school life. Just endless competition, high-pressure training, and barely any rest. Amy was aiming to get into that kind of world before anyone else in her year. Shyron asked in disbelief, why so fast? Isn't this early for people our age? Amy, visibly annoyed, muttered to herself, it's your fault. Your ridiculous improvement speed is throwing everything off. The only place left for her to escape now is the advanced class. Shyron's sure of one thing. She's not planning to settle for being number 1 in the intermediate division. She's unfazed about her chances. In fact, she's confident enough to be the first in her year to apply for the advanced class. And even though this is a crucial time for her, she still made the effort to come all the way here just to help him. Amy insists that no matter how hectic things get, something like this shouldn't be her concern. She tells her to let it go. But Shyron responds calmly. She gets where Amy's coming from. Still, as his girlfriend, it's okay to trust his training to a teacher. Alifer steps in, adding that this is Shyron's first exposure to magic. Having an experienced professor guide him would be much more effective. Hearing this, Amy suddenly feels lightheaded. She turns to Shyron, demanding he choose her or Alifer. Shyron, who's been quietly observing, suddenly reacts in surprise. Amy presses on, saying that obviously, a boyfriend would rather be taught by his girlfriend. Shinor, clearly nervous, tries to settle it with a simple answer. He'll handle it by himself. Both Alifer and Amy stare at him in shock. Meanwhile, the narrator explains. The teleportation training grounds, known as the bridge that cannot be crossed, are located high in the twin peaks of the Academy's mountain range. The design allows students to train in midair, free of obstacles. And thanks to safety gear installed for higher-ranked students, there's no danger of falling. Difficulty levels range from 1 to 10, with customizable obstacle challenges. Time mages have defined 4 distinct tiers of light speed training. First is semi-light speed, not quite sublight, but faster than sound. To the average eye, it looks as fast as light. This is the base level speed needed to cast a basic teleportation spell. Next is sublight speed, 90% the speed of light. At this level, space-time begins to distort. It's the threshold needed to use spatial warp spells. Then there's light speed. Only a handful of mages have ever reached it. This is the level required to perform the stop spell, which halts time itself. Finally, there's ultra-light speed. Faster than light, only theoretical. No mage in recorded history has ever reached this state. In truth, ultralight speed would be the level of omnipotence required to use the time leap spell. A spell that, in theory, would allow a mage to move through time itself. Amy, clearly concerned, asks Shyron if he really doesn't see what a huge opportunity this is. Shyron responds quietly. He doesn't want to be a burden, not to her or to the professor. He knows how important her upcoming exam is, and that she'll be among the examiners. Amy points out that everyone else is hiring top-tier tutors just to master this one spell. No one's taking it lightly. On top of that, his classmates are already against him. This isn't something he can handle alone. But Shyron calmly replies, that's exactly why she's pushing ahead and joining the graduating class early. She can't afford to linger when she's focused on bigger dreams. To her, Class 5 is just a stepping stone to becoming a mage at her level. Amy looks away, struggling to respond. Shyron turns to Alifer and asks her to believe in him. He won't make promises he can't keep, but he'll do his best, and he won't regret the path he's chosen. Sina, who had been silently putting away a chair, speaks up. If that's what her student truly wants, then she'll respect it. But if he has questions later, he's free to come to her, just like any other student. For now, he should wrap things up and commit to his decision. As she opens the door, Alifer turns to Amy and says she'll let her off this time. But if she tries climbing through the boys' dorm window again, she knows what'll happen. Amy bows slightly and mutters a quiet yes. Taking a deep breath, Amy sits down on the bed. An awkward silence settles between them. She eventually stands, walks toward the window, and tells Shyron she'll be heading out. He thanks her, respectfully calling her senior, and appreciates her for coming. But Amy doesn't move just yet. She turns around and asks him, why did he really avoid her? She wants the truth. Was it because the others are bullying him? Because this doesn't just affect him, it affects her too. She demands to know if it hurt his pride. Shyron glances away, clearly uncomfortable. He says it wasn't like that. He just didn't want to drift apart from her. Amy doesn't buy it. She coughs, frustrated, suspecting her instincts were right. Finally, Shyron speaks up. He tells her it's because she's his goal. He remembers the day he arrived at the academy and saw her name at the top of the rankings. From that moment, he decided he wanted to catch up no matter what. Shyron never expected things to turn out this way. Things between them were already tense. If he'd told her about the bullying, it would have only made things worse. Amy quietly reflects on his words, his goal, and sadly, she realizes he's already surpassed her. Her thoughts drift to her past, and she wonders if he knows anyone else at the academy. If he does, maybe he can introduce them to her. It's a strange twist of fate. She looks at him and asks if he's joking. Smiling warmly, she accuses him of pretending to chase after her like some secret admirer, but doing it behind her back like a coward. Shyron bristles and fires back. How is that the same thing? Amy opens the window and challenges him directly. Are you planning to surpass me? She tells him to stop calling her senior. Instead, they should compete head-on where she can see him. And if he doesn't manage to catch up soon, he'll have to keep calling her senior for the rest of his life. Shyron, now fired up, calls out her name, Amy, and tells her to wait for him. He'll catch up in no time. Amy grins. If that's the case, he better study like his life depends on it. As she climbs out the window, she reminds him, by the time he gets there, she'll already have graduated. Watching her disappear, Shyron thinks to himself, she's already out of sight. It's a shame he can't rely on her help anymore. But he knows the bullies are watching. Every move he makes has to be his own. He gives himself a deadline, 1 month until the early advancement exam. The next day, the academy is buzzing. After class, students chat in the hallways. One student asks another if he's prepping for the early exam. The other says, yeah, his private tutoring starts today. But teleportation in a month? That's cutting it close. Around 20 students have applied already. The omniscience part of the test isn't too hard, as long as you know how to use the equations. But the gray-haired student remarks that omnipotence is where it gets tough. He glances over at Shyron. Meanwhile, Shyron is buried in books in the library, surrounded by thick stacks. He promised himself he'd learn this alone, but the challenge lies in applying the spell in real-world conditions. A mage's surroundings are always shifting, and that unpredictability makes all the difference. In teleportation magic, knowledge of the terrain is absolutely critical. The moment the situation unfolds, the mage must instantly calibrate omnipotence and determine the exact light value. But that calculation alone can stretch across 10 to 20 formula squares. Shyron ties a rope around his forehead, steeling himself he won't give up. If the exam were truly impossible, they wouldn't have assigned it. He remembers what Professor Alifer once said, teleportation is relatively easy to learn. But what if that's not the case for someone like him? Someone who's never studied magic before. His thoughts drift back to the headmaster's words. Class 7 students, raised in elite conditions, were practically destined to succeed. They were trained from childhood, had access to expensive private tutors, and were far ahead in magical theory and practice. Can he really close that gap? That question lingers, but deep down he knows he's already been given the answer. Meanwhile, at the teleportation field, a student is performing a successful teleport. The gray-haired instructor claps in approval, calling the demonstration flawless. He praises the student, recognizing him as the son of the famed Sir Slider, the Magic Association's renowned advisor. The student is introduced. Mark Slider, 15 years old, currently in Class 7. Mark humbly replies that he's being taught by a certified Class 9 instructor. Wiping away sweat with a towel, he admits he was nervous at first, but teleportation turned out to be surprisingly simple. The instructor nods, explaining that while full mastery is impossible in such a short time, if Mark can handle the key components for the exam and spend the rest of his time refining them, he has a good shot at completing the course. Mark laughs, wondering aloud if he just has a natural parachute for fast progress. After all, he's managed to jump ahead 2 levels in record time. Taking a drink, he casually asks what Shyron is up to. The instructor says they're keeping watch, just as Mark ordered. Apparently, Shyron is studying alone, relying entirely on books. Mark smirks. He figures Shyron would have used some connection to hire a top-tier teacher. Still, he tells them to keep watching. They can't afford to get careless. After all, nobody can master magic just by reading books. Back in the library, Shyron pauses, thinking he's done enough for now. Shyron has done everything he possibly can. He's poured countless hours into understanding omniscience, committing every essential theory to memory. Even if he's not completely confident, time is running out. At the Class 7 exclusive training grounds, Shyron warms up, mentally preparing himself. He knows he has to demonstrate real magic now. There's no other way. He can only hope the spell responds the way he's visualized. Stepping into his spirit zone, he focuses hard. He needs to integrate the theory of photoionization into the zone. The biggest obstacle standing between omniscience and omnipotence is himself. That mental block must be destroyed. Looking at the faint glow starting to cover his body, Shyron mutters, "It's working. Now it's time to teleport." No normal human could possibly calculate the value of light instantly. But he remembers a vital lesson. When a mage's concentration reaches its peak, even the wind around them becomes part of their senses. The most skilled can detect the number of leaves scattered across the ground without ever seeing them. This hyper-focused state is the spirit zone. Mages within it don't rely on logic alone. They perceive the world through heightened awareness. And from that awareness, they manipulate reality itself. Instead of calculating values, he chooses to sense everything at once. The countdown continues. 13 days remain before the teleportation exam. By the 9th day, students in the classroom are shocked to see Shyron walk in with a bruised and battered face. They whisper, wondering if he's training without any safety gear. Shyron, unfazed, scribbles away on a sheet of paper. His first teleportation attempt had failed hard. To fix his mistakes, there's only one way forward: trial and error. He remembers crashing painfully to the ground, knees buckling from the impact. Now, 8 days in, he's been furiously writing formulas nonstop. He notes that if his margin of error is just plus or minus 0.02 microc, it's absurdly small, but his body is learning through repetition. It remembers. Day 7, day 6, they race by. On day 1, Shyron exhales deeply, sweat dripping onto the ground. With the test tomorrow, he thinks hard. What else can he do? For every error he fixes, a new one appears. He raises his hand, as if to stop the doubt. There's nothing more to adjust. This has to be it. He glances at his hand, then covers his ears, forcing himself to focus. Get it together, he tells himself. I'll make it. Then he starts to run. As his momentum builds, he wills the teleportation spell to activate. In a flash, he vanishes, reappearing elsewhere. He crashes to the ground hard. But this time, he grins through the pain. It doesn't hurt. He did it. There's no room for breaks now. No time to slack off. If he wants to get anywhere, He'll have to keep pushing, sharpening his control, mastering the art of linking Shinor and sleep. But his thoughts trail off. Morning arrives. Mark stands by his window. Behind him, his gray-haired tutor asks how he's feeling. Fantastic, Mark replies confidently. Today's the day. I'm hitting class 5. That 700-meter mark? I'll crush it. Meanwhile, over at the academy, Maria pauses at the classroom entrance when someone calls out to her. Giving up already? It's Mark. She frowns. Aren't you supposed to be training? Studying, maybe? Mark smirks. Do I look like some pathetic bookworm? Don't insult me. He eyes her. And what about you? Slacking off again? No wonder your grades suck. Maria turns back to the classroom, but Mark doesn't stop. You should be out there, watching real talent. Learn from us. You might actually improve. Her voice trembles as she mutters, good luck. Mark lets out a loud, mocking laugh. Wishing me luck now? Wow, you really are something. You know that. He suddenly leans in. You didn't snitch, did you? Maria gasps, covering her mouth in shock. How could you even? Mark cuts her off coldly, just checking if it was really you. As her bag slips from her hand, Mark stares down at her. I have my ways of finding things out. Bit odd, though, for someone like you to wander into the teacher's office. He steps closer. I've been civil, cause we're classmates. But once I'm above you, you really think I'll stay nice? Maria's legs buckle as fear grips her. Mark just stares, thinking she's nothing more than a pathetic dreamer trying to become a mage. For years older and still in the same class. What a joke. He strides off with a smirk, leaving her behind, curled up by the wall, sobbing silently. A moment later, Mark pushes open the classroom door. 4 boys are waiting. We all set? He asks. The one with black hair nods. Yeah, 2 of us will tail Shyron once it starts. The other 2 will cover the outside. We'll have exactly 2 shots to take him down. Mark nods. His first turn range is 10 meters. Make sure he's out by the 10th turn. The gray-haired one chimes in. So, you really keep your word if we pull this off? Mark smirks. Mark promises them everything, private tutors, job security, even if they flunk out of school. My dad's the technical advisor at the Magic Association, he says. Help me today, and I'll owe you. Big time. He's certain no surprises are coming. Geniuses don't slip up, not if they stay sharp. Elsewhere, Class 7's unregistered students gather. A girl with black hair glances around. Is this really the final? The pink-haired girl beside her scans the crowd. Way more people than I thought. Even Class 5 showed up. The Class 5 students stand with smug faces, clearly looking down on the rest. Class 4 and 6 enjoy the show, waiting for things to heat up. Judges are already in place. Suddenly, a light flickers near a tree. Itella steps forward and announces, 10 minutes till we begin. The front row starts stretching and warming up. 2 students peer down the steep drop ahead. Where's the bridge? One asks. The other scoffs, this is the bridge. We're jumping from here, genius. Up on a hill, Sariel looks through binoculars. The view's perfect from here. Amy groans. Why are you even watching Class 7? Waste of time. Sariel shrugs. Gotta cheer for my boyfriend. Might earn me some points. Amy waves her off. Whatever. The strong will pass. The rest? Who karmas? But she can't help but wonder. Did he even master teleportation? Just then, someone rushes over to Mark. Did you find Shinor? Mark asks. He's not here. Cut to Shinor, lying flat on the ground, asleep. An ant crawls across his face, bites him, then scurries off. Shinor jerks awake. What time is it? Back on the hill. Amy yanks the binoculars from Sariel. What do you mean he's not there? Sariel panics. I've looked everywhere. I can't find him. Amy stares through the lens. No way. Did he mess up the spell? Learning teleportation alone isn't easy. It's almost impossible. Down by the cliff, students at the front stretch and chat, wondering what lies below. Is there even anything down there? Someone mutters. Itella steps forward again. Listen up. Rules are simple. When a signal's given, run. Whoever teleports the farthest wins. The crowd freezes. They all glance at the edge. Wait, we're jumping off that? There's no choice now. The only path left is down. If that safety mechanism is real, it's not obvious. Thad glares at the students and tells them bluntly, if they're afraid, they should just quit now. At the Magic Academy, every lesson carries the risk of death. This is an early promotion exam. Only those with real ability will advance to Class 5. If they can't even protect themselves, they shouldn't be here. He warns them, if their determination isn't firm, now's the time to walk away. The students hold their gazes steady, staring back at him. But Thad keeps a stern look, convinced they're all frozen in fear. To prevent a disaster, he thinks it's best to keep them on edge. The real danger, he muses, lies in those boys too eager to charge in without a second thought. Mark glances over at his peers and scoffs inwardly. Why are these people, who couldn't even finish the course, trying to take the exam? Either they're delusional, or they'll be nothing in the real world. And if the rumors were true that someone tried to master everything solo, it must have ended in disaster. Regardless, he's already plotting his next move. Up on the platform, it telecalls for the frontliners to assemble. The exam is about to start. But then, all heads turn as Shyron suddenly dashes up, gasping for air. The students stare in disbelief. Shyron, drenched in sweat, quickly apologizes and asks if he can still take part. Charel looks to Atella, who rushes to Shyron's side. Before anything more is said, Amy snatches the binoculars from Charel in frustration, snapping at why Shyron showed up so late. Biting her lip, she glares at him, wondering why he's battered and bruised. Had he been training without safety gear? Alifer turns to the headmaster and asks if Atella is signaling for a delay, hoping they can stall the exam for the late arrival. But the headmaster simply replies that survival is each student's responsibility. The test must begin on schedule. Atella looks toward the flash and addresses the group. It's time to prepare. The test will proceed as planned. She tells Shyron that if he wants to back out, he can still speak up. A green-haired boy calls Shyron over and motions him to stand next to him. Thinking silently, let's begin. One's bound for success, but they're determined to make sure Shyron fails before that can happen. Panting, Shyron steels himself, muttering that he has to give it everything he's got. Atella announces that Class 7's early promotion exam is about to begin. On your marks, get set. She raises her hand, finger hovering over the timer. The students take their positions. Mark eyes the student next to him and assumes he's got a plan, so he decides to stick close. Atella shoots a flash of light into the sky, the signal. The exam begins. Everyone surges forward. Two students are stunned as Shyron sprints past them with surprising speed. Time elapsed, 1 second. The narrator explains, these students have come this far through intense training, but this is their first time stepping onto the sky path, where nothing but open sky lies beneath them. What would that feel like? The rush that begins at the tips of their toes. Was it thrill or fear? They didn't know. All they could do was move forward with the one plan they all shared. Run. An orange-haired boy pushes ahead, thinking he just needs to stay in front. As long as he keeps going, things should be fine. Time elapsed. 2 seconds. Distance to the cliff, 20 meters. Mark sprints forward, but he knows speed alone won't win this. What really matters is where he casts his teleportation spell. It's all about timing. Picking the perfect spot to launch from will decide who comes out on top. Repeating that gap would be impossible unless he's brave enough to take the risk. The orange-haired student reaches the edge and teleports. A black-haired boy mutters, "Me too," and follows. One by one, the lead group blinks out of sight. Time elapsed, 3 seconds. Just 5 meters left to the cliff's edge. The front runners continue to teleport away. One of Mark's teammates yells that he can't go any further. Mark snaps at him. What's he supposed to do if the supposed guard squad backs out first? As he reaches the cliff's edge, Mark calculates. If he falls and then teleports at just 2 meters down, time ticks to 3.5 seconds. Shyron is still running at full speed. The green-haired boy watching him wonders, why is he still running? The gray-haired one thinks to himself that they're the only ones left now. If they keep this up, they're going to fall. At the 3.7-second mark, 2 boys teleport away, barely a meter from the edge. Shyron, hearing the time, mutters, and not yet. He reaches the cliff's edge, determined to catch up here and now. Class 4 students, including Alifer and Atella, are stunned. As the timer rolls on, they watch in disbelief. Shyron hasn't teleported. He just jumped straight off. No light, no magic, just a leap. 2 meters beyond the cliff, at the exact 4-second mark, Shyron dives into open air. Flashback. 1 year ago, inside the Ogent mansion, Rian's room. Rian stares at Shyron and asks, shocked, "Weren't you scared?" Shyron answers nervously, "I read in a book. Fear comes from imagination." He explains, imagination makes us think we'll die in a situation. Like when someone jumps off a cliff, they don't die until they hit the ground. That's why he focuses only on the present. No thinking ahead. Only act when he can clearly see the solution. Rian's eyes widen as Shyron throws the question back. Isn't that obvious? Rian insists, you'll die if you fall. But Shyron calmly replies, that's not the point. He tells Rian to think about it. The fall isn't death. The moment of death is when you hit the bottom. Back in the present, Shyron plunges downward. He looks down, staying alert. He reminds himself, it's over the moment his spirit zone breaks. With laser focus, he activates it and teleports, landing with the others near a tree. Mark sees him flash ahead and is stunned. He jumped late and still passed all of us at once. The judges and students on the sidelines erupt in excitement. It started, they cheer. Class 5 students look at each other in disbelief. Did you see that? That new guy just jumped. Sariel turns to Amy, surprised. That was his first time using magic. Amy narrows her eyes. His star was delayed, but he's bouncing back. If he keeps this up, he'll be first. Mark grits his teeth, furious. What's my team doing? Watching Shyron push ahead, he sees, I gave it my all. And he's still ahead. Meanwhile, Maria walks silently through the jungle, lost in thought. I wasn't always talentless. She remembers a time in her past. A teacher asked her why her grades were slipping. Holding back tears, she told him the other kids were cruel. I just couldn't handle it. The teacher coldly tells Maria that competition is part of life. Everyone else faces the same pressure and still manages to improve. If she can't handle that, how does she expect to become a mage? The narrator explains, Maria remained in class 7 for 6 whole years. Maria stops in her tracks. I don't like competing, she mutters, but I hate being pushed around even more. Covering her face, she whispers, I can't let Mark move ahead. At the end of the third teleportation round, the students are now split into 3 groups. Up front are Shyron, Mark, and their teammates. The second group trails about 3 meters behind. The last group, those who panicked early, used magic too soon, afraid to take the leap. One student from the rear group admits he can't use flight magic and, believing he'll survive the fall, jumps down. Others scream in panic, calling for help and begging to quit the exam altogether. Classes 5 and 7 chuckle to themselves. The ones who overcame fear ended up being the first to drop. The judges note each student's fall and distance from the cliff as more drop down to the ground below. Where's the safety mechanism? One yells mid-fall. How far am I going? Suddenly, large fans activate beneath them, slowing their descent and letting them land softly. The orange-haired student grumbles, so cruel. They could have warned us about this. The judges, their images projected for all to see, grin. Just a little gift for our junior students. The ones who dropped in the last group, every single one, failed the exam. Meanwhile, those in the middle group lost momentum and also fell, calling out for help. They too failed. Mark keeps moving, seething. They shouldn't have even tried. They were doomed from the start. He glances at his teammates lagging behind. I wasn't wrong. The gap just keeps growing. He doesn't care how it looks, dead or not. Shyron is now leading the teleportation phase. Itella observes closely. Shyron, he's incredible, she says. He's using compulsion magic in perfect rhythm. His moves are so precise, so consistent. It's almost mechanical. One of the judges, the brown-haired man, notes, Mark's rhythm is falling apart. The white-haired woman adds, he's stronger than the rest, no doubt, but he's pushing too hard. All the while, they quietly commend Itella for how she's handled the test so far. From far away, she senses synesthesia. Thad glances smugly at the headmaster, thinking to himself, Shyron's talent is no joke. Sariel, watching intently, murmurs that he's forcing compulsion. But where did he learn something that advanced? Amy, recalling her time serving coffee to mages, thinks to herself, most mages learn to convert subconscious impulses into conscious control. But Shyron, he's different. She wonders if he's not converting anything at all. Maybe he is raw subconscious. And that's not something you could teach. Mark grits his teeth, frustration boiling over. He's gonna burn out soon. Then out loud, he yells, start. The black-haired boy hesitates, thinking it's too risky to act now. But if he spends the last of his mental energy, he might be able to pull it off once. Shyron, mid-run, hears a strange sound. Something's off. Someone's broken formation. A blur passes him. He's stunned, watching a student veer toward him with reckless speed. The student's thoughts are clear. If we go down together. Shyron realizes, is he seriously trying to crash into me? All the students in the front group fall, except for Mark. Shyron's rhythm collapses, and the exhaustion hits all at once. Breathing heavily, he tells himself, don't black out. Focus. He enters spirit zone again and launches into a long leap. The watching students scoff at him. Meanwhile, Class 5 murmurs about the weird movements just now. Did we mess up the direction? One asks as Shyron nearly crashes into someone ahead. A brown-haired student speaks up. He did it on purpose. Everyone turns to him in disbelief. How can you be sure? He calls out, Iruki. Iruki steps forward, raising a hand in a punching stance. Simple. One person stops. Another charges. That combo, paired with instant teleportation and space jumping, can cause total chaos. He says if Shyron hadn't stepped out of his regular pattern, the outcome could have been disastrous. But if it were me, Iruki adds, I'd have dodged it easily with motion equations. The two boys in question look away, annoyed, and now suspicious of each other. The gray-haired student nods. Just like Iruki said, the brown-haired boy agrees. No way the professors didn't catch that. They probably already have something in place. Meanwhile, Mark is hyped. I'm first, he grins cocky. Everyone's just jealous of this idiot, huh? The students from class 6, soon to become juniors, are watching closely. Shyron keeps his eyes on Mark. His pace is solid. If I want to win this, I have to pass him fast. But he knows, if he recklessly extends his teleportation distance, he'll mess up his rhythm. Instead, he tightens his focus and speeds up his timing, half a beat faster than Mark. The class 7 students start buzzing. Shyron's gaining on him. Only those two are left now. A girl nearby calls out nervously to Mark, "You've got to move faster." Amy watches with growing concern. His body's not ready to handle this much magic. Sariel, eyes brimming with tears, begs Amy, "Let me see. Just once." Amy is startled, but then suddenly, so is Mark. A rope snaps out of nowhere, right his path. He narrowly dodges it, a shock running through him. I could have died. Shyron also notices the hazard and stares, alarmed. The judges look panicked as a warning flashes. The bridge's engine system, classified level 10, is activating. And once it starts, the bridge can't be crossed. From afar, Shyron and Mark watch as ropes start spreading and coiling rapidly in the distance. Alifer urgently calls out to Thad. He responds that he's heading to the engine room and takes a massive leap, vanishing into thin air. Alifer anxiously turns to the headmaster. "We need to halt the test now." Another judge counters. This exam determines a 2-grade advancement. If we cancel it, the backlash from the families will be enormous. He asks the headmaster, "So what do we do?" The headmaster, silent until now, suddenly snaps. "You're asking me that now?" He slams his hand down. "Send the signal. Stop the exam immediately." Up above, a yellow flare rises high into the sky. Shyron and Mark both see it. The message is clear: exam terminated. Thad watches the signal flare and mutters to himself. They really called it off. He can already imagine the flood of complaints rolling in. Frustrated, he storms toward a small building and bangs on the door. "Brad," he yells, "did you seriously drink yourself into a coma again? I told you this exam was critical." He grabs the doorknob, locked. Thad summons his magic, a fireball flickering beneath his palm. Peering through a gap, he sees someone slumped behind the door. His voice turns furious. "You better open up right now, or else." He's ready to blow the door apart, and the man behind it, on someone else's orders, since no one would care even if a guy like that died. Hearing the voice, Thad freezes, recognizing it. He asks if it's Maria, then slams his fist on the door, demanding she open up. He accuses her of causing a serious problem, warning that this won't just be brushed off with a slap on the wrist. Inside, Maria cries out, saying everything's already over. If Mark succeeds, she'll just be dragged back into a miserable life. What difference does it make if she dies now? Maria trembles, her voice thatting. Thad sighs softly. He tells her he understands. If she doesn't want to come out, fine, there's no need to. The exam's over, just like she wanted. Nearby, Mark watches the flickering yellow fire, irritated. The trial's been halted. He was so close to advancing. His eyes shift to Shyron. He knows he has to win now. If they don't do it here, they might never get another chance to take him out. Without a word, both Mark and Shyron dash forward, aiming for the final stage. Elsewhere, the judges urgently inform the headmaster that Mark and Shyron are entering the maze. Furious, the headmaster slams his desk and hurls insults. Alifer questions why they aren't being stopped. Are they too proud to intervene? He insists they act now before it's too late and yells at the headmaster again. The headmaster reflects on Shyron. He thought the boy was different, but if he lets Mark's ambition cloud his judgment, he'll lose sight of the future entirely. As Mark and Shyron push deeper into the maze, Class 4 watches anxiously, unsure if they should do something. Amy voices her concern. The 10th level is for specialists. This is too much. Iron ropes lash out from the mountain walls, slamming into the ground. The pressure boxes close in on Shyron, but he narrowly dodges them. The traps are fast, too fast. If he takes time to dodge one and analyze the next, it'll drain his mind quickly. Meanwhile, Mark pushes through the maze, thinking it doesn't matter. They're getting disqualified anyway. The one who gets the furthest wins. As he tackles the next challenge, Mark tells himself if he can impress the observers, they'll finally recognize him. He breaks through the barrier, questioning his own technique. Then his thoughts drift back to Shyron. He mutters to himself, Shyron, always second place. Always will be. Mark gets dragged back, yanked away just in time. Meanwhile, deep in the engine room, an alert flashes on the screen. Maria, staring at it, turns to Thad and asks what this competition is even supposed to be. She says it's just a game of deception, where students break each other down with lies until only one is left standing. Is that really what the school wants? Thad, sitting against the closed door, tells her it's all just a misunderstanding. But Maria cuts him off. No sugarcoating. If even the professors already know who gets praised as a genius, then what's the point? Tears stream down her face. She says she's always followed instructions. If they say endure, she endures. But the school only notices the gifted. The rest, students like her, are invisible. Thad leans his head against the door. He asks if she ever knew. He once walked these same halls. He was a senior when she was just starting out. Maria looks at the door, surprised. Thad brings up a memory. Does she remember hearing about a so-called genius named Thad? She says she's never heard the name. He smirks bitterly. Exactly. He was dead last, stuck in class 5 for 5 straight years. And as the friends around him advanced, he started getting angry. Maria says that's hard to believe. Thad laughs quietly. Then he recalls the moment everything changed. One day, the headmaster caught him slacking off and tore into him. The headmaster asked what was eating at him. Thad replied, saying the school usually didn't bother with students like him. So why now? But the headmaster interrupted. Do you know the one thing a mage should never do? He asked. Then answered himself, never compare yourself to others. Thad looked away, unimpressed. He thought it would just be another long lecture. But the headmaster's voice turned sharp. A mage must vanish, erase everything but themselves. Only then can they truly grow. If you're always chasing the person beside you, you'll lose your path completely. Back in the maze, Mark arrives at the net and realizes too late that it's a dead end. Panic hits. He looks down at his hands. Is this it? Am I really going to die like this? He yells, pleading for help. The judges shout frantically, no. Then, Shyron's hand bursts through the haze, grabbing Mark's collar and yanking him back from the edge. Class 7 stares in disbelief. Someone shouts, Shyron saved him. One of the brown-haired students stammers. Why would he help him? This is still a test. A blonde classmate answers calmly. Because, what's the point of winning if someone dies in the process? Right beside her, the short-haired girl brushes it off, saying that's not the point. They're more impressed by how he pulled off those moves. Mark, trembling, begs to be saved. But Shyron, dragging him back, tells him to stay put. He's thinking. Shyron suspects the traps are illusions. To break free, he needs to decode the patterns forming in the distance. As traps snap around them, Shyron keeps pulling Mark clear. Class 5 students shout that vertical teleportation won't work. They have to dodge instead. Shyron, staring into the illusion, realizes gaining height is useless. He needs to retreat. Iruki cheers, saying moving forward isn't always the answer. Sometimes turning back is a valid choice. One of the Class 7 students is shocked, wondering if it's true he trained all on his own in just a month. Another says she thought he was just some guy who got in with connections. The blonde girl starts to worry they were wrong about him, while the pink-haired one cheers him on, saying he's got this. Class 5 keeps yelling for him to dodge, while Amy quietly says his training wasn't just about passing some exam. Recalling Shyron's words, she remembers. All he ever wanted was to master magic. Thad tells Maria that competition is just a tool, just something to help you reach the finish line faster. He says it's okay to take it slow, because in the end, everyone becomes a mage. Maria hesitantly asks if it won't be too late, and Thad reassures her. He promises to help and urges her to find her courage again. She breaks down in tears, unable to respond. The headmaster declares that the exam must go on, and says he'll take full responsibility. Shyron, still holding Mark, scans the brutal terrain ahead. He realizes the trap is alive, shifting. His position is risky. He's too focused on protecting Mark. Mark screams that he doesn't want to die. Shyron enters his spirit zone, analyzing the treacherous maze and the illusions cloaking it. He decides to feel out the structure, sensing the real paths. As the layout becomes clear, he tells himself to focus. He's almost there. Just like before, it's that moment again, when he veered off the path and suddenly crossed it in an instant. Class 7 stares, stunned, while Mark stands frozen in fear. Amy, Sariel, and even the judges watch Shyron in disbelief. Alpheus reflects that danger sharpens ability, but most people hit their ceiling once they're satisfied. Yet, that child, he doesn't seem to feel pride or resentment. Maybe that's why he has no limits. Shyron moves through the hurdles, eyes fixed straight ahead. Itella watches him in awe. He has no stray thoughts, no obsession holding him back. His spirit zone density is nearing 99.9%, and he's tracing out the route with precision. She admits his talent is undeniable, but this time, he could truly be at risk. The mirage boxes start spinning. Shyron notes the gaps between the obstacles are now only a meter apart. That's too narrow for a 10-meter teleport. As he approaches the boxes, he decides to split his teleportation, just 10% at a time. Left, right. He follows that rhythm and makes it through. But ahead of him now is a wall of nets, layered thick with illusions. He realizes the next trap is locking down the forward path, and the space left to move is shrinking rapidly. Spotting a small gap, he slides through, planning to break his movement into even smaller segments. Iruki watches in shock, calling out that he's about to pull off a rainbow drop. His classmates question why the light is curving. Doesn't it only move straight? Iruki chuckles, telling them they're thinking too literally. If you differentiate a circle, you get infinite straight lines. If you split teleportation distance into 1/1000ths. Surprised, they ask how he can possibly measure that. Iruki replies, it's not math. It's something he senses. Call it instinct or maybe insight. Either he's got divine precision, or he's just a genius wired in reverse. Iron ropes lash toward Shyron. He glances up and mutters, they're massive. The judges exchange nervous glances, realizing that's a dragon mage. Alifer charges in with a furious leap, yelling about whatever Professor Thad is pulling. Mark, disoriented, slowly blinks his eyes open and gasps at the sight. A monster, he screams, pointing at the dragon mage. Shyron watches closely, thinking he has to memorize every move, every pattern. But first, he needs to shift left and enter the circle. Mark, still terrified, mutters helplessly beside him. Mark, desperate, pleads with Shyron to save him, promising he'll be nice. Meanwhile, Alifer uses teleportation to rush to the engine room, confronting Thad and demanding to know what's going on. Thad replies calmly that there's a situation, but Alifer yells at him to shut it down immediately. They're out of time. Thad, surprised, asks what's wrong, since as far as he knows, the exam was already called off. Alifer shouts that it wasn't. Shyron and Mark are still inside. Realizing the gravity of it, Thad bolts toward the control device. Just then, Alifer sees Itella appear and calls out to her, warning that Shyron is inside the mouth of the dragon maze. The maze snaps shut. Sariel hides her face in fear, while Amy, Class 7, and the judges look on, shaken. The timer hits 0. A minute before Itella arrived, Shyron, soaked in sweat, had been calming himself. He told himself to stay focused. He was still alive. Every 10th of a second mattered. Every 100th. There were 6 pivot points and 9 total teleportations, including the escape route. But now, Shyron sees he can't get out with Mark the way they came in. He needs another way. Alpheus watches anxiously, until suddenly, Shyron emerges from the dragon maze. Gasps erupt from both Class 5 and Class 7. They can't believe it. Some whisper if he's even real, or if they're seeing ghosts. Itella is stunned and backs away in disbelief. Shyron, breathing heavily, stumbles forward. Mark looks around, confused, asking where he is. He doesn't remember anything. The engine controlling the bridge, once uncrossable, has been disarmed and reset to 0. A gray-haired boy from Class 5 remarks that Shyron just cleared a level 10 zone and officially passed into the advanced class. He's now specialist level. Shyron breaks down in tears, saying he really thought he was going to die. Sariel cries, overjoyed. Amy, letting out a breath, admits he was actually kind of cool. She reflects that those who give their all don't need to brag. They just show it. Students gather around Shyron, congratulating him. He's heading straight to Class 5 now, and Class 6 is going to be jealous for sure. Thad and Attila return just in time. Alifer demands to know if Shyron really passed. She missed the crucial moment because of Thad. Flustered, Thad says he'll explain everything later, insisting he did his best. Alifer, clearly not buying it, fires back that he was absolutely no help, then adds that in the end, both of them made it through. They reached the finish line at the same time, and now everyone waits for confirmation. Someone urges the headmaster to make the final announcement, but stops mid-sentence as the headmaster unexpectedly closes his eyes. In that moment of silence, the headmaster reflects. Was he worried for nothing? A quiet gratitude stirs within him, grateful to have witnessed such brilliance. Thad watches him, deep in thought, recalling the title Milch Family's Light, a name once given to the one who redefined the nature of photons. But he breaks from his thoughts as Alifer questions the headmaster's strange behavior. Thad wonders if maybe, for just a moment, a flicker of greed had sparked inside him, fueled by Shyron's incredible talent and the admiration he holds for the headmaster. He silently pleads with him to say something. He thinks someone who could brighten the academy's future has finally arrived. The headmaster suddenly lets out a laugh and admits maybe he's lost his mind. Thad realizes he's reminiscing, triggered by seeing such a gifted student. As the headmaster stands, he reflects on Shyron's pure passion for magic and remembers a meeting with Rian's grandfather, saying he never believed in fate. Clutching the necklace around his neck, the headmaster acknowledges it's been a long time since his heart pounded like this. Then, he declares, only one person will pass. He praises all the students, saying their courage today will shape the future of the world. And the one who passes today's exam, he announces, is Arian Shyron. Mark slowly rises to his feet, legs trembling. The headmaster calls to him, asking if he wants to stay silent. After all, he entered the test beside Shyron, but it was Shyron who saved him. And the way things happened, especially the collision, left a lot of questions. Mark stares at Shyron, stunned. He'd seen it with his own eyes. This wasn't luck. Shyron was the real deal. Bowing deeply, Mark admits he was wrong all along. He calls Shyron a true genius and offers a sincere apology, promising as a fellow mage, he'll take full responsibility. Shyron's classmates follow, lowering their heads in shame. They apologize, accepting any punishment. Shyron, glaring at them, gives a flat okay, hoping they mean it. In his mind, all he wants now is to sleep. The narrator adds, Shyron is absolutely drained. He's not even thinking straight anymore. Amy turns to Sariel, saying they should leave. But Sariel insists. Today, of all days, they should stay by Shyron's side. Amy disagrees. There's no time to rest. Shyron has proven himself, and now it's her turn. As Amy begins to walk away, Shyron notices. He calls out to her and lifts his hand, pointing straight at her. Shyron tells Amy he kept his promise, and that he's coming after her soon. Both Amy and Sariel stare at him, completely stunned. Sariel giggles, saying just hearing Amy's name felt like some kind of signal. The whispers start again. Everyone's buzzing that Shyron must be jealous of his girlfriend, and that he's just ridiculously cool. Amy, caught off guard, looks away nervously. The narrator cuts in. Shyron wouldn't remember a thing about this moment when he woke up later. But from that point on, he was officially placed in Class 5. Elsewhere, Attila feels uneasy. Something doesn't sit right. She's sure the Sthesia had been chasing Shyron, or maybe it missed him inside the dragon maze. Either way, something was off. A disciplinary committee is called. Maria, standing before them, calmly admits her wrongdoing and accepts her punishment without protest. But Mark, Shyron, and Brad, still groggy from sleep magic, step forward to say they don't want Maria punished. Their unexpected defense shakes the room. Other students, feeling ashamed, begin confessing one after another. One by one, they reveal the schemes they used to sabotage Shyron during the test. The entire scandal unravels. Shyron watches Mark take the stand and quietly thinks, Mark really meant it when he said he'd take responsibility. The headmaster, setting down his pen, states that Maria's case is unfortunate. She didn't tamper with the machine to harm anyone directly. Still, according to school rules, consequences must follow. Shyron steps up too. He admits he disobeyed the test pause signal and entered the maze anyway. He says he knowingly took Mark through a dangerous zone. and will accept the consequences. From his seat, Thad silently reflects. Things turned out just the way the headmaster had hoped. The students were once blind, clouded by pride, rivalry, and jealousy. But now, they're finally seeing clearly. Thad believes this is how real education works. The headmaster had taught them something far deeper. With a loud bang, the headmaster brings the gavel down. Tears fall in Class 7. Mark turns to Maria and offers a heartfelt apology. Alifer, reviewing the final report, thinks to herself, this is the first time in the school's history a verdict like this has ever been handed down. Everyone involved is getting punished. Mark and Maria receive a 2-month suspension. The others, 1 month each. Then she turns to Shyron, asking why he went into the maze even after seeing the signal. He replies simply, he didn't want to lose. But all he could think about was solving a maze. Honestly, he doesn't even remember much. Alifer sighs, noting quietly, he really does have a reckless side. She hadn't expected it from him. Maybe because of how he looked, or maybe just because he was a boy. Shyron lies on his bed, snoring softly as he drifts into a dream. He finds himself back in the dragon's maze, back in his childhood, when he met the headmaster alongside a group of young students. He sees the moment he first tapped into magic. Everything froze, mirrors shattered around him, and a voice echoed that he had become infinite. The sound of the piano pulls Shyron back to reality. His eyes flick open. Is it morning already? He wonders aloud. He puts on his Class 5 uniform, feeling unfamiliar in it. He doesn't remember much, but if it showed up in his dream, it must have meant something. On his desk lies a green book. He picks it up, realizing it's the notebook Amy lent him. It had helped him a lot with understanding magic rules. He makes a note to return it during today's joint class, and maybe find a way to thank her properly for supporting him back in the second training hall. At the training ground, Sariel greets him. Hey, Shyron, how are you feeling? Carrying a bucket of apples, Shyron walks over to Amy. I wanted to thank you, he says simply. Amy takes the bucket, her eyes dropping to the book in her hand. I actually like cherries, she says with a smile. Shyron scratches his head. Sorry. I didn't mean to snoop. I just thought you liked apples. Amy opens the book and spots a doodle of an apple next to a note he wrote to himself. Her face changes, and suddenly she runs off. Sariel calls after her. Where are you going? Class is about to start. Shyron stands there, puzzled. Why did she run off like that? The narrator chimes in. After that, Amy had no trouble passing the exam and moved up to the graduating class. But even the brightest minds face problems they can't quite figure out. 1 month later, Class 7 students returned. They offered Shyron a seat as soon as they walked in. You don't have to keep doing this, he tells them, feeling awkward. Still, it's become a regular thing. At every combined class, Class 7 offers him a seat like he's some intimidating upperclassman. Then he notices Sariel. Got a seat for me? She asks. You're looking pretty low energy today. Missing your girlfriend? Shyron shoots back. You're the clingy one. You're always hanging around. That's why I'm heading to the graduating class too, she says without missing a beat. I was planning on finishing school and just living a simple life, but watching you and Amy lit a fire under me. I wasn't about to let my youth slip by like that. Amy casually mentions that she's aiming to become a soldier. Shyron stares at her in shock. Wait, are you saying you're actually going to war? Then, narrowing his eyes, he asks suspiciously, hold on, are you two really dating? He quickly changes the subject. Isn't that kind of dangerous? Thoria might be peaceful now, but what if a real war breaks out? Amy answers without hesitation. If it does, every mage is required to serve. That's why we receive so many perks and support. It's part of the deal. She adds that her specialty is sniping magic, and she'll mostly be involved in intelligence warfare. Pretty cool, right? She says with a grin. You can call me the beautiful intel agent. Shyron falls into thought. Why am I getting so worked up about her ranking? The narrator steps in. Starting from Class 5, every student has to think seriously about their future path as a mage. Finding something you're good at can give you a major edge. After class, Sariel waves goodbye as she heads off. Just then, a boy with light green hair walks up. Training again? He asks. Shyron nods. He calls the boy Nade, thinking how sociable he is. Despite being awkward himself, Shyron appreciates Nade. He's the only one who really talks to him. If anything's tough, just ask me, Nade says with a smile. Shyron knows Nade's grades are only average, but there's something special about him. He can control lightning, which makes him stand out. As Nade demonstrates a breathing technique, Shyron reflects that everyone has their own strengths. Class 5 feels different from Class 7. More grounded, more mature, since everyone here is around the same age. Just then, two boys with long brown and gray hair call out to them. Shyron, hey, come over here. Shyron walks up cautiously, thinking if they want to argue again, it's going to get awkward. I don't want to end up isolated again, just because I can't keep up. The gray-haired boy speaks first. Who do you like more, Professor Attila or Professor Alifer? The narrator explains. Students in Class 5 start learning advanced magic. To use specific types, they need to score over 60 in targeted subject evaluations. To move on to the graduating class, they must choose a specialty, and every student works hard to discover their aptitude. Nade snorts at the question. Seriously? You're really asking that? Of course I'm Team Professor Alifer. What about you? Nade grins and says, Professor Alifer's got brains and looks. But the brown-haired student shakes his head. Professor Attila has that hidden charm. Makes you want to protect her, you know? Then they both turn to Shyron. What about you? What's your take? Caught off guard, Shyron freezes. What do I think? He sees them waiting eagerly and starts to panic. If I want to get along with people here, I gotta learn how to blend in. But these two, they're experts at this. Just as he's about to speak, both students suddenly back off. We'll talk later, one of them says. Shyron stares, stunned. Was it because I didn't give an answer? Nade, waving casually, says, nah, it's because of him. Shyron turns to see a new figure approaching. It's a rookie. What are you guys talking about so seriously? A rookie asked with a curious grin. Nade answers right away. Just debating which professor is prettier. You know, the important stuff. Anyway, Shyron, meet a rookie. Shyron notes the sudden shift in mood and demeanor. Nade adds, this is the first time we're officially meeting. A rookie's kind of an outsider, still part Class 5, though. A rookie extends his hand confidently. Nice to meet you. But let's be real. Who doesn't know you? Shyron hesitates, then clasps his hand, and a jolt of recognition hits. That voice, it's him. The one who had once told him to stop hesitating, to act if he wanted something, to go all in if he really wanted to become a mage. Eyes wide, Shyron grips his hand tighter. Thank you. It's because of what you said that I could finally master the deviate form. Iruki gives him a smug look. Man, you're kind of boring. Shyron is left speechless, not sure what to make of the guy. Nate steps in quickly. Don't mind him, he always talks like that. Then, glaring at Iruki, he adds, you ever consider that your tone's kind of messed up? Iruki shrugs. That was a compliment. Then he turns to leave. Watch your back in Class 5, he calls over his shoulder. This place is full of weirdos. Where are you even going? Nate asks. Class is starting. Iruki waves him off. Can't be bothered. Shyron watches him go, thinking, did he just say he can't be bothered to attend a magic class? Nate sighs. Sorry, man. He always talks like that. But once you get to know him, he's actually okay. Shyron chuckles softly. He's definitely unique. Trying to understand someone like that would be exhausting. He pauses. Though honestly, he is a genius, just in the strangest way possible. As Shyron wonders more about Iruki, nearby students suddenly whisper, hey look, it's a rookie. Why is he coming out of the image zone? Again, someone jokes if a rookie's about to strip and lie down in the middle of the training area. Nade, clearly concerned, whispers, what's he planning this time? Suddenly, Nade forms a deviate zone, fast and smooth. The nearby students stop and stare. Shyron watches in awe. That's the deviate form. And at that speed, one student mutters, it's insane every time I see it. Honestly, I don't think anyone else in the kingdom can pull that off. Iruki snaps his fingers, and flying targets appear around him in midair. Just as everyone watches from the sidelines, Professor Attila calls out from the front of the class. That's enough, Iruki. Stop now. But Iruki stays focused. In the next second, he ignites the targets. Everyone get down, Attila shouts. Students scatter in panic as one of the targets morphs into a terrifying purple monster. Most students freeze, terrified, but Shyron stares at it with pure excitement. As a rookie turns to leave, Attila grabs him by the ear. It hasn't even been that long since your last suspension, and you're already causing chaos again. Iruki shrugs. I didn't break the machine. 3 more days, Attila says firmly. You're suspended. Shyron stands there in shock. He's mastered both the deviated spirit zone and igniting type magic. The narrator chimes in. Iruki is Class 5's top eccentric. His social skills? Practically non-existent. Personality? Average at best. But when it comes to his specialty, That's where his genius shines. He's a master of extreme calculation. Whether it's how materials react at minus 200 degrees or temperatures over 100 million, he can predict it. Ask him to calculate a date 40,000 years from now. He'll remember it forever. But when it comes to other subjects, cut to a classroom. The literature professor slams her hand on the table. Are you mocking a professor's authority? Rookie, this is literature, not a math test. Her voice shakes with fury as she glares at him. You think being a genius means you can ignore the point of this class? You can't explain things like emotion or imagination with math. Rookie, bored, sticks a finger in his ear. There's nothing in this world that can't be broken down into numbers, he says flatly. If you couldn't explain the world logically, it'd be a terrifying place to live in. He glances at her. Take your face right now. That rage? Just a chemical chain reaction in your body. Your hormones are out of balance. Your autonomic nerves are stressed. That's it. The professor's pulse spikes. Her face twitches in fury as Rookie continues without flinching. When your blood vessels expand, your face turns red, he explains calmly. But when the veins overcontract, they pop and turn bluish. Her face grows even darker. Finally, through gritted teeth, she snaps out. Now, and just like that, 0 marks. Watching it all unfold, Shyron is stunned. He speaks with so much confidence. And he's the same age as me? Nade, looking away awkwardly, mutters, back then, the professors tried really hard with a rookie. Everyone gave up eventually. He sighs. Who would have thought you'd be the one to get curious about him? That's new. Shyron admits to himself he is curious. But Nade seems to know everything already. Just then, a blonde-haired girl approaches them. Nade, Shyron, she calls out. Both turn to look at her, surprised. She turns to Shyron. Would you like to join our research project? She explains that they're working on material teleportation magic. And with someone like Shyron, who's strong in photon magic, their research could accelerate quickly. If you submit a paper, you'll skip holiday evaluations, she adds. And with the time left, we could even study together. Shyron hesitates. I haven't done well in my current classes. I should probably focus on those first. She smiles politely. No problem. But if you change your mind, you're welcome to join us anytime. After she leaves, Nade shakes his head. What a shame. That research group's no joke. But with Amy as your senior, I guess you're already getting attention. Shyron groans, thinking back to his disappointing midterm scores. It's frustrating. I've still got a long way to go. Just keeping my grades up is hard enough. Joining a research group? Out of the question. He turns to Nade. Don't you have a research group? If anyone's in one, it's gotta be you. Nade laughs awkwardly. Actually, I'm the president of mine, but it's kind of embarrassing. We've only got 2 members, and our funding got cut. What happened? All the seniors graduated. That's how I ended up in charge. Shyron's eyes widen. Wait, seniors from the graduating class? That means it used to be a top-tier group with serious potential. Do you mind if I take a look at your lab? Shyron asks, genuinely curious. Nade nods. Sure. Follow me. He leads him deep into the jungle area on campus. He answers that he thought research wasn't really his thing, but Shyron quickly corrects him. He's actually super into it. He even jokes that joining would basically make them brothers. As he eyes the massive cuboid structure, Shyron explains that research groups aren't what they sound like. They have fun, learn a lot. And this place? It's their lab. When asked about it, Shyron calls it the Magic Storage Room Estes, a training aid vault for the entire school. It's a high-tech space where you can store school supplies inside a cube, and it'll automatically deliver them to whatever room you're in. Nade adds that while it may not look like much, it's incredibly solid on the inside, and Shyron will be blown away once he steps in. Nade says it's a place that's been guarded carefully by their seniors, and when Shyron asks if he's excited, someone nearby scribbles something on the blackboard. Nade continues, hinting at surprises waiting inside. The narrator chimes in. Ignite's attribute is explosion magic, a trigger type that sets off blasts on impact. Since explosions spread outward from a central point and weaken with distance, it's best used in a spirit zone. Still, it's hard to control, so stepping into one could be dangerous. Nade says other research teams were after this room too, but their seniors fought hard to claim it. Now, everything inside is theirs to use freely, and every time they locate something they need, the entire structure reconfigures itself. Shyron asks if that's even legal. As they walk deeper in, Nade tells him no one else can find this place. He wonders aloud if it's like a secret base, hidden from the world. Then, pointing to a door labeled Science of Supernatural Spirit Research Room. He declares it's their main lab. Shyron hears that name and hesitates. Supernatural spirits? In a magic academy? Nade, clearly excited, asks if it isn't awesome. He starts listing topics they explore: ghosts, souls, the afterlife, aliens, hell, even gods. At that, Shyron begins to question his life choices. He's not exactly against it, but this is way beyond what he expected. Suddenly caught off guard, he throws up his arm to cover his mouth, visibly stunned. As they arrive, Nade glances around. It's dusty, but you'll get used to it. Shyron raises an eyebrow. Why should I get used to the mess instead of just cleaning it? Inside, he's surprised to see Iruki scribbling calculations across a blackboard. Nade leans in. Our research group's kind of notorious. That's why I didn't say anything earlier. We keep our members under wraps. Shyron stares at Iruki. Is he actually interested in the supernatural? Nade chuckles. Actually, it's the opposite. He joins because he disapproves of it. It's perfect bait for someone who thinks everything has to be logical. Iruki suddenly turns, eyes gleaming. He grabs Shyron's hand. So, what brings you to this humble little cave? He asks with an unsettling grin. It's good you came. Now listen carefully. He doesn't wait for a reply. When we break matter down, the atoms stay behind, right? Shyron blinks, caught off guard. Why is he jumping into this out of nowhere? Iruki presses on. But what if I told you I could break those atoms down even further? What do you think is inside them? Shyron hesitates. I'm not sure, but maybe there's a huge amount of hidden energy. Iruki's eyes light up as he shakes Shyron's hand harder. Yes, you get it. There is energy. So much that it could wipe out a whole city. He leans closer. So, what do you think would happen? Shyron replies, people would get hurt. Iruki sticks a finger in his nose and sighs. Man, what are you even talking about? He flicks the finger clean and continues. There's that much power just sitting inside. Why waste time worrying? Shyron stares at him, wondering if Iruki even understands what he's saying. Didn't the headmaster say we, as mages, have to consider how our magic affects the earth? He tries to explain. It's not about power. The headmaster told us. We can't ignore the impact magic has on the world. Iruki waves him off. If your desire is strong enough, it's okay to sacrifice a few things along the way. He picks up a cherry from a glass nearby and takes a bite. You're so boring, he mutters. You think other mages know how to do this stuff and just choose not to? No, they can't. That's why. Popping the cherry into his mouth, he continues. This genius brain of mine wasn't given for nothing. It's here to do something. Shyron calmly answers, doesn't matter if you're a genius. Instead of becoming a genius who hurts others, he'd rather be called an idiot. Iruki scoffs, his gaze sharp, saying only a rare few geniuses are meant to lead the masses. And history backs that up. The world runs on logic, not dreams. Idealism? He can't stand it. Shyron fires back, saying Iruki's logic reeks of someone who's already given up. He insists that turning ideas into reality isn't hard at all. Nade tries to defuse the tension, calling it an interesting debate and urging them to sit and talk it out calmly. But Shyron pulls away, saying he's done talking. Tearing up, admits he doesn't even know how to leave. 2, barely glancing over, tells Shyron to just go back the way he came. And if he can't figure that out, maybe he really is an idiot. Nade lashes out at 2, demanding to know why he did that. If it were him, he could have just explained things better. Sitting casually on the sofa, Iruki shrugs and says he lost his cool because Shyron is his rival. Nade's taken aback. Did he just say rival? From someone who only karmas about numbers? Iruki brushes his hair back and says that's exactly why, because numbers are all he knows. He saw Shyron's advancement exam. But Nade counters, saying he's seen it too. That's why they're all on the same grade. Iruki isn't convinced. He brings up teleportation, asks if Shyron even knows how fast you have to be to get through level 10, especially the Dragon's Maze. He says it's not something you can clear by just splitting time casually. In fact, he says the time division needed might have been as precise as 10,000 ths of a second. Nade stares at him, stunned. 10,000th of a second. Iruki grins, hugging his knees. That's the magic of intuition. It's sharper than effort, more exact than knowledge. No conscious ability can match the raw speed of instinct. Then, giving Nade a curious glance, he asks if he's the one. Nade confirms it's a duel now, calculation versus instinct, and they'll settle it in tomorrow's speed gun test. But a rumor spreads, it's actually in 2 weeks. Someone points out that if Shyron fails again, he won't be able to move forward. As Shyron packs his things into his bag, someone nearby says he's great at practicals and wonders what insane score he'll pull off this time. The narrator cuts in. The speed gun test involves using active magic to hit moving targets and rack up points. Even those without offensive, healing, or support magic can participate, so long as they can clear all the targets. To move to the next stage, you need to hit the targets with fast, accurate magic. No exceptions. Shyron turns to his professor, concerned. I still can't control active magic properly. How am I supposed to pass the speed gun test? She answers calmly. To use magic at the omniscient level, you need to score at least 60. Professor Alifer, his homeroom teacher in Class 5, adds with a nod. Your chemistry score is climbing faster than any other subject I teach. And no, I'm not just being nice. You're actually grasping the concepts and applying your full understanding all at once. She pauses. But there's one more area, the kind of knowledge you'll need to become a true specialist. Shyron blinks. Wait, are you talking about the photoionization theory? His thoughts race. Teleportation magic is based on the photoionization theory. It's passive magic that turns your body into photons. He stares at her. You can use that theory for active magic? Professor Alifer smiles. A new form of it was recently approved by the Magic Association. Shyron glances down at the book in his hand and thinks of Amy. Photon magic. It sounds incredible. I've never used active magic like this before. He flips through the pages, skimming a section on a new breakthrough in the theory. Are you sure you recommended this to me? He asks. Even if I take the exam, I'm not confident I can pull this off. Alifa responds, it may not look impressive at first glance, but photon output magic has huge potential. Light is the fastest thing in existence, and anything linear is easier to control. She continues, in the Ivory Tower, the center of advanced magical research. They believe photon output will revolutionize information and communication magic. If you stick with this, it'll become a powerful specialty when you graduate. Shyron studies the book again, deep in thought. If this really is the future, learning it early wouldn't be such a bad idea. He decides to go for it. At training ground number 32, Class 5 gathers for a hands-on lesson. The narrator explains, magic doesn't come directly from your hand. It comes from your spirit zone. But when learning, imagining the magic flowing from your hand can help with control, especially with something as abstract as a photon. Shyron stares at his palm. Generating photons. This isn't easy. Is it because my spirit zone is convergent type? Miss Atella enters in a brand new outfit, smiling brightly at Class 5. Nice to see you all again, she says cheerfully. Shall we begin? For a moment, the students just stare in shock, not recognizing her. Wait, where are her glasses? Someone blurts out. Shyron glances up, stunned. Is there something off with her outfit? The brown-haired boy whispers. She probably came straight from training. Still confused, Shyron asks, Professor Atella, is she really that famous bishop from the Karsus order? Another student answers before anyone else can. She's not just any bishop. She's one of the 12 around the world. They're the ones who protect the sacred relics. The gray-haired boy nods. Yep, Professor Atella holds the title of Jonah, given by the kingdom itself for her mental strength. She's seriously high-ranking. He turns to Nade. Now do you get it? Nade, completely captivated, replies, from today on, I'm officially Team Atella. Melting from admiration, he adds, if she's the one teaching, I'll accept any lesson, even a test. Shyron thinks to himself, we've been learning magic from someone that incredible this whole time. Professor Atella regains their attention. Are you all preparing for the upcoming speed gun test? She asks. Until then, each class will have its own practical sessions, just like today. She pauses, then adds, for today's class, I've invited a guest. A senior from the graduating class will demonstrate a technique that boosts omnipotence. The room buzzes instantly. Wait, someone from the graduating class? Students whisper to each other. Atella continues. Please welcome Samuel, a Kodadama mage. Samuel steps forward, greeting everyone politely. I'm here at Professor Atella's request. I know this isn't my usual place, but I hope I can be of some help to you today. Atella smiles. Samuel specializes in Kodadama magic, which ties directly into today's topic. I ask that you all pay attention closely. Some students mumble skeptically. A senior? Isn't this out of our league? Samuel doesn't respond to the murmurs. Calmly, he begins. Kodadama magic strengthens spells through the power of words. But instead of explaining, I'll show you. He steps into his spirit zone. Let's begin with a standard tornado spell, he says, as a small blue sphere begins to form in the air. Shyron's eyes widen. That's the same magic the headmaster showed me when I was a kid. The air around them starts to shift. Explosions erupt around them, and the students quickly realize this is no joke. Samuel flips open a small notebook and warns them to remember the force behind this spell. He's about to amplify it using Kodadama magic. He begins to chant, calling upon the wild Mother Earth to lend him her strength. He raises his hands to the sky, channeling the weight of countless generations in a single moment. The shrine of nature beats in his chest, and he pours his will into the earth, singing words of praise and reverence. An ashen spark could ignite a blaze, and a searing gust could summon a storm. Some of the girls whisper, captivated by the sound of his voice. 3 minutes pass. Samuel, still immersed in the chant, reads about a soul being bound to a vessel. The students call out to him, but he presses on. A mage fears no lion's might, he reads. The sun holds the sea holds H, the earth holds the wind, and the wind, older than time, births endless devotion. Class 5 begins to lose focus, growing lightheaded. When's this going to end? Someone mutters. Snapping at them, Samuel shouts not to fall asleep. He unleashes a blast of tornado magic, making Shinor stare in disbelief. This isn't your average spell, Samuel declares. I'm not just reading. I'm pouring my will into every word. It's the will, he says, that fuels Kodadama's true essence. The process is long and too slow for combat, but what comes next is something special, the Saponic technique. Closing the notebook, he begins again, his voice loud and unwavering. As he channels his magic, a massive tornado forms, sweeping across the area. The force is so intense that every student hits the ground without even realizing it. Itella steps forward. I hope you all paid attention to your senior's display, she says, while Shyron is left stunned by the sheer power. If this is what a graduating mage can do, what kind of strength does someone like Professor Itella, an official 6th class mage, possess? Samuel respectfully bows to Itella, offering his assistance whenever needed. She thanks him, and then May nervously asks if they'll also have to perform Kodadama magic. Itella reassures them it's a specialized field, they won't be learning it. Instead, she introduces a new technique, sequencing. This method boosts their magical potential by sharpening focus through number counting. Curious, Shyron asks if just counting alone can really make them stronger. Itella steps into her spirit zone and explains, numbers aren't just digits. They're symbolic and follow universal laws, making them deeply compatible with spirit zones. Like Kodadama magic, they gain power by assigning meaning to what they say. She begins a demonstration, enhancing her spirit zone with sequencing. Starting with a 10-step count, she calls out 100. The students watch, wondering if she's simply counting to 100. As they observe, her spirit zone visibly expands, now reaching a 12-meter radius. Then Itella pushes further. 1,700, 2,400. Shyron watches stunned, questioning how anyone could count that fast. She stops at 10,000. Her spirit zone now stretches to a massive 40 meters, covering a large portion of the area. The students gasp. Just through sequencing, her power has multiplied 4 times over. Itella turns to them. Kodadama magic reflects images. Sequencing, on the other hand, is about thought and reflection. She explains that the faster they count, the more their spirit zone amplifies, not just in size, but also in power, precision, and control. Shyron thinks to himself that with this, he might even be able to produce a photon. But Itella gives a warning. Sequencing isn't all-powerful. If their mental endurance isn't strong enough, the technique loses its edge. Discipline and deep understanding are key to unlocking its full potential. She asks if they're ready. The students nod and spread out into position. Shyron reflects. He managed to count up to 1,000 in just 1 minute. But doing it without moving? That's much tougher than it sounds. If not for his relentless training during lessons, he wouldn't have lasted. Then a realization hits him. When he used teleportation before, he had relied on sequencing without realizing it, breaking numbers into hundreds, categorizing them, and processing them in one burst, all in about 10 seconds. Raising his hand, he wonders, should he fire toward the tree? He focuses on photon output. His palm begins to glow. A bright, concentrated beam of yellow light shoots forward and hits the target. His classmates stare in shock. What was that just now? Shyron quietly thinks that was a bit showy. His friends gather around. Wait, was that photon output? One asks. Did you actually learn that for the speed gun test? They all look at him in disbelief. The light was incredibly fast. Because it wasn't a bullet. It was pure light. Because it's just for a test, the photon output doesn't actually have any attack power. Itella watches Shyron in amazement. He's a defense specialist, yet he's already managed to use an active magic technique. Shyron quickly glances at Itella as she speaks. Looks like your sequencing was successful. Caught off guard, he nervously admits, yeah, I think it was. She offers him a chance to practice inside the image zone. The other students whisper among themselves. Speed gun practice is starting already? Itella, now standing at the front, instructs Shyron to complete his sequencing and call for a target. Shyron closes his eyes, entering his spirit zone. Enhancing spirit zone through sequencing, he says to himself, then pinches his fingers to summon the targets. Multiple targets shoot into the air. The timer begins. 1 minute on the clock, 0 score to start. Shyron focuses on the center of the target, lifts his hand, and fires using the photon output technique. The target shatters instantly. Even he's surprised. It's the speed, he thinks. It's almost like aiming and shooting happens all at once. 5 seconds in, his score hits 11. The students start buzzing. He doesn't even aim. He just hits instantly. It's like a spell that activates the moment you think of it. Itella watches intently. He's grouping large sets of numbers and counting them off together. That's a modular sequencing technique used in intelligence magic. She suspects Shyron learned this from a mysterious bridge that can't be crossed, a place few ever master. By the time his minute ends, the screen displays a final score, 342. His classmates surround him, shouting, "Isn't that a perfect score?" One student wonders if they should try using photon output too, but another warns against it. Shyron's result is only possible because he understands the rainbow drop principle. Shyron quietly thinks to himself, at least I don't have to worry about the speed gun test anymore. He remembers how he struggled with magic before. Yet now, after just understanding the core concept, he nailed 342 points. Even A is impressed. You weren't getting it before, but now you're acing it. That's insane. Iruki stands up. Sloppy score, he says with a smirk. Shyron shrugs. Not bad for a first try. It's still sloppy, Iruki insists, but interesting. He raises his hand. Professor, can I give a shot too? Itella hesitates. Just don't cause any trouble. While Shyron wipes his mouth, he overhears someone asking if he wants another round of practice. He casually brushes off the method, not liking how it works, but deep down he's still intrigued. Iruki steps into the image zone, calmly entering his spirit zone. He pulls his hands from his pockets, and a radiant beam shoots skyward. Observers murmur that the speed gun looks different. It's not the usual setup. But Iruki has a different strategy in mind. He's aiming not with Synthesia's help, but by focusing directly on the targets. Shyron notices the targets are smaller now and wonders how Iruki plans to manage it. Iruki makes his move. One strike, lights flash, and the airborne targets shatter like firecrackers in 3 seconds. His score flashes, 13. Shyron is stunned. He doesn't even need to keep his eyes locked on the targets. Worse, he's on track to beat Shyron's record with ease. Iruki throws a smug glance at Shyron, silently thinking that this is just the beginning. He continues blasting more targets apart. The others start whispering, his speed is climbing. Was Iruki always this powerful? Shyron stares, astonished. Looking closer, he realizes Iruki isn't tracking the targets. He's predicting them using equations of motion. But even if he's doing that, Shyron believes he can still keep up using a modified form. Shyron turns and asks how Iruki's spirit zone is moving so quickly. Could it be that he's using 2 sequences at once? Mage chimes in, saying Iruki isn't counting in the hundreds or thousands. He's counting in the millions. Shyron falls silent, eyes fixed on Iruki's final score, 548. Time's up. Applause follows. Everyone's in awe. People begin asking why Iruki hid such talent, and if hitting targets with a slightly altered form is even possible for a human. Itella walks over to Shyron, smiling. She's impressed, thinking how clever Iruki is. She asks Shyron what he thought. Was it worth seeing? He replies that he never realized deviate form could be used like that. Iruki joins in, a little let down. He admits it's impressive, especially the idea of modularization. Shyron stares at him with intensity. Iruki gives him a side glance, asking if he's curious about how he manages to count in the millions. Shyron doesn't back down. He says he is, but only if Iruki's willing to share. Clearly, he sees Iruki as a rival. Iruki shrugs. Doesn't matter. Even if I tell you, it's not like you could pull it off. The crowd watches them, stunned. Still looking away, Iruki adds, I used logarithms, scale the numbers down. Shyron is floored. That's not just a technique, it's a whole new way of thinking. Using logs, he can sense massive values without even calculating. If sequencing, just a basic counting method, makes things that complex, then Iruki must be bordering on savant level. With a finger resting under his nose, Iruki casually wonders aloud what Shyron is thinking and whether he still believes he can beat him. Shyron responds coolly. He's not doing this to win against anyone. It's just a test. Iruki scoffs, looking away. That's something only the weak say. If you don't have the skills, drop the idealistic act. Stop pretending you're the best. If there's anything else I can help with, just ask. Fuming, Shyron fires back. So, if I beat you, that means you're wrong? Iruki flicks his finger and says confidently, I already know. No matter how sharp your insight is, compared to my calculations, it's like crawling in the dirt. Shyron's stance hardens, his energy turning aggressive. Nade, watching with excitement, grins and mutters, this is getting good. The narrator cuts in, explaining the speed gun test rules. It's about how many targets you hit within a 1-minute limit. Each level brings more targets. Miss even one, and you can't move to the next. And as the levels climb, the targets speed up. Fail to hit them fast enough, and no new ones spawn. Your score tanks. Shyron reviews his current score. For Class 5, the average is 400. No one's ever hit 700. To do it, he need to clear every target perfectly and reach level 30, all within 60 seconds. Now standing in the image zone, Shyron calculates. Each level has to be completed in under 5 seconds. Targets appear, he locks in. They burst apart and regenerate instantly. A brown-haired classmate watches and comments. He's the real deal. Doesn't even move his head when he shoots. When time runs out, Shyron finishes with a score of 567 at level 25. Around him, murmurs rise. He's jumped 200 points in just 1 week. His shots are heavier now, and when he locks onto a target, he doesn't miss. Another student notes that his rhythm is sharper, and it feels like he's firing 4 bullets per second. Descending from the image zone and straightening his jacket, Shyron walks up to Iruki and asks. In his thoughts, Shyron wonders how close he really is. He's nearly caught up to Iruki's score. Then Iruki steps forward and asks if it's his turn now. Shyron and the rest of the class glance at him in surprise. Iruki condenses his deviated form even further, and targets start dropping fast. The others watch, stunned. His spirit zone is smaller than before, but his speed has clearly gone up. Without much fuss, Iruki turns away and says he's done. His score flashes on the screen. 568 at level 25, all within 60 seconds. The class starts murmuring. Iruki's score also improved. But this time, it's just a single point higher than Shyron's. So close, yet not enough. Still, with how fast Shyron's scores have been rising, they believe he'll catch up in no time. Shyron, staring blankly, can't shake off the weight of that 1-point gap. If it wasn't random, then it had to be calculated deliberately. The next day, Shyron's score jumps to 571. The day after that, 586. But Iruki stops at 594. Applause follows Iruki wherever he goes, but Shyron just stands there, frozen. That 1-point lead now makes sense. Iruki had probably calculated it down to the decimal, keeping just enough of a lead without going all in. As if to say, he could beat Shyron anytime, without even trying. Back in the classroom, a brown-haired boy comments that Shyron is incredible for breaking 600. A girl beside him replies that Iruki's strength is still on another level, but Shyron might be overdoing it. Some students approach Iruki, asking if he'd join their research group and teach them his methods, curious about what his maximum score could be. Shyron watches silently, feeling the gap. Unlike him, who's pushing himself to the limit, Iruki hasn't even gone full power. If Iruki doesn't recognize that, then all of Shyron's strategies mean nothing. Nade pats Shyron on the shoulder. He says he's rooting for him. Regardless of who wins, they're both his friends. Shyron responds seriously. This isn't a game. I can't even tell if he's chewing food or crunching equations when he eats. Nade laughs. I almost feel bad for the spectators. This is too fun to watch. If it's the two of you, you might actually break the highest score. Shyron pauses. There's a top score? Wait, you don't know. Nate asks, shocked. It's your girlfriend's score, Amy. She got 980. Elsewhere, Amy sits on a bench. She looks up, alarmed, as she spots Sariel running toward her in a rush. Sariel notices how much thinner Amy has become since they last met. It's obvious the graduating class has been intense. Amy hands over some papers, saying she brought everything Sariel asked for, then jokingly adds that Sariel might turn into her son at this rate. They both sip on cool drinks as Sariel asks if the advancement test is really that hard. Amy replies it's not difficult in itself, but the bar is set high. Even scoring well doesn't guarantee a pass. They're evaluating everything a student has done so far. That's terrifying, Sariel mutters. Amy reassures her. Don't worry. The graduating class is just another version of the elite class 4. With your skills, you'll be fine. Sariel silently observes the shift in Amy's presence. There's something different about her now. She seems more focused, mentally sharper. Amy suddenly asks how Shyron's doing. Sariel, a bit irritated, asks if they haven't seen each other at all lately. Then she smirks and says, something interesting's going on right now. Amy, still sipping her drink, casually guesses, is a rookie messing with Shyron? She then remembers, back when she was in class 5, he challenged her, too. He's strange, she adds. Acts like he doesn't care about others, but he knows how to use people's emotions after he defeats them. Sariel nods. He's like some genius predator. Shouldn't you help him, though? She asks. Amy shakes her head. He doesn't need my help. You're so mean, Sariel pouts. Aren't you being a little cold to your own boyfriend? That's not what I mean, Amy replies. Shyron knows exactly what he has to do, and he proves it. Shyron reaches level 30 in under 1 minute. His score hits 700. The classroom buzzes. A brown-haired student gasps. He never thought he'd see someone in class 5 hit 700. It means clearing 10 levels in 10 seconds. Unthinkable, yet here it is. As Shyron walks past, a rookie congratulates him on the score. Shyron just says, I had to prove something. Meanwhile, Amy, still drinking, comments, what's so special about winning? It's just a test. Sariel raises an eyebrow. Didn't you brag about being undefeated just the other day? Amy shrugs. Sure, I beat a rookie who held the top score of 987, but I never actually competed with him. I just ignored all his provocations. If they'd actually gone head-to-head, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Sariel just stood there, speechless. Meanwhile, a rookie racked up a staggering 701 points in under a minute. People were buzzing about another 1-point gap, but a rookie stayed completely unfazed, even after breaking the 700 mark. He casually asked what his limit might be. Shyron looked over at the score and felt the weight of defeat sinking in. It was clear he knew he couldn't win. He flung his bag onto the desk, slumped onto the bed, and stared blankly out the window. Exams would start right after the holidays, and he only had 3 days left. That wasn't nearly enough time to come up with a way to surpass a rookie. Was it even worth trying anymore? It was just a test, right? Then a rookie's words echoed in his mind. That's the kind of excuse the weak always make. The memory hit hard. His father pleading with the Timurin family for a position in the library, then humbling himself in front of the Ogent family, asking them to take Shyron in. No one had believed a word his father said. Shyron lit a candle and sat silently on the bed. Maybe he was losing touch with reality. Being surrounded by nobles for too long was starting to mess with his head. Still, what a rookie said wasn't wrong. The powerless don't get hurt. But that didn't mean he backed down. He stepped into his spirit zone. If he wanted to surpass a rookie, there had to be another way, something beyond just numbers. He asked himself what those numbers even meant. What was the pattern? What was their true nature? He tossed a glowing orb into the air and told himself to stop overthinking. Getting lost in thoughts would only cloud the bigger picture. He just had to feel it. How far could he count? How far could he push? Shyron reached out and touched the flowing waves of energy. Was this the limit of numbers? It couldn't be. Numbers had no end. As he peered closer, the surface shimmered like a mirror. When he stepped forward, the reflection cracked and fell apart. Suddenly, he was back in reality, gasping for breath. Had he been counting? Was it real? Or just a stress-induced hallucination? It felt surreal, like something had pulled him in. Numbers, maybe they weren't just for counting after all. Later, he'd realize something shocking. 40 hours had passed since he'd last opened his eyes. The next day, at the first combined training ground, Class 5 speed gun test was underway. Two students stood inside the image zones, both starting with 0 points and just 1 minute on the clock. Watching from the sidelines, a long-haired, gray-haired boy named Wonderly questioned why underclassmen were even attending Class 5's exam. His brown-haired friend responded with irritation, saying they were probably just curious, just like they'd been when they were younger. Among the underclassmen, murmurs spread as they watched Class 5 students line up. One of the Class 5 students noticed the presence of Class 4 seniors and asked why they were even there. Wonderly, feeling the weight of the moment, muttered that the pressure was getting intense. His friend reminded him that everyone was gathered for one reason: to witness the showdown between Shyron and a rookie. Nearby, Sariel politely thanked a student sitting in chair. The test structure was clearly displayed on the board. A student from Class 4, watching the match unfold, said this was today's main event. Wonderly asked who people thought would win. A pink-haired girl mentioned that a rookie had been leading the scores up to now, but Sariel countered, saying it was too early to judge. This test was done in pairs, and a direct match could shift the outcome. If the simulation mirrored a real-life scenario, she believed Shyron might have the upper hand. The minute ended, signaling the conclusion of the test. A brown-haired boy jumped up, celebrating his win. His companion, annoyed, acknowledged the victory but grumbled that it still left a bad taste in his mouth. Sariel watched silently, trying to stay composed despite her nerves. Nade, feeling at ease, thought he had done well, and Itella praised him for his effort. Then Itella, flipping the papers, announced the final group. Group 20 was up next. Excitement spread through the crowd. Shyron was stepping into the image zone. Nade, eyes fixed, noted how focused Shyron looked. His two friends urged him to be quiet, while Itella explained the rules. They had 1 minute. Students held their breath as all eyes turned toward Shyron and a rookie. Itella hoped both of them would push beyond their limits in this test. She gave a signal to begin. As the machines beeped, both Shyron and a rookie instantly activated their spirit zones. Targets began forming, and then shattered in rapid succession. Classmates stared, stunned. Every target was exploding the moment the test started. They were unstoppable. Someone pointed out that a rookie's spirit zone was beginning to shrink. A pink-haired girl sitting beside Sariel gasped. It was a rookie's deviated form she was seeing. Sariel responds that it makes sense Amy called her a strong opponent. But then she notices Shyron's score and blurts out, it's actually higher. She quickly questions whether a rookie is messing around again or pulling some stunt just to flip the game at the last second. Itella looks at Shyron's spirit zone and reflects. When you take a path for the first time, it feels long, but once you've walked it before, getting to the end is faster. Same applies to counting. Still, he's covered an impressive distance. The rookie watches in disbelief, muttering that Shyron has gone completely off the rails. Shyron's energy suddenly spikes as he activates modularity. Itella, caught off guard, realizes he's now grouping numbers and running calculations, a method used when someone hits their mental counting limit. To pull this off, he must have slipped into a state of intense focus even before entering the test. Inside, Shyron knows that missing even one matrix will ruin the entire sequence. He tells himself to stay locked in, no matter what. Right now, he's trailing a rookie by 28 points. The pink-haired girl next to Sariel gasps. The gap in their scores is getting wider. Students all around start shouting, urging them to go faster. A rookie stares at his crackers, thinking this is his version of mental doping. He's abandoned his usual method and is going all in. He concedes that Shyron might be just as mentally intense as he is, but their gambles are on completely different levels. Suddenly, everyone notices something odd. IOI's scores have shot up. The brown-haired boy standing near says he doesn't think Shyron slowed down. His gray-haired friend adds that even the rhythm of a rookie's explosive pattern sounds different. A red-haired boy from Class 4 asks if anyone else noticed how Rucky's spirit zone's afterimage looks like it's twisting, and Sariel, startled, says that's no afterimage. He's using 2 spirit zones. Itella stares in stunned silence. A double spirit zone? She thinks the deviate form's rare trait is that it splits time so precisely, and now someone's actually using it. And more than that, he's running 2 sequences and logging them at the same time. Only someone with savant syndrome could even attempt that. That kind of ability is incredibly rare. Who would have thought this kid was hiding something so powerful? Back at the academy, another unexpected shift unfolds. Sariel mutters that Amy was right. Iruki really is insane. He's destroying targets using 2 spirit zones at once. But the gap between Shyron and Iruki's scores is just too massive now. Itella steps forward and declares, it's over. The brown-haired student agrees, saying it's clear how this ends. Shyron was just unlucky. In his thoughts, Shyron admits defeat. He gave it everything he had. Yet it wasn't even close to what Iruki could do. Even after putting his heart into it, it still wasn't enough. Shyron clenches his fist, fear creeping in. He still doesn't know if he can keep going down this road. Frustrated, he slams his fist into the wall, cracking it. Raising his hand again, he tells himself he's pushing beyond the numbers. But suddenly, a blinding surge of light floods the room. Itella watches in disbelief as Shyron's targets begin striking themselves, completely surrounded by light. Class 4 gasps as the glow intensifies. A fierce white radiance now pulses around Shyron, and his scores start shooting up at an unbelievable rate. Iruki watches with prideful eyes, convinced that no matter how fast Shyron gets, he'll still calculate faster. In his mind, he boasts that he can process every number there is. Meanwhile, Iruki is fighting hard, thinking he's winning. He's going to win. But with just 1 second left, he screams internally, frustrated by how slowly time seems to pass. The match finally ends. Iruki collapses to the floor, looks at his score, and sighs. It's not bad. He looks over at Shyron and asks if he won. Then he stares curiously, trying to understand what Shyron is doing. Shyron doesn't respond until Sariel gently shakes him back to reality. Concerned, she asks if he's all right. Still dazed, he asks her about the test. Sariel checks the results. He won. Not only that, he just set a new record. Level 40, score 1253. Cheers erupt around them as students rush to congratulate Shyron. All eyes turn to Iruki, who calls out to him. He jokes that wide-range magic is banned in a speed gun test. Shyron silently recalls how the entire testing area was flooded with light. Iruki offers him a hand, smirking. He says photon output isn't technically photon magic, clearly teasing, then congratulates him. Everyone from Class 5 is stunned. Iruki actually admitted defeat. Someone even jokes, asking if the sun rose from the west. Shyron stands up, takes Iruki's hand, and asks, do you finally acknowledge me now? Iruki replies, yes. Life matters more than research. You're absolutely right to question him, and Shyron challenges Iruki's perspective. Iruki tells him he's got it all wrong. Explosions aren't inherently violent. They're just concentrated energy. Violence, he explains, only comes into play when there's intent to harm. Shyron quickly counters. Even if someone controls the energy, that doesn't make it any less dangerous. Iruki responds that handling that level of energy will be up to someone in the research division. Then, almost out of nowhere, he shifts the conversation. He tells Shyron that from this moment on, he's putting his trust in him. He's placing responsibility for himself in Shyron's hands. Iruki reiterates, explosions are just raw energy, something he can't control. But if someone can, that energy could be used to save 100,000 lives. It could usher in a new era, one where they stop fighting nature and start working within its limits. Still, he admits, he doesn't cling to some grand, noble ideal. Shyron replies that if Iruki had just said that from the beginning, there wouldn't have been any misunderstanding. But Iruki had a reason. He wanted to see where Shyron stood, whether he was someone who sought power or someone who understood fear. Shyron looks at him, puzzled. Deep down, he starts to think maybe Iruki is afraid of what he could become, afraid he might lose control and become something destructive. Iruki continues. By defeating him, Shyron has shown that his conviction shapes reality. And only someone with that kind of resolve can stop him if the time comes. If Shyron can carry that responsibility, then he won't take another step from here. A silver-haired boy nearby, unsure and tense, asks if Iruki means he's standing still out of fear of his own power. Shyron finds himself lost in the conversation. He's not even sure what Iruki is anymore, an idealist, a realist. But one thing is clear, that fear in his eyes, it's real. So Shyron promises him. If that time ever comes, he'll be the one to stop him. He reaches out, offering his hand. Nearby, Class 4 watches nervously, and Nade, tears in his eyes, throws his arms around Shyron and Nade, proud to call them his friends. One by one, the rest of the students quietly walk away. Itella walks over and calls Shyron, asking if he can come with her for a moment. He follows her, only to go silent when she suddenly places her hands on his shoulders. She looks him in the eye and asks if he's planning to leave. Then she warns him where he went during the test. If he ever goes there again, he may not come back the same. Worried, Shyron apologizes, saying he had no idea it was that dangerous. Itella explains that the domain he stepped into isn't just beyond numbers. It's called the infinite domain. Among mages, it's known as the immortal function. The more ordinary people have another name for it, nirvana. Shyron is stunned. Humans can reach infinity? But those who do end up becoming nothing. Beyond the numbers, what he saw was a massive, empty void, and it dragged him in. That vision suddenly flashes through his mind again, jolting him awake. Gasping, he clutches his head, shaken. Standing at his desk, he realizes it's the same dream again, the one that's haunted him every night since entering that place. And that eerie sensation that comes and goes ever since. Staring down at his reflection in the water on the table, he thinks about how he consulted with Professor Itella. Yet nothing seemed wrong with his body or what he was experiencing. Back at Istis, Shyron tells his friends. He feels like a ghost has been chasing him lately. Nade and Iruki freeze, stunned. Nade nervously jokes that Shyron sounded way too serious, and it threw him off for a second. But Shyron doesn't laugh. He is serious. He reminds them, this research group is about studying supernatural spirits, isn't it? Iruki comments that the troubles of the genius who beat him really are on a different scale. Nade wonders why they're treating it like a real concern. Shyron asks if he said something weird. Iruki, thinking back, brings up the dream Shyron once described, a black, hollow space, stars being pulled into it, and at the far end of the thread, a trembling light. Shyron nods, saying the light was pulsing, like a heartbeat. Iruki explains that based on the size and rhythm, it's something no one on the continent could ever calculate. And if they assume it's a real location, that kind of phenomenon happens in outer space. Both Nade and Shyron are taken aback. Shyron stares at him and slowly repeats, outer space. The same outer space from the books? How could he be dreaming of something he's never even seen before? Nade answers with full confidence. He's heard whispers of this before, an old case from 200 years ago. A death row inmate had been part of a controversial soul transfer experiment. The theory went like this. If a person's soul could be turned into a physical substance, then in theory, electricity could break it down. Nade explains further. The test involved placing a person inside a sealed metal box, a conductor, and flooding it with electricity. The process was so brutal, so inhumane, that the experiments were shut down. But the shocking part? The criminals survived. After an entire month, their consciousness returned. And when they came back, they knew things. Details about distant countries they'd never even heard of, places they couldn't have possibly known. Shyron asks, stunned, if that actually happened. Nate confirms it. Investigators cross-checked everything the criminals said, and it all matched. Nate continues. The electricity had decomposed the soul, ionizing it and triggering electromagnetic effects. He wonders aloud, couldn't that kind of power pull in knowledge from the world itself? That strange tingling sensation death row inmates reportedly experience. Nate calls that a supernatural reaction. At that moment, Shyron starts to feel those very tingles, a creeping unease settling in. Iruki steps in, telling him that sensation is the same thing that allowed Shyron to witness outer space. If his soul really was ionized by electricity, it could have caused a quantum reaction, something beyond conventional science. Shyron, rattled, asks what that means. Does he really mean transcending time and space? Iruki makes a small gesture with his fingers and explains. In a quantum world, smaller than even electrons, reality behaves differently. Events defy logic. You can't observe and measure at once. It's all governed by probability. If a soul weighed less than an electron, then the boundaries of time and space wouldn't apply anymore. And in that state, it might be possible to experience outer space directly. Nade, visibly excited, tells Shyron this explains everything about what he's been going through. Shyron stares, wide-eyed. Did they just break this whole thing down for real? Despite their appearance, Nade says they're basically a research team. Iruki casually chimes in. It's still just a theory, and if they want to prove it, they'll need more data. So why not be straight about it now? Iruki brings it back to something important. During the speed gun test, something strange happened with Shyron's photon output. He also started having nightmares around that time. He asks Shyron directly, Can he explain what happened? Shyron lowers his gaze and says Professor Atella once told him something about immortal function. Need slowly turns to a rookie and asks if he knows what that means. Iruki suddenly breaks into giggles, then bursts into full-on laughter. Iruki tells Shyron he recognized it, the immortal function. He heard about it from his father before. It's known as a mathematician's dream domain, a function believed to be the key to unlocking everything in the world. But Shyron, still uneasy, recalls what the professor told him. It's dangerous. Iruki agrees, saying of course it is, because in that domain, everything becomes nothing. And if Shyron wants to surpass him, he'll need to master that immortal function. Watching them joke around, Shyron can't help but feel a little relief. He then announces his decision. He's officially joining the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group. Nade and Iruki light up with excitement. Shyron adds he doesn't want to run from this anymore. He wants to study it himself and face it head on. He jumps to his feet, fired up, saying that with them by his side, he's sure they'll uncover something big. Nade cheers. They're going to take on the immortal function together. And now that they have enough members, the group can finally be made official again. That means funding too. Iruki teases, asking if the professors actually approved Shyron's membership, considering their group isn't exactly held in high regard. But Nade grins and pulls out the paperwork. He's planning to submit it without the professors knowing. Shyron and Iruki look at each other in surprise, wondering if that's even allowed. Nade hugs them both, declaring they should celebrate right now, with a welcome party in the cafeteria. It's on him. As Shyron glances around the room, he thinks to himself, this is his research group now, and the first thing they need to do is a proper cleanup. But the narrator interjects. Unlike Nade's hopeful vision, something else is already in motion. The most dangerous professor has already discovered them. The narrator goes on to describe a mysterious phenomenon, something far beyond what the human body or limited experience can comprehend. Only those who've truly learned how to perceive it can sense its presence. Nothing has ever been proven about how to reach infinity or the true identity of anyone who's made it there. Meanwhile, Thad drops a stack of papers labeled Research Group Member Applications. He mutters that this always happens near the holidays. Students form temporary groups just to earn performance marks, and then dissolve them right after. He tells Alifer they should wrap up this paperwork quickly. But as Alifer bends down, he notices a page that slipped away. Both Thad and Alifer glance at it, and their eyes narrow. It's that group, the infamous Science of Supernatural Spirits. And listed right there on the paper is Shyron's name. Thad wonders aloud. Isn't that the student? Alifer just stares at the paper in silence. Someone approaches Professor Atella and apologizes for interrupting her training. Atella, still composed, says if they came all the way out here, it must not be a small matter. As they sit together sipping tea, Alifer gently places her cup down and tells Atella that Shyron has joined a research group. Atella raises an eyebrow. He finally joined a group? She asks which one. Alifer hesitantly replies, it's the Science of Supernatural Spirits. Atella is so surprised her tea spills. Alifer quickly adds that as she knows, that group has a long, complicated history, even before they were professors. Just thinking about all the student and parent complaints they still get is enough to make anyone nervous. Alifer anxiously asks why that group. Shyron is one of the school's top prospects. This is the time he should be focused more than ever on his studies. But Atella wonders if things might be different now. Nade is the current group president, and he's a respectful student with a good reputation among his peers. She doesn't expect any problems. Besides, all the notorious members from before have already graduated. Even the current president of the Thormia Magic Association, Mikia Jailed, used to be a member of that very same group. Atella smiles calmly and says she's sure they'll end up learning something valuable and walking a good path. Back in the lab, Nade casually asks if Shyron's around. Shyron, brushing dust off a chair, says he's right there. Nade teases, asking if he's not going to class or even bothering to study anymore. Iruki adds that he's always skipping. Meanwhile, Iruki lazily stares at a checkmate board and suggests playing another round. Shyron looks around and mutters that he did clean the place, but it's a mess again. He sighs and says none of them are studying, researching, or even showing up to class. Nade jokes that he already regrets joining, but now he can't quit either. With a deep sigh, Shyron shrugs off his cloak and says fine, he'll go study. Suddenly, Iruki and Nade go quiet, joking that he's such a model student. Then a rookie turns to Nade and asks if he finished that new invention. Nade nods. Shyron overhears and perks up. What invention? Nade proudly reveals it's a cloak of invisibility. Shyron's eyes widen. Seriously? That's awesome. Nade explains it lasts for about an hour, and if he adds a power source like this, Shyron jumps to his feet, excited. He wants to see it too. Meanwhile, Alifa remarks that Nade might be fine, but the others in the group are a different story. A rookie, for example. He's from class 5 and pretends to be clueless, but that couldn't be further from the truth. She turns to Atella and asks, didn't she notice his true abilities? And Shyron. That monster was defeated, but once the current seniors graduate, they could shape the future of the academy itself. There's a concern. If Shyron keeps hanging around someone like a rookie, what if he ends up just like him? He might become the academy's biggest ticking time bomb. Atella hears the word bomb and chuckles softly, saying someone's clearly overthinking it. Meanwhile, Shyron is eyeing various colorful gadgets. Wearing the invisibility cloak, he picks one up and nervously asks if these aren't a bit too dangerous. Nade proudly says he's been saving them, planning one massive magic show. A rookie, flipping through a book, adds that Nade's dream is to become a magic engineer. That's why he's constantly tinkering and studying. Shyron turns to Iruki in amazement. He makes everything using electromagnetism. Then Shyron picks up a red book and curiously asks what it is. Iruki glances over and casually says it's from the Human Body Research Group. Shyron flips through it and instantly regrets it. The book is filled with sketchy drawings of girls. Embarrassed, he covers his face and asks, aren't these students from their school? Nade laughs, explaining it's kind of like a secret info booklet compiled by a shady underground group. Sure, the drawings are rough, but it's packed with rumors and school gossip. Iruki shrugs and says it's just entertainment for students with nothing better to do. Shyron, baffled, asks if the school's doing nothing about this. Then he spots a sketch of Amy and freezes. He stays silent as the others glance at him. Iruki grins and asks if he's really dating a senior. Shyron turns red and yells. He can't look at this garbage. He demands to know who's behind a group like this. Iruki explains that it's an anonymous group, but since most of the content is about seniors, odds are the creators are seniors themselves. Shyron is stunned. Seniors made this. Alifer, elsewhere, says the RSSS group is shady too. Compared to them, even the so-called Black Magician group is child's play. The real issue, she says, is that jokes pulled off by the school's smartest students are always on a different level. They can dodge any school investigation. The only reason the Academy tolerated the RSSS group, so far, was because they were stripped of their official group status. But now, top-performing students are trying to revive it. Alifer declares she's going to shut down the RSSS group, once and for all. As she pours another cup of tea, Atella nods and says she understands her concerns, especially when it comes to the students' futures. There's a reason why. The school deliberately stays hands-off when it comes to research groups, believing it helps students grow more independent and responsible. These groups are treated as fully autonomous, each one owning the consequences of its decisions. If adults step in and start making choices for them, students might grow up afraid to make any choices at all. One of the instructors questions this hands-off approach, asking why they don't at least give the kids a chance. Her colleague hesitantly admits the point is valid, but insists that guiding gifted students and keeping them from going astray is also the duty of an adult. Atella senses how much she cares about Shyron. She understands the desire to give him enough space to figure out his own path and skills in his own time. But she also doesn't want Sina's drive and determination to be brushed aside. Atella apologizes for not mentioning something earlier and says she has something important to share about Shyron. She reveals that in a recent speed gun test, Shyron actually reached Nirvana. Alifer is visibly stunned. Suddenly, the light begins to flicker rapidly. Shyron, unsettled, asks if it's an earthquake. As Any quickly tosses a cover over some items, she says it's bad, really bad, and urges everyone to hide the evidence fast. Iruki nervously says it's a professor doing a surprise inspection. She warns Shyron to sit still and wait it out. Outside the storage room, Alifer places her hand on the door, silently noting it takes 3 minutes to summon the storage room they want. Plenty of time to cover up anything suspicious. Inside, Nade and Iruki push Shyron onto a sofa. When he panics, saying the professor is definitely coming, they tell him to just stay calm. Nade assures him everything will be fine, and Iruki warns that if they get caught, Probation will be the least of their worries. Nate reminds Shyron that this research room is their turf, and if he loses his nerve, they're finished. Alifer suddenly walks in and sees the three of them. Nade and Iruki pretend to be nonchalant while Shyron avoids looking at her altogether, trying to act cool. Alifer watches them silently, already thinking, this group might need to be disbanded before it's too late. She takes a seat and coolly asks why they haven't even greeted their teacher. In her mind, she reflects on how these groups are built on full student autonomy and how teachers are supposed to follow protocol when expressing concerns. That's why she expected this kind of cold welcome. Nade offers a polite apology, explaining that they were deep in a discussion. If she had submitted an official request before visiting, they absolutely would have welcomed her properly. Alifer says nothing, but her eyes settle on Shyron, full of doubt. The most frustrating part is that Shyron ended up dying under their banner. Meanwhile, Shyron sits uncomfortably, wondering if it's really okay for him to be so relaxed in this situation. He hesitates, then says that regardless of the circumstances, since they have a guest, maybe he should at least serve some tea. Nade scoffs and throws a sharp question. Does she really trust him enough to drink anything they offer? Adjusting her glasses, Alifer cuts straight to the point. She says she'll keep it brief before heading out. She's here to return the research group's room. That statement stuns Shyron, Nade, and Iruki. Nai quickly asks why. Flipping a page in her file, Alifer explains. After reviewing their records, it's actually harder to justify keeping their group active. They haven't delivered any results in over 4 years. For over a semester, they've been short on members, and just that alone is enough to justify a shutdown. Plus, their funding was pulled some time ago. Per the rules, if the group doesn't produce something within the next month, they'll be officially disbanded. Nade slams his head down on the table, desperate, and pleads for a chance to hold a research presentation. He insists that supernatural science covers phenomena beyond measurable proof. Is she really okay with dissolving the only group that dares to question the Magic Society's blind devotion to science and logic? They'll do anything but give up. Alifer pauses, then offers an alternative. If he feels that strongly, there's one condition. Without hesitation, he agrees whatever it is. She drops the bomb. Shyron must be removed from the group. The three of them are left speechless. Alifer then asks if they even realize how serious the immortal function is, far beyond what this school can control. It's far too dangerous for a student to handle, and Shyron could have vanished completely. Shyron admits he knew the risks and had no intention of repeating it. But Alifer steps in, saying that's not the whole issue. The real danger is what comes after, the overflow. Shyron, confused, asks what the overflow is. At the same time, Iruki, still processing everything, asks, maybe you should just say it, like it's some cursed genius syndrome he picked up when he was 8. Nothing too serious. Iruki rolls her eyes and snaps. You're already crazy, so deal with it. Nade chimes in, admitting he doesn't even know what it is. Alifer sighs, clearly frustrated. This is exactly the problem. He keeps making it sound like a joke. She explains that an overflow happens when someone suddenly awakens and their mind just can't handle the flood of information. It's like a dam bursting under pressure. The result? A total mental collapse. But because people confuse it with this so-called diseased genius contract, some kids miss the window for treatment and end up suffering for the rest of their lives. They assume it's all because of the immortal function, and even their teacher doesn't want to imagine how dangerous that really is. Shyron sits silently, his thoughts spiraling. A mental breakdown, could that be it? That dream, his nightmare every night. What if it was a warning? What if he really is losing it? Alifer makes a decision. She's putting Shyron under focused psychological therapy. He'll only do the bare minimum for his academics, and she'll oversee everything personally to make sure it doesn't leave lasting trauma. So if they really care about him, she says they should let him go. She casts a suspicious glare at Nade, but Nade's clearly annoyed and denies it. He doesn't agree at all. Alifer's patience snaps. Is now really the time to throw a tantrum? Iruki cuts in, arguing that this isn't a decision Shyron should be excluded from. She gets that Alifer is worried and skeptical, but isn't this a little extreme? Nade throws in his own theory. Maybe she's going this far because she has feelings for Shyron. Alifer replies coldly that there's nothing inappropriate going on. Nade slams the table and yells. A teacher into a student? That's something you can calculate. Diz jumps in, half joking. Then maybe there's a chance you like me, too? Alifer immediately shuts that down. Zero chance. Not even worth considering. Nade collapses dramatically onto the table. Alifer stays firm. She tells them to drop the black and white thinking. It's time to face reality. Iruki speaks up. If Shyron can't handle the overflow, then maybe that just shows how far his limits go. It's not like he'll actually die. But Alifer disagrees. She thought Iruki, of all people, would understand. He's gone through overflow himself. This isn't some ordinary event, especially not with the immortal function involved. Iruki counters, saying that the immortal function itself is still a mystery. It's uncharted territory. And, looking at the state Shyron was in, Alifer asks if maybe they should just trust him and wait. But she can't shake the fear that he might cross a line. That kind of fixation they call obsession. Shyron's mind flashes back to his childhood. Someone once told him to leave that place. But now, he says, this is something he has to decide for himself. He admits he's scared. Just like she said, there were moments he really thought he'd lose his mind. But right now, he feels alive. Alifer gazes at him, clearly worried. She silently thinks this isn't something that could happen to just anyone. Only someone like him. What truly scares Shyron is the idea that the nightmare might stop. Because if it ends, then he'll lose his only lead. The only thing pushing him to uncover the secrets buried inside him. If this is a question meant for him alone, then he wants to be the one to answer it. He's not trying to escape anymore. He wants to face it. Alifer reflects quietly. He reminds her of someone, a blonde-haired boy from her past, who once told her not to run away, to keep moving forward. Shyron is just like him. She finally says she'll respect his choice. She won't insist on his dismissal anymore. They're back to the original agreement. If they can produce results within the month, the research group stays. Nade sits there in stunned silence. Later, the three, Shyron, Na, and Iruki, are on a bench. This still hasn't moved an inch. Shyron, worried, asks what their plan is. They only have a month to pull off a research presentation. Did they even have any records of previous ones? Iruki thinks about it. As far as he knows, the SBSR has never done a presentation. If they had, then supernatural psychic science would already be listed in science textbooks. There's no proven way to demonstrate the soul's existence. No lowers his head and apologizes to all the previous presidents. It looks like their research group might end with their generation. Shyron tells him to pull himself together. Just then, Iruki glances at a girl nearby and mutters, "Pretty woman." Shyron immediately scolds him. This isn't the time for that. Nade, eyes sparkling like he's using imaginary binoculars, snaps out of it and asks where. They all turn to see Alifer in her formal dress. No, wide-eyed asks, "Wait, who is that woman?" Nade guesses she might be from one of the advanced classes, but Iruki, narrowing his eyes, says there's no one like that currently enrolled. Shyron raises an eyebrow. Has Iruki memorized the faces of every girl in the advanced class? But when Shyron gets a proper look at her, his eyes widen. Wait, that's teacher Alifer. Nade can't believe it. How does someone change that much? Iruki stares, stunned. You got a sharp eye, Shyron. Shyron, still puzzled, asks where she's headed all dressed up like that, especially on a weekend. Iruki casually throws in, she's probably on a date. I mean, she is at that age. Nade suddenly jumps up, determined. This is it. Our chance. If we follow her and find some kind of weakness, we can use it to stop the research group from being shut down. Iruki looks uneasy. You do know tailing a certified grade 6 Mage isn't exactly a beginner mission, right? Do we even have the invisibility cloak? Without waiting for an answer, Iruki dashes off. I'll go first and track the teacher. Nade, still in sync with Iruki's mindset, says he'll grab the cloak from the research room. He knows how to keep a proper distance from the target. Shyron stares at them both in disbelief. If only you used this much energy for actual research. Meanwhile, Alifer glances over her shoulder suspiciously. Under the invisibility cloak, Iruki whispers that her awareness is incredibly sharp. They were nearly caught a few times. Shyron, completely exasperated, asks again why they're even doing this. And responds confidently. Come on, you can feel something's up. Who is she meeting? Why so cautious? Shyron looks away, mumbling that something's definitely strange. Nobles usually avoid commoner areas when they're out on dates. The narrator cuts in. The invisibility cloak is an item Nade developed using magical engineering. It uses electromagnetic-based magic. Although its quality and usability are slightly below the commercial standard, its effectiveness is nearly identical to the real thing. Alifer glances behind her once more, wary, then walks to a nearby shop. From under the cloak, Iruki quietly mutters, "It's suspicious." She's way too alert. No wonders allowed if the teacher might be selling shady items for extra cash. Shyron cuts him off, unimpressed. "Do you really think she's like you?" Alifer glances back again, just to be sure. As Alifer walks inside, the door opens, and a blonde-haired man warmly greets her with a hug. Nade smirks arrogantly. A man? So, is it a secret romance with a commoner boyfriend? Classic forbidden love scenario. Family disapproves. They meet in secret. Shyron, trying to keep some dignity, says she's already gone inside. They should just let it go. But Nade takes off running. "What are you talking about? This is our chance. We need proof if we want to save the research group." Shyron and Iruki stare at him, stunned as he eyes the door. Nade signals to Iruki. "Now!" With that, he activates his spirit zone, breaking the lock with a soft click. The door creaks open, and Nade grins. I knew the basement lock would be weak. He quickly instructs Iruki to use his deviated form to scout the hallway. Shyron can't believe it. If only they used half this energy for actual research. Sneaking through the corridor, they reach a door. From inside, they hear a woman's voice. Shyron urges them again, "We should really go back." But Nade counters, "She's the one who started this war. We don't have a choice anymore." From inside, they hear the man ask if she needs to change. She replies she's fine just like this. Then he asks if he should take something off, or if they should stay dressed, because she looks beautiful as she is. Shyron, red-faced and sweating, tells them they have to stop listening. Then she asks when his wife will be back. He casually answers, "About 2 hours." That's when it hits them. Shyron, Iruki, and Nade freeze. The man is married. The man says it's perfect. They should get started. Iruki, stunned, says this is already more than enough of a weak point. But Nade shakes his head, grabbing the doorknob. "No, we can't let this happen." Twisting the knob, they burst in together. "Teacher, that's a crime." They stop dead in their tracks. Alifer is sitting calmly on the bed. The blonde-haired man is across from her, painting. He glares at them. "What do you think you're doing?" All three of them drop to their knees, hands raised in surrender, completely embarrassed. Nade stammers, We thought you were committing adultery." Alifer stares at them, utterly shocked. "You seriously think I'd do something like that?" Her voice sharpens. "Wait until we get back to school." Try to deflect, Iruki shrugs. "Well, if there's going to be punishment, Nade should definitely take the fall." Nade angrily demands to know who's been following him, without anyone arguing. Shyron lifts the invisible cloak. "That would also be you, Nade." The blonde-haired man calmly tells Alifer to let it go. He's fine. The door's been fixed, and her students only followed her out of concern. Alifer, clearly still annoyed, says if she was followed, it was because he wasn't careful enough. And let's not forget, trespassing into someone's home is a serious offense. But the man just smiles and reassures her. They came in because it's you. They didn't even hesitate. He offers to bring them some tea so they can sit and talk for a bit. The three students awkwardly thank him. Minds blown. Internally, they're all thinking this guy is a saint. Shyron, still staring, feels a strange heaviness in his head. What is this feeling? Could it be connected to what I felt this morning? Alifer, meanwhile, thinks to herself how lucky it is that Armin, the blonde-haired man, is so understanding. Shyron asks about Armin. Walnut, true to form, demands to know what kind of relationship she's hiding that requires all this secrecy. Alifer answers plainly. Armin is her upperclassman from the Magic Academy days. Iruki, curious, asks how Armin lost his eyesight. Alifer's expression shifts. With a heavy sigh, she says it was because of her. Back when she was young, she also suffered from overflow, and all she could do was run away during those difficult days. In a flashback, Armin is seen chasing after her. It's dangerous over there. The water's rising too fast. She begs him not to follow her, but then she slips, falling into the water. Without hesitation, Armin leaps in after her. Grabbing a large wooden stick, he cries out to her, "Hold on. If we can make it further downriver, we'll be rescued." But then Armin sees debris, shattered wood pieces, rushing straight toward them. He tells her, "We need to dive under. Can you do it?" She panics and says she can't. Armin doesn't hesitate. He pushes her under and holds her down, making sure she doesn't float back up too soon. "Just hold on. We'll survive." Looking at the oncoming wreckage, Armin thinks, as long as she lives, that's enough. A moment later, the debris slams straight into his eyes. Just like that, Armin, the once celebrated prodigy of the Magic Academy, lost his sight and let go of his dream to become a mage. Still, both he and Alifer made it through. So when she heard he'd taken up painting, she couldn't believe it. Iruki points out that's exactly why she's been so on edge about the overflow lately. Then Armin walks in, carrying 5 glasses. Alifer just likes a lecture a lot, he says casually. Shyron thanks him, adding that even if she nags, it's clear she cares about everyone. She's always thinking of her students. Nate agrees, saying they all have great respect for their teacher. As Armin sets up his canvas, Shyron quietly asks if it's really okay to watch him paint. Nate also expresses curiosity. Iruki, less tactful, blurts out, "How are you even able to paint?" before being told to cut it out. Armin assures them it's fine. With not much time left, he wants to keep painting. He turns to Alifer and asks if she's comfortable. A bit flustered, she nods, saying it's a little embarrassing, but she's okay. Alifer sits, and Armin begins sketching her. Nate watches in awe and wonders how Armin does it. Iruki mutters that Armin must be using his spirit zone. Nate confirms that if that's true, Armin's at least at the zoner level. Using his own spirit zone, Shyron steps forward and asks Armin directly, "Can he see?" Armin pauses, then smiles. Slowly, he removes the band from his eyes. "I've been waiting for you," he says. Shyron is stunned. Light isn't just glowing from Armin's eyes. It's radiating from his entire body. He wonders if anyone else can see it. He taps Nate on the head, telling him to look at Armin's eyes, but stops mid-sentence. Something's wrong. Nate, Iruki, and even Alifer are all completely still. "What is this?" Shyron asks in disbelief. Armin calmly answers, "It's a spell. Time magic. It's called Stop." Shyron reels. "Someone who can wield time magic that fast? It's beyond belief." "Come," Armin says, motioning for him to sit. "Let's talk properly. We've got all the time in the world." Shyron laughs awkwardly. Armin grins. "You've always been a nervous one. I figured you'd catch on eventually." "You knew?" Shyron asks. Armin points to his own eyes. Normal people receive light through their eyes, turn it into images. But mine were light. I saw it, and I know you did too. Shyron stares. "You mean that moment?" Armin nods. "Yes, we both saw it. That's the immortal function." Shyron narrows his eyes, cautious. "Can I ask what that really is?" "The immortal function," Armin says, "is the gateway to infinity. And those who open that gateway, we call them unlockers." He continues, "Once that door opens, your consciousness begins to overflow into the infinite. You start to feel overwhelming power and a strange sense of freedom." Shyron stares at Armin in silence. "But," Armin adds, "as long as you don't cross the threshold, your mind won't collapse." Shyron hesitantly asks if that's truly okay. He confesses, every night, he dreams of the universe. He's never told his friends, but it feels like something inside him is unraveling. These supernatural sensations are starting to mess with his head. "It feels dangerous," he admits. Armin smiles. "Then it sounds like magic has chosen you." He explains that the symptoms Shyron's feeling are unavoidable. He's approaching what they call the infinite domain, the cosmos itself. When someone stares into that vast, endless space, they're hit by a fear so deep it shakes their soul. But that fear, it leads to awakening. Most unlockers, Armin says, gain control over space itself. But the fear you're feeling, it's not about space. It's something else entirely. And once you understand what that something is, the fear will vanish. Shyron, overwhelmed, asks how he's supposed to know what it is. "That part," Armin replies, "I can't say. It could happen tomorrow, or it might take your entire life." "My whole life?" Shyron echoes in disbelief. "Don't be afraid," Armin assures him, "because that's something, it's already within you. You just don't have a name for it yet." Shyron pauses, thinking out loud. "So, it hasn't been discovered yet. The universe exists inside me, but I don't even know what it is. Maybe it's connected to the light speed threads I see in my dreams." Armin nods. "It could be tied to something called gauge symmetry." "Gauge symmetry?" Shyron asks. Armin explains, some scholars once believed this world was perfect, that its physics were flawless. Everything could be measured, explained, just like the constant speed of light. It was too precise, as if the universe had been designed by will. But, he goes on, the deeper they dug, the more they found cracks. That symmetry, they discovered it was broken. Shyron glances at Iruki. He remembers. Once, Iruki had spoken of a mysterious realm governed by probability. And Armin finishes, this universe we live in, it's not perfect, because we still don't truly understand it. What broke the symmetry? Armin muses, it might be something without a name, but if it is you, then you'll find the answer. Shyron lights up. Thank you, he says with conviction. I think I can do this. He admits he used to follow his professor's path, but meeting Armin changed something in him. Armin glances over at Alifer and gently says, look after her, will you? She's much more tender-hearted than you realize. Shyron hesitates. Why keep your magic a secret from her? You could just tell her. But Armin shakes his head. She's still carrying guilt for what happened to me. I didn't regain my sight, not truly. I don't want her to hold herself back on my account. As the world slowly returns to normal, Shyron reflects on Armin's words. He's already moved on, already built a life, and now he just wants to help Alifer move on too. Armin then makes Shyron promise to keep everything secret. Once the painting is done, Armin thanks Alifer, and she responds with a smile. We're close, after all. Later, Alifer steps out with the other three. Armin turns to her and says, today's the last day, right? Will you write once I'm settled somewhere new? I'll hold you to that, she says with a wave. Make sure you stay in touch. He smiles and tells the three students to study hard and promises they'll see each other again. Just as she's about to leave, a red-haired woman appears, bags in hand, cheerfully calling out, honey, I'm back. The others freeze in shock. She looks at Armin's painting and asks if it's finished, then turns to Alifer. You heading out already? Want to eat something before you go? Shyron stands there speechless, thinking, Armin's married? Didn't see that coming. The red-haired woman walks up to Alifer. Why's your face all red? Are you okay? Flustered, Alifer and the others quickly excuse themselves, saying they're busy and need to leave. As they go, the woman watches them with a raised brow. You think the higher-ups would believe Armin, the eyes of light, ever looked so stunned. Armin sighs. Enough nagging. Give me the report. She shifts gears. We gotta move. From Craze to Kelbera. Lots of pests in the way, but for Armin, the eyes of light, it's nothing. Then she grins. Maybe we should start calling you the soul searcher of eternity. Ignoring the title, Armin walks back inside. I'll hold up my end of the contract. Stop with the nonsense. She stops in the doorway. You didn't tell Alifer, did you? Her voice drops. Don't forget, those you love, their lives are still at stake. Armin turns back, calm and steady. You don't need to worry about Alifer. Nade, Iruki, and Shyron instinctively step in front of Alifer, shielding her from view. This is bad, Nade mutters, turning to Shyron. Her mood's really off. He reminds him, once they're back at the academy, they're definitely in trouble. Following her here and trespassing, that's a rule breakers list. And worse, their entire research group could be shut down. Trying to ease the tension, Nade asks Alifer if she wants to eat before they head back. Shyron joins in. We're finally out. Let's eat properly. Sina encourages them too. We've all been up to something wild today. Might as well eat until our stomachs burst. Nade nods to the others, whispering that cheering Alifer up is their best shot at dodging any serious punishment. Iruki says he's going to order something pricey. Shyron quietly adds, she's upset because she's going to be apart from Armin. We should try to lift her spirits. 2 hours later, at a bustling restaurant, Nade, Shyron, and Iruki all shout in unison, Alifer, stop drinking already, as she loudly demands, one more bottle of wine. The narrator cuts in, describing the spell stop. A legendary passive light magic, photon type. It halts time itself, but only someone who has achieved the omnipotent sensitivity to perceive the speed of light can control it. As things move closer to light speed, their mass increases, space compresses, but within the spirit zone, this law bends. That's where materialization can happen, though only within its boundaries. Back at the restaurant, 2 hours in, the table is overflowing with food. They ask Alifer again if she's really planning to drink more. She raises her glass, hesitates. We barged into a stranger's home today. Drinking feels wrong. Nade waves it off. It's your day off. Just one drink. Shyron is fully immersed in the food. This is amazing. Iruki eyes his dish and says, pretty sure this is my first time eating something like this. Nade, trying to keep her cheerful, offers to pour the drink. Alifer chuckles. You kids shouldn't even be near this stuff. Still, she pours a glass. Nade thinks to himself, just gotta keep her happy. Maybe I'll get something out of this. Shyron holds up a chunk of meat to Iruki. Try this. Iruki replies flatly, I'm already bored of eating it. Nade watches Alifer carefully, arrogance flickering in his eyes. I'm gonna find her weak spot, eventually. An hour later, with flushed cheeks and tipsy sway, Alifer leans over, pinching Nade's face. Why are your cheeks always so soft? Every time I see them. Shyron and Iruki exchange horrified glances, completely unsure how to handle what's coming next. Alifer, clearly drunk and emotional, suddenly bursts into tears. You two were top scorers during the speed gun test. So talented. So why are you slacking off in school? Tears stream down her face. Do you know how many people never get to chase their dreams? And do you think I'm just some evil professor? Shyron quickly speaks up, nervous. No, we don't think that at all. You're not terrible. But Alifer, still crying, collapses onto the table mid-sob. Iruki watches silently, picking food from his teeth. We finished everything, and she's still not waking up. Shyron leans over, gently shaking her. She hasn't even paid yet. He tries to rouse Sina when a brown-haired man appears, eyeing them with a smirk. She looks real out of it, he says casually. How about I take her back in my carriage? Just the lady, of course. He laughs. Nate steps up, voice cold. No thanks. But the man doesn't back off. Placing a hand on a chair, he sneers. Kids like you should step aside. Leave it to the adults. He reaches for Alifer. Look at her up close. She's got a fine body. Before he can finish, Shyron grabs his wrist. Why don't you take your hand off our professor? The man glares and steps forward angrily. So you're all students, huh? Doing this sort of thing at night? Kids like you should be sleeping in their mommy's arms. I could get you expelled with a single word. Suddenly, a crackle of light snaps through the air. An electric orb hovers between them. Nade, controlling the glowing ball, warns, if you don't want to wet yourself in front of everyone, I suggest you back off quietly. The gray-haired man blinks. Magic. The brown-haired man squints. Wait, are you from Alpheus's Magic Academy? Iruki narrows his eyes, scanning the man's ID. CRE, administrative official. Douglas Silver. Douglas frantically pats his pockets. My wallet. Iruki tosses it at him. You want to expel someone? Go ahead and try. Look up Merkane Iruki. I'll be waiting. The wallet hits him square in the face. Merkane, he mutters, stunned. The narrator cuts in. First-class nobles. Those who serve as royal advisors for 3 generations. And that name is from the Maradan family. Douglas and his companion quickly retreat. Iruki watches them scurry off. Cowards couldn't even start a real fight. What's the point of flexing if you've got nothing to back it up? Nate turns to Iruki. Why'd you bring up your family? Iruki shrugs. Losers like them, they always fold when you do. Most people don't have much faith in their support system, but for this group, that makes them the exception. When they try to encourage someone to leave, it ends with a foul mood. Nade, meanwhile, spots Alifer sleeping and snaps a picture of her, thrilled. He starts dancing and singing, hyping up the fact that the ever-serious perfectionist got drunk and passed out. This is huge. He even thinks this might be the break they need to keep their group from falling apart. In stark contrast, Shyron is quietly carrying Alifer on his back. He remarks with a sigh that he's the only one stuck doing it. Nade teases him for it, asking if he's jealous. Iruki chimes in, saying Shyron's just the strongest among them. But after walking only 10 steps, Nade gives up. Iruki? He doesn't even bother trying. Iruki walks over to Shyron and suggests he try using Schema. Shyron asks if that's something he can just tap into whenever, and Iruki tells him that if he can access the spirit zone, then yes, he's got what it takes. Mi adds that even the kingdom has magic swordsmen, and Iruki says Shyron definitely has the skill for it. Shyron nods, saying he wants to learn. Iruki then instructs him to close his eyes and focus inward. He tells Shyron to follow his voice, that he'll guide him with a question. Shyron listens and tries to concentrate. Iruki suddenly asks where he and Amy had their first kiss. Shyron's eyes snap open in irritation, while Nate cracks up laughing, shouting that Shyron totally fell for it in the dead of night. Later, Shyron, Nade, and Iruki are walking when Alifer calls out to them. She says they shouldn't be using Alifer's vulnerability as leverage. Nade retorts by asking why they went through all that effort then. Shyron replies that it's been a draining and sorrowful day. Iruki adds that she wouldn't want them to endure the same pain she once did. Nade, flustered, admits the former president left everything in his hands, and he's just hoping for the best. The three, Nade, Shyron, and Iruki, stand side by side, agreeing to do whatever they can. Suddenly, they jump in surprise when Alifer wakes up and asks what's going on. Shyron checks if she's sober now. Alifer says she owes them and promises to keep their actions quiet. No school report, no consequences. Pointing a finger at them, she grants them 1 more month, starting now. Alifer tells them bluntly, if they really believe in their research group, then they should stop hiding and boldly convince the school. If they want something, they need to go out and earn it. Nade grins, rubbing his nose, and casually replies that whether it's in a formal presentation or not, they'll prove their group's worth with full confidence and pride. Iruki, half joking, wonders if maybe it's time they start using their brains. Alifer encourages them to give it their best shot, and not to be surprised by what they're capable of. Shyron watches quietly, thinking that nothing has really changed, but somehow, he feels a bit more at ease. Later, as they cross the bridge, they ask Alifer when she actually woke up and if a maid should really lose her composure over a few drops of alcohol. A few days pass, and back at the academy, students gather around the notice board in shock. They spot a new announcement about an upcoming research presentation titled The Science of Supernatural Spirits. They're even more surprised to see that Shyron is one of the presenters, along with Nade and Iruki. The poster boldly claims it will uncover a secret the school has long tried to bury. Flashback to 10 days before at Istis. Nade throws his hands up in frustration, shouting that he can't think of a single idea. The three of them slump onto the sofas, exhausted. Iruki, half-dazed and poking at his nose, complains that they've discussed everything they could think of during their sleepless nights, but still haven't landed on a decent topic. Nade shuffles through a stack of cards, each with different ideas written on them, and mutters that most of these things couldn't possibly be recreated for a live presentation. Shyron thinks back. It's already been 3 days since they promised Professor Alifer they'd make this happen. Telling her they'd win was easy. Actually figuring out how to explain the science behind invisible spirits? That's the hard part. He grumbles about the absurdity of trying to sew together something the eye can't even see. Nade, meanwhile, seems to have snapped under the pressure. Iruki says he's always been a little crazy. Shyron, exhausted, yawns and mumbles that they're at their limit. He turns to Nade, only to freak out and fall backward at the sight of a glowing hologram. Nade bursts into laughter, asking how realistic it looked and what if they claimed this was a spirit. Iruki identifies it as a lightning shadow, while Shyron stammers that it looked at him, and it scared the life out of him. He insists that real mages wouldn't fall for such a trick. Nade grins and says, well, you did. Then he asks if it still counts as being fooled if it only lasted 2 seconds. Shyron tells them firmly that there's no point in arguing or proving it. It's not worth confirming. But Nade's already shifted gears, saying they should dig into Professor Alifer's weakness next. Iruki nods along. Iruki, deep in thought, says he believes Shyron just came up with something brilliant. He clarifies that it wasn't the trick that scared him. It was a deeper fear buried inside. Instead of trying to convince people with solid evidence, he suggests they trigger that same fear in others. Iruki asks if he's suggesting a shift in strategy. Not proving the supernatural first, but making people believe it first, and only then giving proof. Shyron nods. It's psychological warfare, he says. Nade, fired up, shouts that Shyron's going to save their group. But Shyron immediately backs away, saying Nade needs to keep his distance. He hasn't showered in 3 days. Iruki, more composed, calls the plan a clever inversion of logic, pointing at Nade's spear hologram. Iruki says the real issue is if they present it like this, too obviously staged. It could make even true believers start doubting the supernatural. He asks if Nade can tweak it to look more otherworldly. Nade replies confidently that he can, and even more so if he uses his lightning shadow technique properly. Suddenly, several holograms appear behind him. He starts posing with them, explaining that if he animates at 24 frames per second, the movement will be fluid. Shyron just sighs, thinking Nade clearly hasn't slept in days. Iruki then asks if they could build a machine instead. Nade says he's already thought of that. But there's a hitch. He can program the machine to move the hologram, but without a human reaction, no one will buy it. Shyron, processing that, admits he's right. The thing that got him was the eye contact. It felt too real. Iruki, flipping his hand lazily around his neck, says he can handle that part. He proposes a system that reacts based on predicted behavior. Using complex system theory, they'll analyze common patterns, program those reactions, and run simulations. He gives a quick example. If Shyron tends to look left, then a spirit on the left will stare back. The next move could either be chasing him or simply holding the stare. Shyron looks at him, amazed, and asks if that's even doable. Iruki says it is. School routines don't vary much, so reactions are predictable. What they need now is a lot of data. They'll also need major storage capacity. But more importantly, they need a way to transmit the program across multiple machines. Nade jumps in, admitting that his lightning energy alone won't cut it. Suddenly, he turns to Shyron and asks if he can handle photon output. Before Shyron can answer, Nade adds, because Alifer told me you can. In the ivory tower, the heart of cutting-edge magic, It's long been predicted that photon output would revolutionize information transmission. Shyron nods, saying that's exactly what Professor Alifer told him. He can use it as a channel for data transfer. Nade lights up with excitement, saying they can now use it to craft the ultimate spirit illusion. But a rookie isn't convinced scaring the audience with just a spirit is enough. He turns to Shyron and asks if he has a deeper plan. Shyron responds by outlining a psychological approach, one that taps into fear on a more instinctive level. As Nade and a rookie read through what he's written, they pause in thought. Shyron hesitates, asking if the idea is bad. He offers to change the key phrase if needed. Nade immediately says it's brilliant. He never imagined they could apply the concept that way during a live presentation. Iruki adds that if it works, the entire school will flip their opinion overnight. Excited, Shyron and Nade look at each other. Nade declares it's settled. He'll build a machine, Iruki will code the program, and Shyron will focus on amplifying the photon output. Nade practically shouts that they're really going to save their group. Iruki, more measured, reminds them that he did a quick calculation earlier. He turns to Shyron and says the photon output required is 3 times what he can currently manage, and he has to hold it for 10 straight minutes. Then he asks if that's even possible. Shyron hesitates, clearly unsure, and says 10 minutes with a nervous look. 10 days later at Istis, Nade bursts through the door, arms full of papers, announcing he just finished hanging up the presentation posters. Iruki's been glued to the board all day working on movement pattern equations, while Shyron has been training nonstop to push his photon output limits. Nade excitedly shares the news. Everyone said they'll be attending. Shyron agrees. They'll definitely show up after seeing that kind of poster. Iruki raises an eyebrow, asking if it's because they put their names on it. If too many people come, it could turn chaotic. More people means more work. He asks how many Nade thinks will attend. Nade shrugs and says he's not sure, but probably more than half the school. The narrator chimes in. The long-awaited presentation from the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group is approaching. Elsewhere, Maria walks down a hallway, passing students whispering to one another. One asks if the presentation is going to be that, and his friend confirms. Both upperclassmen Shyron and a rookie will be on stage. She hears someone nearby, wondering aloud what they'll reveal. As she turns into an alley, a voice from behind a pillar whispers, "Is it true that the Supernatural Spirits group is really going to present something?" She replies that the group's revival isn't confirmed yet, but according to her sources, if their presentation fails, the school will reclaim their research room. The man hiding behind the pillar scoffs, saying it's obvious the group's finished. Whatever reputation they had is long gone. But the short-haired girl standing beside him isn't so sure. She points out that a rookie has savant syndrome, and Shyron is a black magician. Plus, Nade's not someone you can underestimate either. The man just laughs arrogantly. In his eyes, they're still bottom-rung students. He says what they really need to be worrying about is what comes after, because the shady research groups are already fighting to become Istis' new top contender. The narrator cuts in, explaining, light shadow magic is a form of electric illusion that leaves behind a static afterimage. It's used widely across all fields in Istis. Meanwhile, Shyron trains relentlessly. Eventually, his body gives out and he slumps to the ground, drained. The narrator describes it as a mental rebound, a brutal method to rapidly boost magic output. When his willpower maxes out, it takes him about 20 minutes to recover. Then he does it all over again. Each spell eats up about 40 minutes worth of mental focus. It's dangerous, borderline reckless. If he keeps pushing, it could cost him his life. Stopping his stopwatch, Shyron reflects that if the professor knew he was doing this, she'd never allow it. But the toll on his mind has gotten him halfway there. He can now maintain photon output for 5 minutes. 7 days before the presentation, Shyron sits again on the ground, gripping his stopwatch. He knows the only way to hit 10 minutes is to keep going, even if it destroys his consciousness. Suddenly, Nate appears and asks how things are going. Shyron forces a smile and says he'll make the deadline. Nate, tearing up, wonders aloud if they've set the bar too high. It's beyond what even a Class 5 magician can handle. But if they can't pull this off, it's over for the group. Shyron cuts him off. "I told you not to worry," he says. Then he asks how Nade's progress is coming along. Nade says he's almost ready and asks Shyron to follow him. They head over, and Shyron freezes in shock at the sight of a rookie racing around at insane speeds. He taps him on the shoulder, asking if he's okay, and if he's even slept. Iruki just says calmly, "I'll make the deadline." Shyron thinks to himself he can't stop him. He's just as crazy. Nade calls out to him. Here it is. Shyron turns and stares in amazement at a massive machine covered in different components and systems. Shyron asks if the machine is just a prototype. Nade nods, explaining that the final test will be with Shyron's photon output. They also need to test the performance of the light cable, something Iruki's father sent over. Nade hands Shyron an orb and tells him to pour his magic into it. Shyron closes his eyes. The orb glows brightly, and the light surges through the pipes. Nade watches it closely and asks how it feels. Not bad, right? Moments later, a hologram emerges from the machine. In the pouring rain, someone steps through the mist toward Istis. It's Nade, pulling off his invisibility cloak. He opens a door and calls out for Shyron to get ready for the presentation, but his voice slows as he notices something. A stopwatch drops through the air, and Nade catches it. Did you do it? He asks. Shyron flashes a confident thumbs up. Let's do this. On the day of the presentation, a huge crowd gathers outside the academy. The students are buzzing with excitement. Some are selling snacks, while others are handing out presentation posters. One student asks why it feels like a festival. Mark arrives, puzzled by the crowd. He grabs a poster and is told to wait in line. Looking at it, he frowns at the childlike drawing and reads the names on it. His eyes land on Shyron's name. I can't forget this name, he murmurs. Then he wonders out loud what this childish poster is even about and who's really showing up to see it. Right then, Maria appears beside him. Let's go see it, she says, taking his arm. When he hesitates, she grabs his sleeve, dragging him along as she points toward the line. It's this way. Mark agrees reluctantly, thinking maybe he'll learn something after all. The narrator cuts in. During their suspension, both Maria and Mark were trained under Thad using special techniques. And somehow, Mark had gotten caught in the complicated dynamic between Thad and Maria. Back in line, some students start pointing and whispering. They spot Amy and Sariel. A graduating senior, one student says, "Why is she even here for an advanced class presentation?" Amy hears the murmurs, embarrassed but trying to stay composed. Sariel casually offers her a snack and tells her to open her mouth. Amy explodes, yelling at her for making them come in the first place. "How long are you going to keep saying that?" Sariel replies, grinning. "It's obviously because of your boyfriend's presentation." Amy covers her face, red with embarrassment. This is so humiliating. A new voice rises in the crowd. Someone says a Class 1 senior just showed up. Whispers ripple through the line. "Wait, he's here. What's Fermi doing at a presentation like this?" All eyes turn to the elite student as he approaches, looking ahead intently. The blue-haired girl is identified as Senior Hershey. The blonde boy is Rian, nicknamed the Electric Monster. There's also Richard, the white-haired boy Richard with glasses from Alchemy, and the red-haired boy named Caden. Seeing them all together, Sariel is stunned, wondering why students from Class 1 are even attending this presentation. Amy leans in, asking Sariel what these elite students might have in common. Sariel explains there's a rumor floating around. They're all allegedly part of a secretive research group known as Gold Run. Inside the presentation hall, everyone is seated as Alifer adjusts his glasses at the judge's table. He notices the headmaster entering and curiously asks what brought him here. The headmaster replies that he heard the students put genuine effort into preparing this event, and he wanted to see it firsthand. Alifer gestures for him to sit and quietly looks forward to what's about to unfold. As the crowd waits, a tense atmosphere hangs in the air, students shifting in their seats, casting suspicious glances at one another. Amy's mind drifts to the upcoming presentation. Maria, meanwhile, sips from her cup and shows a poster to Mark. The anticipation grows. Then, suddenly, the lights dim, spotlights flicker on, and Nade takes the stage. He welcomes the crowd and announces the beginning of the Science of Supernatural Spirits presentation. The narrator chimes in, noting the bold presentation from this mysterious science group kicks off. But 30 minutes in, chaos erupts. Students are flinging their popcorn in outrage. One student mocks them, asking what they even expected from Class 5, while another sneers that they should be studying instead of wasting time. Clearly, they'd all been misled. Sariel glances at Amy, who's frozen in disbelief. The narrator provides more insight. This so-called research group looks official on the surface, but the term shady fits because they often break rules and operate in secrecy. Their member list is usually falsified, making it nearly impossible to track who's actually involved. Nade thanks the audience for attending. He introduces himself as today's MC and the president of the Science of Supernatural Spirits group. Today's main focus? Spirits. Mark mentions something about souls, and Aid warns that the visuals they're about to see might be unsettling. It varies from person to person. He advises them to brace themselves. As the screen lights up, the headmaster observes that the students have clearly put in a great deal of work. Alifer quietly nods, impressed by the holographic background they've used. The screen lights up, showing the main building of Alphea's academy. Nate turns to the audience and asks if anyone knows the story of what happened before the school was even built. With a snap of his fingers, he launches into the tale. It dates back 200 years. This area used to be nothing more than a quiet farming village. At that time, the world was caught in the middle of the infamous War of Conquest. Civilians and soldiers alike fled to the mountains to escape the chaos. As the story unfolds, the stage lights begin to flicker and eerie, non-human figures appear. The students nervously glance around, whispering if something creepy might suddenly jump out. Suddenly, a man steps into view, his movements unsettling. Iruki bursts out, shouting that the man is clearly possessed by a malevolent spirit. Laughter erupts from the crowd as they recognize it's Iruki in costume. As Iruki, the student playing the possessed man, walks off stage, Sariel munches on snacks, chuckling at how funny the whole thing is. Amy, on the other hand, frowns and mutters if this is supposed to be a serious presentation or just a play. Nate continues, reenacting another part of the story. He stumbles onto the stage, calling out lovingly for someone named Olea. He says he escaped the war to find her. Maria, caught up in the drama, whispers that he must have been separated from his lover while running away. Meanwhile, Mark glares in annoyance, thinking this whole thing has gone off the rails. Then a voice calls out, "She's over here." Mark turns, stunned. It's Shyron, playing the role of Olea in full costume. Nate immediately runs toward the stage, completely shocked. Junior, wide-eyed, exclaims, "That's Senior Shyron." Alifer's jaw hits the floor, and Sariel turns to Amy in disbelief. Shyron's cross-dressing. But what surprises her even more is the embarrassed look on Amy's face. "Get a grip," Sariel mutters. Back on stage, Nate and Shyron dramatically embrace. "We'll never be apart again," Nate says, as they slowly lean in for a kiss. Maria hides her face in embarrassment while two students explode their mouths full of popcorn in shock. Amy gasps. They're actually going to kiss in a play. Just as the two get closer, Iruki bursts in again, grabbing Nate by the neck and sinking his teeth into his shoulder. The crowd stiffens. Nate shoves him off, yelling for help as the lights suddenly go black. Maria, clearly spooked, clutches Mark's arm. "This is kind of scary," she whispers. Mark screams in response. When the lights snap back on, Nate stands holding an old book. He explains that 6 months ago, this diary was discovered during their research into the Academy's past, and that discovery sparked the beginning of their investigation. Their investigation led to a startling revelation. Spirits that had once been pure had turned malevolent, twisted after being consumed by evil entities. These corrupted souls now roamed the underworld, endlessly searching for human vessels to inhabit. Nate pauses for effect, then says, "Even now, they're still searching." Suddenly, a loud, chilling bell rings out. Students flinch and murmur nervously. "Wait, isn't that the midnight bell?" someone whispers. Nate nods solemnly. "Yes." When midnight comes and light vanishes, the evil spirits awaken. No one has ever seen what appears at that time. Not because they're hidden, but because only those tuned to their presence can perceive them. He continues, "After watching this presentation, I'm sure you've all become just a bit curious about these spirits. That curiosity, it's already begun to align you with their frequency." He looks out over the crowd. "So tonight, when that bell strikes midnight, look around. You just might catch a glimpse of one." Gasps ripple through the room. Students mutter that it must be a prank, saying they're stuck at the library until midnight anyway. Still, the unease is clear. Nate adds with a sly smile, "If you're lucky, that is." And with that, our presentation ends. The lights snap back on. Everyone stares at him in stunned silence. Then Amy bolts from her seat, storming out. "This is humiliating," she shouts. "I knew something like this would happen once he started hanging around those weirdos." Sariel runs after her, calling out for her to wait. The Class 1 students follow, equally shaken. Back inside, Alifer stands and bows apologetically to the headmaster. "I'll make sure these students are properly disciplined," she promises. The headmaster simply smiles and replies, "This is exactly what I expected from a group that study spirits. No need to worry." Still flustered, Alifer wonders aloud, "Was I wrong to trust them?" The headmaster, eyes lingering on the bell, mutters to himself, "They wouldn't have started all this just to end it like that." Meanwhile, Nade lets out a quiet laugh. Iruki turns to him, asking if he's sure. Nade says he can tell just by looking into their eyes. "The seed's been planted," he says. Looking toward Shyron, he adds, "The strange one was a success. Now let's show them what a spirit really is at this academy." It's 11:30 p.m. Nade walks into a room and finds Shyron. "It's time," he says. "Are you done with the sequencing meditation?" Shyron silently nods and follows him out. The narrator explains, the day before, Nade had set up hundreds of holographic projectors all across the campus, synchronized with Iruki's spirit tracking algorithm. The signals are ready to be transmitted to the projectors. As Nade walks along a pipe, he warns Shyron to watch his step. Meanwhile, Iruki checks the stopwatch and announces that there are exactly 5 minutes and 15 seconds left until midnight. Timing is everything. They can't be early or late. The whole point is to reveal the ghost at the stroke of midnight. Raising his hand, Iruki gives the signal that the operation will begin on his mark. Nade turns to Shyron and says it's his turn now. Everything is in his hands. Shyron grips an orb tightly as Iruki watches closely, confirming that everything is ready. They take their positions. Shyron immediately shifts into his spirit zone. A surge of brilliant light bursts out, flooding the room. Nade is in awe. "That's some insane output," he says. Iruki nods, stunned. They boosted his magic to this level in just a month. As expected from Shyron, Nade adds. Shyron, eyes closed, murmurs that something feels off. It's like pouring water into a bowl that has no bottom. Nade quickly turns to the machine, inspecting it. "Is something wrong?" he mutters. Iruki asks him directly, and with teary eyes, Nade admits, "The output isn't rising at all." "Can you fix it?" Iruki presses. "I don't know," Nade replies. "The calculations were perfect, but the energy is getting stuck in the pipes." Iruki looks up. "It's over," she says flatly. "We failed." Nade's voice cracks. "It's my fault. I'm useless. I couldn't even build the equipment right." He wipes his face, trembling. "I dragged all of you into this. I'll take full responsibility." He turns to Shyron and begs him to stop. But Shyron shakes his head. "No, we all worked for this. Sacrificed sleep, gave it everything we had. I won't let it end like this." Iruki shouts to Nade, "Stop him. He's going to activate the immortal function." Shyron steps forward, entering deeper into his spirit zone. Before him, a dark void swirls. Iruki stares, worried. Why isn't the magic flow stopping? Nade rushes to him. "Shyron, please. Stop. If you go any further, you'll disappear." "We can give up the group," Nade pleads. "Just don't risk yourself." "I don't want to lose you." But Shyron meets his gaze, unflinching. "I'm not afraid anymore." In his mind, the void begins to crack apart under pressure. Light flares around him. He remembers Armin's words. "You won't disappear." Even as his body starts to fade, piece by piece, Shyron tells himself, "I have to remember. I have to remember who I am." Shyron thinks to himself, "So I won't run away again." Nade rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. Shyron only responds with one word, "Output." Iruki yells for Nade to check the gauge. Spinning into action, Nade twists a dial, yanks the gauge out, and shouts, "Now." Iruki immediately flips the switch on the remote. Meanwhile, at the girls' dormitory, Maria closes her book with a sigh. "Too bad," she says. "But I should sleep. Class starts early tomorrow." Just as she's about to settle in, she shivers, remembering the story from the presentation. Midnight is close. She nervously mutters, "If spirits really do appear at midnight," and glances toward the window. And then, she sees it, a ghost staring straight at her through the glass. Terrified, Maria screams and hurls a flower pot through the window, shattering it. Over in Amy's room, a ghost has already appeared. She glares at it. "How did you even get in here?" The ghost silently smiles at her. Amy recoils. "Did it just smile?" Screaming, she bolts out of her room and bumps into Sariel. A spirit appeared. Amy yells, "Same here." Sariel replies in panic. The two girls take off running through the halls, shouting, "It's a spirit." The ghosts chase them, and the noise quickly spreads across the entire dorm. Soon, spirits are appearing everywhere, in the streets, in the library, in every corner of the school. Girls flood out of their rooms, panicked. Members of Class 4 rush in, activating their magic. They're everywhere, one shouts. The ghosts glide forward silently, and then, one by one, begin to vanish. Screams echo throughout the campus. Then silence. Class 4 watches, stunned, as every last spirit disappears. Elsewhere, a gray-haired Class 5 student notices figures on the rooftop. It's Nade, standing proudly beside Shyron. A rookie claps his hands loudly, addressing the crowd. Thank you for coming to our late-night presentation. Below, Alifer stomps out, holding up a strange yellow device. Come down this instant, she snaps. What is going on in the middle of the night? She shoves the device in Nade's face. You shocked me while I was washing up. Nade casually waves. Good evening. Voices rise all at once. A holographic projector? So it was fake. Alifer turns and sees the headmaster laughing heartily. When did you get here? She asks, stunned. The headmaster chuckles. I don't think the presentation's over yet. Let's hear the rest. Nade steps forward, his voice clear and firm. Spirits exist. According to our research, yes, they're real. So, do you believe in the supernatural? The Class 4 students erupt again. You're still going on about that? One shouts. A brown-haired student scoffs. Everything you showed was fake. Cheap tricks that even a 3-year-old could pull off. How did you even do it? The student next to her narrows their eyes and replies. They used it somehow, one student mutters. Another chimes in. It's strange. The holograms didn't move the same way. Something's off. The girls around them whisper. She's been talking about it ever since we found out they were fakes, but even she has no clue how it was done. I think they edited the holograms directly from the machine, another guesses. Suddenly, the headmaster casually conjures a small, magical hologram in his palm. Well, how does this look? He grins, then turns to Alifer. Care to explain the trick they used? Alifer folds her arms and sighs. The level of their joke is unusually advanced. Shyron watches the crowd, thinking to himself, Mages treasure knowledge above all else. Once curiosity is sparked, they can't ignore it. One Class 4 student with black hair seats. We got played by Class 5. His brown-haired friend clenches his fists, glaring. I still can't figure out the mechanism they used. Alifer adds, it was a difficult trick, yes, but not enough to validate their research group. The headmaster finishes his hologram and softly responds, the trick itself isn't what matters. Alifer stares at him, speechless. Students shout out in frustration. They're still fake. There's no such thing as spirits. Then, a Class 4 student steps up and demands answers. If those ghosts were fakes, what's the point? How does this connect to the study of the supernatural? He glares at Nade. Do you really expect us to believe in ghosts after that? Nade doesn't flinch. Instead, he calmly asks, then tell me, why are all of you here? What exactly were you running from, trembling in fear? A sudden hush falls over the crowd. Amy and Sariel exchange a glance, silently listening. Nade continues, the emotion you all felt tonight, that fear, that's the core of what the science of supernatural spirits group studies. He pauses, then says, none of you believed in spirits. But the moment one appeared, you were afraid. He points at the crowd. That fear came from the smallest, most fragile idea, the possibility that spirits might be real. Shyron and her rookie glance at each other with quiet pride. Nade smiles slightly. We didn't prove that spirits exist. What we did was plant a single seed of doubt. And that doubt is what we're researching. From the back, a Class 6 student speaks up. There were times when things we know as truth today were considered lies in the past. Nade nods. Exactly. And today, thanks to all of you, we've proven that our research group matters. With that, he says, bowing alongside his group, we officially conclude the presentation of the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group. Thank you. 5 Class 4 students stare at each other, stunned and speechless. The crowd of students erupts in excitement. Cheers ring out as they shout their approval. If it's always going to be this incredible, we don't mind falling for his tricks again and again. The headmaster smiles, asking aloud, so, where did they come from, and where are they headed next? He pauses, then says thoughtfully, there are those who explore doubt, who reveal things once invisible. He turns to Alifer. What do you think? I admit, it was a significant presentation, she replies. Thad steps forward with a nod. No objections from me. Alifer lets out a deep sigh. Then, raising her voice so everyone can hear, she announces, the professors have agreed to recognize the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group's presentation. The crowd holds its breath, and as punishment for the chaos you caused, she shouts, "You're suspended for 3 days." Nade, Shyron, and Iruki throw their arms in the air, grinning. "We did it. It was a success." Alifer scowls. "Are you 3 even listening? You're suspended," but it's drowned out by the crowd. Students swarm them with congratulations and well wishes. Maria proudly says, "Shyron really is something else," and Mark nods. "He's cool and a genius." Sariel grins. "Honestly, that was amazing. Who doesn't want to do something like that once in their life? To shake up the world?" Amy stands quietly, watching them. "I can't believe this," she thinks. "Here I am, struggling just to graduate, and they're throwing themselves into something like this." But even as she thinks that, a little pride slips through. Need, Shyron, and Iruki are crying, tears of relief and joy. Amy glances at them, folding her fingers slightly. "Maybe I'm a little jealous," she admits silently. Meanwhile, in another corner, a group of boys murmur bitterly. "An old eagle's still better than a cow," one growls. They handed their group off to those reckless kids, another sneers. "Forget about taking ICEs for ourselves. My language research group is pulling out. They're still class 5, one says with disdain. Look at him, running scared. They'll be in a graduating class soon, another warns. If you don't want to go up against them next year, better graduate now." Someone scoffs. "You should tell that to the doll collecting research group. They've got no business talking." Fermi cuts in, clearly annoyed. "Enough. You're just going to draw attention to yourselves. This'll only backfire. Let go for now. Wait for the right time." Alifer overhears and groans. "Grow up, all of you." On the Sidel zines, the headmaster strokes his beard with amusement. "Even someone like me, who's specialized in the light arts. I was caught off guard. They used it in ways I never expected." He watches Shyron quietly. He's accomplished something truly difficult, and I will pretend I didn't see it. At that moment, the headmaster watches with quiet admiration. That child, he didn't just pull off a bold stunt. He proved he has what it takes to chase his dream. Out on the grass, Shyron lies flat, gazing up at the sky. "That was seriously fun," he murmurs. Need waves a hand in front of his face. "Are you okay? You sure you're not broken?" Iruki bursts out laughing. "You must be crazy. Who risks their life over a research group ranking?" Then, grinning, he adds, "But you're still the best." Shyron chuckles. Need looks at him seriously. "If you hadn't used the immortal function, it all would have been for nothing." Iruki kneels beside them. "To handle the immortal function, I had to switch into defense form, just in case." "You're really out of your mind, Shyron." Shyron smiles and shakes his head. "You guys are underselling yourselves." Iruki predicted the entire school's behavior down to the second, and Need created a whole fleet of machines. "You're all geniuses." Iruki raises a brow. "Is this the thing they call a frog in a well?" Nate blinks. "Wait, you know that phrase?" Shyron groans. "Stop. You're making me feel embarrassed." He lifts his hand toward the sky, staring at it. "I want to keep going higher, like that star up there." Iruki smirks. "So, you played around enough. Shouldn't you be moving up to the advanced class?" Neat sits up. "Let's graduate together, the 3 of us. Once we hit the real world, there'll be even more amazing things waiting for us." Iruki crosses his arms. "Is it time to take off our limiters?" Neat stretches out his hand. "Then let's make a promise. That we're making it all the way," Shyron finishes, reaching out. "We'll be the best," he says. "What are we going to do with our careers?" Iruki asks, laughing. They raise their hands to the sky. "Supernatural science forever. We graduate together." Shyron laughs, so heart hurts. "Together, we'll become the best mages in the world." The next morning, in Shyron's room, voices echo. "Wake up already, will you?" It's Need and Iruki. They're hovering over his bed. "Gonna spend your golden suspension like this?" Need asks, nudging him. "Let's go out and celebrate." Iruki leans over. He's totally out. Must have hit his limit. They try again to wake him, but Shyron doesn't respond. Inside, Shyron is trapped. "I can't move," he thinks. It's like sleep paralysis. A creeping dread washes over him. Am I in another nightmare? Heading toward that place again. Infinity? The stars twist and turn above him. And at the end of it all, a blinding, massive light begins to writhe. Something feels off this time. Shyron usually wakes up at this exact moment, but not today. Something's different. As the glass teeters on the edge of shattering, Shyron jolts awake. Sean's body flickers, as if fatting. Stunned, Shyron wonders, has the dream changed? He checks the clock. questioning if yesterday's events had anything to do with this shift. Glittering star-like particles float in front of him, catching his eye. You find a note left behind by NE and a rookie. They've headed to the casino, claiming that with IOI's behavior prediction data, they're guaranteed to strike it rich. Shyron, reading it, just mutters that they'll probably return empty-handed. 3 days of suspension. What now? He asks himself. His thoughts drift to his parents. Maybe this is a good time to visit home? But no, he shakes off the idea. He stares at his reflection in the mirror, getting ready. Something stirs in his memory. A task he suddenly remembers he wanted to do. Turning away from the mirror, he feels his heart racing for no clear reason. Behind him, his shadow remains frozen in the glass. Shyron finds himself standing in front of that old John bookshop. He presses the doorknob, thinking about how he's been studying nonstop these past few years. Now, he just wants to buy a novel for himself. He remembers the last time he reached for a book here, and the shopkeeper stopped him. What if they refused to let him touch anything again? Still, he opens the door. The shopkeeper greets him warmly, saying it's an honor to have him in her humble store. She asks if he's delivering something today. Nervously, Shyron says he's just here by a book. She smiles and tells him to enjoy browsing. Shyron thinks to himself, has it really been 5 years? She doesn't recognize him. Has he changed that much? He picks up a book, hand her 2 gold coins. She comments sweetly on his generosity. The title catches his eye, Raising a Dragon to Wreck Demon Land. Shyron lights up. He's finally bought one. His very first novel. He dances in excitement, while others glance over in surprise. Thanks to saving up the subsidy the own family sent him, he could finally afford it. But his joy halts when someone calls out. A girl grabs his arm and asks, "Wait, are you really Shinor?" The girl asks, surprised. Shyron stares at her, taken aback. "Who are you?" he asks cautiously. She turns to her group and says with a grin, "It's him. It's really Shinor." Hearing that name, a rush of memories slams into Shyron. Before he can respond, a group of older boys approaches. One of them, now taller with brown hair, squints and asks, "Reading again, huh?" Shyron freezes as the recognition clicks. "Althor," he says, stunned, then turns to the girl. "Wait, are you Lumina?" She raises an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you forgot what I look like." Shyron quickly shakes his head. "No, I just didn't recognize you at first. You've changed. You're really pretty now." Lumina smirks. "So you're saying I wasn't pretty before?" He laughs nervously. "That's not what I meant." The boys gather around him, eyeing his tidy clothes. One with green hair comments, "Look at you, dressed like some kind of noble now." Althor steps forward, arms crossed. "It's been years, Shinor. What have you been up to?" I asked Vincent, but he's keeping quiet. Shyron hesitates, heart pounding. What should I say? He wonders. If I lie, they'll be disappointed anyway. Taking a deep breath, he says, "I've been attending a magic academy." Everyone falls silent. Eyes widen. Shock ripples through the group. Shyron's thoughts drift back to his childhood. How Althor always had a strong build and a kind nature. Naturally, he'd become the leader of the village kids before even turning 10. He remembers one day vividly. He was quietly reading when Althor came over. Shyron had glanced up, startled. Althor always had that confident air about him, but pride, that was his one little flaw. Looking down at the book, Althor frowned. "So many words. I don't get any of this," he muttered. The other kids chimed in. They couldn't read either. "I'm not going to school," Althor had said. "What's the point of reading anyway?" He grabbed the book from Shyron's hands. We need strength, not pages. In their small mountain village, danger was always around. One rule mattered above all: follow the leader. Shyron had smiled and nodded. "I get it." With a sigh, Althor handed the book back. "Fine, as long as you understand." Shyron remembered thinking, the leader protects the village. The others follow. That's how we survive here. Althor had then shouted, "Let's go kick the ball around," and ran off. Just then, a shrill voice cried out, "Althor!" Lumina came running, a stick in hand, nose runny. "Didn't I tell you not to bully Shyron?" She whacked Althor with the stick. "Ow! Who's bullying who now?" he protested. "You know he just got over a cold." Lumina yelled. "If you keep acting like this," Althor began, dodging another swing. "No one's going to want to marry her acting like that." Althor jokes. Shyron chuckles to himself. That's all in the past now. Althor turns to him. "So you're really attending school?" Lumina chimes in, eyes wide. "You know how to use magic?" One of their friends leans in eagerly. "Can you show us something?" Shyron shakes his head. "I've only just started, and we're not allowed to use magic outside the academy." Ah, that's a shame, the friend sighs. Althor eyes the book in Shyron's hand. Still carrying a book around like the old days. Huh? He reaches for it. So what kind of stuff do they make you read at a magic academy? Shyron panics a little. It's just a novel he picked up for fun. He doesn't let go, but the book slips from their hands and falls. As Shyron bends down to grab it, a wave of memory hits him. The time the headmaster lifted the children with a flash of magic, electric fields sparking all around. He catches the book, but loses his balance and tumbles to the ground. Why'd you suddenly collapse like that? Lumina asks, rushing over. She glares at Althor. Are you messing with him again? Althor holds up his hands. Don't look at me. I didn't do anything. Still on the ground, Shyron says softly. It just happens sometimes. Lumina kneels beside him, worried. And you think I wouldn't be concerned if you keep collapsing? Althor looks away, speechless. Then Lumina says, why don't you come with us instead of hanging out here alone? Clearing his throat, Althor steps in, resting a hand on her shoulder. To celebrate selling everything off, we plan a party at Lumina's place. Come hang out with us. Shyron nods. Sure. I've got nothing else going on anyway. Two of them roll over a cart, and Althor lifts Shyron easily into the seat. Hey, you just lifted me. Althor smirks. What's the point of being light if I can't toss you around? Sitting beside him, Shyron stares, shocked. He's a beast now, he thinks. Even if we lost touch, I bet he's well on his way to becoming the next village chief. By nightfall, they reach the shop. An older woman greets them at the door. Is that Shyron? You're growing more handsome by the day. Lumina must be thrilled. Embarrassed, Lumina waves her off. Don't say weird stuff. Inside, drinks are poured, cheers ring out, and cups are raised in celebration of Shyron. Lumina pushes food toward him with a smile. Eat up. Thanks, he says. I'll dig in. One of the pink-haired boys squints at his cup. Wait, could this drink be? The blonde-haired boy cuts in. It's just a carbonated drink, the blonde-haired boy says with a laugh. Althor watches quietly while the pink-haired boy turns to Shyron. So, tell me more about the academy. I bet you're top of your class, right? Shyron nearly chokes on his drink, coughing. The pink-haired boy leans closer. Come on, I'm dying to know. Are you really becoming a mage? Then the blonde one adds, I heard only nobles can get into that school. The black-haired boy jumps in. So you're studying with nobles? Shyron glances nervously at Althor. Please stop hyping me up, he thinks. Especially in front of him. The black-haired boy grins. Bet the school's full of beautiful noble girls, huh? Shyron waves his hands. No, it's not like that. I've got enough trouble just keeping up with the classes. Lumina sighs softly, trying not to smile. Althor sets his cup down, expression serious. It's great that you're studying, he says. But have you thought about what's next? Shyron blinks. Next, think about Vincent, Althor continues. He's already running things for the family. At some point, you'll need to take on that role too. Get married, settle down. Can you do that after school ends? The words hit Shyron hard. There's no guarantee I'll even graduate. Althor takes another sip. I'm just saying, you should be realistic. Shyron thinks back. He's been so consumed with school that he never considered the bigger picture. His friends are already helping with family work, while his father is still out there struggling alone. Lumina watches him, her eyes full of concern. Althor raises a hand to break the tension. Hey, enough of that. Let's have an arm wrestling match. It's been forever. I used to be pretty good. Remember? Shyron looks up, surprised. The blonde-haired boy nods. Yeah, you two were evenly matched back in the day. Looking away, Shyron remembers beating Althor once long ago. They used to go at it all the time. But now, if I win, it could mess with the balance around here. So he puts on a confident face, raises his arm, and smirks. Are we betting on this match? Althor grins. Loser pays the bill. Their friends cheer. It's warrior versus mage. Shyron braces himself. I'll lose, but I need to drag it out. Give him some face. They lock hands. The table shakes. Items jump. But then, bam, Shyron loses. Hard. As Shyron reels from the crushing loss, his friends crowd around him, asking if he's okay. But he's too stunned, thinking what just happened. Lumina, visibly angry, snaps at Althor. Why'd you go so hard? I didn't think it'd turn out like that. Althor replies, flustered. He wasn't this weak before. Looking down, Althor sighs and apologizes. I'll cover the food tonight. Shyron shakes his head. I'm the one who lost. You've gotten way stronger. He opens his coin pouch, and suddenly, all his gold spills onto the floor. Everyone stares. Some friends scoop up the coins. Wait, you got 5 of these? Why are you carrying so much cash? Lumina's eyes go wide. 5 gold coins. That's like a month's worth of store sales. Althor narrows his eyes, glaring at the others. Shyron zones out, heart sinking. I'm done for. Why are you all fussing over some gold coins? Althor snaps. His voice booms. The group flinches, falling silent. Althor always gets edgy when it comes to Shyron, Lumina thinks quietly. Clearing his throat, Althor sits back down while the blonde-haired boy claps his hands. Hey, did you guys hear? A beast's been spotted in the mountains. The red-haired boy nods. I heard something too, but the wild animals are all supposed to be gone, right? Lumina turns to them. Brett, Martin, what exactly did you hear? The green-haired boy chimes in. My dad says it might be a cow bear. They say it doesn't attack humans, just eats stuff. Shyron adds, yeah, my father told me about that too. But aren't they from the north? What are they doing down here? Maybe it's breeding season, Lumina wonders. Still, every time hunters go out, they come back with nothing. It's like the thing's hiding deep in the mountains. Althor crosses his arms. Then why aren't we out there catching it? We be helping the village. You all know I've got the skills. Martin chimes in. Didn't you take down a red bear on your own? Cow bear should be easy. Shyron stares at him. Wait, you fought a red bear? Yeah, Althor says proudly. We'll head out tomorrow morning. He turns to look at Shyron, eyes full of unspoken challenge. Are you tagging along or not? Lumina snaps, demanding to know if Shyron's even up for it. Althor steps in, reminding them that Shyron's always been with them in the past. I'll help out whenever I can, Shyron responds firmly. Of course I'm coming. Althor nods and says they'll meet outside Lumina's place first thing in the morning. Everyone lifts their drinks in a cheer, fired up about hunting a cow bear. Shyron takes a sip, thinking to himself, this wasn't in the plan, but it might actually be fun. At Lumina's house the next day, she walks up and asks if Shyron slept well, ready to head out. Shyron finishes adjusting his knife and says he's good to go. They step outside, and Lumina calls out that they're ready to leave. Althor smirks at Shyron, warning him not to fall behind just because he's rusty. Deep in the mountains, a black-haired boy tells Martin to hold position. Martin replies that it's time to cover things up. One of the boys ties the wooden trap, gives a thumbs up to a green-haired kid. Shyron watches in awe. That was fast. You guys are amazing. The green-haired boy humbly says they only set the basic trap. Althor handles the harder stuff. Althor, examining a tree with a claw mark, says the bear came this way. He tells the team to scout around, but warns them, if they spot it, no engaging. Just report back. Shyron's jaw nearly drops. He really knows his stuff now. Althor glances at Lumina with a smile, humming a tune as he moves ahead. Shyron thinks to himself, if it's about locating things, his spirit zone could be useful. Time to pitch in. He activates the spirit zone, scanning the surroundings, until he spots a large, monster-like shape. Nervously, he checks behind him, then activates Sthesia, immediately noticing Althor's foot resting on something. His eyes dart to the nearby bushes, tension rising. But then Althor storms over, grabs Shyron's shoulder, and demands to know why he moved out of sight. Do you realize what kind of risk you just took? You could have put everyone in danger. Shyron looks away, guilt washing over him. Suddenly, Althor's face twists in shock. His gaze locks onto something nearby. A massive beast lay near Althor's feet. Shyron and Althor scan the area, and suddenly realize, dead cow beasts, other creatures too, all wiped out. On the other side, the rest of the group spot the same horrific scene from up in a tree. What happened here? One of them asks, turning to Althor. This isn't the work of a cow bear, Althor replies grimly. Holding Shyron's arm, he says, we need to get the adults. Lock down the mountain. We may have to ask the city for backup. Shyron interrupts, insisting they can't wait. They don't even know what this thing is. Althor snaps. What are you talking about? Shyron argues. You've seen all this. You really think we can handle that thing? This isn't something we can take on. Althor explodes. And what do you know? I'm the leader here. I give the orders. You're doing it again, Shyron shoots back. Same as before. That's why I never saw you as a real leader. Don't treat me like a fool. Althor yells. Suddenly, Shyron freezes. Something rustles in the bushes behind him. Brett points, voice shaking. Do you see that? It's crouching there. Without missing a beat, Althor readies his bow. The others follow suit. Martin starts trembling. What they're seeing now, it's not just any beast. Shyron stares at it, recognizing something terrible. This thing doesn't follow nature's laws. It's in the book. Wolk. Suddenly, the monster moves fast. Alton hurls an arrow, but it slips away. Martin cries out, it dodged it. Shyron's thoughts race. Wolk is one of the intelligent monsters. Narration kicks in. Monsters like this surpass normal beasts in strength, speed, and cunning. Their origins are still under study, possibly evolving from entirely foreign life forms. Wolk charges, snapping a tree in half like its twig. Run! Alpha yells. Martin panics. Where to? Brett warns. If we run down, it'll head straight up to the summit. Shyron draws an arrow, steadying it in his bow, eyes locked on Wall. Alpha watches in horror. Shyron, what are you doing? Is he trying to act as bait? He releases. The arrow hits, but shatters on impact. Wolk lunges. The bow splinters in its claws, but Shyron teleports out just in time. Wolk roars, locked onto him. Shyron catches his breath. It's fast. Too fast. And its skin, nothing's piercing it. He looks back. If anyone's going to make it out alive, this is the only way. I've got to lead it away. Wolk strikes again. Shyron braces. Shyron teleports away. Wolk silently locks eyes with him, then turns its back and walks off without a care. What? Shyron's eyes widen. It's just leaving? Back with the others. Althor orders everyone to ditch their gear and keep moving forward. Lumina stares at him, worried. What are you doing? Althor, trembling with emotion, yells back. I can't leave him. I won't. Lumina falls silent, watching him. Suddenly, Wolk leaps toward Althor. Time seems to slow. Althor's mind races. Shyron. He only came because I asked him to. If I just listened and turned back. A blinding light flashes, hitting Wolk right in the eyes. Lumina steps forward, smiling in disbelief. It's dead? Was that magic? But it's not over. Shyron appears again, still chasing Wall. Run! Get out of here, he shouts. Wolk wipes his eyes and lets out a low chuckle. Lumina, now trembling, says, Maybe it was just a light. Wolk leaps again, closing in fast. Althor realizes too late. His body won't move. Wolk swings a claw straight at Lumina, but she falls back just in time, caught by Shyron, who grabs Wolk from behind midair. Shyron! Althor screams. Wolk turns its head, locking eyes with Shyron again. Shyron activates his teleportation zone, holding Wolk tightly as they vanish. They reappear high above the mountains. What I do now? Shyron thinks. If I release photoionization, I can drop him, but his claws will rip me apart. I can't let him go in this state, either. Neither of us are photonic right now. He tries to calculate how to throw Wall, make him fall with enough force. It would take triggering photoionization and manipulating gravity, a move that disrupts symmetry. His mind drifts. He sees a vision, a reflection of himself, a handshake with his own image. He thinks of omniscience, a mass and anchor. He locks onto a precise point, drops Wolk there, and vanishes into the deep mountains below. The narrator chimes in. Mass, a property unique to every object, constant no matter its form or surroundings. It defines inertia and energy when at rest. And photons have no mass. Shyron, falling through space and thought, wonders, why does the world exist? What gives anything the right to be? Why does matter have mass? The emptiness from my dream, that cracked, broken symmetry, and if that resembles the birth of the universe, could that be the true beginning of existence? Shyron's thoughts spiral until his fingers touch the image of a cracked glass. He stops. If I've shattered symmetry, he thinks, then I can infuse photons with mass. Landing hard on the mountainside, Shyron pants heavily, catching his breath. Looking at the lifeless Wall, he exclaims, It's dead. He calls out, shouting, Armin, I figured it out. This is wisdom born from a universe where symmetry broke. That broken law, that is what gives physical matter its mass. His eyes gleam. If I use that principle, I can give light real weight. Looking down at Wolk again, his excitement dims. But why was something this dangerous here? A scream behind him cuts through his thoughts. He turns. Of course. Why didn't I think of it? Wolk never travel alone. Across the cliff, Althor stands with the others, facing a whole swarm of WS. Brett stammers Althor's name in fear. Lumina sobs uncontrollably. Althor stands firm, then turns to them. I'll run the other way. Use that to climb up. What? Martin shouts. Are you insane? That's suicide. Althor clenches his fists. It's the only way. You have to survive. Tell the adults what happened. If we don't, everything we've lost means nothing. Suddenly, something streaks through the sky. Shyron leaps in, landing beside them. Everyone rushes to him in shock. You're alive. Lumina bursts into tears, unable to hold it in. I'm sorry, Shyron says softly. Althor, choking back emotion, calls his name. Shyron walks to him, apologizing again. I didn't mean to make you worry. But it's fine now. Leave the rest to me. No, Althor says. You should run too. I'm not breaking any rules, Shyron answers. The WS let out a thunderous roar and start moving toward them. One Wolk breaks ahead, charging straight at Shyron. He focuses, activating his spirit zone. A glowing orb forms in his hand. Lumina watches, stunned. Martin says, wait. If he uses the same method as last time, it won't. But Shyron's forehead flares with light. Add mass to the photon output. He tells himself. The light in his hand thickens, dense, blinding. He raises his arm and hurls it straight at the charging wall. The creature's eyes widen in confusion, right before impact. The light sphere slams into the wall's neck, dropping it instantly. Everyone stares, stunned. Shyron narrows his eyes. This is it. This is my magic. I can do this. But the other WS roar in fury and start charging together. One swings its claws dangerously close. Shyron smirks and vanishes, teleporting into the air. The wolves look up, startled. From above, Shyron shapes another dense mass of light, tilting the angle just right. He hurls it. 5 wolves are obliterated on impact. Althor watches, speechless. That's a mage. Shyron steps forward slowly. This magic, it takes intense focus, he thinks. Through the mist, another Wolk emerges. Shyron doesn't hesitate. He fires again, and the beast convulses. The Wolk locks eyes with him. Shyron can tell. It's weaker now. More WS rush forward. From the crowd, Looter shouts, Shyron, it's too dangerous. Lumina pleads, please run. But Shyron stands firm, eyes fixed on the horde. There's still one way, he thinks. Can I do it? He activates his immortal function. From within a black hole, glowing light begins to radiate, slow, steady. Shyron's form starts to take shape as his body channels the energy. He raises his hand and unleashes more mass-infused light balls. Multiple Wolks go down in an instant. Those that survive stagger back, dragging Lumina, Brett, and Althor with their eyes, stunned. Althor's mind reels. What is this? How is something like this even possible? Shyron keeps attacking, hitting every Wolk that dares to approach. But the power takes its toll. I can't keep this up. My thoughts, they're unraveling. Memories of when he used this much energy to summon ghosts flicker in his mind. I need to release this. I need to ground it. He pushes it all out. A massive flash of light erupts, tearing across the battlefield. It carves into the earth, then vanishes into silence. The 3 remaining WS, shaking, stare at the aftermath, then turn their eyes toward Shyron. He stands tall, glaring at them. Leave, and never come back, he says coldly. Terrified, they turn and flee. Shyron gasps, body trembling. He's on the edge of collapse. Just as he begins to fall, Althor rushes in and catches him. Everyone looks at him quietly, sadness settling in. Althor speaks gently. Let's go home. This childish hunt is over. Later that night, Shyron sits alone in the grass, staring silently at the stars above. Shyron gazes up at the stars. Althor walks over. When did you get here? Just now, Shyron replies. Slept so deeply, then suddenly felt like watching the sky. It's really been a long time, Shyron thinks. Since I've slept without being haunted, no visions, no nightmares. Just peace. The memory shifts. He wakes up in bed, surrounded by everyone in tears. Lumina, wiping her eyes, says through sobs, I thought you'd never wake up. Was I that deep asleep? Like I was gone, he wonders. No one left his side. Not until he finally opened his eyes. Shyron turns to Althor. What's everyone up to? Busy in the kitchen, Althor says. But it's a relief. No one else got hurt. Well, Lumina took a fall. Scared us half to death. He continues. Tomorrow, I'm heading out with the adults to clean things up. And hey, those monster pelts and fangs? They'll sell for a good price. What did you say to those monsters, anyway? Shyron shrugs. Just mention how expensive wars and their canines are. Althor chuckles, then unexpectedly goes quiet. I'm sorry, he says. Shyron looks over, caught off guard. Althor looks away. Truth is, I've been jealous of you. Shyron says nothing, just listens. His mind flickers to the past. Back when he used to sit with books, axe resting nearby, buried in study. Martin once asked, is it just me? Or is Shyron not actually that cool? Now, in the present, Althor watches him quietly. He speaks again, softly. I had a dream I wanted to chase. Still do. Shyron smiles, then turns back to the stars. At Lumina's house the next day, they ask him to stay another night. Why the rush? Lumina asks. Shyron gives a handshake. Althor answers for him. He'd love to, but he's got research. He's heading back to the academy. Yeah, Shyron nods. I'll come visit again. Althor smirks. You better. And make sure you become a proper man this time. Wearing his formal clothes, Shyron smiles. I will. Count on it. Lumina suddenly runs up and hugs him tight. You have to come back, she says. And if you start acting like a stranger, just cause you're a mage now. I'm punching you. Shyron laughs gently. I hear you. Take care, all of you. He starts to walk away as they wave him off. Althor glances at Lumina and taps her on the shoulder. Do you feel bad? Althor asks, nudging Lumina. Wanted to go drag him back. Lumina shakes her head through quiet tears. It's not like he's gone forever, and Shyron's always calmest when he's chasing his dream. Shyron arrives at Istis, notebook in hand, stepping through its familiar gates. His thoughts drift to the time he first came here, with Need. He had asked, how do you even find your way to the research group's room? There are 89 blocks here. Need had smiled and said, you're one of us now. I'll show you. In front of room 19, Shyron remembered being told, see that number on the ceiling corner? Yeah, it says 19, Nade. Exactly. Now look at the door. Shyron, scribbling into his notebook, glanced at the yellow door. Room 19 has a yellow door. That's 5. Walking forward, more of Need's words came back. 3 paths here, Shyron had asked. So 3 blocks are connected? Need had simply shaken his head. As they climbed the stairs, Need explained how to map the directions. Label them X, Y, and Z. Then plug them into the equation. That's what we call Istis Master Key. Shyron had asked, who came up with this? Need told him one of Istis founders had Savant Syndrome. He created the whole thing. He showed it to a rookie once. Need had said, as Shyron opened the purple door, room 19, the Supernatural Psychic Science Research Group. It really is a beautiful equation, Shyron thought. From inside the room, he hears voices. That's why I said it, no. I told you there's a 57% chance it's a spade. I've lost count of how many times I listened to you. A familiar debate, heated, but full of energy. Shyron opens the door, smiling to himself. To find a right path here, you need all the pieces, just like the equation. As he closes the door behind him, he reflects. Istis isn't just a place. It's where I need to bring my roots, my bonds, all the moments that shaped me. He looks at a rookie and Need's still arguing, and quietly thinks this is what allows me. Why he's taking it one step at a time. Shyron looks at them. We came back after losing everything. Need turns serious. Shyron, listen to what I'm about to say. Iruki cuts in. Why are you acting all dramatic again? Shyron just smiles, warm and quiet. Thanks. I'm back. He brings them to the 48th training round. Raising his hand, Shyron forms a glowing mass of light. Need squints. Wait, is that what you wanted to show us? You've increased the photon output. Iruk narrows his eyes. Something's off. Photons are supposed to scatter outward. But it's pulling inward, he says, suspicious. Suddenly, Shyron hurls the light mass straight into the wall. Iruki and NID stare wide-eyed. Need runs over, inspecting the wall. He made a hole, using light. He turns to Shyron, stunned. This is magic. Real magic. This isn't even a high-tier joke. It's off the scale. Iruki points. Wait, were those spells you used back there fake? Shyron shakes his head. No, I developed this one myself. He pauses. I call it the photon cannon. Iruki thinks it over. Photon fusion. Isn't that near impossible? That kind of reaction requires ridiculous precision. What kind of spell even is this? I'll explain, Shyron says. But can we go somewhere quieter? I've got more to tell you. At a small restaurant just outside the academy, Iruki stares at his untouched noodles. You're serious? Need chopsticks frozen midair, asks, did you really add mass to photons? That's like asking if you can do the same thing to electricity. Iruki slowly sets down his fork, giving mass to a massless particle. Need rubs his forehead. You're saying you used that nameless wisdom? Shyron nods. Thanks to it, the morning sickness I always felt, the heaviness, it's gone. I understand now. The nightmares I kept having, I know what they meant. Need looks amazed. This is insane. If you can organize that into a theory and publish it, it'll shake the entire magical world. Iruki adds, no, the whole world. But even if you know the theory, he continues, actually using a photon cannon, that's a different level entirely. Even with omniscience, pulling off omnipotence is another story. Need's voice lowers, worried. This could be way more incredible than we even imagined. And Shyron replies, That's why I want to make a request. Shyron says quietly. He looks at them seriously. I want to keep researching this, but with school on break, I can't access the library, and I can't get into the noble library alone. He looks at Need. I was hoping you could take me. Need shrugs, easygoing. Sure, no problem. But why can't you get in? Shyron hesitates. If I tell them the truth, will they still see me the same way? But if I keep hiding it, we'll never truly be friends. He takes a breath. I won't run. I'm not a noble. I'm a commoner. When I was a baby, I was abandoned in a stable. The people I call my parents now, my father's just a regular hunter. They took me in and raised me. The table falls quiet. Need breaks the silence. That explains it. Why you always looked a bit distant. That's what you wanted to tell us, huh? Iruki scoffs. You think that even matters? Need glares at him furiously, while Iruki folds his arms. Do you even get what you just said? Iruki asks. You're talking about status, noble or not. But what about everything you've done? Started magic this year, and in 3 months, you're in class 5. You beat me in front of the whole school. Shyron and Need are both stunned. Not to mention, Iruki adds, you're dating that genius girl from the medical department. Need suddenly slaps a hand over Iruki's mouth. He turns to Shyron with a nervous smile. Look, none of that noble stuff matters to us. He forms a finger heart and says with a grin, You're my one and only precious Massachusetts. Shyron's eyes well up. Thanks, really. Iruki groans. Ugh. Does Amy already know you're a commoner? Need perks up. Wait, how long have you two known each other anyway? Shyron scratches his head. Not long, really. It started off a little rocky. Need leans forward, totally serious now. Tell me everything. Start from the beginning. Narration. The photon cannon belongs to the photon series. Its nameless knowledge is fusion. It's classified as an active spell, one that draws on the omniscience of photon manipulation. By granting mass to light and firing it at near light speeds, it creates a devastating physical force. It's expected that as the casters control their omnipotence, over light improves, the photon speed and output will only continue to grow. Though the spell boasts immense power like most fusion magic, its toll on the mind and the intense focus it demands is overwhelming. Meanwhile, in the Thormia Kingdom's capital, a boy races through the crowded alleys of Bashukassid. The scene flashes back to 5 years earlier. A scrappy young boy named Canis sprints through narrow streets, clutching a scrap of food tightly as he pants for breath. Behind him, several thugs armed with knives close in. One sneers, looks like the brat's asking to die. Canis darts through piles of garbage and slips into a small room, where a sick girl named Erin lies on the floor, groaning weakly. Canis rushes to her side, asking if it hurts badly. Holding up the bread with trembling hands, he says, It's real bread. I got it. Suddenly, the door bursts open. The thugs have found him. Their shadows loom large. Canis turns, frightened, as one of the men sneers, Finally caught you, rat. A brutal punch sends Canis sprawling across the floor. The narrator cuts in. This is the start of it all. A hidden place that was never meant to be found, now completely exposed. The beating continues. One thug demands to know how long Canis planned on running. Another snatches the bread from his hand, laughing mockingly. You really thought you'd hide something this good? This little piece of meat? He sneers, then crushes Canis' face under his boot. Canis screams in rage, warning them to stay away from Erin. Touch her and I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you, he yells. The man laughs, amused by the threat. You hear that? He thinks he can kill us, maybe in his next life. The brown-haired man turns to his blonde companion. Kill him, he says coldly, casting a glance at Erin's weak form. Just as he raises his hand, a thick black fog suddenly materializes and engulfs them. In an instant, the attackers are slain. Canis stares in disbelief. The fog gently cradles Erin and lays her down with care. A mysterious voice emerges from the darkness, asking, So what do you think? Isn't magic fun? As Canis looks up, awestruck, a faint smile crosses his face. Back in present-day Bashuka, at the heart of the Thormia Kingdom, a figure sits quietly atop a building, scanning the one across from him. Security's tight, he mutters. Never seen this many relics in one place, and each one's priceless. Next to him, a boy asks, "So what exactly are we here for?" He responds calmly, "We're after the heart of the mana control system. The legendary artifact, known as the Dragon Heart, sits deep inside the secured chamber on the third floor of the STE building. 15 guards are stationed around it. But before anyone can lay hands on the artifact, there's a critical catch. Spirit zones are completely disabled inside the structure. With no other option, Canis decides to go by himself. His partner warns him to be careful, but Canis simply smirks, then takes a daring leap. As he dives toward the building, he hurls his black fog ahead, shattering the window. The moment he crashes inside, guards begin shouting, "Intruder!" Canis wastes no time. He takes them down in a flash, leaving the stunned guards gasping. How is he using magic? Without breaking pace, he pushes deeper into the building. Up ahead, 3 more guards spot him. "He's a mage," one of them shouts, as the other prepares to intercept. But Canis flings them aside with a wave of his black mist. He reaches the iron room, kicks the door open, and steps inside. His eyes lock onto a glowing stone in the center. There it is, he mutters, the Mona control system's core. He grabs the artifact, but before he can leave, more guards flood in. His black mist lashes out again, draining their energy instantly. Just then, footsteps echo behind him. Canis glances over his shoulder. "Perfect timing," he says with a grin. "Aaron." Aaron steps into view. Without turning, Canis asks, "You saw? I didn't kill anyone, right?" He jerks a thumb toward the unconscious guards. "Relax. Just knock them out." Suddenly, an explosion rocks the building. Outside, a brown-haired man watches the smoke swirl. I don't know how they bypassed the Mona control system and used magic inside, but this ends here. As the dust settles, he catches sight of Canis and Aaron. His eyes widen, dark magic. They launch their attack, but he quickly raises a defense, shielding himself from the blow. "They vanished," he mutters, scanning the space. He calls in to report, "Commander, the Mona core is gone. No teleportation signature detected. They're still close." His mind races. They were just kids. How did they get past the control system? How did they take the core? He descends to the ground, shielding his eyes from the sunlight. That power, darkness magic. There's only one mage I know who could possibly control something like that. A darkness that even light cannot dispel. A rare force whose shadow lingers, untouched by illumination. This bringer of chaos, feared across the kingdom, is none other than the Archmage, Victor Arkan. The man watching trembles. Victor Arkan. He was supposed to have died in an accident 4 decades ago. But now, someone else wields his exact magic. Deep beneath the capital city of Bashuka, hidden in the subterranean mountains, Canis and Aaron step into a hidden chamber. Before them stands a tube holding a glowing bottle, the core they retrieved. Canis steps forward. "We've secured the final component." Inside the tube lies Arkan, unmoving. Aaron swallows hard. With this, he can finally reclaim his title as the true Archmage. She carefully connects the bottle to the device. Energy surges. The entire chamber shakes as the machine roars to life. Canis watches with satisfaction as Arcane rises within the tube. 40 years, Arcane mutters. "It's taken me this long to meet the one who stole everything from me, Milch." The memory returns. 40 years ago, amidst a raging storm, Arcane confronted Alpheus, telling him, "This magic was never just mine. It's my life's work." But Alpheus only smirked, turned his back, and walked away, leaving Arcane to burn in the inferno he ignited. Now, Arcane stares at his hands. 40 years to recover, he growls. "Alpheus, do you think you'll walk free after crossing the Great Arkan?" He takes a seat, regal and commanding. Canis and Aaron bow before him. "Master," they say in unison. Canis adds, "You saved us when we were dead. You gave us power. Please use us however you see fit." Arcane looks at them with rare softness. "You're more than followers. You're my beloved disciples." Aaron flinches slightly, still shaken by his presence. But Canis meets Arkan's eyes without fear. "Be cautious," Arcane warns. Alpheus wasn't just power-hungry. He was a lunatic, a murderer consumed by greed. Elsewhere, in the heart of the capital, within the sleek office of Alpheus, the man himself stares out the window, lost in thought. He rises, walks to a tall bookshelf, pulls out a hidden volume, but leaves it behind. Instead, he He exits the room with a single object, a lamp. He places it on his desk, then draws out a stopwatch. The thunder, he whispers. Just like that day, he sets the stopwatch down and glances at a framed photo. Don't forgive him. Back at Bashuka, in the bustling halls of an academic conference hosted by the Kingdom's Teachers Association, a man named Thad nervously runs his fingers through his hair, a realization dawning in his mind. Now I get it. The teachers continued to grumble, protesting how exhausting it was to sit through 3 full days of nonstop discussion. Thad, clearly fed up, slurped his drink with a sigh, thinking to himself how badly he wanted to go home. He glanced at the group, still huddled together in deep conversation. Seriously? The conference ended hours ago, and they're still at it, even during the evening party. He couldn't figure out why he was still there, except maybe for one reason. His gaze drifted to a woman surrounded by admirers. He tried to remember her name. Was it Ojent an elite artist from the renowned 99 Artists Association, the court's official pianist, and a direct disciple of the legendary Melodies Merchant? Despite the crowd pressing in, she remained composed. If only Professor Alifer had even half her grace, Thad thought. Just then, Rin's eyes met his. He stiffened, flustered, and quickly looked away, nearly choking on his water. Did she just look at me? To his surprise, she began walking toward him. Flustered, Thad blurted out, "Do you know me?" She replied with a polite smile, "You're Professor Thad, from Alpheus's Magic Academy, correct?" She also mentioned that her estate was based in Cray. Thad let out a nervous laugh. No way I can hold a conversation with someone like her, he thought. His mind wandered again. Is she the one? What if we get married, have a child? His daydreams were interrupted when Raina suddenly asked, "How's Shyron doing?" Snapped back to reality. Thad remembered the student. Raina had been like a guardian to Shyron, and she'd personally recommended him, a rising star at their academy. She's incredibly talented, Thad replied. Top of her class, actually, and she's getting along great, popular with everyone. The moment he mentioned Shyron having a girlfriend, rumored to be the prettiest student in the academy, Raina froze. Her expression shifted, as if struck by lightning. "Oh, I'm so glad," she said with a shaky voice. Thad, sensing the awkwardness, asked if there was anything she wanted to pass on to Shyron, but she just smiled and replied, "I'm just happy he's doing well." Trying to reassure her, Thad added, "You don't need to worry. Alpheus's is one of the kingdom's top academies. We'll take great care of him. You have my word." Raina gave him a warm smile. "Then I'll leave Shyron in your hands." At that moment, Ren clapped her hands cheerfully. "It must be fate we ran into each other tonight. Are you traveling to Sis tomorrow?" Thad nodded quickly. "Yes, and I was hoping to treat you to a nice lunch too." "I'd love that," she said, "though I have a concert in Bashuka first." Thad hesitated, then asked Shyronly, "Would it be all right if I came to watch?" She smiled. "It would be a pleasure." Thad lit up with excitement, until Raina leaned in and said something ominous. Raina's voice dropped as she explained her concern. Something serious had happened in the capital. She worried that her concert might be nearly empty. Thad raised an eyebrow. "Something happened?" Raina continued, her tone more hushed. "Last night I heard Inferno was ambushed. A B-class criminal managed to escape." Thad's expression tensed. "Who was it?" She hesitated, then said quietly, "They're calling him an unidentified dark mage." His eyes widened. "A dark mage?" She nodded gravely. "Because of that, the entire capital's been placed under martial law." Thad froze in place, then leaned in urgently. "Tell me everything, please." Raina sighed. "They said he was an old man with white hair. That was all it took." Thad's heart dropped. In a flash, he bowed to Run. "I'm sorry. I have to leave." Before she could respond, he turned and ran. "Thad, where are you going?" she called after him. But he was already gone, sprinting through the party. A dark mage escaped. White hair. There's no doubt. It's him. This is exactly his style. And it had to happen while I was away. The night before, inside the high-security prison known as Inferno, chaos erupted. Criminals screamed as black fog slithered through the corridors, suffocating everything in its path. Bodies flew through the air as the darkness consumed them. Arcane walked calmly through the facility, flanked by Canis and Aaron, leaving devastation in their wake. Dark magic holds 2 terrifying traits: absorption and assimilation, the narrator explained. It absorbs energy and reshapes it. And though darkness may strike physically under strong willpower, it cannot overcome light on its own. Arcane placed a hand on Canis's shoulder in approval. Canis, looking up at him with admiration, thought, "This is the man who pulled us from hell." "Archmage Arkan, you're getting better," Arcane said. "Keep going, and soon, even the light will fall." Canis looked over the scene, bodies piled and crushed. His eyes burned with pride. "They're nothing but insects." Aaron, uneasy, stepped forward. "Master, this place isn't part of your revenge. Isn't this too much?" Canis cut in. "All we need to do is trust the master. You know he doesn't act without purpose." Aaron looked at Canis for a moment, then smiled. "You're right. I understand." The three reached Inferno's main hall, blowing through doors as if they were paper. A voice echoed from inside. "Breaking through the door like that. Impressive." One of the criminals, still alive, looked up at them. "You a mage?" he asked, eyes fixed on Canis. Aaron watched silently as another man stepped forward, amused. "What's this? Bringing kids along? What is this, a field trip?" He extended a hand with a smirk. "Still a pleasure to meet you." "He's Nightcat Kren," someone whispers. "He already knows who we are." Arcane glances at Kren, expression unreadable. Then, with a cold smirk, he finally speaks. "So you've come to fish in this place, but it's only filled with minnows." Kren and his crew bristle with anger. "Who are you calling small fry?" With a roar, they charge at Arkan. But within seconds, they freeze mid-step. "Where did he go?" "It's dark. I can't see anything." Suddenly, the walls start to close in. "What's happening?" "The walls. They're crushing us." Their screams echo through the prison halls before being silenced. Blood trickling down as their bodies are trapped and crushed between stone. Aaron glares down in disgust. Red splatters drip away from the ledge. Meanwhile, behind a massive stone pillar, another presence stirs. "Is that Schema?" Aaron asks, narrowing his eyes. He's masking his presence well. The man behind the pillar steps out, chains rattling as his muscled arms flex and swell. His eyes burn with fury. "You caught me," he growls. "But tell me, what are you after? Are you trying to rebel against the kingdom?" Canis and Aaron watch him with quiet contempt. "I've heard that line before," Canis mutters. The man grits his teeth and lifts his arms. The chains wrap around iron balls as he launches a strike straight at Arkan's face, slamming into him with raw force. But his eyes widen in disbelief. That hit barely landed, and the impact, it's being swallowed. The side of Arkan's face begins to dissolve, melting into black mist. "You pass," Arcane says calmly. The brown-haired prisoner scoffs, tossing the ball aside. "Pass? What are you even talking about? I didn't audition for anything." Arcane takes a step forward. The mist creeps closer. The man quickly shields himself, thinking this isn't good. He rips off the chains with a violent jerk. "I know what drives you," Arcane says. "Money. So here's a deal. I'll free you, and in return, I'll offer you work, profitable work." The man's eyes light up. "Now you're speaking my language." Canis observes silently as the deal is sealed. Far from the carnage, in a dense jungle, a cart rattles down a dirt road. "Can't this thing go any faster?" a passenger growls. "I paid you enough gold to fly." The driver grunts. "No matter how fast we go, we'll reach Cuss by morning. What's got you rushing around this late, anyway?" In the back of the cart, Thad lies on his back, staring blankly at the night sky. Last night, Arcane ambushed Inferno. If that was just the beginning, then next. Revenge for what happened 40 years ago. Thad thought grimly. "I need to warn the master, fast." Meanwhile, at Alphea's magic academy, heavy rain soaked the grounds. A brown-haired man with a tattoo on his arm pulled his coat tighter. "It's freezing," he muttered. "This downpour's insane. Do we really have to do this?" Kenny's, walking beside him, snapped, "Quit whining, Lucas. You signed a contract. Do your part." Lucas grumbled. "If I'd known the job meant raiding a magic academy, I'd have charged triple." Still, he followed, muttering to himself. "Why am I even mixed up in this?" They had promised a handsome payout, so he tagged along. But this was looking more like treason than mercenary work. He glanced over at Aaron. She looks like she's done this kind of thing before. Too pretty to be a high-profile criminal. Before he could say more, Kenny's turned on him. "Your job is simple. Watch the hostages. Follow the damn contract." Lucas lazily asked, "Where are they anyway?" "You'll see them in the morning," Kenny's replied, brushing past him with clear irritation. Why did Master even bring this guy? He thought. Lucas shrugged, watching Canis walk away. Whatever. Everything's falling into place, just as planned. Across the academy, Arcane cast his magic, spreading a dense black fog that began to engulf Alpheus's academy like a growing storm. Within the academy, in one of the library's deep corners, Shyron was immersed in his spirit zone. He spoke softly. When mass first formed, the symmetry of the universe broke, and from that, an event began. All the interconnected results led to the world we live in now. Nearby, under a pile of books, Need suddenly sat up. Wait, so if there's no mass, does that mean this world disappears? He paused, confused. More importantly, how was mass created in the first place? It just happened, he asked, looking around. Iruki, sprawled under another stack of books, gave a lazy response. Maybe someone just said, "Let there be mass," or something. Need stared at him. Are you seriously suggesting God made it? Hooky picked his nose, uninterested. I only said it because I'm out of ideas. I read every scrap of research in this library during my suspension. But let's be real. There are limits to what humans can understand. Standing up, he dusted himself off. I think you're trying to comprehend mass from an all-knowing perspective. Then, he turned to Shyron. Since you're lying there like a prophet, what does mass feel like with that omnipotent brain of yours? The narrator cut in. A mage's omniscience forms the foundation of their objectivity. But their omnipotence, that's always subjective. Shyron lowered the book from his face and answered, thoughtful and calm. It's hard to explain with numbers, Shyron said quietly. In his mind's eye, broken shards of mirror floated through the vastness of space. They slowly assembled into tiny orbs of light, each pulsing gently. It feels like existence itself, he added. When the others asked what he meant, Shyron reached toward the lights and touched one. It's like something fiercely trying to prove it exists. A will to be. Iruki nodded thoughtfully. So, it's a plunge into the essence of existence. Need turned to Iruki. What about Shyron's omnipotence? How would you define it? Iruki scratched his head, then said, what if we call it the God particle? Need's eyes widened. Not bad. It does spark the imagination. Shyron's eyes lit up. That's it. That's exactly what it feels like, he said excitedly. Need added. And since omnipotence gets stronger when you can picture it clearly. Shyron clenched his fist. Then I'll refine that image. God particle. I'll focus everything on it. Later, as the three walked through Alpheus's magic academy, Nate sighed. Guess vacation's over. Iruki rolled his eyes. Since when is suspension a vacation? Shyron smiled. You guys haven't forgotten our promise, have you? Need and Iruki blinked, staring off. Right? We need to make it a class for this semester, one mumbled. To graduate together, the other added with a sigh. Shyron crossed his arms. It's only been a day since you two got all fired up about it. Their voices trembled. You think we'll be stuck in class 5 alone? Iruki joked. Wouldn't you want to stay an extra year? No, Shyron replied bluntly. Your grades are better than mine. If anyone's at risk, it's me. As they strolled on, Nate said, it's our last free day. Want to chill in the research room? Shyron shook his head. I've got something to do. You guys go on ahead. Iruki called after him. Don't forget to swing by after. As Shyron walked alone, memories rushed in. How clueless he'd been when he first arrived, how much he'd changed since discovering the God particle, and how many valuable friends he'd made. He remembered Amy, visiting Thad's office, meeting Professor Alifer, bringing apples as an offering, presenting their work. Amy walking out after the presentation, annoyed that he still called her senior. Now, in the graduating class building, the steel door creaked open as students filed in. Amy and Sariel strolled through the corridor, only to stop, startled. There stood Shyron, holding out 2 cups of coffee. Sorry, he said with an awkward smile. Didn't mean to scare you. Just wanted to surprise you. Amy stared. Shyron bowed his head. Thanks, Amy, for everything. But instead of responding warmly, Amy asked sharply, since when do you talk to me so casually? Terrell storms up and demands if he even knows where he is. She scolds him, sarcastically praising his guts for showing up at the graduation class. But then snaps. If he's just here to play games, he should be more focused on schoolwork. Without waiting for a reply, she brushes past him, casually telling Amy she thought things would calm down for a bit. Shyron watches, confused, and calls out, asking if they're messing with him. It's been a while. Suddenly, they shove him down and splash coffee on him. Terrell sneers that she was going to ignore this, but following someone around like this? That's stalking. She asks if he knows Shirley and then coldly tells him to get lost. If he doesn't want to get into serious trouble, he should disappear. Shyron, trembling and shaken, wonders why they're treating him like this all of a sudden. Amy grabs Terrell's arm and says that's enough, reminding her they're almost out of lunchtime anyway. Shyron picks himself up, humiliated and overwhelmed, and bolts away, thinking everything they said was a lie. As he runs, Sariel watches him go, muttering that he's a strange guy. Seems innocent, but way too stubborn. She glances at Amy and says not to worry about it too much, adding that Amy already has someone good-looking, but then suddenly cuts herself off. Amy turns to her, confused, and asks, "Who again?" Meanwhile, Shyron runs straight into Mark. Mark glares at him, furious, demanding what he's doing. But as he sees Shyron's class tag, his expression changes. He stiffly bows and apologizes. Shyron, still trying to catch his breath, asks if Mark doesn't recognize him. He reminds him about the teleportation test they did together. Mark hesitates, squints at him, then nervously glances away, muttering he's not sure. Shyron, stunned, asks again if he seriously doesn't remember him. Just then, S shows up, asking what's going on. Shyron turns to speak, but freezes when Alifer appears beside her. Alifer looks Shyron up and down, confused. She asks if he's new. She's never seen him around. "What's your name?" she asks. Shyron just stares at her, speechless. Around them, whispers start. Students begin murmuring that they've never seen him before. Someone wonders if he's a thief. The tension builds until Shyron panics and dashes off. The students yell after him to stop, calling him suspicious. Running hard, Shyron tells himself none of this is real. It has to be fake. He flings open a door and finds Nade and a rookie inside. They freeze, stunned to see him. "Nade, you're rookie," Shyron calls out, stepping into the room. "Do you guys know me?" Nade immediately snaps, demanding how he got in. Both of them close in, questioning who he is. Shyron just stands there, overwhelmed, thinking just for a second, "I really thought." From the very start, he questions whether he ever truly belonged at this school. Confused, he wonders if he's just dreaming. He's asked how someone from outside could possibly know the master key to Istis, and whether another faction sent him here. Again, they press him for answers. Who exactly is he? Shyron's eyes start to well up, while Nade and Iruki, still awake, can't help but laugh. Iruki chuckles, asking how long he's been doing this, and Nade jokes about how great his acting was. Nade even starts repeating Shyron's words mockingly. Suddenly, Shyron drops to his knees, tears streaming down as he pleads. Do they really not remember him? He sobs uncontrollably. Nade, now serious, apologizes for teasing him. After a few moments, Nade gently asks if truly no one else remembers him. Iruki comments that it's strange. Professor Alifer didn't recognize him either. Still crying, Shyron says he saw it in her eyes. She genuinely had no idea who he was. Nade says they need to be sure. Worried, Shyron shouts, asking what they'll do if everyone forgets. Iruki suggests they come up with a sign. Iruki then scribbles something on N's hand, a starlight-shaped tattoo. NID calmly says he thinks they'll be fine, even if their memories disappear. Looking at the tattoo, Shyron wonders if something might have happened before, specifically with the Supernatural Spirits group. Mage says he isn't sure, but to his knowledge, nothing unusual occurred. Iruki insists they need confirmation from the academy. When they reach the academy, they're shocked. Students are moving in formation, heading somewhere as if in a trance. It's even stranger than Shyron had described. They decide to get closer. Shyron nervously asks if they'll end up like the others. Iruki says it's unlikely, since he's already interacted with them directly. As Shyron tries to make sense of things, Mi suddenly spots a gray-haired boy, Gabe, and calls out to him. Gabe looks stunned. "Do I know you?" he asks. Nade storms over, confirming they do know him and demands to know where he's going. Gabe stares back, confused. "Who am I to you? And what is this sound I keep hearing?" Just as he mentions it, the sound becomes overwhelming. He starts screaming. Annie urgently asks him about it. Strangely, Iruki says he's already forgotten what Gabe's voice and language even sounded like. As Gabe continues screaming, Iruki whispers. He's losing his memories right in front of them. And Shyron. Shyron suddenly gasps. He stopped moving. The three of them glance around, startled. Students, juniors, and others from different buildings are all quietly heading in the same direction. An old professor walks among them, his steps unnaturally guided by a dark fog drifting around him. Aaron stands nearby, manipulating it. Aaron turns to Canis and says everyone's gathered. It's time to move. She admits it's giving her chills. Canis gives a quick nod. Lucas watches the students blankly, commenting that they're like zombies now. Their minds are shut off, but their bodies still respond. That means whatever we do doesn't matter. Suddenly, Amy points out someone nearby, saying they're kind of pretty. Canis snaps at her target, warning that if he does anything out of line while following his master's sacred orders, he won't let it slide. Lucas, amused, asks if they're allowed to have this much fun. But Canis shoots him a glare, his tone sharp. If Lucas keeps ignoring his warnings, he'll kill him right here. Lucas rolls his eyes, thinking Canis is an arrogant brat. He hates guys like him. Truthfully, he wants to kill him now, but he's not foolish enough to fight inside a mage spirit zone. Slowly pulling his hand away from Amy, he silently vows to strike first when the moment comes. Out loud, Lucas just mutters that if he doesn't get paid, it's his loss. Canis says nothing, simply turning his back. Meanwhile, Shyron, Iruki, and Nate are quietly watching. Their eyes are fixed on the group, and they begin to suspect that this group is behind everything. Nate, furious, says they need to act now and stop them, but Iruki stops him. No, Iruki replies firmly. They used high-level memory wipe magic on over 500 people. That kind of spell isn't easy. He explains that among those affected are not just students, but some of the Academy's brightest minds, people with mental strength trained at elite magic schools. That includes a certified Class 6 mage, Professor Alifer, and other high-ranking professionals. Shyron adds that the enemy they're dealing with isn't just strong, it's someone far more powerful than any of them expected. Iruki suggests they follow them for now. If things go south, they can still intervene before it's too late. Nate stares at him, surprised by his calm. Shyron then mutters that they have no support. Neither the headmaster nor Professor Itella are around. Somewhere else, Itella is alone in a quiet place, deep in meditation. She sits still, trying to maintain her focus, but the constant chirping of birds and buzzing of flies finally irritates her. With a swift motion, she flies off. Elsewhere, Itella suddenly opens her eyes, breathing hard. Her heart pounds. Was that a mind demon? She wonders, remembering the disturbance from the night. She adjusts her glasses and hurries to the gallery. It's long past class hours, but no one's come to inform her of anything. As she reaches the academy grounds, her expression changes. An intense beam of light catches her attention. She scans the area, deeply concerned. Seeing no one around, she glances up and spots a sudden burst of light in the sky. Just then, Thad leaps into the academy grounds and rushes toward Itella, urgently asking if she's okay. Itella, surprised, asks how he even got here. Thad tells her they've been ambushed, again emphasizing that the academy has come under attack. He says it's dark magic at work. Itella quickly asks if it's the mind demon that infiltrated the night before. But Thad shakes his head. He thinks the entire academy was targeted. Even the entrance guards have lost their memories. Then he reveals the name behind it all, Victor Arkan, the archmage who once plunged the world into chaos. Stunned, Itella repeats the word. Archmage? Thad explains that he's classified as Class 3, and anyone ranked Class 3 or higher is officially granted the title of Archmage. The narrator breaks in. A mage's class is based on a combination of achievements and reputation. For instance, defeating an A-class monster earns 500 achievement points. Gaining an audience with the King awards 100 reputation points. To advance from Class 10 to 9 requires 1,000 points. From Class 4 to Class 3, it takes 28,000. Half a century ago, a legend achieved Class 3 through mastery of dark magic, a form considered non-mainstream. Still reeling, Itella asks why someone of Victor's caliber would even be here. Thad hesitates, debating whether he should tell her the full story. He recalls, years ago, someone researching her background asked if she was connected to the bishop of the Crisis Order. The scene shifts to a memory. The headmaster speaks, explaining that a bishop is one of the capital's most powerful figures, a certified Class 6 owner. He asked Itella why she wanted to teach at their school. Itella answered, under Bishop Carsis Young's guidance, she wished to live a life that balances light and discipline. She knew that T Academy focused on molding strong magicians, while Headmaster Alpheus emphasized the freedom and responsibility that come with power. She respected that philosophy, and that's why she applied to be a professor. Back in the present, Thad stares at her, then gathers his energy, opens his eyes, and says quietly, he hopes she'll hear him out without prejudice. He reveals that Victor Arkan was the headmaster's mentor. Itella freezes, stunned. Then her face hardens. Without another word, She activates her spirit zone, declaring that no matter who Victor was to the headmaster, anyone who threatens the students is the enemy. The first priority is saving them. She looks ahead and says the students are all heading toward the mountains, specifically in the direction of the bridge that no one is supposed to cross. She adds that 3 figures are leading the group, and then, to her surprise, notices 3 more bringing up the rear. Thad, listening, asks if she can tell who they are. She squints, saying their faces aren't clear, but she can make out their genders. And then suddenly, she spots Shyron. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shyron, Nade, and her rookie are silently tailing the group, hidden from view. Nade whispers, asking why they're being led to the bridge no one could cross. Are they planning to throw them off? He asks, horrified. Iruki narrows his eyes at the ones up front. If they really were going to do that, he says cautiously, it'd be a waste. Those people are too valuable as hostages. Nade clenches his fists and says he's going back to report this, but Shyron stops him. Wait, look at who's being controlled, he says. He points out that the headmaster, Professor Thad, and Professor Attila are all missing. Any of them should have sensed what's going on and called for backup. But if the enemy harms the hostages before help arrives, they may be forced to fight. Both Iruki and Nade nervously swallow. Iruki quietly admits that if a battle breaks out now, the odds are stacked against them. Nade agrees. They might not have a choice but to stay hidden and observe. But Shyron says he doesn't believe the plan is to push them off the cliff. They're waiting for someone, he says, watching closely. At that moment, Ken's eyes flick to Lucas, who's angrily shouting, "Where's the leader? Don't they realize timing is everything? Do they want us all executed?" Ken snaps back, telling him they can't do anything until Althea's is drawn out. Stick to the plan. Think about your contract, she warns. Aaron walks over, telling him it's been a while since their master left to recover. Why isn't he back yet, she asks. Lucas shrugs. I don't know, he replies, but he's already past the time he said he'd return. Kes frowns. She doesn't doubt him, but she's struggling to understand why their master, who's waited for this moment more than anyone, still hasn't arrived. Lucas scoffs. Then at least let me enjoy myself a little. What's the point if I can't even do that? Canis, clearly irritated now, wonders why he ever brought Lucas along. Canis's stare sharpens into a death glare, calling Lucas a string of insults. Lucas snarls back, asking if Canis is trying to provoke him. You're really pushing it, he growls. Think I won't snap? A dark aura begins radiating from Lucas, tense and dangerous. Aaron watches quietly, thinking. He activates his red eyes, powerful enough to paralyze the central nervous system. It's an IE-level skill, something only acquired by committing countless wicked acts. Canis, with smug arrogance, remarks that back in London, where he was raised, the weak were treated like food, and he's no different. In fact, London is full of people just like him. Lucas lets out a scornful laugh, saying now he understands why he hated him from the beginning. He asks if Canis really thinks he's different, that he isn't just another useless follower pretending to be important. Nearby, a student collapses to the ground. Lucas coldly observes that although these zombie-like students have lost all memory, their bodies and nerves are still functioning. They can't eat, sleep, or drink, and eventually they'll die, even without being pushed off the cliff. Lucas grabs Alifer by the neck, squeezing hard. So in the end, you're just planning to kill them slowly, he says. Alifer screams, trembling from the pain. Canis yells furiously. They weren't brought here to be killed. They're prisoners. Lucas lifts Alifer higher and says coldly that thinning their numbers now makes it easier later, because once this is all over, they'll all be murderers anyway. Aaron watches Alifer with concern. Canis glares at Lucas and demands to know if he's defying orders. Lucas replies that killing this woman would be pointless. Suddenly, he notices Canis's mage field overlapping with his own. A violent burst erupts between them, leaving Canis and Aaron speechless. Off in the distance, Iruki pinches his fingers together. That was way too close, he mutters. Cain glares, seething at the thought that they're really about to start tossing people off cliffs. Iruki says his plan was just to blow out their legs. Lucas begins to drag the others away, demanding to know who they are. Then, a flash of yellow light descends. Shyron lands, cradling Alifer in his arms. His voice sharp and furious. He declares that he won't forgive any of them. Canis stares at them in disbelief and asks how they managed to break free from the mind control in the deep mountains. Meanwhile, Arcane steps out a small cave and spots Attila. He asks if she's alone. Just before this, Thad had told Atella that they're clever. He's confident they can stall for time. Atella asked, "What about you?" Thad replied that he would go search for the headmaster, saying his role is done now. Atella, resolute, says her path is already clear. Thad nods and leaves it in her hands, telling her to go find Arkan. Now face to face with him, Arcane notes her religious nature. Atella greets him with respectful calm. He introduces himself with a smirk, saying she must be Atella, a bishop of the Karsus order. An honor to meet a living legend, he adds. Arcane stares at her, surprised. Just standing there, she radiates power. He can already tell. She's a seeker, someone who's surpassed the level of Abyss Nova. Most bishops he's met were old and slow, but not her. She's something else. Atella has already crossed beyond the 8 immortals and reached the realm of Azion. Arcane smiles to himself, intrigued. As expected, this world is turning out to be quite entertaining. Then he looks at her with arrogant interest. "Where's Alpheus?" he asks. Atella calmly replies that there's no point dragging this out. He used heavy magic last night. His energy must be drained. All you can do now is wait for the darkness to come. Arcane says nothing at first, simply watching her. Atella continues. "Lift the spell you cast on the students. If you do that, I'll create a space where you can face the headmaster in a proper duel." Arcane bursts out laughing. "You think I'm stalling?" he scoffs. Just then, Atella's eyes dart to the trees. Branches are creeping toward her. Her body tenses as they lunge. Arcane calls her a foolish girl, saying it's a shame, but she should die now. The branches wrap around her and slam her into the ground. On the other side, Lucas leans back and asks Canis and Aaron if this isn't a perfect setup. Meanwhile, Shyron, Iruki, and Nate are quietly watching from a distance. Lucas continues, ignoring everyone else. "Now I've got 3 witnesses. And this whole plan? Sloppy as hell," he says, annoyed. "If I charge more, I'll handle them myself. So what do you say?" Canis glares at him, clearly irritated. Aaron calls out to Canis, but he cuts her off, saying he'll take care of it. She should focus on controlling the hostages. He can handle this alone. Lucas relaxes on a rock, muttering to himself, "Let the kids fight it out." Kin suddenly steps forward, looking at the 3 of them. "So, how did you break the mind control?" Nate steps up confidently. "We shattered that dark spell with our own power." Kins laughs arrogantly. "If it were that simple, none of you would even be standing here." His aura flares as he opens his spirit zone. "Come, I've got time to waste." Nate immediately notices it. "It didn't work," he mutters. Iruki feels it too. That energy, it's overflowing. Way too strong. Shyron turns to Nate. "Support Alifer," he says firmly. Then he walks forward. "If this is dark magic," Shyron says, eyes locked on Kin's, "then my magic has the edge." He steps into the spirit zone. "I'll take him on." After dealing with the swordsman, Inni suggests they should probably fight together. He doesn't think the swordsman will get involved, but tells Shyron to let him know if he needs backup. Shyron warns them not to trust him. He just threw someone off a cliff, and he's incredibly powerful. Lucas stays silent, eyeing Shyron. Inwardly, he admits the kid's sharp and annoyingly observant. Iruki quietly agrees with Shyron's judgment. Though he usually stays calm, Shyron turns into someone else entirely during real combat. As Shyron and Canis step forward, their magical auras flare. Shyron eyes Canis with suspicion. His gaze is so blank, it sends chills down his spine. There's no reading that face. Canis suddenly unleashes waves of thick black fog at Shyron. Instantly, Shyron counters with a glowing orb, using photon output. The light explodes, but feels wrong. Even after getting hit, Canis's form twists into a shadow. Unfazed, Shyron summons another photon orb and fires it again. The light crashes into him. Yet Canis's shadowy form stays intact. Nate is stunned. He took a direct hit from the light, yet still managed to hold his shadow together. Canis smirks in response. Shyron, gritting his teeth, wonders if this guy is defying the laws of nature. Does this mean the gap between them is just that massive? Canis looks at him curiously, asking if he's relying on compatibility alone. Deciding to match him with pure technique, Shyron channels his energy and throws a concentrated mass of light at him. Canis senses something's off. This one's different. Before he can react, the ball of light slams into his abdomen. He screams in pain, caught off guard by the sudden strike. Aaron's eyes go wide as he watches Canis reel from the blow. Canis shouts, still shaken that the light managed to hit and knock him back. Nade, Iruki, and Lucas all turn a look. Lucas narrows his eyes, deep in thought about Shyron. Far away, a tree trembles from the force. Birds scatter. Underground, in her spirit zone, Itella looks away, haunted by the memory of Arkan's mocking voice telling her to die. She turns back and spots Arkan's shadow, so black it seems bottomless. Still, if this is truly Sthesia, she's ready. Activating her teleportation zone, Itella dodges the shadow attacks like hurdles in an obstacle course. Arcane acknowledges her skill, but tells her that no matter how fast she is, she will never escape her shadow. Itella watches as the shadow takes the shape of fists rushing toward her. She realizes if she teleports now, her legs might be torn apart. And then, Itella, refusing to go down, begins teleporting her upper body in rapid bursts, dodging the tangled branches just in time. She breaks free of the trap and slams her fist into the ground with such force that the terrain trembles. Arcane watches her with sharp interest. As expected of a crisis bishop, he mutters. If she wasn't stuck here as a professor, she would have become a legend. Then his expression darkens. But Althea's, he stayed silent, stole her brilliance, and claimed all her achievements as his own. Arcane suddenly raises his voice, shouting Althea's name with arrogant disdain. Itella yells back, demanding to know what he wants. But before she can react, Arcane's attack strikes her directly. Blood spills from her lips. Her glasses shatter. Elsewhere, in the headmaster's quarters at Althea's Magic Academy, Thad searches the room, calling out for the headmaster. He looks around carefully. I know he's here somewhere. I've heard he built a hidden chamber in this room, he thinks. Then he spots it, a black book with a strange title sitting near a dark pad. He lifts the lamp, and as it glows, a hidden door opens. Stepping through, Thad sets the lamp down on a desk and calls out again. His eyes land on a painting of a young girl hanging on the wall. His thoughts flicker to the past. Suddenly, a voice answers, Althea's. Who's there, he asks. Thad, surprised, asks if he's okay. Althea's stares at him, stunned. Wait, do I know you? Thad's heart sinks. Don't tell me. Did you lose your memories? He studies Althea's more closely. Unlike everyone else affected, something is off. He hasn't completely lost himself. Althea's, frowning, touches his face. So I didn't travel through time after all. I just became an old, wrinkling man. Where did my handsome 18-year-old face go? Thad stands frozen. 40 years of memories gone. He realizes in disbelief. This is him, the infamous, arrogant Althea's. Althea's, now sitting casually in a chair, gestures for Thad to come closer. So, what happened to me? Thad explains he was struck by dark magic and lost his memories. Not just him. Everyone's in danger. Teachers, professors, even the students. But before he can continue, Althea's cuts him off with a booming laugh. I'm a professor now, and I'm respected. Althea's bursts out laughing. Suddenly, he grabs Thad by the collar and pulls him close. What class am I teaching? Thad gulps. C Class 4. Althea's laughs even louder, shaking the room. Class 4. Not even Class 1. He slams his fist into the bookshelf. Me, the continent's greatest genius. Reduced to teaching Class 4, despite being nearly 60 years old, he's still just a headmaster. Thad could only stare in silence. Althea's glances at the girl's portrait, scoffs, and tosses it to the floor. You're keeping a ridiculous painting like that in your room? He says coldly. And you call yourself my student? He demands that Thad restore his memories using phonation magic. Immediately. He needs to know what kind of pathetic life he's lived for the past 40 years. Thad, eyes wide and filled with fear, pleads, You really can't remember any of it? But Althea's, glaring at him, replies, If you truly are my student, then you're expelled. I have no use for someone this week. Do you really think the great Althea's would break down over a few bad memories? Thad trembles, trying to hold back his tears. A thought flashes through his mind. If someone relives the same memories twice, their personality usually reverts to what it was back then. Gripping his head, panic creeps in. What if he doesn't return to who he used to be? What if I can't trust him like this? Still, Thad steels himself and says, I'll use phonation magic to lift the seal on your memories, but after that, it's all on you. Althea's scoffs. Worried? Save your worries for yourself. As Thad casts the spell, he reflects. These last 40 years have been nothing but a nightmare. Meanwhile, Althea's is surrounded by a group of beautiful girls calling out to him. One of them, a girl with brown skin, playfully asks how he manages to shine so brightly. Althea's eyes his drink and mutters, "Stop whining already." Lifting his glass, he declares, "Tonight doesn't end." The narrator cuts in. If there's any place where death is always a breath away, it's the battlefield. And they've lived on it for as long as they can remember. To survive, they became weapons. For those who only studied to land a job, there was never any chance of standing against them. That's what the master once said. Ken's body trembles as he lies on the ground. The narrator adds, "He developed dark skin magic on pure instinct." Ken slowly lifts his gaze and thinks, "If I'd been even half a second slower." Someone approaches and warns him, "That was close." "What hit me?" Ken asks. The response is immediate. "Massachusetts. You got struck in the abdomen by a light infused with mass." Ken grits his teeth and begins to rise. Confused, Canis frowns. "What are you even saying? Light doesn't have mass." The other guy replies, "It can if there's a medium that can convert light energy into mass." Canis raises an eyebrow. "That's not any kind of physics I've ever heard of." "You have," the man replies. "You just didn't realize it." Canis stares at him, completely stunned. "I'm just telling you the facts," the man adds with a shrug. "Shyron's different. He's strong. Having that kind of ability as a regular Magic Academy student, that's no small thing." Canis cuts to the point. "Can I beat him?" "You can," the man says calmly. "If you're working together, definitely." Dark mist begins pouring from Canis as he steps forward. Aaron spots him and calls out with excitement, but Nade yells in disbelief, "No way. He actually tanked that hit." Canis lets out a cocky laugh. "That was nothing. If that's all he's got, I thought this would be more interesting." Shyron keeps his head low, silent. Canis grins. "Come on, can you make this a little more exciting?" Shyron steps forward, gathering energy into a dense mass ball. "I'm holding back," Shyron mutters. "People are still trapped. But if you want to fight." Canis sighs casually, not even standing up straight. "Your magic doesn't work on me anymore." Shyron launches at him, shouting, "Block this!" But Canis stays seated, one hand pressed against the ground. The attack deflects. Shyron vanishes, reappearing and launching strike after strike, but each one rebounds, turned back on him. From the Citadel zines, Nade, Iruki, and Aaron watch in growing alarm. The narrator cuts in. Magic falls into two categories, those you can dodge and those you can't. Lucas watches intently. That flash. I need to take him out first. Shyron stares, wide-eyed, at the empty space where Canis just sat. He'd vanished. Looking around in confusion, Shyron finally spots him, perched casually on a tree branch behind him. Suddenly, two sharp shadow blades slice through the air toward Shyron. He teleports just in time. He's right behind me, Shyron thinks. A flurry of attacks erupts between the two as they clash from all angles. Nade shouts. He's moving through the shadows. Meanwhile, Canis begins stepping in precise patterns, creating strange lines across the field. Nade turns to Iruki. "Isn't that way too op? He can teleport wherever he wants." Iruki shakes his head. "There's a catch. He can only move to places that are linked by shadows." "Still," Nade mutters, "how do you predict where he'll appear unless you can analyze every shadow?" Iruki narrows his eyes. "Did you forget?" Shyron, yes, the same Shyron who once cracked the infamous dragon's maze, wasn't going in blind this time. Activating his spirit zone, he locked onto the coordinates Canis might jump to next. Analyzing the terrain, he charged up a massive fireball. "This time, I've got you." He hurled a blazing beam of light deep into the forest. Meanwhile, Canis sat calmly on the ground. From his Citadel zines, Nade and Iruki both spotted it. Yes, there's a huge shadow forming. Suddenly, laughter echoed from within. Canis let out a smug chuckle as thick black fog began spiraling around the light-based mass ball and devoured it completely. Shyron froze, staring in disbelief. A mysterious figure, now appearing in full human form, looked at Shyron and grinned. Glowing stuff always tastes the best. Flashback, 40 years ago, in a bar located in the capital city of Bashuka. A brown-haired man raised his glass and gave a cheerful nod to another. "Great job, Sharav." A black-haired man across the table responded, "Light magic isn't easy. But lately, my thesis has been gaining some attention in the field." The long-haired brown man, Sharav, well known for his work in light-based magic, added, "I had a hand in that, too. If it works out, dinner's on me." The narrator cuts in. Back then, Sharav was seen as one of the most promising talents in light magic. at least if Alas hadn't existed. Suddenly, a hand rested on Sharav's. He turned, startled, and there stood Alpheus. Alpheus nodded. I heard you published a new thesis recently. Sharav blinked, surprised. You actually read it? I did. You put in some serious work. I respect that, Alpheus replied, then casually added. But the wave theory you quoted? It's flawed. Sharav's face stiffened. What? That theory's backed by countless experiments. Alpheus calmly countered. It's old. How long are you going to cling to outdated results? Looking him in the eye, he said, I've defined light's true nature. It behaves more like a particle. Sharav's eyes dropped in humiliation. Angrily, he stood and stormed off. Don't ever talk to me again. Alpheus watched him go, then turned to the girls beside him, amused. Why is he so mad? I just told the truth. One of the girls giggled. But everything you said was actually right. Just then, Alpheus noticed someone nearby. Ogent Clumph? 23, right? He asked curiously. Aren't you the one they've been calling Chihuahua behind your back? Back in the present, Canis turns to Shyron and says flatly, This is ultimate darkness magic. That thing is Havi. Havi, the magical entity, turns to Canis with a twisted grin. Look at them, they're seething. Shyron stared in shock. It can talk. Iruki nodded, equally stunned. It's a magical being. I've seen it mentioned in a book once, but I've never heard of one being this intelligent. Shyron's gaze locked on a Havi, eyes wide. A magical being. The narrator cuts in. Alchemy and magical engineering can create physical objects, but they've never managed to solve the mystery of creating life. That domain belongs to magic biology, and its complexity is beyond imagination. It's smart. Way too smart, Shyron murmured. Havi let out a twisted giggle. Nice backside, too. Can't wait to show you what I've got for it. Nade and Iruki winced. This guy's got no filter. Canis, voice firm, added, Yeah, he's intelligent all right. Havi inherited the brain of the Archmage Arcane. Now do you get it? Shyron's eyes darted toward Havi's next attack, but he reacted just in time, vanishing in a blink. I get it, he muttered while falling to the ground. Even if I got strange magic, I'm still just a student. Rolling as he hit the dirt, he fired off a diversion spell to redirect Havi's relentless attacks. At the same time, Canis activated his own strongest magic, muttering, My magic still won't work on that thing. All around them, darkness was creeping in. Shyron's eyes scanned the battlefield as Nade and Iruki rushed toward him. He caught sight of Canis' shadow blades slicing the air toward him and hesitated. What do I do? One of the attacks grazed his arm. I'm not afraid to die, Shyron said through clenched teeth. But if I fall now, they lose everything too. Images of Amy, Sariel, Swift, and the other students flashed through his mind. From a distance, Lucas laughed mockingly, watching the chaos unfold. But Nade and Iruki weren't standing by anymore. They sprinted toward Shyron. I need everything I've got just to keep up with him, Shyron thought. Even my photon cannon's useless. He shouted toward Canis. Then what do we do about that magical being? Looking at Havi, who was tightening the dark mist around him, Shyron clenched his fists and summoned every ounce of power he had left, breaking free in one massive surge. Canis blinked, stunned. Bent light. Shyron landed hard on the ground. Havi licked his lips and grinned. He's got a trick called Rainbow Drop, huh? Nade and Iruki, watching closely, froze in place. NID. Iruki. Look. Shyron raised his hand, a mass of energy forming again. Turning to Canis, he shouted, Magical beings can't function without a power source, right? Is it feeding off our willpower? Havi didn't respond, only stared, unblinking. Canis nodded. They're connected. Shyron exhaled. Good. That means the shadow monster. Canis let out a surprised laugh. Are you seriously saying my willpower has limits? Shyron stood firm. That's what I'm here to find out. Canis suddenly noticed the growing intensity of the light. It was swelling fast. Just before unleashing his next strike, Shyron muttered, Let's see which gives out first, your willpower or mine. Havi spotted the massive light orb forming. Instantly, he moved to shield Canis. We should fall back into the forest, he said calmly. More shadows there. Canis whipped his head around. What are you talking about? We can handle this. But Havi cut him off. I thought you were smarter. Turns out, you're just dense. He pointed toward Shyron. His plan is to keep hitting you non-stop to burn through your willpower. Canis stared in disbelief. What? He's trying to smash a boulder with an egg. It's a reckless tactic, Havi admitted. But we don't have to play along. Lure him in. We'll finish him there. I'll catch up. A wicked grin spread across Kana's face. You're right. I like that. He took off, sprinting into the deep, shadow-covered jungle, trusting that with Havi, who carried the Archmage's mind, they were unstoppable. Shyron gave chase immediately, teleporting after them. Shyron, wait, don't go into that jungle. Mage shouted, panic rising in his voice. But Shyron raised his hand mid-run, hurling wave after wave of energy at them. Iruki could only watch. There's nothing we can do now. This fight's his. As Shyron slipped into his spirit zone, his eyes shifted toward Lucas. He turned to Nade. Let's focus. We got our own mission. Lucas smirked and unsheathed his twin blades. Is it finally my time to shine? Elsewhere, Clump approached the girl and extended a hand. Care to dance? She bolted. Althea's sighed. I told you to find a partner, not terrify one. Clump grumbled. Maybe the back of my head's more attractive than the front. Althea's glanced over and said, grow your hair out. Style it right. You'll manage. The narrator added, back then, long hair was all the rage. Irritated, Clump raised his drink, but paused when he noticed someone. A girl introduced herself as Arena. The man next to her left quietly. Clump leaned over and whispered, she's the eldest daughter of today's host, the Batad family. But she's got a reputation. Wait, Althea said, puzzled. You seriously came here without knowing anything? Clump scoffed. She's not the brightest. There was this incident. She was still young. So young, in fact, her mind was like that of a 10-year-old. Normally, the head of the family kept her confined to her room. But today, he let her out. Staring at Arena with cold disapproval, the old man called her a disgrace to their name. Clump stepped in, trying to calm the situation, saying Arena just enjoys parties and asking the old man to go easy. Althea's watched, thinking they were no different from the elders in his own family. He brought up the topic of nobles, then boldly declared he'd restore her reputation himself. Clump, now clearly anxious, warned him not to go overboard, saying reckless kindness could end up hurting her more. But Althea's brushed it off, confident that no woman had ever pretended with him. He approached Arena with a polite greeting, saying the night was as lovely as she was. She nervously muttered her name in return. Althea's was caught off guard. That wasn't the reaction he expected. Meanwhile, murmurs spread among the guests, all speculating about what he was really up to with this poor girl. Trying to keep things light, Althea's asked if it was too forward to invite such a beautiful lady to be his partner. But instead of responding, Irina broke down in tears, crying out for her mother. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like the video, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next recap. Tell me in the comments, which moment today blew your mind the most? Speech balloon. Until next time, keep your eyes on the story, and I'll see you in the next episode.